You and your 6 female disciples have been reborn, yet you find no joy in this newfound existence. Even yearn to once more personally slay the sharks, only because in your past life you devoted yourself tirelessly to nurturing them into emperors. Yet in the end, you were conspired against by their united treachery, met with a conclusion of mutual destruction. Once again, you feel the urge to strike them with a resounding slap. You wish for them to comprehend that without your assistance, they are but 6 worthless beings. Elder Mu, the sect examination has concluded. The sect master has sent me to summon you for the selection of disciples. You suddenly regained your senses. What a remarkable coincidence, for you have just been reborn on the very day of the sect's assessment. I understand. You may proceed first, and I shall follow shortly. If my memory serves me right, you have only recently assumed control of the Shaoyan Peak, and, as of now, you have yet to take on any disciples. You find yourself amidst this year's sect examination. Among hundreds of disciples, 3 were chosen: Lu Ruyin, Zhou Qingmin, and Lin Xian'er, and they were accepted as students under my guidance. However, since you have been reborn, you shall certainly not repeat the same mistakes and take these ungrateful individuals as your disciples. Soon, you arrive at the entrance of the mountain gate. At this very moment, the elders from other peaks had gathered, and even the sect leader was present. Beneath, a group of spirited young men and women stood, their faces betraying an overwhelming sense of excitement, clearly brimming with enthusiasm. Amidst this group of fervently excited young individuals, 3 exceptionally beautiful maidens stood out. Their delicate faces, adorned with an icy demeanor, were unmistakably marked by an uncontainable fury. These 3 were none other than Lu Ruyin, Zhou Qingmin, and Lin Xian'er, who had just returned from their rebirth. Especially after your arrival, the 3 individuals gazed upon you, their eyes brimming with profound animosity. Fists clenched tightly, producing a menacing crack. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably with rage. A hair's breadth away, we were on the verge of seizing him. Lu Ruyin and Lan gazed up at you, their faces etched with palpable discontent. Indeed, despite his apparent weight loss of 7 stones, why are we still unable to ascend to his level? I am filled with such resentment. Zhou Qingmin's voice is also imbued with profound frustration. Lin Xian'er let out a disdainful snort, as if she were already aware of your fate. He shattered the formation, ruining the foundational path and utterly destroying the meridians. At this point, a thought occurred to her, and she couldn't help but grit her teeth. What infuriated me the most was that we had painstakingly cultivated to the level of an emperor, just 1 step away from attaining the path to sanctity, only to have it cruelly snatched away by him. Now that we have been reborn, we must start afresh. I am so furious. It is all this fellow's fault. The more she spoke, the more her defenses crumbled. They had cultivated for 3,000 years, poised to attain the path to sanctity, yet it ended up in your hands. This rendered their efforts over the past 3 millennia utterly futile. We had all become emperors just 1 step away. Why do you have to strike us down in the end? It was he who personally obliterated our path to sanctification. Now, having returned to life, we must toil for another 3 millennia. 3,000 years, indeed. To think that I must toil for another 3,000 years to attain the heights I reached in my previous life fills me with immense resentment. I can hardly contain my loathing for this fellow, surnamed Mu, wishing to strip him of his very sinews and bones, to shatter him into a myriad of fragments. Pastoral Elegy. It was you who personally extinguished my path to sanctification. One day, I shall demand from you a price 1,000-fold, a myriad of times greater. At that moment, Lin Xian noticed you above the 7th floor, your gaze directed towards them. Your eyes were remarkably frigid, imbued with a hint of predatory intent. Behold, the fellow with the surname Mu is now gazing upon us as well. It seems he too has been reborn. Zhou Qingmin let out a cold snort, her eyes filled with ire as she glared back at you, confronted by your indifferent gaze. You are correct. In this lifetime, I shall no longer take him as my master. Without him, we can still cultivate to become emperors, and we can equally attain the path of sanctity. Lu Ruyin also nodded in agreement. In her previous life, she was your foremost disciple, the very first to ascend to the ranks of the great emperor. She possesses unwavering confidence, and in this lifetime, she is equally determined to attain the title of great emperor once more. Meanwhile, as the three women glared at you with disdain, you too observed these treacherous souls. You beheld their expressions, filled with a loathing that seemed to wish for your utter destruction, yet they found themselves utterly powerless against you. A surge of inexplicable delight welled up within your heart. In this life, without your assistance, they find it exceedingly difficult to cultivate to the realm of the great emperor, let alone attain the path to sanctity. At this moment, Yun Yin, the esteemed female leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, gracefully stepped forward, gazing down upon the young disciples below. With a gentle voice, she addressed the assembly. Elders of each peak, please step forward and select the disciples of your preference. As her voice faded, the elders of the 7 great peaks stepped forward one after another, meticulously selecting disciples endowed with promising talents and exceptional potential, anxious that any delay might result in these outstanding candidates being claimed by others. You are an exception. Unlike the other esteemed elders, you do not exhibit the same fervor in selecting disciples. The young disciples below are now filled with a sudden sense of anticipation, their gazes transforming into fervent enthusiasm, and their faces reflecting an eager desire. All of them aspire to catch the attention of the elders from the 7 great peaks and be taken under their wings. After all, within the Heavenly Sword sect, the treatment of disciples from the 7 principal peaks is entirely distinct from that of the 12 auxiliary peaks. Even Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin could no longer contain their eagerness as they followed the crowd forward, their faces adorned with expressions of anticipation. Only Lin Xianer, only Lining, stood in place, yet did not advance. In her past life, the greatest regret she harbored was taking you as her master, being delayed by you for so many years. Had she heeded her parents' advice sooner and sought out the esteemed Master Qi Yun for cultivation, she would not have become estranged from her parents and could have ascended to the status of a great emperor much earlier. Thus, in this life, she has resolved not to join the Sword of Heaven sect. Instead, she intends to descend the mountain and return home, to seek Master Qi Yun as her mentor. As her thoughts drifted away, the elders had already commenced the selection of disciples. With the other 6 peaks elders calling out names one by one, the fortunate young disciples chosen appeared as though they had won a grand prize, joyfully stepping forward with uncontainable smiles illuminating their faces. Meanwhile, the other unselected disciples gazed enviously at these fortunate individuals, harboring hopes of catching the attention of the elders from the 7 great peaks. Lu Ruoyan and Zhou Qingmin observed as one disciple after another was chosen, and anxiety began to creep in as they remained unselected. They had no desire to be relegated to the 12th vice peak. However, they had not contemplated that in their previous life, the reason they had been able to enter one of the 7 great peaks, the Minor Cloud Peak, was entirely different. This is because you select your disciples not based on talent and innate abilities, but rather on personal affinity. Consequently, they find themselves excluded. Now that you have returned, you no longer accept them. Only based on their innate talents and inherent qualities, the elders of the other 6 major peaks hold them in utter disdain. How could they ever consider taking them as disciples? Lu Ruyin widened her eyes, standing in place in a daze. Why? Why did none of the elders from the 6 major peaks choose us? This outcome took her by surprise, leaving her both astonished and unable to accept it. She is the foremost disciple of the illustrious Shaoyun Peak. Under your generous tutelage, she ascended with remarkable swiftness, embodying an unrivaled grace. In less than a year, she emerged as the most resplendent prodigy of the 7 Days Sword sect, overshadowing even the most esteemed disciples of the sect's patriarch. Ultimately, her name, Lu Ruyin, resonated throughout the expanse of the Southern Wastes. Among the 10 great sects of the Southern Wastes, who remains unaware that the Heavenly Sword sect has birthed a peerless talent of astonishing brilliance. She galloped ahead with an unparalleled grace, swiftly distancing herself from her contemporaries, and ascended to the status of the Empress of the 7 clans. The title of the Misty Emperor resonated throughout the vast expanse, known to all under heaven. Reborn and returned, she found herself unable to even enter the 7 great peaks, a reality that left her utterly perplexed. Similarly, Zhou Qingmin could not accept the harsh reality of her inability to slim down. She had initially believed that she and Lu Ruyin would capture the attention of the elders from one of the other 6 major peaks. who would then take them as disciples. Yet, those elders did not even spare them a glance. Were they truly blind? Why did they not choose them? In her previous life, they were emperors. To accept them as disciples would be tantamount to acquiring a future emperor as a student. Just imagine how much glory would adorn their faces once they ascended to the throne of emperorship. In that moment, both Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin experienced a profound sense of disappointment. They stood rooted to the spot, their fists clenched tightly, clearly filled with a mixture of unwillingness and discontent. Standing behind the two women, Lin Xian'er found the outcome somewhat unexpected. She had not anticipated that both of her senior sisters would be left unchosen. This meant that they could not ascend to the 7 major peaks and would have to settle for a secondary option at the 12 vice peaks. At this moment, a faint smile graced her lips, unable to be contained. Deservedly so. The elders of the other 6 prominent peaks do not select disciples as you do, based solely on a fleeting connection. They place far greater importance on the talents and innate potential of their disciples. Disciples like Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin, who possess nothing more than an ordinary exterior, with talent and innate qualities that are rather mediocre, are utterly incapable of capturing their attention. At the moment of cessation, Cloud Mother turned her gaze. Elder Mu, the other 6 elders of the peaks have already taken on disciples. Now, only you from the small Cloud Peak remain. Please hasten to select your disciple, so as not to delay Yichun any further. Indeed, as the sovereign, you harbor no interest in accepting disciples, especially after having endured the betrayal of 6 treacherous apprentices. It is inconceivable that you would still desire to genuinely take on students. However, your current position as an elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect's peak cannot be overlooked. While other elders have taken on apprentices, your small Yun peak stands out for its lack of such endeavors, which is rather disconcerting. You step forward, gazing down at the disciples below. Their eyes lift, rekindled with hope, eagerly fixed upon you. Yet, only Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin regard your selection of disciples with disdain, snorting coldly, their faces betraying a hint of contempt. They do not approach, but instead turn their heads away, for even if they were to go to the 12th vice peak, they would refuse to acknowledge you as their master once more. You cast a glance around, feeling a sense of indecision, uncertain about whom to select, when suddenly you notice. Among the crowd stood 2 modestly dressed, slender youths. They stood quietly, unlike the other disciples who wore expressions of excitement. It seemed they had already accepted the reality that they could not ascend to the 7 great peaks. You pointed a finger at the 2 boys and said, "You 2, step forward." The 2 youths pointed out were immediately taken aback, their expressions betraying astonishment. It seemed they never anticipated being chosen by you. They exchanged glances, struggling to contain their excitement as they stepped forward from the crowd. "Would you be willing to pledge your allegiance to my humble Yinfeng sect?" The disciples are eager to comply. The 2 youths, overwhelmed with joy, hastily knelt down and bowed their heads in reverence. "Rise up." You wave your hand. You gestured again. Turning to Yun Yin, you cupped your hands and said, "Master, I have made my selection." Yun Yin was somewhat taken aback. "You only accept 2 disciples?" It is worth noting that the other 6 major peaks begin their disciple intake with no fewer than 5. Indeed, 2 individuals are sufficient. You respond with a smile. Well, Yin Yin felt it was best not to say much more. Below, Lu Ruyin, Zhou Qingmin, and Lin Xian'er gaze at your newly accepted disciples, and for reasons unknown, an inexplicable discomfort stirred within their hearts. However, they had no time to deliberate on Taidu, for the elders of the 12 peaks had already commenced their selection of disciples. Soon, an elder called out their names. "Do you 2 wish to take refuge under the banner of my Qingming Peak?" Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin exchanged a glance, each discerning a hint of reluctance in the other's eyes. They yearned to voice their unwillingness, yet in the present circumstances, they found themselves devoid of better alternatives. The disciples acquiesced. The 2 women stepped away from the crowd and approached the elder at Qing Mo Peak together. Lu Ruyin cast her gaze towards you, standing not far away, her fists clenched tightly in silent determination. "Even if I can only ascend to the 16 peaks, I too can, just as in my past life, become the favored child of destiny, ultimately rising to become a great emperor." Zhou Qingmin, too, harbored a sense of defiance. "Even if we are unable to ascend to the 7 main peaks, in this lifetime, we can still surpass our contemporaries, the prodigies of our generation. Soon, as the disciples below were gradually dismissed, this apprenticeship ceremony approached its conclusion. Are you willing to join the esteemed ranks of my Luoxia peak? Lin Xin'er was the last person left behind. Among the 12 peaks, the other 11 were unwilling to accept her. The elder of the falling sunset peak, seeing that no one wanted her and feeling a twinge of pity, reluctantly spoke up and decided to take her as a disciple. However, Lin Xin'er had already made up her mind to return home, and at this moment, she was naturally unwilling. She expressed her gratitude for the elder's kindness, but firmly stated her refusal. Upon hearing this, everyone stared in wide-eyed surprise. What a revelation! You, a discarded piece of refuse, have found someone willing to take you on as a disciple, yet you still refuse. From where do you draw such confidence and audacity? The elders of the falling sunset peak felt a sudden awkwardness. She had not anticipated that this disciple, whom others had discarded, would dare to reject the olive branch she extended. He turned away her goodwill, unwilling to accept her offer. Yet, fortuitously, she had no desire to accept what she deemed refuse. Since you are unwilling to become my disciple and have no ties with other peaks, you may descend the mountain on your own. Lin Xin'er nodded lightly. Lin Xin'er also nodded in agreement, her response remarkably swift. Then, she lifted her gaze, casting a profound glance at you, who stood above. With that, she turned and descended the mountain without a backward glance. In this lifetime, she aspired to take the esteemed Qi Yunxianzun as her master. According to her parents, he was a true hermit of the world, possessing noble character and an ethereal demeanor. By following him in cultivation, she would undoubtedly avoid many detours. A premonition stirred within her, suggesting that he would be an exceptional teacher, one infinitely superior to you. Moreover, she would not allow her desire to apprentice to sever her ties with her parents, nor would she face the scorn of the world. As thoughts of her parents filled her mind, a wave of longing surged within her, prompting her to quicken her descent. Thus, the triennial sect assessment concluded splendidly. Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin were brought to Qingming Peak by their new master. In comparison to the towering majesty of the 7 principal peaks, Qingming Peak, one of the 12 subsidiary peaks, appeared rather unimpressive. It resembled nothing more than a slightly elevated hill, lacking any semblance of grandeur. Yuyan, you shall lead these newly initiated junior brothers and sisters to collect their identity jade tokens, and subsequently arrange their accommodations. As for me, there are other matters to attend to, and I must descend the mountain once more. Yang Yuyan respectfully accepted the command. After her master departed, she assumed the demeanor of a senior sister, straightening her posture and casting a serious, scrutinizing gaze over the group of newly initiated disciples. From this day forth, you shall be disciples of the Qingming Peak. I am your senior sister, Yang Yuyan. Now, allow me to guide you in obtaining your identity, jade, tokens, and garments. Soon, Lu Ruyan's Zhou Qingmin obtained the identity badge of the 7th Division, the garments of a disciple from the Heavenly Sword Sect, and a fundamental manual for Qi cultivation. Both young women were well acquainted with these 3 items and did not regard them with much significance. What truly mattered to them were the cultivation resources they received, which amounted to a mere 5 genuine spirit stones. Upon witnessing such a paltry allocation of cultivation resources, the 2 women immediately felt discontented. They promptly stepped forward and engaged Yang Yuyan in inquiry. Sister Yang, why do we possess only 5 low-grade spirit stones and 2 Qi gathering pills? With such meager cultivation resources, how can we possibly make do? Lu Ruyin frowned slightly, expressing her discontent. It was difficult for her to fathom that such a scant amount could even be deemed as resources. It seemed exceedingly pitiful. In her previous life, when they entered the Shaoyan Peak, they received 10 medium-grade spirit stones each month, in addition to 3 nourishing essence pills. Yet, even with this, their supplies were insufficient. They often found themselves negotiating for various cultivation resources. Nowadays, the Qingming Peak offers them but a meager portion. How can they possibly cultivate with such scant resources? Is there any distinction from merely dismissing a beggar? Indeed, the resources available are quite insufficient. I can exhaust 7 units in merely 3 days. How could this possibly suffice for an entire month? Zhou Qingmin has also articulated her dissatisfaction. Yang Yuyin gazed at them, unable to suppress her frown. It was insufficient. Others possessed the same amount of resources. How was it that they managed to make do while you could not? Furthermore, this quantity of resources was standard for all disciples of the 12 peaks. Every disciple received the same allocation. If you find it unsatisfactory, why not venture to the 7 major peaks? What brings you to our Qingbin peak? Yang Yiyin does not indulge them and responds with unreserved candor. Today, there are numerous new disciples, yet these two individuals create unnecessary fuss, having fallen to the point of being relegated to the 12 auxiliary peaks. They still harbor complaints and grievances, oblivious to their own worth, mere refuse dismissed by the 7 major peaks. Our Qingming peak, in its benevolence, has taken them in, yet they continue to express disdain. Lu Ruoyan and Zhou Qingmin were rendered speechless by her actions, their frustration simmering within them. Unable to unleash their ire, they continue to trail behind Yang Yuyin, eventually arriving at the residential quarters of the disciples. Yang Yuyin pointed at 2 dilapidated wooden huts and said to Lu Ruoyan and Zhou Qingmin, "You two shall reside here from now on." Lu Ruoyan gazed upon the modest wooden cabin, her eyes widening slightly in disbelief. "No, senior sister, surely this is far too dilapidated and minuscule." Zhou Qingmin pushed open the door of one of the wooden cabins, and an overwhelming musty odor immediately assailed her senses. Struggling against the foul smell, she peered inside. The cabin was exceedingly cramped, containing only a wooden bed and a table. There was scarcely room for anything else. Moreover, the roof was riddled with several holes, raising concerns about rainwater seeping in. In such an environment, how could one possibly reside here? Zhou Qingmin turned around, her expression one of indignation as she glared at Yang Yuyin. She promptly voiced her discontent, questioning how such a dilapidated cabin could be considered suitable for habitation. And the stench, how long has it been since anyone bothered to clean this place? With her status as a princess, she had been accustomed to a life of luxury and comfort since childhood. In the past life, you would not have deprived them of any comforts in terms of clothing, food, shelter, and transport. However, now that she has been accepted into the Qingming Peak, it is rather disheartening that she is assigned to reside in such a humble wooden cabin. Is this not a form of unfair treatment? Yang Yuyin, with a frosty expression, spoke tersely. "This is the only condition we have at Qingming Peak. You may choose to stay or leave as you wish." Without another word, she turned on her heel and departed, leaving Lu Ruoyan and Zhou Qingmin standing in front of the small wooden cabin, their frustration simmering within them, seeking an outlet for their pent-up anger. Zhou Qingmin clenched his fists tightly, unable to withstand the biting complaints. "Senior sister, this wooden cabin is hardly larger than a toilet on Shaoing Peak. How can it possibly accommodate anyone? Junior sister, let it be. After all, we are disciples of the 12 secondary peaks, rather than the 7 major peaks." Lu Ruoyan ultimately chose to swallow her pride, for at this moment, they have no alternatives. "Senior sister, shall we leave the Heavenly Sword sect and venture down the mountain to pursue our own paths as wandering cultivators? I find myself increasingly weary of this environment." Zhou Qingmin wrinkled her nose, her face reflecting a palpable disdain. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan was momentarily taken aback. Then, she shook her head and replied, "Junior sister, what nonsense are you speaking? You know all too well that the abundant spiritual realms in this world have been claimed by the major sections. The various cultivation resources are firmly under the control of these powerful factions, leaving scant room for independent cultivators to thrive. At that time, as solitary cultivators, we shall have to rely solely on ourselves to seek any desired cultivation resources. Whether we can find them is another matter entirely. Even if we do manage to discover them, we may have to compete with others, which poses significant dangers. Without the support of a sect, if we find ourselves at the mercy of others, our situation could become precarious." Upon her rebirth, she had contemplated her situation. The issue lies in the fact that in this world, cultivation resources are firmly held in the grasp of various major sections. The numerous realms rich in spiritual energy are all under the dominion of these sections. To wander as a loose cultivator would inevitably lead to a life of hardship and peril for Xing. In truth, it would be far wiser to remain within the sanctuary of a sect. Although resources are currently scarce, they're still somewhat available. Moreover, within the sect, one can undertake various tasks in exchange for cultivation resources, which is undoubtedly far safer than wandering as a lone cultivator. Moreover, even in the absence of cultivation resources, merely residing within this spiritually enriched sect for training allows for a significantly swifter progression compared to wandering outside as a solitary cultivator. Therefore, only a fool would choose the path of a lone practitioner. Well, Zhou Qingmin resigned herself to her fate, her head drooping in submission. Her previous outburst had merely been a moment of anger. Lu Rian gazed at the dilapidated wooden cottage before her, a sense of lamentation stirring within her heart. She could scarcely believe that the treatment of the 12 disciples of Foam was so appallingly inadequate. In their previous life, they had never even taken notice of this. Zhou Qingmin let out a soft sigh. Suddenly, Qing could not help but exclaim, "If only we could be accepted into the 7 great peaks." Her tone bore a hint of bitterness. Upon the utterance of those words, both individuals were momentarily taken aback. Following this, an extended silence ensued. In this moment, they could not help but reminisce about their past lives after joining the Little Cloud Peak, as well as the master who was always there to fulfill their every request. Junior sister, this time, we merely encountered a stroke of bad luck, failing to be accepted into one of the other 6 principal peaks. Nevertheless, even so, we must not yield to that individual. We shall undoubtedly demonstrate to him that, even if we do not revere him as our master and do not ascend his modest peak, we can still, just as in our previous existence, become the admired prodigies of the multitude. Lu Rian lifted a sheep and playfully patted Zhou Qingmin on the shoulder, her expression brimming with defiance. Zhou Qingmin nodded emphatically, her gaze resolutely regaining its strength, even in the absence of that surname Mu. Meanwhile, atop the Shaoyan Peak, little do you know that your 2 wayward disciples have endured a wretched existence since their first day at the Qingming Peak. You have arrived at a couch, sitting cross-legged, ready to commence your cultivation. The martial art you have cultivated is none other than the 9 dragons devouring the heavens technique. This profound discipline consists of 9 tiers, and you have ascended to the unprecedented 9th tier, becoming the formidable 9 dragons emperor, whose might resonates across the 4 seas and 8 desolations. At present, you have merely ascended to the 2nd level of your cultivation. However, with the wisdom gained from your previous life, the path to refinement is not overly arduous. It merely requires the investment of time. 7 leaf cycles later, behind you, the 3rd strand of dragon energy gradually materializes. Amon reflects on how swiftly he has advanced the 9 dragons devouring heaven technique to its 3rd tier. Simultaneously, you have made a remarkable leap from the Spirit Sea realm to the 7th Yuan Dan realm. Your cultivation at this moment surpasses that of the elders from other peaks within the sect, except for the 7 sect masters and a few esteemed elders, as well as the ancient ancestor of Baojing who has been in seclusion for a century. In the Tianjin sect, you stand as the strongest. Continue your path of cultivation. The night has grown profoundly deep. While you diligently devote your time to cultivation, in a small county town 10 miles from the Heavenly Sword sect, Lin Xian'er is also immersed in her tranquil practice. Armed with the wisdom of her previous life, she successfully drew energy into her body in merely 2 hours, stepping into the realm of qi condensation. In her previous life, it took her a full 7.5 months to cultivate her energy, yet now she accomplished the same feat in merely 2 hours. Lin Xian'er felt an immense sense of satisfaction with this remarkable progress. Just as she was poised to muster her resolve and continue her cultivation, ready to make a decisive breakthrough to the 2nd layer of the qi condensation realm, she suddenly realized that her progress was exceedingly sluggish indeed. It was several dozen times slower than in her previous life. Lin Xian opened her eyes, a slight furrow forming on her brow. Could it be that the spiritual energy in this place is too sparse, causing her cultivation to progress at such a sluggish pace? No, that cannot be the case. This location is not far from the Heavenly Sword sect, and the spiritual energy here is by no means lacking. Could it be that her innate talent is simply inferior? She soon became aware of the underlying issue. Her current physique bears no comparison to that of her previous life. As she was newly initiated into your sect, you bestowed upon her a divine essence pill, enabling her to cleanse her meridians and refine her very essence. Thus, she transformed entirely, rising from an ordinary disciple to a prodigy within the Heavenly Sword sect, with an astonishingly rapid pace of cultivation. The current pace of cultivation is exceedingly sluggish. This is undoubtedly due to her lack of undergoing the transformative process of cleansing the tendons and marrow, as well as the metamorphosis of her very essence. Consequently, her rate of advancement in cultivation remains stunted. To her astonishment, this minuscule divine origin pill possesses such extraordinary efficacy. In this world, I have never experienced a sense of triumph, merely perceiving it as an unremarkable elixir. Lin Xian'er furrowed her brows, and now she is suddenly awakened to the realization that she is not a prodigy at all. Without the divine origin pill, she could scarcely aspire to even join the ranks of the ordinary disciples of the 12 peaks of the Heavenly Sword sect. Upon my return home, I shall pay homage to the esteemed Master Qiyun, who will undoubtedly provide me with the elixirs needed to cleanse my essence and transform my being. Surely, it is merely the divine origin pill. If the likes of Mu Ge can possess such treasures, others must surely have them as well. Lin Xian'er let out a soft huff, dismissing her concerns. Yet, shortly after she began her cultivation, a sudden and intense pain surged from her heart. Startled, she gasped awake, instinctively covering her mouth in shock, her expression filled with terror as she encountered the heart-devouring cup. The long-buried memories were awakened. Lin Xian'er suddenly recalled that in her previous life, before joining the Heavenly Sword sect, she was afflicted by the heart-eating goo, a sinister curse. The identity of the person who imposed such a curse remains unknown. Since the age of 10, she has been accompanied by an affliction that strikes her every 3 days, akin to countless venomous insects gnawing at her heart. This torment is unbearable for most, yet she has endured it for 7 long years. Until she became your disciple, it was only after you utilized your powers to expel the parasitic insects within her that she was finally liberated from her affliction. After 3 millennia, she has long forgotten this past event, now reborn and returned. The curse resurfaces once more. Only then does she recall this memory. Yet, why does it hurt so much? Lin Xian'er clutched her mouth, writhing in pain upon the ground. Her face paled gradually, and the veins on her forehead throbbed violently. Cold sweat poured down her brow, and ultimately, she tumbled down from the ground, rolling in agony. However, this pain did not subside, rather. It intensified with Gu Kuen's relentless episodes. Within the confines of the room, Lin Xian'er let out heart-wrenching cries, her voice embodying a state of desperate frenzy. 15 minutes later, the agony gradually subsided. Lin Xian'er finally collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, her hair was disheveled, her body drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. How could I have forgotten? I am still afflicted by the heart-devouring curse. As long as this curse remains unbroken, I shall endure this relentless torment. It appears that I must hasten my return home and seek the guidance of the esteemed Master Qiyun. If Mu Ge can expel the heart-devouring curse from within me, surely he can also liberate me from its grasp. Lin Xian'er pondered in her heart, gradually finding tranquility within. Soon, utterly exhausted, she succumbed to a deep slumber. As dawn breaks, you conclude your cultivation and open your eyes. To your astonishment, during the night, you have advanced to the late stage of the Yuan Dan realm. Just one more step remains before you can transcend into the 7th level of the Yuaning realm. However, you are not in haste to break through. At times, a rapid breakthrough may not be a favorable occurrence, as it can result in an unstable foundation, leading to unforeseen consequences. At that moment, a respectful voice belonging to Li Qingyun echoed from beyond the door. "Master, have you risen? What is it? You have not risen, yet you softly speak," inquiring with a gentle tone. "Master, we have prepared breakfast for you." Li Qingyun's voice was somewhat timid. Upon hearing this, you were momentarily taken aback, and then promptly replied, "Please come in." At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, who entered bearing breakfast. You rise and approach the table, whereupon you behold 2 simple dishes and a bowl of plain rice porridge. Gazing at the meal laid out before you, a soft sigh escapes your lips. You can hardly recall the last time you partook in a meal. Once a cultivator ascends to the Spirit Sea realm, They become capable of fasting indefinitely, no longer needing sustenance to sustain their bodily functions. Your two disciples are likely unaware that you do not require sustenance. Thus, this servant has prepared a meal for you. You gently lowered yourself into a seat, picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and began to eat in a leisurely manner. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan stood respectfully to the side, remaining silent. Simply consuming 7 bites, what comes to your mind? Turning his head to gaze at the two disciples, he inquired, "Have you both eaten?" Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan promptly responded, "We have already dined." You nodded in acknowledgement. From now on, the two of you, as brothers in the same discipline, need no longer prepare a portion for me. Those who have reached the level of mastery I have achieved no longer require sustenance. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan nodded in unison. You no longer utter a word, continuing to partake in your meal, simply sipping the warm, plain congee. Suddenly, a wave of sentiment washes over you. The two disciples you now have are indeed diligent, still willing to prepare meals for you, fearing that you might go hungry. Yet in your previous life, those 6 rebellious disciples, upon entering your tutelage, were equally ignorant. They had never prepared a meal for you, nor did they ever show concern for their master. Instead, they would incessantly demand various cultivation resources, exhibiting insatiable greed. In your past life, you believed there was nothing amiss in this perspective. At that time, you felt that a master should wholly dedicate themselves to assisting their disciples in their cultivation. Reflecting on it now, however, by the way, have you both taken the divine essence pill I provided? As you sip your rice porridge, you casually inquire, "Master, we have all ingested the 7th. You nodded slightly. The divine Yuan Dan requires a gradual and gentle approach. You are not concerned that their bodies may not withstand the strain. So, have you commenced your cultivation of the 7th level?" Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan exchanged glances, the atmosphere slightly tinged with awkwardness. Finally, Li Qingyun stepped forward and bowed, addressing his master. "Master, after we ingested the elixir last night, we commenced our cultivation. However, I, being rather foolish, have failed to channel the energy into my body. Patience is essential. One cannot rush the path of cultivation. Since you have both ingested the 7 divine essence pills, it is reasonable to believe that in a short while you shall be able to channel energy into your bodies and step into the realm of energy condensation. There is no need for concern regarding your two disciples' ability to harness this energy. The pills you provided are of divine quality, a rarity in this world. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan are destined to become the pride of the Heavenly Sword sect, a fate that cannot be thwarted by anyone. Those few rebellious disciples of yours, in this lifetime devoid of the divine essence pill, are destined to blend into the multitude. You might as well observe how far these few dissenters can traverse, without relying on your pastoral melodies. On the summit of Qingming Peak, after 2 hours of diligent cultivation, Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin successfully channeled their inner energy into their bodies. Initially, the two were elated, for their remarkable pace of advancement had shattered the historical record of the Tianjin sect and set a new benchmark throughout the southern wilderness. At this pace of cultivation, they firmly believe that in this lifetime, they shall outshine their previous one, becoming the admired paragons of countless souls. To utter that they are unparalleled, with no predecessors or successors, would not be an exaggeration. However, they were soon met with a harsh reality. They discovered that after successfully channeling energy into their bodies, their cultivation progress was surprisingly sluggish. How could this be? Lu Ruyin ceased her cultivation. Biao Qing was filled with uncertainty. Logically, with the experiences of their previous lives, their progress in cultivation should be swift. Yet the reality was quite the opposite. "Senior sister, why is our cultivation speed not even a tenth of what it was in our previous life?" Shu Qingmin pushed the door open, her expression filled with anxiety and confusion. "Junior sister, do not be anxious. Our cultivation progresses at a deliberate pace, and there must be a reason for it. Allow me a moment to ponder." Lu Ruyin furrowed her brows, lost in contemplation. After a brief interval, she suddenly lifted her head. "Junior sister, I have discerned it is the divine origin elixir." Zhou Qingmin was momentarily taken aback, while Biao Qing appeared somewhat bewildered. She had requested the Tai Duo Dan from him, yet the specifics of the Shen Yuan Dan had slipped her mind entirely. Furthermore, In her previous life, each time he provided her with a pill, she would consume it in one swift motion, focusing solely on her cultivation. Now, she found herself utterly unable to recall any details regarding the Shun Yuandan. Junior sister, in our previous life, when we first took Master Mugu as our mentor, he bestowed upon each of us a divine essence pill. This pill possesses the remarkable ability to cleanse meridians and refine marrow. However, we refrained from consuming the divine essence pill and did not undergo the process of purification and refinement. Thus, our cultivation has been sluggish. It must be for this reason. So it's like this. Then, senior sister, what shall we do now? Without the divine essence pill, we cannot refine our sinews and marrow. If we continue to cultivate at this pace, will we not be forever slow? At this rate, will we ever ascend to the rank of an emperor? Junior sister, do not be anxious. Let us seek out our master and inquire, perhaps he too possesses the divine essence elixir. Indeed, they are all elders of the heavenly sword sect. If Muge possesses the divine essence pill, our master must certainly have it as well. Senior sister, let us hasten to seek out our master for the divine essence pill. The two women then stepped out of the wooden cabin together. Chapter 9. Even if it exists, why should it be given to you? How could it be? Surely master possesses the divine essence pill? At that moment, both Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin felt their hearts leap into their throats. From their perspective, anything Chen Yang could possess, their master should also have. However, it seemed their master did not. Otherwise, how could Yang Yuyin be unaware of such a pill? Senior sister Yang, are you unfamiliar with the divine essence pill? Lu Ruyan could no longer maintain her composure and stepped forward, her voice laced with urgency. Observing the two's anxious demeanor, Yang Yuyin pondered for a moment before ultimately shaking her head. I do not know. I have never heard of such a pill. Seeing Yang Yuyin persist in her ignorance, Zhou Qingmin grew anxious and quickly tugged at her. Senior sister Yang, it's the kind of pill that can cleanse the marrow and reshape one's very being. Once ingested, even those of mediocre talent can transform into the elite. You truly have never heard of it? Zhou Qingmin gazed earnestly at Yang Yuyin, still unwilling to concede defeat. To jog her memory, she even elaborated on the pill's miraculous effects. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was equally tense. They had begun to grasp the significance of the divine essence pill. Without it, their cultivation speed would be exceedingly slow, incomparable to their previous lives. They relied on the divine essence pill to enhance their innate capabilities. Yet, the fact that Yang Yuyin was oblivious to its existence left them in a state of desperation. Yang Yuyin's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a pill truly exists in the world? According to Zhou Qingmin, the divine essence pill possessed extraordinary efficacy. It could cleanse the marrow and reshape one's essence. Even a disciple of average talent could ascend to greatness. The existence of such a miraculous pill astounded Yang Yuyin. However, her astonished reaction only served to chill the hearts of Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin. It was evident that Yang Yuyin genuinely had no knowledge of the divine essence pill, having never even heard of it before. It appeared that their master had indeed never bestowed the divine essence pill upon Yang Yuyin. This strongly suggested that their current master likely did not possess such a pill either. In an instant, both Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin felt a wave of disappointment wash over them, unable to suppress their dejection. Observing their despondent expressions, Yang Yuyin finally comprehended. You sought the master for this so-called divine essence pill? Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin lifted their heads, remaining silent yet gently nodding in affirmation. Ah, Yang Yuyin could not help but chuckle, a trace of disdain flickering in her eyes. According to your claims, this divine essence pill has remarkable effects, capable of elevating one to the status of a genius. Setting aside whether our master possesses such a pill, why would he bestow it upon you? On Qingming Peak, there are over 100 disciples. Do you truly believe your talents and innate abilities are exceptional? Do you come from a profound background? Are you well acquainted with your master? I ask simply, what qualifies your master to grant you such favors? Yang Yuyin directed a series of scornful jibes at the two women, showing no regard for their dignity. She had never held a favorable opinion of them, and her disdain only deepened at this moment. Having just joined the Qingming Peak, instead of dedicating themselves to earnest cultivation. They seemed intent on seeking shortcuts, yearning for the divine essence pills, and aspiring to be paragons of excellence, oblivious to their own limitations. They were merely the refuse discarded by the 7 great peaks, yet they dared to dream of greatness. How ludicrous! Upon hearing these words, Zhou Qingmin felt a surge of indignation. Although Yang Yuyin spoke the truth, her words were painfully harsh. She opened her mouth to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. Reduced to glaring fiercely at her adversary, Lu Rian clenched her fists in silent fury, equally at a loss for a response, her gaze seething with resentment towards Yang Yuyin. With a light laugh, Yang Yuyin pushed Zhou Qingmin aside and strode away. The 2 humiliated women could only watch her retreating figure, rendered speechless. Some individuals, despite their evident lack of talent, refused to cultivate diligence to compensate for their shortcomings, instead resorting to all manner of dubious paths. How utterly absurd! As Yang Yuyin departed, she could not resist delivering one last taunt. At these words, the 2 women were further incensed, unable to suppress their anger, wishing fervently to confront her and silence her insolence. How infuriating! Sister, that Yang Yuyin is simply insufferable. We only seek the divine essence pills. What gives her the right to humiliate us? Zhou Qingmin exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration, her fists clenched so tightly they threatened to crack. In her previous life, she had been a figure of unmatched brilliance, revered by multitudes, eventually ascending to become an emperor. Others had treated her with utmost respect, and she had never endured such indignities. At this moment, she felt as though her very lungs might burst from rage. Yang Yin had gone too far. After all, she was merely the senior sister of Qingming Peak, which was but one of the 12 subordinate peaks. A person of her caliber had not been worthy to even carry Zhou Qingmin's shoes in her past life. Yet now she dared to humiliate her so brazenly. Just wait. Once her cultivation reached new heights, she would surely repay this affront. Lu Rian's gaze remained fixed on Yang Yuyin's departing figure, her eyes burning with deep-seated hatred. In her previous life, she had been the illustrious Rian emperor, far above someone as insignificant as Yang Yuyin, whom she wouldn't have even spared a glance. With a mere flick of her hand, she could have obliterated her. Yet now, Yang Yuyin had the audacity to insult her so openly. This was intolerable. Indeed, this debt would be settled in due course. Zhou Qingmin vowed to return the humiliation tenfold. With clenched teeth, she etched this grievance in her heart. She believed that in this lifetime, they were destined to rise once more, just as they had in their previous existence, to become the revered human emperors that all would look up to. At that moment, the thought of eliminating Yang Yuyin seemed utterly effortless to them. In her heart, she had already sentenced Yang Yuyin to death. However, the pressing concern remained the acquisition of the divine essence pill. Lu Rian withdrew her gaze, although she yearned to retaliate. She understood that this was not the time for vengeance. Nothing was more paramount than obtaining the divine essence pill. As soon as the divine essence pill was mentioned, Zhou Qingmin became flustered. Senior sister, what shall we do? Our master can't possibly be without the divine essence pill. Can he? She had initially assumed that if Chen Yang possessed one, their master would as well. However, it appeared that this was not the case. Junior sister, do not fret. When master returns, we will inquire directly. Even if he lacks it, he should know where to find the divine essence pill, Lu Ruyan reassured her. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingmin felt significantly more at ease. She nodded earnestly. Yes, then when master returns, we shall seek him out together. Chapter 10. Only Chen Yang possesses the divine origin pill Lu Ruyun, and Zhou Qingmin did not wait long. By noon, their master, Qi Wuji, returned to Qingming Peak. Upon hearing the news of his return, the 2 women eagerly made their way to the scripture pavilion to seek him out. What brings you 2 to me? Qi Wuji, clad in a flowing white robe, gazed at them with an indifferent expression. He held a faint recollection of his 2 strikingly beautiful disciples, having accepted them just the previous day. Zhou Qingmin was about to speak, eager to request the divine origin pill, but Lu Ruyun swiftly tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to remain silent. Zhou Qingmin instantly understood and obediently took a step back. Lu Ruyun then approached, a smile gracing her lips as she inquired, "Master, have you ever heard of the divine origin pill?" Rather than making a direct request, she chose to probe gently. To demand outright would be overly presumptuous. She refrained from allowing Zhou Qingmin to speak, fully aware of her impulsive nature, which might provoke their master's ire. The divine origin pill? Qi Wuji's brows furrowed slightly, a contemplative look crossing his face. After a moment, he shook his head. "I have never heard of such a pill." At his words, both Lu Riyun and Zhou Qingmin felt as though they had been struck by lightning, their expressions one of disbelief. Simultaneously, their hearts plunged into a deep disappointment. They had not anticipated that even Qi Wuji had no knowledge of the divine origin pill. "Master, are you truly unaware? Perhaps you should reflect a little more." Zhou Qingmin, biting her lip, could not help but step forward, her voice tinged with frustration. She had pinned all her hopes on the divine origin pill, yet their master had never even heard of it. In that moment, she desperately wished that Qi Wuji possessed the pill, if only he had not recalled it at that instant. However, the reality was, "I have indeed never encountered such a pill in all my years of cultivation." Qi Wuji's words sent their spirits plummeting. Observing the despondency of the two women, he became intrigued. "Pray tell, where did you hear of the divine origin pill? What sort of pill is it, and what miraculous effects does it possess?" Zhou Qingmin, now utterly disheartened, had little inclination to respond to his inquiries. Lu Riyun, however, felt compelled to speak, offering a perfunctory reply. "Master, we merely heard of the divine origin pill from someone down the mountain. It is said to cleanse the sinews and marrow, allowing one to be reborn, enhancing both talent and foundation, which is why we came to inquire." "You have likely been deceived," Qi Wuji chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Such a pill does not exist in this world. A person's talent and foundation are predetermined from birth, innate qualities that cannot be altered by any drug. If such a pill truly existed, one can only imagine how many prodigies would emerge in this world. Is there truly no such elixir in the world?" Lu Ruyun and Zhou Qingmin's expressions darkened, and this single phrase echoed relentlessly in their minds, refusing to dissipate. They scarcely registered the words that Qi Wuji spoke afterward. They longed to inform Qi Wuji that such an elixir did indeed exist. In their previous life, it was this very elixir that propelled them to become the prodigies of the Heavenly Sword sect, ultimately achieving the status of an emperor. Yet, these sentiments remained unspoken, confined within their hearts. At this moment, they comprehended that only Chen Yang possessed the divine essence elixir in this world. Others had never even heard of it. The realization brought them a wave of despondency, indicating that apart from Chen Yang, they could not procure the divine essence elixir from anyone else. "Master, do you know if there exists any pill or herb that can aid in cleansing one's marrow and refining one's sinews?" Lu Ruyun, filled with reluctance, could not resist posing the question again. If the divine essence elixir was unattainable, any other pill that could cleanse and refine, even if its effects were not as potent, would suffice. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope sparked in Zhou Qingmin's eyes as she gazed up at Qi Wuji. Qi Wuji waved his hand dismissively. "I have already stated that talent and constitution are predetermined by nature and cannot be altered. There is no elixir capable of transforming mediocrity into genius." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyun and Zhou Qingmin's hopes were utterly extinguished, the light in their eyes fading abruptly. "Master still has to make a trip to Shaoyan Peak. Do you two have any matters to attend to? If not, I shall take my leave." Qi Wuji prepared to depart. The mention of Shaoyan Peak inevitably reminded the two women of Chen Yang. The thought that only Chen Yang possessed the divine essence elixir filled their hearts with a pang of bitterness and solitude. "Nothing, Master," Lu Ruyun replied helplessly, retreating to the side with her head hung low, exhibiting an air of profound dejection. Qi Wuji said nothing more and promptly left. "Senior sister, without the divine essence elixir, what shall we do?" Zhou Qingmin lifted her head to look at Lu Ruyun, her complexion pale. She had initially believed that the divine essence elixir was not exclusive to Chen Yang. They merely needed to find Qi Wuji to obtain this elixir, and as in their previous life, ascend to become prodigies of the heavenly sword sect. However, reality had dealt them a harsh blow. Despite being elders of the heavenly sword sect, Chi Wuji had never even heard of the divine essence elixir. Now, with the certainty that only Chen Yang possessed it, her spirits plummeted to an all-time low. Surely, she could not approach Chen Yang to request this elixir. She could not bring herself to utter such a plea. Junior sister, Lu Rian, opened her mouth as if to say something, yet found herself at a loss for words. She, too, was uncertain of what to do. With only Chen Yang possessing the divine essence elixir, they had no alternative means to acquire it. What could she possibly do? Clenching her teeth, she defiantly muttered, "Humph. We shall not yield to him. I would rather perish than plead with him for the divine essence pill." Lu Ruyin scoffed lightly, her resolve unwavering. To soften before Chen Yang was beyond her capabilities. Indeed, I would rather forego the divine essence pill than approach that man with the surname Chen. The mere thought of Chen Yang's visage filled Zhou Qingmin with revulsion. Though she yearned for the divine essence pill, she would never stoop to implore Chen Yang for it. Indeed, junior sister, while we may lack the divine essence pill, we were once emperors in our previous lives. Armed with the wisdom of our past, we can achieve emperor status once more in this life. Lu Ruyin recalled her former self, the illustrious Emperor Ruyin, whose name resounded across the realms, nearly attaining the sanctity of the divine. A newfound confidence surged within her heart. What if we do not possess the divine essence pill? It is not insurmountable. They shall not acquiesce. Without the divine essence pill, they can still ascend to greatness. Yes, senior sister, you are correct. If we could become emperors in our previous incarnation, we can certainly achieve it in this one. We shall never beg that man with the surname Chun for the divine essence pill. Inspired by her words, Zhou Qingmin rekindled her faith. Chapter 11. Truly Deserved. Two ungrateful wolves. On the towering peak of Shaoyun, at this very moment, Chen Yang sat cross-legged upon a flat boulder, diligently cultivating and solidifying his own powers. "Ah, Elder Chen, so this is where you are? I have been searching high and low for you." A distant, aged voice echoed through the air. Chen Yang ceased his meditation, opening his eyes to behold an elderly figure, his hair as white as snow, approaching through the sea of clouds, accompanied by a female disciple clad in white. In the blink of an eye, the master and disciple alighted beside him. It was none other than Elder Chi Wuji from Qingming Peak. "What brings you to Shaoyun Peak today?" Chen Yang inquired with a slight smile, curiosity piqued. The elder's companion was none other than Yang Yuyin, the senior sister of Qingming Peak. In a previous life, Chen Yang had maintained a cordial relationship with Chi Wuji, often finding solace in the elder's assistance during times of difficulty. Among the many elders of the Tianjin sect, Chi Wuji was one of those with whom he shared a closer bond. It's quite the tale. My old injuries have flared up once more. Yesterday, I descended the mountain in search of medicinal herbs, scouring over a dozen cities, yet I could not procure a single piece of the rare Millennium Yushua ginseng. Thus, I came to inquire whether you still have any of the clear heart pills you provided me last time. If you do, I am willing to exchange one for 50 superior spirit stones, Chi Wuji explained, his brow furrowed in dismay. The Millennium Yushua ginseng was an exceedingly rare herb, essential for his recovery. Fortunately, the clear heart pill could serve as a substitute. Previously, when his old wounds had resurfaced, it was from Chen Yang that he had acquired a clear heart pill in his time of need. Thus he sought to test his luck once more. The clear heart pill? I have plenty, Chen Yang replied with a nod. At this moment, his system space brimmed with various medicinal elixirs, rewards from his past life, including an ample supply of clear heart pills. This particular pill, known for its healing properties, was of little use to him. Thus, parting with one would not pose any issue. Really? That is splendid news. Chi Wuji's aged face illuminated with delight. Yin quickly fetched the spirit stones for Elder Chun. He hastily instructed. "Yes, master." Yang Yin responded promptly. She retrieved a bag of superior spirit stones from her storage pouch and respectfully presented it to Chen Yang. Observing the anxious demeanor of the master and disciple, Chen Yang chuckled softly, casually conjuring a small vial of medicine into his palm. "Here for you." He tossed the vial to Chi Wuji, who caught it with great care, a wave of relief washing over him. Very well, I shall not impose any further. I will take my leave now. He put away the elixir and was about to leave when Chen Yang suddenly called out to him. What is it? Chi Wuji turned back, a look of confusion on his face. It's nothing much. I just wanted to ask you. Did you not take in a new batch of disciples yesterday? Among them, there are two named Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin, correct? How have these two disciples been adapting at Qingming Peak? Are they comfortable? Chen Yang had called him back to inquire about the two ungrateful wolves. He was not genuinely concerned for these two. Rather, he was curious to hear how miserable their current situation was. One must understand that the conditions at Qingming Peak were significantly inferior to those at Little Cloud Peak, with far fewer cultivation resources. Given Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin's fastidious nature, how could they possibly find the environment at Qingming Peak to their liking? Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin. Chi Wuji was momentarily taken aback, but then pondered for a moment before recalling specific details about them. These were indeed the two female disciples who had just inquired about the divine essence pill. It struck him as odd that Chen Yang, an unfamiliar figure to them, would take such an interest. Although he found it peculiar, he did not press further. He merely stated, as for whether they are comfortable at Qingming Peak, I cannot say. I entrusted the arrangement of that batch of disciples to Yu Yin. At this point, he turned to Yang Yu Yin. By the way, Yu Yin, you were responsible for arranging the disciples' accommodations yesterday. Please tell Elder Chen about the situation regarding these two. Yes, Master, Yang Yu Yin responded promptly, her demeanor respectful. Elder Chen, I have a vivid impression of those two you mentioned. Among the many disciples we received at Qingming Peak yesterday, they were the most troublesome. When I took them to collect their cultivation resources, they complained about the quality and quantity, expressing their grievances quite vocally. In the end, I arranged wooden cabins for them. Yet they still found fault, disparaging the houses as shabby and small. Out of all the new disciples, no one else complained, but those two were incessantly critical. They should reflect on their own capabilities, as their talents and foundations are lacking. Yet they are still so picky. It is truly laughable. Yang Yu Yin unreservedly expressed her disdain for the two women, her face betraying a hint of scorn as she spoke. What? They're so disdainful of Qingming Peak. Chi Wuji was taken aback upon hearing his disciples' words. He had not anticipated that those two seemingly beautiful and well-behaved female disciples would exhibit such behavior. Meanwhile, upon hearing about the two ungrateful wolves' plight, Chen Yang felt an immediate sense of relief. In truth, he was not surprised. During their previous lives, under his tutelage, Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin had never lacked for cultivation resources. They had access to various elixirs, rare materials, and top-tier magical artifacts. Whatever they desired, Chen Yang had always been there to fulfill their requests. Furthermore, their living arrangements consisted of individual, independent courtyards. Now, naturally, the meager cultivation resources provided by Qingming Peak no longer hold any allure for him. He also finds the living conditions they're unworthy of consideration. The thought of those two treacherous individuals enduring such a wretched existence brings him a sense of satisfaction. They truly deserve their fate. At this moment, Yang Yu Yin recalled something and suddenly added, by the way, this morning, those two came seeking information from my disciple regarding the divine origin pill. They claimed that this pill could help one cleanse their tendons and marrow, allowing for a complete transformation, elevating one to the status of a prodigy. These two are indeed restless. Having just begun their cultivation journey, they already fantasize about soaring to greatness, dreaming the impossible dream. Yang Yin's tone was laden with sarcasm. She held a deep-seated disdain for those who seek shortcuts without putting in the effort to cultivate diligently. No wonder, at that moment, Chi Wuji's aged face suddenly revealed a look of realization. He thought to himself, so that is why these two inquired about the divine origin pill. They are hoping to leap to the status of celestial prodigies through this elixir. He suddenly recalled the two women who had approached him earlier, specifically to inquire about the divine origin pill. It became clear to him that they were attempting to take a shortcut. Instantly, his impression of these two disciples plummeted to the lowest point. They inquired about the divine origin pill. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback. Then a faint, cold smile appeared on his lips. His previous suspicions were indeed correct. His two rebellious disciples had recognized the significance of the divine origin pill. However, what they did not realize was that this coveted pill was a product of the system, and in this world, no one else possessed it but him. To obtain the divine origin pill, they would have to seek him out. Otherwise, it was merely a delusion. The thought of these two rebellious disciples, now consumed by thoughts of the divine origin pill, yet destined to remain empty-handed, filled Chen Yang with even greater satisfaction. Indeed, just as I returned to the peak, these two came to me inquiring about the divine origin pill. Chi Wuji nodded thoughtfully and then curiously asked, "By the way, Elder Chen, have you ever heard of this divine origin pill?" Chen Yang smiled and shook his head, feigning ignorance. "I cannot say that I am aware of it. The fewer people who know about such an extraordinary pill, the better. If it becomes widely known, it serves no benefit to him." Thus, Chen Yang would not admit to possessing such a treasure. Chi Wuji and his disciples did not engage in conversation with Chen Yang for long. After receiving the tranquility pill, they hurried back to tend to their injuries. Chapter 12. Let her die, Lu Rian. Zhou Qingmin. Do you now comprehend the significance of the Xinyuan Dan? In this lifetime, without the Xinyuan Dan, how do you expect to become the paragons of excellence? With your current talents and foundations, along with the meager cultivation resources provided monthly by Qingming Peak, aspiring to become a great emperor is nothing short of a fanciful dream. After the departure of Master Chi Wujing and his disciple, Chen Yang stood alone atop the peak, feeling invigorated as he reflected on his two rebellious disciples. His gaze wandered across the undulating mountains in the distance, and suddenly, another wayward disciple came to mind, his third disciple, Lin Xian'er. Indeed, Lin Xian'er should have returned home before this evening. Was she not eager to apprentice herself to the legendary Qiyun Xianzuan? This foolish girl remains oblivious to the fact that the rumored Qiyun Xianzuan is far from a righteous cultivator. The heart-eating goo within her was indeed a creation of this so-called master. In the previous life, under my protection, Qiyun Xianzuan dared not lay a finger on her. Yet in this lifetime, she insists on rushing back to seek him as her mentor. Such self-destructive behavior is akin to courting death. Once she learns the true nature of Qiyun Xianzuan and sees her family's true colors, I wonder if she will still be able to smile. The thought of Lin Xian'er willingly offering her head to the executioner amuses Chen Yang. In the past, he refrained from revealing the truth to Lin Xian'er, fearing that she would be unable to accept the harsh reality. Thus, she believed her estrangement from her family and her ultimate betrayal were solely due to her defiance in not heeding their counsel to become Qiyun Xianzuan's disciple. Little did she know that Qiyun Xianzuan is a figure of the dark arts, and the heart-eating goo within her was indeed placed there by him. Moreover, Lin Xian'er's parents had accepted financial incentives from Qiyun Xianzuan, driven by greed to force her into this apprenticeship. In her previous life, Lin Xian'er had not complied with her family's wishes and stubbornly chose Chen Yang as her master. Ultimately, the thwarted Qiyun Xianzuan, filled with rage and humiliation, annihilated Lin Xian'er's entire family. Fortunately, she escaped disaster by choosing Chen Yang as her mentor. Naturally, Chen Yang did not disclose these matters to Lin Xian'er. She only knew that her family had perished at the hands of the demons, unaware that the very murderer was the master she so ardently wished to serve. As fate would have it, at this very moment, Lin Xian'er, leading a white horse, arrived at a quaint village. Standing at the entrance, she gazed upon the small settlement before her, overwhelmed with emotion as tears welled in her eyes. She had returned. After 3,000 years, she had finally come back to this familiar place. The mere thought of her parents and elder brother brought a pang of sorrow to her heart. In her previous life, the death of her family was an eternal regret, one that had burdened her with guilt for 3 millennia. In those long 3,000 years, she often pondered whether, had she heeded her family's advice and not stubbornly chosen to take Chen Yang as her master, but instead sought the guidance of the esteemed Master Qiyun, her family might have been spared. For this, she frequently harbored feelings of regret and self-reproach. Fortunately, she had now been reborn. She could rectify the regrets of her past life. In this incarnation, she would not allow tragedy to repeat itself. Father, mother, the gravest mistake I made in my previous life was choosing that Chen Yang as my mentor. Now that I have returned, I shall no longer defy you. Lin Xian'er murmured, her eyes slightly moist. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself, and a smile once again graced her face. She led her white horse into the village. Soon, she arrived at a humble courtyard. Father, mother, I have returned. Lin Xian'er called out loudly, her voice trembling with emotion. 3,000 years had passed, and she could finally see her family once more. No sooner had the words left her lips than hurried footsteps echoed from within the house. The door swung open to reveal a middle-aged couple clad in simple homespun garments, hastily emerging. This couple was none other than Lin Xian'er's parents. Her father, Lin Qingshan, and her mother, Zhang Xulian. Upon seeing Lin Xian'er standing before the courtyard, their eyes widened in disbelief, soon giving way to expressions of uncontainable joy. "Daughter, you have returned?" exclaimed Zhang Xulian, a mixture of surprise and delight in her voice, as she hurriedly approached, flinging open the courtyard gate to stand before Lin Xian'er. She grasped her daughter's hand tightly, as if fearing she might vanish again. Lin Qingshan followed closely behind, hastily stepping out of the courtyard. The sight of her long-missed parents, now vividly standing before her, caused Lin Xian'er's eyes to brim with tears. Unable to contain herself, she rushed forward and enveloped her mother in a fervent embrace. "Mother, I am back. This time, I shall not leave again. I will obediently listen to you and take Master Qi Yun as my mentor." In that moment, she vowed deep within her heart that she would not let her parents down again. Upon hearing her words, Lin Qingshan and Zhang Xulian's eyes sparkled with joy, exchanging glances that could not conceal their uplifted smiles. However, they refrained from overtly displaying their elation, lest their daughter detect anything amiss. Good. My daughter, your understanding brings me great relief," Zhang Xulian said, embracing her daughter while gently patting her back, seemingly offering comfort. In truth, her heart was already overflowing with happiness. How wonderful it was that their daughter had returned. As long as she was entrusted to Master Qi Yun, he would not trouble them, and they would not face death. "All right, daughter, since you've just returned, why not wash your face and refresh yourself?" Lin Qingshan urged, suppressing his excitement as he gently separated the mother and daughter, his expression warm and kind as he addressed Lin Xian'er. "Yes, father and mother, I shall go in now." Lin Xian'er wiped her tears with the back of her hand, nodded, and stepped into the courtyard. "Xulian, how splendid! This wayward daughter has finally returned. Now we need not fear for our lives." As Lin Qingshan watched his daughter enter the house, he could not help but burst into laughter, his face alight with excitement. Previously, they had accepted money from the esteemed Master Qi Yun, compelling Lin Xian'er to become his disciple. To their dismay, this rebellious daughter resolutely refused to heed their wishes, adamantly refusing to become Master Qi Yun's apprentice. In fact, she even ran away from home, seeking refuge at the Tianjin sect. They had assumed that this defiant daughter would never return and that they would meet their demise at the hands of Master Qi Yun. To their astonishment, this very daughter, inexplicably transformed, had voluntarily returned, even expressing her desire to become Master Qi Yun's disciple. What a turn of events! They were spared from death. Who would have thought that they were on the brink of despair, only to have their daughter rush back to them? Now, she would take their place, allowing the family to survive. Zhang Xulian was also filled with delight, her joy unmistakable. "Father, mother, what are you doing standing there?" At this moment, a youth clad in tattered clothing, with a sharp face, approached from a distance. "Tianyu, you have returned. I have wonderful news for you. Your sister is back, and we need not perish," Zhang Xulian exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as she looked at the youth. This unremarkable young man was their son, Lin Tianyu. "Really? My sister has truly come back?" Lin Tianyu's eyes widened in disbelief, soon replaced by unrestrained joy. "Indeed, she is inside the house. Will we deceive you? But keep your voice down. We mustn't let this rebellious daughter hear us," Lin Qingshan cautioned, nodding earnestly. Yes, I will be quiet." Lin Tianyu craned his neck to glance into the house, lowering his voice immediately. However, a thought struck him, causing him to hesitate. "But mother, I heard that the daughter of Uncle Wang next door, who became Master Qi Yun's disciple, met a tragic end." Are we truly going to send my sister to him? You foolish child. It is better for her to perish than for us. If she does not die, we certainly will, Zhang Xuelian retorted, casting him an exasperated glance. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyu gritted his teeth and nodded resolutely. You are right, mother. Let her go then. Enough. You stay here and keep an eye on your sister. Do not let her escape. Your father and I will seek out Master Qiyun right away, aiming to send your sister to him by tomorrow, lest we prolong our fate. Zhang Xuelian instructed firmly, before taking Lin Qingshan's hand and departing. Chapter 13. Unable to alleviate the poison of the goo as night enveloped the world and a waning moon hung high in the sky, Lin Xian'er ceased her cultivation and slowly opened her eyes. Alas, without the divine essence pill to cleanse my meridians and marrow, my current pace of cultivation is exceedingly slow. She gently sighed, a hint of disappointment clouding her expression. Since returning home in the afternoon, with nothing to occupy her time, she had taken to refining her skills in her chamber. Yet, the sluggishness of her progress was utterly disheartening. It seems imperative that I seek to apprentice myself to the esteemed Master Qiyun at once, to request the divine essence pill. For only then can my cultivation speed truly accelerate, she murmured to herself, suddenly recalling an urgent thought. Furthermore, I must expel the heart-devouring goo from within me. Otherwise, I will be condemned to endure this relentless torment. Recalling the agony of the last goo outbreak sent shivers down Lin Xian'er's spine. At this moment, a singular thought consumed her, to hasten her apprenticeship with Master Qiyun, acquire the divine essence pill, cleanse her meridians, and undergo a metamorphosis. Then, she would expel the insidious creature from her body. She could no longer endure the excruciating pain that gnawed at her heart. Daughter, dinner is ready. Come out and eat. Just then, her mother, Zhang Xuelian, called from beyond the door. Lin Xian'er snapped back to reality, smiling as she replied, Yes, mother, I shall come out at once. She rose promptly and exited her room. In the sparsely furnished abode, a modest meal awaited on the table, a pot of vegetable soup, 2 plates of pickled vegetables, accompanied by a bowl of brown rice porridge. This was the family's dinner. Although the fare was simple and somewhat unpalatable, Lin Xian'er found great joy in it. Such flavors had not graced her palate in 3 millennia. By the way, father, mother, brother, I wish to apprentice myself to Master Qiyun without delay. As she dined, Lin Xian'er set down her utensils and spoke earnestly to her parents. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingshan, Zhang Xuelian, and Lin Tianyu were momentarily taken aback, gazing at her with astonishment. Soon after, excitement ignited in their eyes simultaneously. They had been grappling with how to broach the subject of her apprenticeship the following day, as it seemed rather inappropriate to push their daughter out into the world just after her return home. Yet, unexpectedly, Lin Xian'er had broached the topic herself. In an instant, elation flooded their hearts. Excellent. Daughter, since you are so eager to become an apprentice, we shall take you to Lingshu Mountain tomorrow to seek Master Qiyun's tutelage. Lin Qingshan quelled his excitement, striving to maintain composure. This rebellious daughter was hastening towards her own demise. How fortuitous, for they could send her off early the next morning, avoiding any prolonged distress. Oh, my daughter, Master Qiyun is a transcendent figure. You cannot go wrong in choosing him as your mentor. I have heard from neighboring villages that many young women have apprenticed themselves to Master Qiyun, each acquiring commendable skills. Zhang Xuelian beamed with joy, taking her daughter's hand with a fade of concern. In truth, she had long wished for her daughter to venture forth into peril. Indeed, dear sister, by taking the esteemed Master Qiyun as your mentor, you are destined to cultivate into an immortal, Lin Tianyu proclaimed, setting down his bowl and nodding in enthusiastic agreement. As he uttered these words, he could not suppress a smile. Become an immortal? Perhaps in another lifetime. None who have apprenticed under Master Qiyun have met with a fortunate fate. Observing her family's concern for her, Lin Xianyuan felt a wave of emotion swell within her. In her previous life, she had been foolish to defy her parents and insist on apprenticing under that Chen Yang. It was clear that Master Qiyun was the true sage beyond the mundane world, and she had foolishly overlooked him. How naive she had been. At this moment, she felt a profound regret for the decisions she had made in her past existence. Ultimately, the evening meal concluded amidst laughter and joy. Lin Xianyuan felt an overwhelming warmth, as she once again experienced the comfort of family after 3 millennia. The following morning, Lin Xianyuan was accompanied by her family as they departed the village. After traversing 10 miles of mountainous terrain and crossing several peaks, they finally arrived at the fabled Lingshu Mountain. The family quickly ascended to the summit, where they discovered a Taoist temple known as Qiyun Temple. There, Lin Xianyuan beheld the legendary Master Qiyun, a robust elder Taoist clad in a flowing black robe, his face etched with deep wrinkles and his hair and beard entirely white. Yet, he stood upright like a pine tree, exuding vitality. "You must be Lin Xianyuan?" Master Qiyun inquired, his gaze sparkling with an intensity that resembled that of a treasure, a fleeting glimmer of greed crossing his eyes. However, he concealed it well, allowing none of it to surface. "Yes, Master," Lin Xianyuan replied, kneeling before him, nodding earnestly with an expression of utmost seriousness. "From this day forth, you shall be my disciple," Master Qiyun declared. "Thank you, Master." Lin Xianyuan's face lit up with joy as a smile graced her lips. At last, she had become the disciple of Master Qiyun. Elation filled her heart. "Daughter, focus on your training under Master Qiyun. We shall take our leave now," Zhang Shulian and the others said, eager to depart upon witnessing her successful apprenticeship. "Yes, father, mother, brother, please travel safely. I will visit you often." Lin Xianyuan turned back, gazing longingly at her family. "Very well, do come home when you have the chance," Zhang Shulian, Lin Qingshan, and Lin Tianyu responded, their words casual and dismissive, though inwardly they could only chuckle. "Return home? Will you even be able to?" It would not be long before she would not even know how she perished. Now, they were solely intent on returning to squander the riches bestowed upon them by Master Qiyun. They were eager to acquire a residence in the city and live a life of affluence. With this thought in mind, their descent down the mountain grew increasingly urgent. Previously, they had refrained from spending the sum given by Master Qiyun, fearful that he might come seeking them for payment, and they would be unable to deliver. They had contemplated that if they could not provide the required tribute, perhaps returning the wealth to Master Qiyun might spare their lives. Now that Lin Xianyuan has returned and successfully taken on a mentor, they can lavishly squander their newfound wealth without hesitation. After her family departed, Lin Xianyuan felt a pang of emptiness within her. However, the thought that Lingshu Mountain was not far from home reassured her, for she could visit her family at any time. "Disciple, allow me to arrange your accommodation within the temple. We shall resume your training tomorrow," came the voice of the esteemed immortal Qiyun, pulling her thoughts back to the present. Lin Xianyuan raised her gaze to her master, a sense of urgency swelling within her as she recalled that she had yet to cleanse her meridians and the poisonous insects within her had not been expelled. She hastily bowed her head, her voice tinged with reverence as she spoke. "Master, I have something to say." Immortal Qiyun paused momentarily, then replied, "Speak your mind." Lin Xianyuan took a deep breath, then earnestly articulated, "Master, I am afflicted by the heart-devouring insect. The poison manifests every 3 days, bringing me excruciating pain. I beseech you, Master, to help me expel the insect from my body." In that moment, she believed that if immortal Qiyun was willing, he could immediately rid her of the insect. In her past life, when she had just become Chen Yang's disciple, he had swiftly expelled the insect, liberating her from torment. What Chen Yang could accomplish, surely immortal Qiyun could as well. The prospect of soon shedding the heart-devouring insect filled her with anticipation. However, upon hearing her plea, immortal Qiyun's brow furrowed slightly, his expression grave. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with a hint of reluctance. "It is unfortunate that you have fallen prey to the heart-devouring insect." Lin Xuanyuan's heart sank, a sense of foreboding rising within her. "What is the matter, Master?" she inquired anxiously. Sighing, immortal Qiyun replied, regrettably, "I am currently injured and my cultivation has yet to be restored. Thus, I am unable to expel the insect from your body at this time." His tone was laden with regret, as if he genuinely wished to assist Lin Xinyuan, but found himself powerless. In truth, he was not injured. This was merely an excuse. The insect within Lin Xinyuan was of his own design. How could he possibly assist her in expelling it? Such an act would thwart his own plans. Lin Xuanyuan's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression one of shock. She had anticipated that by becoming immortal Qi Yun's disciple, she could, much like her previous life, immediately rid herself of the insect. To her dismay, her new master was unable to assist her due to his supposed injury. In an instant, she felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The thought of enduring the torment of the heart-devouring insect once more drained the color from her face. Chapter 14. Truly a fool. Moments later, she clenched her teeth, still unwilling to give up. Master, when will your injuries heal? Once her master recovered, she would undoubtedly be able to expel the poisonous insect from her body. Just a little longer, she reassured herself. Chen Yang could help her, and surely the esteemed Master Qi Yun could do the same. She continued to comfort herself in her mind. Faced with Lin Xian'er's hopeful gaze, Master Qi Yun wore a troubled expression and shook his head helplessly. My injuries, I fear, will take at least 2 to 3 years to heal. That long? Lin Xian'er was instantly alarmed. She had thought that if she persevered a bit longer, once her master recovered, she could rid herself of the heart-devouring insect. To learn that her master needed 2 or 3 years to heal was a shocking revelation. The mere thought of enduring that excruciating pain for another 2 to 3 years filled her with despair. Every time the heart-devouring insect attacked, it felt as though she were teetering on the edge of death. The agony was beyond human endurance. Waiting another 2 or 3 years was more torturous than death itself. Master, is there truly no other way? Lin Xian'er gazed imploringly at her new master, her complexion pale. At that moment, she couldn't help but wonder if she had chosen Chen Yang as her master today. Surely, the insect would have been expelled by now. Alas, her master was not Chen Yang, but the esteemed Master Qi Yun. She would have to wait another 2 to 3 years. However, there was indeed a way. Suddenly, Master Qi Yun shifted his tone. Lin Xian'er's eyes lit up, as if she had grasped a lifeline, and she eagerly pressed, Master, what method? Master Qi Yun produced a book of techniques and handed it to her. Disciple, by cultivating this technique, you can alleviate the poison of the insect. This technique comprises 7 levels. Once you reach the 4th level, you will be able to expel the insect from your body on your own. Lin Xian'er hastily accepted the book and looked down, where she saw 5 bold characters on the cover, Blood Demon Heart Devouring Technique. Upon seeing these words, the smile on her face faltered slightly. She looked up at her master, hesitatingly asking, Master, this doesn't seem like a righteous technique, does it? The name certainly resembles a demonic art. How could my master, a transcendent being, possess such a technique? Noticing her doubt, Master Qi Yun spoke with solemnity. Disciple, this technique can counteract the poison within you. Although it is not a conventional technique, cultivating it is harmless to your body, and it is indeed a powerful method. You may cultivate it with confidence. Really, Master? Hearing that it could counteract the poison and was beneficial rather than harmful, Lin Xian'er found her resistance to the technique diminishing. As long as it could expel the insect, she could overlook its nature. Moreover, her master had assured her of its power and safety. Master Qi Yun was a transcendent being. He would not deceive her. With this thought, Lin Xian'er felt her worries dissipate. She must diligently cultivate this technique to reach the 4th level as soon as possible and expel the parasitic insect within her. By the way, Master, I have another request. Do you possess any divine origin pills? Lin Xian'er's immediate desire, aside from expelling the parasite, is to acquire the divine origin pill, an elixir capable of elevating her to the status of a prodigy. It is a dream she fervently wishes to realize. What pill? What is that? The venerable Qi Yun Xianzuan was taken aback, a hint of confusion crossing his aged visage. Master, have you never heard of the divine origin pill? Lin Xian'er was momentarily stunned, a flicker of anxiety gripping her heart. How could this be? Even Chen Yang possesses the divine origin pill. How could her new master, a true recluse, not have it? Never heard of it. Qi Yun Xianzuan shook his head. Lin Xian'er was flabbergasted. She couldn't believe that even the divine origin pill, which Chen Yang had, was unknown to Qi Yun Xianzuan, who had never even heard of it. Disciple, where did you learn of this divine origin pill? What exactly is it? Qi Yun Xianzuan inquired with curiosity. Lin Xianier's expression fell, her tone laced with disappointment. Master, the divine origin pill has the effect of cleansing the meridians and marrow, assisting one in a transformative rebirth, enabling them to become a prodigy. Upon hearing this, Qi Yun Xianzuan's face bore a contemplative expression. As he pondered, his eyes twinkled, and he suddenly smiled, saying, I see. It is merely a pill for cleansing the meridians and marrow. I have plenty of those. Master, you truly possess such a pill for cleansing the meridians and marrow? Lin Xianier exclaimed, her spirit renewed, her eyes sparkling with hope. Of course, Qi Yun Xianzuan replied, retrieving a pouch of pills from his storage bag. Disciple, this pill can cleanse the meridians and marrow, facilitating a rapid advancement in your cultivation. Just consume this pill, and within 2 months, you will be able to cultivate the blood demon heart devouring technique to the 4th level. Really? Lin Xianier gratefully accepted the pouch, which likely contained over 100 pills. Her master was indeed generous. Choosing him as her mentor was undoubtedly the right decision. In that moment, Lin Xianier felt that becoming Qi Yun Xianzuan's disciple was the most astute choice she could have made. Subsequently, eager to commence her training, Lin Xianier hurriedly departed. Qi Yun Xianzuan instructed his sole attendant, a young Taoist, to escort her to the rear courtyard and arrange a room for her. After Lin Xianier left, the once amiable expression on Qi Yun Xianzuan's face transformed into a sinister smirk. Ha! Truly a fool. It seems that within 2 months, I shall have another puppet. His reason for recruiting disciples was to transform them into his puppets. To these disciples, he was a reclusive sage, but in truth, his real identity was that of a poison master. 6 years ago, while passing through this area, he had planted heart-devouring worms in young girls within a 10-mile radius of Lingshu Mountain to create sufficient puppets. The heart-devouring worm is unique, unlike other parasites. It requires 5 to 8 years to mature from larva to adulthood. After a 6-year hiatus, he returned to this place, gathering all the girls upon whom he had once planted the heart-devouring insects as his disciples, crafting them into his puppets. The tome he bestowed upon Lin Xianier, titled Blood Demon Heart Devouring Technique, is a genuine malevolent martial art. Those who cultivate it will experience a swift enhancement of their combat prowess. However, the cost is steep. The practitioner will rapidly age, suffer from depleting vitality, endure skin decay, and ultimately devolve into a grotesque entity, neither human nor ghost. In the end, they shall become a mindless, soulless husk. Notably, this technique aligns perfectly with the heart-devouring insect residing within Lin Xianier. Not only does it augment her power, but it also fosters the growth and development of the heart-devouring insect. The elixirs he provided her are not just any ordinary potions capable of refining one's essence and marrow. They are blood fiend pills. These pills are specifically crafted as sustenance for the heart-devouring insect. Once Lin Xianier ingests them, the insect within her will be nourished and will rapidly reproduce. At that point, she will transform into a host, endlessly generating new heart-devouring larvae. Unbeknownst to Lin Xianier, she is currently in her chamber, eagerly immersing herself in the cultivation of the blood demon heart devouring technique. At this moment, her mind is singularly focused. She yearns only to master the technique to the 4th level, compelling the insect within her to emerge. Chapter 15. Renowned fame at the Sword of Heaven sect on the summit of Little Cloud Peak. Chen Yang devoted himself to rigorous training each day, steadfastly consolidating his cultivation. His mind was singularly focused, yearning for the moment he could attain enlightenment and become a saint. All other concerns paled in significance. Thus, he immersed himself in his practice. Day after day. Before he knew it, a month had slipped by. During this month, Chen Yang remained at Little Cloud Peak, never straying far, solely dedicated to his cultivation. With his relentless efforts and the abundant resources available in the system space, his foundation in the Yuan Dan realm grew increasingly solid. At times, He felt a subtle urge to break through, yet he refrained, intent on perfecting his Yuan Dan before taking that leap. Such meticulous preparation would fortify his path even further. Of course, it was not only Chen Yang's rapid progress that marked this month. His two newly accepted disciples displayed astonishing talent as well. In the brief span of a month, his eldest disciple, Li Qingyun, advanced to the 7th level of the Qi condensation realm, shattering historical records within the Sword of Heaven sect and earning the title of its most exceptional prodigy. His second disciple, Zhao Chuan, exhibited similarly remarkable speed, achieving the 6th level of the Qi condensation realm, not far behind his elder brother. In no time, these two disciples became the talk of the Sword of Heaven sect, their astonishing cultivation speed not only astounding the disciples of other peaks, but also capturing the attention of the elders, the sect leader, and even the grand elders. Their names spread swiftly across the peaks, known to all and sundry. Unsurprisingly, they became hot topics among the disciples. For the talents displayed by Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan were nothing short of extraordinary. It is worth noting that during this month, the sect leader's true disciples had only managed to reach the 5th level of the Qi condensation realm. Yet, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan outshone them significantly. However, Chen Yang remained largely indifferent to this commotion, as he had anticipated such outcomes. The two disciples, empowered by the divine Yuan pill, were destined to emerge as prodigies. In his previous life, his 6 rebellious disciples had similarly revealed their formidable talents after consuming the divine Yuan pill, each one becoming a radiant star within the Sword of Heaven sect. This lifetime, it was merely a matter of Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan taking on that mantle. One day, upon returning to his quarters, Chen Yang found Li Qingyun diligently tidying up the room. Observing his eldest disciple's focused demeanor, Chen Yang felt no surprise. Ever since Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan had joined him at Little Cloud Peak, they had taken it upon themselves to alternate in maintaining his living space, even washing and folding his clothes. They had become attentive caretakers, and Chen Yang had grown accustomed to their devoted assistance. He remained silent, making his way to the table and slowly taking a seat on the stool. Upon hearing the footsteps, Li Qingyun turned to look. When he saw Chen Yang, he was momentarily taken aback, but quickly set aside the broom and bowed deeply. Disciple greets the master. Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Enough, continue your cleaning." "Yes, master." Li Qingyun nodded and resumed tidying up the room. Chen Yang picked up the teapot from the table and poured himself a cup of tea. As he sipped slowly, he observed Li Qingyun's meticulous cleaning. Li Qingyun was thorough and earnest in his efforts, ensuring that the room was spotless each time. Watching him, Chen Yang couldn't help but reflect on his 6 rebellious disciples. In his previous life, after taking them under his wing, those 6 had never shown concern for him, let alone clean his quarters. They had only approached him to demand various cultivation resources. If Chen Yang failed to provide satisfactory resources, they would complain behind his back. In contrast, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, having joined his fold for just a month, had never asked him for anything. They diligently practiced without needing his supervision and took turns cleaning his room, allowing Chen Yang, as their master, to remain unburdened by such trifles. After half an hour, the room was immaculate, thanks to Li Qingyun's efforts. "Master, I shall take my leave now," Li Qingyun said respectfully. Go ahead." Chen Yang replied with a slight nod and a smile. Li Qingyun promptly took the broom and headed towards the door. Suddenly, Chen Yang recalled something and called out to him. "Wait." Li Qingyun turned back in confusion. "Master, what is it?" Chen Yang spoke gently. "You must have exhausted your cultivation resources from last month. Please go fetch Zhao Chuan. I will provide you with this month's resources." In truth, Chen Yang should have given them the resources a couple of days prior. The other disciples from different peaks had already received theirs, while only the disciples from Shaoyan Peak had yet to be attended to. Chen Yang had simply forgotten amidst his own training. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan were quite honest and unassuming. Even without asking, they never sought out Chen Yang for anything. "Yes, master." Li Qingyun hesitated briefly, then nodded and departed. Shortly thereafter, Li Qingyun returned with Zhao Chuan. Disciple greets the master. Both bowed deeply, their demeanor radiating utmost respect. Chen Yang acknowledged. then casually produced 2 bags of spirit stones and several bottles of elixirs. Here, these are your cultivation resources for this month. Thank you, Master. The two received the items respectfully and bowed in gratitude. All right, you may leave, Chen Yang gestured, signaling that they could go. Yes. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan turned and departed. As Chen Yang watched the retreating figures of his 2 disciples, he couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. Why was there such a stark contrast among disciples? In his previous life, those 6 rebellious students had never known gratitude. Rather than regarding him as a master, they treated him as a mere vessel, incessantly draining his resources. They would constantly demand cultivation materials from him. In contrast, the current 2 disciples accepted whatever Chen Yang provided without complaint, diligently practicing while also attending to his daily needs. After a month of interaction, Chen Yang found these 2 disciples rather commendable, certainly far superior to those 6 ingrates. However, it was unfortunate that Chen Yang's heart had been deeply wounded by those 6 traitorous students in his past life. Thus, in this life, he held little enthusiasm for taking on disciples. The primary reason he accepted Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan was merely to comply with the regulations of the Tianjin sect. His initial intention was simply to accept them, but he would not invest the same fervor in nurturing them as he had in his previous life. Chen Yang would provide them with a certain amount of cultivation resources, but the extent of his generosity would depend solely on his mood. He would not, as in the past, wholeheartedly guide his disciples or tirelessly supervise their training. Under his tutelage, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan would rely entirely on their own efforts for cultivation. As for the heights they might ultimately reach, that would depend on their own fortitude. Nevertheless, both of them had undergone a profound transformation, refining their very essence. It was reasonable to assume that their future achievements would be far from modest. Furthermore, their dedication to cultivation surpassed that of his previous rebellious students. They practiced diligently each day without requiring Chen Yang's prodding. Such individuals were destined to achieve great strides in the future. Chapter 16. We were all mistaken indeed. I wonder how many levels those 2 ingrates have reached in their cultivation of the qi condensation stage. Observing the remarkable progress of his 2 disciples, Chen Yang could not help but reminisce about his 2 rebellious students. It has been a month since Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin joined the Qingming Peak. I wonder how far they have advanced in their cultivation of the qi condensation stage. However, those 2 ingrates lack the God origin pills to cleanse their meridians and strengthen their foundations. Their innate talents and roots are quite ordinary. It is likely that they have only managed to break through to the 2nd level of qi condensation at most. This is not a reflection of Chen Yang's disdain for them, but rather a recognition that their roots have predetermined their limitations. After a month of cultivation, reaching the 2nd level of qi condensation would be their ceiling. In fact, Chen Yang had perhaps overestimated his 2 rebellious students. Currently, after a month of training, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin remain stuck at the 1st level of qi condensation, having failed to make any breakthroughs. This predicament has left the 2 women in a state of distress. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was beset by turmoil, unable to focus on her cultivation. Despite a month of relentless effort, she still found herself trapped at the 1st level of qi condensation. The weight of the setback was overwhelmingly heavy. It is worth noting that in her previous life, by this time, she had already broken through to the 7th level of qi condensation. Yet now, she had been stagnating at the 1st level for an entire month. No matter how hard she tried to cultivate, she had made no progress whatsoever, which only intensified her frustration. Suddenly, the sound of the door creaking open interrupted her thoughts. Lu Ruyan lifted her gaze to find her junior sister, Zhou Qingmin, approaching. Sister, I am so troubled. I cannot seem to break through. Zhou Qingmin entered with a furrowed brow, lamenting her predicament, her demeanor fraught with impatience and urgency. In her previous life, she had already reached the 6th level of qi condensation by this point, yet now she remained ensnared at the 1st level. This was a reality she found impossible to accept. Alas, I too am unable to break through. Lu Ruyan sighed, her face etched with worry. She could not reconcile herself with such an outcome. In her previous life, she had been a prodigy, her cultivation speed unmatched, far outpacing her contemporaries. Others aspiring to surpass her were merely dreaming. Yet now, most of her peers who had joined Qingming Peak around the same time had already advanced to the second level of qi condensation, with some exceptionally gifted individuals even reaching the third level. Meanwhile, both Xi and Zhou Qingmin remained stagnant at the first level of qi condensation, with any prospect of breaking through to the second level still far off. How could she accept such a crushing blow? Sister, it seems that without the god origin pills, we are even inferior to ordinary disciples. Zhou Qingmin lamented, her head drooping in despair. At this moment, she came to a profound realization. Without the god origin pills, she was nothing. Her prior ascension to a position of excellence had been entirely reliant on Chen Yang's provision of those pills, which had transformed them into paragons of talent. Now, stripped of such advantages, they were reduced to their original selves. The thought of her future cultivation speed being so painfully slow filled Zhou Qingmin with a deep sense of despondency. With the current pace of their cultivation, it remains uncertain when they might reach the heights they once attained in their previous life. Achieving enlightenment and becoming a saint seems an even more distant aspiration. To their astonishment, the divine essence pill, which they previously overlooked, could indeed alter the course of their fates. They had believed themselves to be inherently gifted, attributing their cultivation resources provided by Chen Yang as mere embellishments. However, it has become painfully clear that they were profoundly mistaken. Lu Ruoyan shook her head with a sigh, now recognizing the truth of her own abilities. She was not a prodigy at all. In fact, her talent was inferior even to that of ordinary disciples. In their previous life, their ascendance to the unparalleled pride of the Heavenly Sword sect was solely due to Chen Yang's nurturing. Without him, they too would find themselves lost among the masses. Senior sister, what shall we do? I desire the divine essence pill. Zhou Qingmin bit her lip, her expression filled with urgency as she gazed at Lu Ruoyan. Having tasted the sweetness of being exceptional in their previous life, she could scarcely bear her current mediocrity. Moreover, in her previous life, she had been an emperor. Yet now, with her current rate of cultivation, the notion of becoming an emperor again felt utterly fanciful. Thus, her mind was consumed with thoughts of the divine essence pill, yearning to transform her circumstances and return to the trajectory of her past life. To once again become the center of admiration, and ultimately, to cultivate into a renowned emperor, achieving enlightenment and sanctification. Seeing Zhou Qingmin's desperate demeanor, Lu Ruoyan opened her mouth, wishing to speak but ultimately managed only, I too desire it. However, the divine essence pill is solely possessed by Chen Yang. She did not elaborate further. Yet her meaning was abundantly clear. To obtain the divine essence pill, they would need to seek out Chen Yang. There was no alternative. Zhou Qingmin understood her implication. Her complexion draining of color. The thought of approaching Chen Yang for the divine essence pill was tantamount to a death sentence in her mind. She had no desire to encounter him. Having been reborn, she wished to sever all ties with him. Likewise, Lu Ruoyan fell silent. After her rebirth, she had finally liberated herself from the grasp of the master she despised. The prospect of seeking out Chen Yang again was unthinkable. The room fell into a prolonged silence. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Ruoyan spoke softly. Junior sister, perhaps we should consult our master to see if we can acquire additional cultivation resources. In the absence of the divine essence pill, they could only rely on supplementary resources to hasten their cultivation. Indeed, it appears we have no other choice. Zhou Qingmin nodded gently, her expression tinged with melancholy. What she desired most was solely the divine essence pill. Any additional cultivation resources would merely provide a slight acceleration in her progress. Once those resources were depleted, they would revert to their original state. Only the divine essence pill could truly alter their destinies. Yet, it was in Chen Yang's possession, and currently, they were unwilling to face him. Thus, their only recourse was to depend on other cultivation resources to enhance their speed of advancement. Immediately, the two women departed, setting out to seek resources from their master. In truth, they had already claimed their cultivation resources for the month just a few days prior. However, The meager amount of resources had been exhausted within 2 days. To expedite their training, they required a continuous influx of cultivation materials. Soon, they found their master, Qi Wuji, within a grand hall. Accompanying him was their senior sister, Yang Yuyan. Disciple pays respects to the master. The two hurriedly approached Qi Wuji, bowing deeply in unison, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. Yet, upon noticing Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin, Qi Wuji's expression soured considerably. The benevolent countenance he once wore transformed into one devoid of emotion, his gaze notably indifferent. "What brings you two to me?" Qi Wuji inquired impatiently. Ever since he had learned of these disciples' character during their last encounter on Shaoyan Peak, his impression of them had plummeted to the lowest depths. Similarly, Yang Yian's countenance soured upon seeing the two women, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. Chapter 17. The frustration of insufficient resources. Lu Ruyin looked up at her master's indifferent expression and carefully organized her words before speaking. "Master, both of us have been progressing slowly in our cultivation and feel that the resources provided are rather insufficient. Might you consider granting us some additional resources for our training?" "Yes, Master," Zhou Qingmin chimed in. "The monthly resources from the sect are far too meager and barely suffice. Could you please provide us with some extra resources so we can accelerate our cultivation speed?" Unaware of her master's displeasure, Zhou Qingmin launched into a complaint, assuming it was her right to request more resources. Upon hearing their words, Qi Wuji's expression darkened immediately. "You two, claiming to struggle with your cultivation, come to me for resources. Do you believe this is appropriate?" "Of course it is. You are our master, and when we face difficulties in our training, it is only natural for you to assist us. You agree with me, don't you, Master?" Zhou Qingmin nodded, seemingly oblivious to her master's growing anger, while attempting to ingratiate herself with Qi Wuji with a playful grin. Noticing her master's discontent, Lu Ruyin quickly tugged at Zhou Qingmin's sleeve, signaling her to silence. She then respectfully addressed Qi Wuji. "Master, we sincerely feel that the cultivation resources are insufficient, which is why we have come to seek your guidance. We humbly request your assistance." With her head bowed and a modest demeanor, Lu Ruyin spoke earnestly. "Huh." Qi Wuji gazed at the two young women, both amused and exasperated. In an instant, his demeanor shifted to one of stern authority, and he chastised them sharply. "So, you believe it is acceptable to come to me for more resources simply because you are struggling? Do you have any idea how many disciples reside on Qingming Peak? If every one of them behaved as you do, how would I maintain my role as a master? Furthermore, the allocation of resources for each disciple is strictly regulated by the sect. Others manage with the same allotment without pestering me. On what grounds do you presume to ask for more? Besides, the sect just distributed this month's resources a few days ago, and you come to me already? Given your rate of consumption, who could possibly assist you? If you wish to break through swiftly, you must focus on your cultivation rather than seeking shortcuts. I truly regret having taken you both as my disciples." Qi Wuji delivered his reprimand without reservation, leaving the two women feeling utterly humiliated, unable to lift their heads. After finishing, he snorted coldly and stormed away in anger. Yang Yuyan, observing the two despondent figures standing there with their heads bowed in distress, could not help but mock them. "You two are truly shameless, demanding resources from a master as if it were your right. Instead of dedicating your thoughts to cultivation, you merely seek shortcuts. No wonder you were reprimanded." Feeling refreshed after her scolding, Yang Yuyan cast a disdainful glance at the two before turning on her heel and departing. "Ah, this is infuriating." After Qi Wuji and Yang Yuyan departed, Zhou Qingmin was immediately consumed by rage, stamping her feet in place, unable to suppress her gritted teeth, her face etched with indignation. Once she, Zhou Qingmin, was a renowned emperor, revered across the realms. Who would dare to disrespect her? When had she ever endured such humiliation? Moreover, in her view, they were disciples of Qi Wuji. It was his obligation to oversee their cultivation. Seeking cultivation resources from Qi Wuji was entirely justified. Yet, not only did he refuse them, but he also reprimanded them harshly. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. At that moment, she felt as though her very lungs would burst from fury. Qi Wujing was utterly outrageous. As his disciples, he neglected them and even dared to scold them. In her previous life, he wouldn't have even been worthy of holding her shoes. Lu Ruyan, though more composed than Zhou Qingmin, was equally incensed. She was the emperor of smoke. In her past life, figures like Qi Wujing were nothing more than insignificant ants before her. Now, however, he had trampled her dignity beneath his feet. The anger she felt was indescribable. Indeed, he was their master. What was wrong with them requesting cultivation resources from him? In her previous life, whenever they sought resources from Chen Yang, he always obliged without hesitation. Zhou Qingmin's chest heaved as she gasped for breath, her mind racing back to Qi Wujing's stern demeanor. She recalled how, in her past life, they frequently asked Chen Yang for resources, and he always provided. Sometimes, he even worried they might run short and would give them extra. Compared to Chen Yang, Qi Wujing, as a master, was miserly to the extreme. Yes, that Chen fellow never neglected them. When they trained under him, they never had to worry about lacking resources. In light of Chen Yang, what kind of master was Qi Wujing? Lu Rian instinctively blurted out her thoughts. However, as they regained their composure, the two women suddenly realized they had just spoken well of Chen Yang. No, that Chen fellow wasn't a good person either. Although he had never deprived them of resources, he had often been overbearing, reprimanding them daily. Zhou Qingmin wore an expression of defiance. She would not concede to Chen Yang's merits. If Qi Wujing was not a good master, then Chen Yang was no better. Indeed, both Chen Yang and Qi Wujing were unworthy. If Chen Yang truly cared for her, then why did he delay in giving her the final chapter of the Nine Heavens' mysterious spirit art? Lu Ruyan also shook her head, rejecting any notion of Chen Yang's goodness. In her previous life, she had cultivated to the level of an emperor. Yet Chen Yang had still withheld the last part of the technique from her. This filled her heart with resentment towards him as a master. The two women lingered in discontent, exchanging grievances before turning away in frustration. Instead of returning to their wooden cottage to cultivate, they chose to sit idly on a nearby step. "Sister, what are we to do now? Qi Wujing refuses to provide us with cultivation resources. And without the divine yuan pills, how shall we ever ascend to the second layer of the Qi condensation realm?" Zhou Qingmin lamented, her head hanging low, her expression one of profound despondency. A month ago, upon her rebirth, she had been filled with lofty aspirations and a sense of fulfillment, believing that with the experiences of her past life, they would swiftly rise to greatness, cultivating into emperors and ultimately attaining sainthood, thereby astonishing all. Yet now, 1 month later, they remained stuck at the first layer of the Qi condensation realm, making no progress whatsoever. This stark contrast had dealt a harsh blow to their spirits, extinguishing the fervor she once possessed. Chapter 18. Chen Yang, an exemplary master junior sister, do not lose heart. Although we lack the divine origin pills, and Qi Wujing does not provide us with cultivation resources, we still possess the invaluable experience from our previous lives. That is our greatest asset. As long as we continue our training, we can undoubtedly reach the heights we achieve in our past existence and ultimately attain the path of sanctification. Despite her own frustrations, Lu Ruyan mustered her spirits and gently patted Zhou Qingmin's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Her inherently tenacious nature shone through. She had been resilient in her past life and would be in this one as well. After her rebirth, she was confident that even without Chen Yang's assistance, she could still cultivate to become an emperor and achieve enlightenment. A minor setback would not compel her to bow her head in defeat. That was simply inconceivable. Is it truly possible for us to achieve the status of emperors like in our last life? Zhou Qingmin turned to gaze at her senior sister, her expression reflecting a flicker of uncertainty. Could they genuinely replicate the glories of their previous existence? Yes, it is indeed possible, Lu Ruyan affirmed with a firm nod, her conviction unwavering. Zhou Qingmin pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Yet internally, she repeatedly questioned herself. Is it truly possible? At that moment, a group of disciples approached from a distance, engaged in lively conversation. "Have you heard? Our sect has produced 2 exceptional prodigies who, within just a month, have reached the 7th and 6th levels of qi condensation. Is that true? How astonishing. They are genuine prodigies. I heard their names are Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, both disciples of Shaoyan Peak. Their cultivation speed is nothing short of monstrous, even surpassing the true disciples of the sect leader. My goodness, that is truly alarming. Within a mere month, they've achieved the 7th level of qi condensation. I strain every day and have only reached the 3rd level. How are they managing this? Indeed, it's infuriating to compare. I'm still at the 2nd level. These two are remarkable. Such prodigious talent surely guarantees their future as emperors, perhaps even saints. Oh, how I wish I possessed such extraordinary cultivation aptitude. As these disciples passed by Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin, their voices faded into the distance. However, their words pierced the hearts of the two women like sharp needles. Oof. What is so impressive about Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan? If it weren't for the divine origin pills, would they even be considered prodigies? Zhou Qingmin huffed, her expression one of defiance and envy. Without those pills, their cultivation speed might not surpass ours at all. Indeed, with the aid of the divine origin pills, they have become the center of attention. But what truly defines a prodigy? Lu Ruyin echoed, her own sense of indignation mirroring Zhou Qingmin's sentiments. The prodigies of the heavenly sword sect are they. Yet now, they have been overshadowed by Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. This reality stirs within her a tumult of resentment and bitterness. The title of prodigy was rightfully theirs, and now it has been usurped by others. This sentiment breeds a jealousy that borders on madness. Were it not for having that Chen as their master, they might still be struggling to harness their inner energy. The current acclaim of prodigy is utterly unfounded. Zhou Qingmin scoffed, lamenting that everything Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan now enjoy should have belonged to them. Without Chen Yang, who would even know who Li Qingyun or Zhao Chuan are? All of this is due to Chen Yang's influence. Yes, they merely found a good master to elevate them to prodigy status. There is nothing praiseworthy in that. Lu Ruyin wholeheartedly agreed, utterly oblivious to the fact that she had just silently acknowledged Chen Yang as a competent master. In fact, she even considered him a worthy mentor. Wait, senior sister, how can you say that Chen is a good master? Zhou Qingmin, who had just nodded in agreement, suddenly realized that her own senior sister had praised Chen Yang as a good master. This was unacceptable. What merit did Chen Yang possess? He was hardly a good master. Lu Ruyin paused for a moment, then quickly corrected herself. Junior sister, I misspoke just now. Chen Yang is definitely not a good master. Zhou Qingmin nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is no good master. He is a scoundrel. Achoo! At the top of Shaoyan Peak, within a cool pavilion, Chen Yang was sipping tea when he suddenly sneezed several times. Am I catching a cold? He scratched his head in confusion, then realized, no, I have reached the essence core realm. How could I possibly catch a cold? It must be some wretched soul cursing me behind my back. Chen Yang expressed his irritation. His current physical condition rendered him immune to illness. Such inexplicable sneezing must indicate that someone is speaking ill of him. Of course, it is also possible that someone is thinking of him. However, Chen Yang was acutely self-aware, without a partner and not pursuing other women. How could anyone possibly miss him? Thus, the only conclusion was that someone was indeed cursing him. It was undoubtedly those ungrateful disciples of his who harbored resentment towards him. Besides them, no one else would dare to insult him. Chen Yang quickly concluded, unable to contain his ire. These fools, even after being reborn, still dare to curse me. Just wait. You better not come seeking my help in the future, or you will regret it. Chen Yang was fully aware that without his assistance, these wayward disciples would find it nearly impossible to reach the emperor realm. Therefore, if they wished to achieve the heights of their former lives, they had no option but to seek Chen Yang's aid. The audacity to curse him now would surely lead to their regret later. Elder Chen, what is the matter? Why are you so angry alone? At that moment, a clear and ethereal female voice echoed from a distance. Chen Yang turned his head and beheld a woman clad in a flowing white robe, her countenance strikingly beautiful, soaring towards him on a flying sword. In the blink of an eye, she arrived before him. This enchanting figure, draped in white, stood tall and graceful. Her exaggerated curves captivating enough to ensnare one's gaze at first sight. The sheer allure of her physique left onlookers in awe. Yet, her visage was even more breathtaking. It was a delicate oval face, with skin as white as snow and exquisitely defined features, particularly her pair of bright, expressive eyes that sparkled with intelligence while exuding a hint of the alluring charm characteristic of a mature woman. Her extraordinary beauty surpassed even that of his 6 rebellious disciples. However, the woman's demeanor was exceedingly aloof, and she emanated an air of authority that made it unwise for anyone to approach too closely or entertain any impure thoughts. "Ah, esteemed sect leader, what brings you here?" Chen Yang inquired, a note of surprise in his voice as he hastily rose to greet her. This woman was none other than Yun Yan, the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, the sole female sect leader among the 10 great sects of the southern wilderness. Chapter 19. The disciples' reluctance. With a sense of leisure, I decided to visit your modest Yunfeng. Yun Yan's lips curled into a gentle smile as she casually responded, "Oh, is that so? Please, sit down, Sectmaster." Chen Yang invited her to take a seat, then lifted the teapot to pour her a cup of tea. As Yun Yan gracefully settled down, her delicate hand grasped the teacup, and she took a gentle sip. Subsequently, she cast a glance at Chen Yang and, in a seemingly nonchalant tone, remarked, "By the way, Elder Chen, I have heard that your 2 disciples possess extraordinary talents. In just a month's time, they have each reached the 7th and 6th levels of qi condensation. Even my most esteemed disciples cannot compare." Upon hearing this, Chen Yang paused, his tea drinking interrupted. He realized that Yun Yan's unexpected visit to his humble abode was far from trivial. Indeed, before she had even warmed her seat, she was already eager to inquire about his 2 disciples. At that moment, Chen Yang disowned her true intention. She had set her sights on his disciples, likely wishing to claim them for herself. After all, the prodigious talents displayed by his disciples were nothing short of remarkable. Chen Yang's ability to deduce her motives stemmed from his previous life, where he had encountered a similar situation. Not long after he had taken Lu Ruyan, Zhou Qingmin, and Lin Xianair as his disciples, Yin Yan had unexpectedly visited Yunfeng, proposing to transfer all 3 of them to her sect. In that lifetime, Chen Yang had unhesitatingly refused her request. After all, it was he who had painstakingly transformed those 3 from wastrels into paragons of excellence through the use of divine essence pills. How could he relinquish them so easily? Ultimately, due to his unwavering stance, Yun Yan departed in disappointment without even catching a glimpse of his talented disciples. However, in this rebirth, Chen Yang found himself contemplating a different perspective. "Sectmaster, what is it that you truly wish to convey?" Chen Yang leisurely sipped his tea, feigning ignorance and not rushing to clarify the matter. Yun Yan pondered for a moment before her expression grew serious, stating, "Elder Chen, the reason for my visit is indeed to express my interest in your 2 disciples. I wish to take them under my wing and make them true disciples of the Tianjin sect. Rest assured, I will not take advantage of you without compensation. Feel free to voice any requests you may have, and I will do my utmost to fulfill them." Upon hearing this, Chen Yang's countenance remained tranquil. In his previous life, he would have already confronted the sectmaster at this juncture. Yet now, Chen Yang simply replied with a faint smile, "Sectmaster, if you wish to take my 2 disciples as your apprentices, I have no objections, but we must first consider their willingness." As for this matter, Chen Yang held a nonchalant attitude. Having been reborn, he had little interest in accepting disciples. His initial acceptance of Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan was merely to appease Yun Yan and comply with the regulations of the Tianjin sect. Now that Yun Yan wished to transfer these 2 disciples to her sect, Chen Yang found no reason to oppose it. Without disciples, he would find leisure in the future, allowing him to devote himself entirely to cultivation. However, such matters should still be discussed with the parties involved. "Very well, Elder Chen, where are your 2 disciples? Let us inquire about their thoughts at once." Yun Yan rose immediately, displaying an eagerness to proceed. "All right then." Chen Yang finished his last sip of tea and stood up as well. In an instant, the 2 figures soared into the air, transforming into 2 streaks of light. swiftly landing before the two caves on the back mountain. Chen Yang's disciples typically resided within these caves for their cultivation. Qingyin, Zhao Chuan, come out for a moment. I have matters to discuss with you. Chen Yang's gentle voice echoed into the cave. Soon, the two disciples emerged. Upon seeing Yun Yin standing beside Chen Yang, both were momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully. Disciple Li Qingyun pays respects to master and the sect leader. Disciple Zhao Chuan pays respects to master and the sect leader. Chen Yang softly replied, "Rise." Yes. The two disciples immediately stood up. Chen Yang glanced at Yun Yin beside him, then at the two disciples who wore puzzled expressions, pondering for a moment before slowly speaking. Qingyin, Zhao Chuan, today the sect leader has approached me, wishing to take you both under her wing as her disciples. I wonder if you would be willing? Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan exchanged glances, their expressions filled with astonishment. They had been cultivating peacefully on this small Yun peak, and now they were suddenly being told that they were to change masters. This left them momentarily bewildered. Noticing their silence, Yun Yin stepped forward, her gaze filled with admiration for them. Li Qingyun, Zhao Chuan, should you choose to join my sect, you will become true disciples of the Tianjin sect. Your status within the sect will not only be elevated, but you will also receive greater resources for cultivation. This will greatly benefit your progress. What do you think? Yun Yin concluded, looking expectantly at them. Disciples like Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, who were exceptionally talented, were coveted by many. Even though she was the sect leader and already had a remarkable prodigy under her tutelage, she still hoped to gain Chen Yang's two disciples. In her eyes, their talents far surpassed that of her own disciple. However, after exchanging glances, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan seemed to reach a silent agreement and simultaneously knelt down. We are unwilling, they declared in unison, their expressions resolute. Yin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, frozen in place. She had anticipated that her willingness to accept Chen Yang's two disciples would lead them to eagerly embrace her as their master. After all, this was a fortuitous opportunity. They should not refuse. Yet, she did not expect them to reject her without a moment's hesitation. Even Chen Yang could not help but be startled momentarily. Clearly, their attitudes took him by surprise. Yun Yin hastily urged, Li Qingyun, Zhao Chuan, by pledging your allegiance to my sect, you will become true disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. In the future, your status within the sect will surpass that of all other disciples. Furthermore, an abundance of resources will be allocated to you. Do you comprehend the significance of this? Gazing at the two prodigious disciples before her, Yun Yin could hardly contain her desire to recruit them. Thus, even though they firmly declined her offer, she felt compelled to persist in her heartfelt persuasion. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan lifted their heads and replied in unison, we appreciate the sect master's goodwill, but we would prefer to remain on Little Cloud Peak. Chapter 20. Can this cultivation method truly suppress the heart-eating goo? Thank you, Master Xie, for your kind intentions, but I still wish to remain on Shaoyan Peak. The resolve of the two individuals was unwavering, their determination palpable. They were acutely aware of the implications of joining the Masteress sect. However, in their eyes, had it not been for Chen Yang selecting them from among hundreds of candidates, they would never have had the privilege to enter one of the 7 great peaks. Indeed, aside from Shaoyan Peak, the elders of the other 6 peaks were disinclined to accept them as disciples. Only Chen Yang had extended that opportunity to them. Moreover, they recognized that their innate talents and potential were rather modest. Without Chen Yang bestowing upon each of them a divine essence pill, how could they have ascended to the status of extraordinary prodigies? Chen Yang had altered the trajectory of their lives. It could be said that, without his intervention, they would still be languishing among the lesser peaks, merely ordinary among countless disciples, with no hope of ever reaching Shaoyan Peak. While joining the Master S sect would elevate their status, grant them access to greater resources for cultivation, and provide broader opportunities for growth, they could not turn their backs on their benefactor. Furthermore, they were already content to remain on Shaoyan Peak. They had no desire to venture elsewhere or change masters. Yun Yin, momentarily at a loss for words, regarded the two with a mixture of frustration and resignation. With a deep sigh, she conceded, Very well, if you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter further. Ultimately, she acquiesced to their wishes. There was no way she could compel them to accept her as their master. Disheartened, Yin departed from Shaoyan Peak. After her departure, Chen Yang gazed at his two disciples, feeling a swell of emotion. He had not anticipated that they would resist temptation and steadfastly refuse the master's offer, choosing him as their mentor instead. Had it been the rebellious disciples from his previous life, he mused, they would have eagerly accepted the change, for to them, such an opportunity would have been too precious to overlook. In truth, their acceptance into the master's sect could have been advantageous, greatly benefiting their cultivation. Chen Yang regarded his disciples with a complicated expression. To be honest, he had not shown the same level of kindness to these two as he had to his former rebellious disciples. Yet, the loyalty of these two surpassed that of the former by countless degrees. Master, since we have pledged ourselves to you, we cannot serve another. You are our master for life, Li Qingyun proclaimed as he knelt, his voice resolute. Indeed, master, without you, we would never have reached the 7 great peaks. Our achievements today are entirely due to your assistance. We will not seek another master, Zhao Chuan echoed, bowing his head with unwavering determination. Observing their earnest expressions, Chen Yang chose not to utter another word. Instead, he retrieved 2 bags of pills from the system space. Enough. Rise to your feet. Here are 2 bags of qi gathering pills. Take them for your cultivation. Chen Yang handed the elixirs to the 2 individuals. After all, these qi gathering pills were merely the most rudimentary of potions, useful only for those of the condensation realm, and he had no need for them within his system space. Thus, he decided to bestow them upon the 2. Yes, thank you, master. The 2 received the pills with deep respect, bowing in gratitude. Chen Yang said nothing, merely casting a lingering gaze upon them before turning to depart. Meanwhile, at Lingshu Mountain within the Taoist temple, Lin Xiner had been diligently practicing to expel the goo worms from her body for the past month. She consumed the elixirs given to her by the esteemed Qi Yun every day. At this moment, she sat cross-legged on her bed, immersed in her rigorous training. Suddenly, Lin Xiner opened her eyes, her brows furrowing deeply. Damn it, the heart-eating goo is acting up again. In the next instant, a torturous pain akin to being gnawed and torn had erupted from her heart. The agony struck swiftly, overwhelming her senses. Despite her clenched teeth, a pain scream escaped her lips. Almost immediately, the torment intensified. It felt as though countless goo worms were simultaneously devouring her heart. Lin Xiner could no longer bear it. Veins bulged on her forehead, and beads of sweat the size of pearls erupted forth, her complexion paling dramatically. She tumbled from her bed, rolling on the ground with her hand pressed against her chest, writhing in agony. As she rolled, her cries of despair echoed within the cramped room. Why does it hurt so much? Lin Xiner screamed frantically, her movements wild as she thrashed on the floor, even resorting to beating the ground with her fists in her torment. Yet the pain did not relent. Instead, it surged with greater ferocity. Lin Xiner gritted her teeth, enduring the agony, oblivious to the blood trickling from her bitten lips, her hair and clothes soaked in sweat. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the torment began to wane. Lying on the floor, she stared blankly at the ceiling, gasping for breath. At that moment, she was drenched in sweat, utterly devoid of strength. Why, after cultivating the blood demon heart-eating technique, has this goo poison not been suppressed? Why? She lay on the ground, murmuring to herself, her voice laced with confusion. For an entire month, she had consumed the elixirs provided by Qi Yun and trained relentlessly in the blood demon heart-eating technique, never daring to slacken her efforts. The results were apparent. In just a month, she had advanced to the 2nd layer of the technique, and even since the imminent prospect of a breakthrough, Lin Xiner estimated that in a few days, she would ascend to the 3rd layer. However, the more she practiced the blood demon heart-eating technique, the more she sensed something was amiss. Firstly, the celestial master Qi Yun stated that this technique could subdue the poisonous insect within her body. Once she cultivated it to the 4th level, she would be able to expel the insect on her own. However, she had only reached the 2nd level. nearing a breakthrough to the third. Yet the heart-eating insect within her remained unrestrained. On the contrary, Lin Xian'er distinctly sensed that as she delved deeper into this practice, the insect within her became increasingly active. Originally, it had manifested every 3 days, but after cultivating the blood demon heart-eating technique, the intervals gradually shortened to 2 days, then to 1 day. Just a few days ago, it escalated to twice a day, and yesterday, it culminated in 3 episodes within a single day. Furthermore, with each passing moment, the agony accompanying the onset of the poison intensified beyond previous thresholds, rendering her pain unbearable. On several occasions, she felt as though she might perish from the torment. There were even moments when she contemplated ending her own life. Could this technique truly suppress the heart-eating insect? At that moment, doubt began to creep into Lin Xian'er's heart. She lay on the ground, resting for a considerable time before regaining a modicum of strength. Chapter 21. The passage of time, she propped herself against the cabinet to rise, but suddenly caught a glimpse of her disheveled reflection in the copper mirror atop the wooden cupboard. Hair unkempt, drenched in sweat, face smeared with dirt, and lips stained with blood, she appeared utterly wretched. Yet, at that moment, her attention was not directed at her own disarray. As she gazed into the mirror, she was struck with disbelief. How could it be? Her face seemed to have aged further. Tenderly, she touched her visage, murmuring softly in disbelief. Over the course of this month, as she practiced the techniques bestowed by the esteemed Master Qiyun and ingested the elixirs he provided, Lin Xian'er felt the parasites within her growing increasingly restless. Moreover, she had observed a gradual aging of her own countenance throughout this time. Fine lines began to etch the corners of her eyes. Strands of silver threaded through her hair, and her skin no longer retained its previous delicacy and smoothness. In recent days, she even noticed a subtle sagging in her bosom. It was important to note that she was merely 16 years old, at the peak of her youth. Yet now, she appeared as if she had aged a decade, resembling a 26-year-old woman. This simply cannot stand. I must seek my master's counsel to understand what has befallen me. Gazing at the reflection that seemed a decade older, she found it difficult to accept this altered version of herself. Resolutely, she turned and exited the room. Stepping outside, she surveyed the desolate temple grounds, where a sense of unease washed over her once more. Prior to her arrival, her parents had mentioned that Master Qiyun had taken in several disciples. However, during her month's stay at the temple, she had yet to encounter another disciple apart from herself. I must clarify this matter today. With a flicker of anxiety in her heart, Lin Xian'er swiftly made her way to the main hall, where she found her master, the illustrious Qiyun Shinzuan. Disciple pays respects to master, Lin Xian'er declared as she strode into the hall and bowed deeply before him. Ah, my dear disciple, you seem quite flustered. What brings you here in such haste? Qiyun Shinzuan remarked, observing her appearance that bore the signs of a decade's worth of aging. Instantly understanding that her predicament stemmed from her rigorous practice of the blood demon heart devouring technique. A wave of secret delight surged within him, the more diligently she trained. The quicker she would become his puppet. Master, I am beset by numerous doubts, and I implore you to illuminate my path. Lin Xian'er stood upright, her voice resonant. Speak your mind, and I shall provide the answers to that which I can. Qiyun Shinzuan replied, adopting a benevolent demeanor, his voice gentle, akin to that of a kindly elder. Master, you mentioned that practicing the blood demon heart devouring technique would suppress the parasites within me. Yet, I have recently felt that the heart-devouring worms within me are not being subdued. On the contrary, they seem to be more active than ever. Furthermore, Master, why do I feel the parasites stir restlessly every time I consume the elixirs you provided? At last, Master, I wish to inquire why my appearance has gradually begun to age since I commenced the practice of the blood demon heart devouring technique. Lin Xian'er hastily posed several questions, yearning for clarity today. Otherwise, her heart would remain in a state of disquiet. Observing her anxious demeanor, the venerable Qiyun Shinzuan maintained his benevolent composure, as if he had long prepared his response. He smiled gently and remarked, Disciple, there is no need for fear. You have only recently embarked on your cultivation journey, and these reactions are entirely normal. You are afflicted by the heart-devouring goo, and upon practicing the blood demon heart-devouring technique, this method can suppress the parasites within you. However, since you have only just begun your training, you are currently unable to restrain the goo, which instead has been provoked. Thus, the agitated goo within you manifests frequently. Once you reach the 4th level of cultivation, the parasites will be thoroughly subdued, and you will then possess the ability to expel them yourself. Is it truly so? Upon hearing these words, Lin Xian'er fell into contemplation. Could it be that her nascent practice was indeed insufficient to subdue the goo, inadvertently inciting its activity? This, then, was the cause of the recurrent manifestations of the heart-devouring goo. Qiyun Xinzuan, observing her deep in thought, discerned that she had come to believe him to a significant extent. This narrative, he mused, had likely deceived countless disciples before her. Most would accept it without question, though some remained skeptical. Yet, those who did not believe were often forcibly transformed into puppets. Should Lin Xian'er express doubt, she too would face such a fate today. However, Qiyun Xinzuan preferred to reserve such measures unless absolutely necessary, as Lin Xian'er was merely at the 2nd level of the blood demon heart-devouring technique, rendering any puppets created from her of little utility. But master, why is my appearance aging? Lin Xian'er had accepted Qiyun Xinzuan's explanation, yet she sought further clarity about her visage. At merely 16 years of age, she was in the bloom of her beauty and wished to avoid becoming a faded figure. Qiyun Xinzuan, unhurried in his explanation, replied, "Disciple, I can see that you have indeed grown quite haggard of late. However, this is due to your own impatience." Impatient? Me? Lin Xian'er was taken aback, her expression reflecting confusion. "Yes, you have been overly anxious," Qiyun Xinzuan affirmed, nodding as he continued. "In your fervor to cultivate the blood demon heart-devouring technique, you have been practicing day and night without rest, have you not?" Indeed, Lin Xian'er admitted candidly. To hasten the expulsion of the goo poison, she had sacrificed sleep, devoting all her time to cultivation. "Precisely," he responded, "your relentless efforts have led to excessive fatigue, compromising your vital essence, which naturally results in your haggard appearance. Although you are still young, your body cannot withstand such neglect." Upon hearing this explanation, Lin Xian'er widened her eyes in astonishment. Could it be that my relentless training and excessive exertion have led to such rapid aging? Is this truly the case? Lin Xianyuan harbored doubts, feeling that this explanation lacked credibility. Sensing her skepticism, the esteemed Qiyun Xinzuan recognized that his reasoning was somewhat tenuous. He then retrieved a vial of elixir from his storage bag. "Disciple, this is the Yuyin Dan I have meticulously developed. It possesses the properties of enhancing beauty, nourishing the skin, and replenishing vitality. Take 1 pill daily, and before long, you shall regain your youthful appearance." "Is that truly so, master?" Lin Xianyuan, initially skeptical of Qiyun Xinzuan's explanation, became captivated upon the revelation of the Yuyin Dan and its promise of restoring her youth. She dismissed her prior doubts, for all that mattered was the prospect of reclaiming her beauty. "Indeed, you need not question my words. I would never deceive you," Qiyun Xinzuan replied with a gentle nod, a warm smile illuminating his aged visage, his gaze imbued with genuine concern. "Thank you, master." Lin Xianyuan immediately cast aside her skepticism. Of course, her master was an extraordinary being beyond the mundane world. He would never lead her astray. How could she harbor doubts about him? With her uncertainties completely dispelled, she excitedly accepted the elixir. Chapter 22. Lu Rian's defenses crumbled. "Master, I shall take my leave now." With the acquisition of the Yuyin pill, Lin Xianyuan was ready to return. She was filled with anticipation to experience the effects of this extraordinary elixir. Before her arrival, she had intended to inquire why she was the only disciple at the Taoist temple, pondering the whereabouts of the other practitioners. However, all those questions were now cast aside. "Very well, go," the esteemed immortal Qiyun nodded, watching her depart. Once her figure exited the grand hall, a hint of amusement graced the face of immortal Qiyun. "Huh, what a fool. The moment she hears about the Yuyin pill, she believes wholeheartedly in it. In truth, it was not the Yuyin pill at all. Instead, it was the heart-eating pill. Just like the blood fiend pill, he had previously given to Lin Xinyuan. Both were meticulously prepared nourishment for the heart-eating goo. After consuming it, the goo within her body would only grow more rapidly and reproduce at an accelerated pace. Yet, Lin Xinyuan remained blissfully unaware of this. Clutching the so-called Yuyin pill, she returned to her chamber. Without hesitation, she uncorked the vial, poured out a singular pill, and swallowed it. My master is truly benevolent. Upon witnessing the toll that cultivation has taken on my appearance, he generously provided me with the Yuyin pill. With this, I should soon regain my former radiant self. However, her master had mentioned that her current state was a result of excessive cultivation. Does this mean I should rest more and refrain from such fervent practice? Yet, if she did not push herself to cultivate diligently and reach the 4th level soon, when would she be able to expel the goo from her body? The heart-eating goo was becoming increasingly active and painful. If she did not expel it soon, she would inevitably suffer a painful demise. Never mind, she resolved. With the yin pill in hand, I must seize the moment to cultivate. For now, expelling the goo is of utmost importance. Ultimately, after much internal struggle, Lin Xinyuan chose to continue her diligent practice. Her damaged appearance could be restored with the Yuyin pill, but to free herself from the heart-eating goo, she needed to cultivate the blood demon heart-eating technique to the 4th level. Meanwhile, at the Tianjin sect, after bidding farewell to Yunyan, Chen Yang redirected all his energy towards cultivation. Through his relentless practice day by day, his primordial Dan grew ever more robust. It resembled a flawless white glass pearl, suspended within his dantian, radiating a brilliant light. Chen Yang sensed that it would not be long before he reached a breakthrough. Although he had been deliberately suppressing his realm to stabilize his cultivation and avoid an active breakthrough, such intentional restraint could not last indefinitely. One day, he would be unable to contain his progress, and even if he wished to refrain from breaking through, his cultivation would inevitably transcend its confines and advance on its own. He had a feeling that day was not far off. As for his 2 disciples, since the previous visit of Yunyan to Shaoyan Peak, inquiring about their acceptance as true disciples, the 2 individuals appear to be fearful that Chen Yang might abandon them. Each day, apart from cleaning Chen Yang's residence and assisting him with laundry and bedding, they devoted themselves fervently to cultivation. They seemed to believe that through diligent practice, their master would recognize their efforts and thus would not forsake them. Under their relentless dedication, in merely half a month, Chen Yang's eldest disciple, Li Qingyun, achieved a remarkable breakthrough to the 9th layer of the Qi condensation realm, astonishing the entire Tianjin sect. Upon learning of this event, disciples from other peaks gasped in disbelief. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. With such an astounding rate of cultivation, who could compare? Meanwhile, Zhao Chuan, although not quite at Li Qingyun's level, also exhibited a commendable pace, breaking through to the 8th layer of Qi condensation within the same time frame. Upon hearing the news of Chen Yang's 2 disciples' breakthroughs, Yunyan, the sect leader, was overwhelmed with envy. At the same time, a sense of regret washed over her. If only Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan had agreed to become her disciples last time. Observing her own disciples making such swift progress would have brought her immense joy. Alas, she pondered how Chen Yang had managed to transform those 2 into prodigies. With a deep sigh, she reflected on how others only saw the brilliance of Chen Yang's disciples, while she understood the underlying essence. During the sex assessment, both Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan displayed quite ordinary talents and foundations. Yet now, after becoming Chen Yang's disciples, they had soared to the status of prodigies. The credit for this transformation was undeniably Chen Yang's. It was apparent that he had employed some unknown means to forcibly enhance their foundations, propelling them to greatness. Sighing again, she lamented, "Why, despite my own disciples being prodigies, do they fall short compared to Chen Yang's?" Suddenly, she recalled her own students. In contrast to Chen Yang's 2 disciples, Yunyan's disciples were indeed genuine prodigies, unlike Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, who had been seemingly elevated by Chen Yang's mysterious methods. However, after half a month of cultivation, her disciples had only progressed from the 5th to the 6th layer of Qi condensation, a far cry from Chen Yang's two. This vast disparity instilled a sense of defeat within her. Never mind. They are all disciples of the Tianjin sect, just as the names of Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan reverberated throughout the Tianjin sect once more. On Qingming Peak, Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin could no longer remain idle. At that moment, Lu Ruyin found it impossible to concentrate on her cultivation. Ever since she had heard that Chen Yang's two disciples had become unparalleled prodigies, she felt an intense surge of frustration. She was determined not to be outdone by Chen Yang's disciples. She too would strive with all her might to catch up with them, aiming to prove to Chen Yang that she could ascend to greatness without his assistance. In the past half-month, she has exerted herself to the utmost in her cultivation. Despite lacking any resources, at last, her relentless efforts bore fruit. Just yesterday, she finally ascended to the second level of the qi condensation realm. The moment of her breakthrough filled her with immense exhilaration, for it was the result of her own arduous toil, not reliant on Chen Yang's assistance. However, today, she learned of Chen Yang's two disciples. One had ascended to the 9th level of qi condensation, while the other reached the 8th level. This revelation shattered her spirits. After toiling for half a month to achieve a single level of advancement, she could only watch as Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan surpassed her by 2 levels. The sight of Chen Yang's eldest disciple, Li Qingyun, on the verge of entering the celestial gang realm, while she remained merely at the 2nd level of qi condensation, filled her with despair. Sister, I can no longer continue my cultivation. Despite my prolonged efforts, I am still at the 1st level of qi condensation. At that moment, Zhou Qingmin suddenly approached her. In contrast to Lu Ruyin, Zhou Qingmin felt even more despondent. With Chen Yang's eldest disciple at the 9th level and the 2nd at the 8th, she found herself stagnating at the 1st level after a month and a half of diligent practice. This inability to break through extinguished her motivation entirely. Sister, we are no less capable than Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. We simply lack the spirit essence pills. Lu Ruyin, observing Zhou Qingmin's troubled demeanor, bit her lip and spoke with feigned bravado. Her inherent pride prevented her from acknowledging the vast chasm between herself and Chen Yang's esteemed disciples. In her eyes, with the spirit essence pills, she could excel beyond Li Qingyun. Sister, we were mistaken. Without the spirit essence pills, we are not true prodigies. Zhou Qingmin lowered her head, her spirits profoundly dampened, her expression one of deep frustration. Indeed, if only they had the spirit essence pills. Lu Ruyin sighed softly. With those pills, their circumstances could transform instantly, allowing them to ascend to the ranks of prodigies as they once did. Sister, why don't we seek out Chen Yang for the spirit essence pills? Zhou Qingmin suddenly lifted her head, her gaze bright with hope, her face alight with anticipation. Chapter 23, Those Bearing the Surname Chen, swiftly procure the divine essence pill from Chen Yang. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin was momentarily taken aback, her expression soon betraying a flicker of intrigue. With the divine essence pill in her possession, she could alter her current circumstances. The thought ignited a fervent desire within her. She yearned for the divine essence pill more than ever. Indeed, senior sister, let's seek out Chen Yang for the divine essence pill. My cultivation has been painfully slow without it. Zhou Qingmin replied earnestly, her frustration palpable. After a month and a half, she remained at the 1st layer of qi condensation, a disheartening setback to her confidence. With the divine essence pill, all of this could be transformed. However, a shadow of doubt crept in. But, will Chen Yang grant us our request? Lu Ruyin gently bit her lip, her expression torn. In her previous life, she had scorned the need for the divine essence pill, believing that her experience alone would lead her to become a peerless prodigy. Yet now, reality had dealt her a harsh blow. She had come to realize that without the divine essence pill, she was overshadowed even by ordinary disciples. The mere mention of the pill now ignited an insatiable longing within her. Nevertheless, she was acutely aware that even if she were to approach Chen Yang, there was no certainty he would acquiesce to their request. No matter, Zhou Qingmin declared resolutely, let us go to him. My only desire is for the divine essence pill. She was determined, casting aside her reservations. Lu Ruyan's face flickered with hesitation, yet she ultimately steeled her resolve. Very well, we shall seek him out. Once we obtain the divine essence pill, our current dilemmas will be swiftly resolved. Succumbing to the allure of the divine essence pill, Lu Ruyan chose to accompany her junior sister in seeking their fortune with Chen Yang. The two women promptly departed from Qingming Peak, making their way to Xiao Yun Peak. As they returned to this familiar locale, a complex array of emotions washed over them. This was the very place where they had cultivated for decades in their previous lives, until the demise of the Tianjin sect at the hands of the demon sect forced them to leave with Chen Yang. Suddenly, both women halted in unison, their gazes fixated on two adjacent courtyards ahead, their eyes moistening with nostalgia. In their previous existence, these courtyards had been their home. The quaint, spacious courtyard before them was pristine and tranquil, a stark contrast to the humble wooden cabin they had occupied on Qingming Peak. As they beheld the courtyard, a wave of bittersweet longing washed over them. How they wished that they could have had such a private sanctuary at Qingming Peak. At that moment, from within the courtyards, two young men emerged simultaneously, clad in white garments, their postures tall and their bearing distinguished. Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback before deducing that these two were likely the new disciples recently taken in by Chen Yang. Observing the two disciples now residing in the courtyard that originally belonged to them, a sense of discomfort washed over both women. This place was once theirs, yet now it had new master. At that moment, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan also noticed the two women. Initially taken aback, they soon approached. "Dear junior sisters, may I inquire what brings you to our little cloud peak?" Li Qingyun stepped forward, wearing a gentle smile as he politely inquired. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingmin recalled her purpose for being there and the disdain she felt for her odious master. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and retorted with irritation. "You two must be the new disciples of that Chun, right? Go and summon him to see me at once." With her hands on her hips, she wore an expression that conveyed her entitlement. She held no favorable sentiments towards Chen Yang's disciples. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan immediately furrowed their brows, their smiles vanishing in an instant. These two women appeared to harbor ill intentions. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan tugged at Zhou Qingmin's sleeve, signaling her to silence, and then stepped forward herself. With courtesy, she spoke, "We are disciples of Qingming Peak, and we seek an audience with your master. We kindly request you guide us to him." In their current predicament, the only chance of obtaining the divine essence pill lay in meeting Chen Yang. Zhou Qingmin's impatience and harsh words risked jeopardizing their opportunity. If left unchecked, it was unlikely they would meet Chen Yang that day. Thus, Lu Ruoyan felt compelled to lower her stance before Chen Yang's disciples. Recognizing Lu Ruoyan's respectful demeanor, Li Qingyun's expression softened slightly. "Since you're disciples of Qingming Peak, please follow me." He then led the two women toward the peak above, while Zhao Chuan turned to head elsewhere. Before the room, Chen Yang sat comfortably on the steps, basking in the sunlight. At his feet lay a rather frail yellow dog, obediently resting. Chen Yang gently stroked the dog's fur and sighed, "Be more careful in the future. Don't hurt yourself again." Half an hour prior, while he was on the back mountain, he had encountered this injured wild dog. Moved by its plight, he had used his powers to heal its wounds. To his surprise, the dog had chosen to follow him back. As Chen Yang enjoyed the sun and petted the dog, Li Qingyun approached with the two women from a distance. Hearing their footsteps, he looked up and, upon seeing Lu Ruoyan and Zhou Qingmin behind Li Qingyun, he paused, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. The two ingrates had finally come seeking him. "Master, these two claim to be disciples of Qingming Peak and have matters to discuss with you," Li Qingyun respectfully reported, bowing to Chen Yang. Chen Yang regarded his former rebellious disciples with a bemused expression, simply waving his hand as he replied nonchalantly, "All right, I understand. You may leave now." "Yes." Li Qingyun turned and departed. Chen Yang rose to his feet, surveying the two wayward disciples before him. He scoffed, "Well, if it isn't my two dear pupils. What brings you to my humble Yun Peak instead of diligently cultivating at Qingming Peak?" Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the two young women grew somewhat awkward. However, As soon as Zhou Qingmin recalled their purpose for coming, she dismissed her reservations. Stepping forward, she extended her palm and boldly demanded, "Chun, my senior sister and I are in urgent need of divine essence pills for our cultivation. Hand over 2 of them at once." Her demeanor was one of righteous entitlement, her tone equally assertive. Chen Yang was taken aback by her audacity. Goodness, he thought, did I mishear? Is she really demanding divine essence pills right off the bat? Where is your sense of propriety? Amused, yet exasperated, Chen Yang retorted, "What gives you the right to ask for divine essence pills? Am I in your debt?" Chapter 24. This is what you owe us. Chen Yang found himself amused by their indignation. Why should I give you the divine origin pill? What do I owe you? Zhou Qingmin, filled with frustration, could no longer contain her exasperation. Chun, do you not understand? It is precisely because we lack the divine origin pill that, after so long in cultivation, I am still stuck at the first layer of qi condensation, while my senior sister has only reached the second layer. Chen Yang sruget nonchalantly. And so, why should that concern me? Zhou Qingmin, trembling with rage, pointed an accusatory finger at him, her teeth clenched in fury. After a month and a half of dedicated practice, she remained at the first layer, unable to break through. If only Chen Yang would grant them a single divine origin pill, their predicament could be instantly transformed. Yet, he displayed an attitude of indifference, as if their plight were of no consequence to him. He was fully aware of the significance of the divine origin pill to them, yet he refused to comply. This was utterly intolerable. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan stepped forward, her expression devoid of emotion as she addressed Chen Yang. The divine origin pill is of utmost importance to us. With just one, we could instantly elevate ourselves to the ranks of the exceptional. She was in dire need of that pill. Whether you become exceptional or not is of no concern to me. Why should I owe you a divine origin pill? Chen Yang shot her a disdainful glance, remaining unmoved. Lu Ruoyan's expression shifted, and she could no longer suppress her irritation. Chen Yang, in our previous life, we ascended to the rank of emperor, mere steps away from achieving sanctity. Ultimately, we perished at your hands, and you were the one who shattered our path to enlightenment. Now we are forced to cultivate anew. Shouldn't you bear some responsibility for this? We're merely asking for a single divine origin pill. Why refuse us? This is what you owe us. As she spoke with increasing fervor, her exquisite countenance twisted in anger. In her past life, she had been the emperor of smoke, only a step away from achieving sanctity. Yet now, she had returned to start anew, all thanks to Chen Yang's actions. He should be held accountable. They were simply requesting a single divine origin pill, yet he refused. This ignited the flames of fury within her. At that moment, Zhou Qingmin joined her in glaring at him, her expression one of indignation. Li, Chen Yang, this is what you owe us. If it weren't for you, we would have achieved sanctity long ago. Do you not realize that upon our rebirth, without the divine origin pill, no matter how desperately we cultivate, our progress remains stagnant? Furthermore, over the past month and a half, do you know what kind of grievances we endured at Qingming Peak? We reside in a dilapidated wooden hut. Our cultivation resources are scarce and poor, and even our master and senior sister look down upon us. We shouldn't have to endure such disdain, nor face this humiliation. Now, we find ourselves in this predicament entirely due to you. All we seek is a single divine essence pill. On what grounds do you refuse us? Zhou Qingmin's emotions spiraled out of control as she recalled the grievances and humiliations she had endured during the past month and a half since her rebirth on Qingming Peak, overwhelming her with a desire to weep. The architect of all this was none other than Chen Yang. Were it not for him, they would have long since attained enlightenment, becoming invincible and immortal. Now, they merely desire a single divine essence pill, yet Chen Yang is unwilling to grant it to them. By what right? This is a debt he owes them. Why does Chen Yang refuse? I owe you? Chen Yang retorted, his anger ignited by their accusations. He glared at the 2 ungrateful individuals before him, unable to suppress his fury. Damn it. Were it not for your treachery in my past life, I would have already achieved enlightenment. I took you in as disciples, poured my heart and soul into nurturing you, and tirelessly taught you the ways of cultivation. I invested countless resources in you. I gave you everything you desired. After I transformed you into emperors, You grew wings and conspired to betray your master. Tell me, what wrong have I committed? Ah, my only mistake was taking in a bunch of ungrateful wretches like you. Now you dare to claim that I have ruined your path to enlightenment, forcing you to start anew. Must I simply submit to your threats, awaiting my demise while you ascend to divinity? Huh? Chen Yang bellowed, his righteous indignation washing over him as he berated the two women, leaving them speechless in their shame. After unleashing his tirade, he felt a sense of relief. Observing the two women's faces flush with anger, yet seemingly defiant, he let out a cold laugh. And you say I owe you? How dare you two ungrateful wretches utter such words? Yo Kimin glutted at Chen Yang, her expression a mix of indignation and embarrassment. She wanted to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, in their previous life, they had been the ones to strike first, attempting to eliminate Chen Yang. Ultimately, he had merely sought to clear his name, while Chen Yang had severed their path to enlightenment. Had they not equally obstructed his? Their attempts at reasoning with him were utterly untenable. After Chen Yang's scathing rebuke, Lu Rian felt a wave of shame wash over her. Yet, she lifted her head defiantly and replied, "Fine, even if you speak the truth. You possess so many divine essence pills. What harm is there in granting us one? You have no need for it yourself. And you know just how much it means to us." Zhou Qingmin, finding her senior sister's argument compelling, nodded in agreement. "Yes, you have so many divine essence pills that you cannot use. What would it cost you to give us one?" In her perspective, Chen Yang possessed an abundance of divine essence pills, yet these items were of no use to him. Why could he not offer them a single pill? Observing the two ingrates with their shameless demeanor, Chen Yang found himself both amused and exasperated. "All right, you desire the divine essence pills so eagerly, do you?" He promptly retrieved one from the depths of his system space. In the next instant, a white pill materialized in the palm of his hand, exuding a rich and fragrant aroma. Upon seeing the divine essence pill in Chen Yang's grasp, both Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin's eyes sparkled with desire, their faces alight with longing. They yearned for this divine essence pill more than anything. It consumed their dreams. With this pill in their possession, they could immediately ascend to the ranks of the extraordinary, freeing themselves from the indignities suffered on Qingming Peak. Chapter 25. Feeding dogs instead of you, those bearing the surname Chen, hasten to bestow the elixir upon us. Zhou Qingmin stepped forward, her gaze fervently fixed upon the precious pills in his hand, her countenance betraying an insatiable urgency. This was the elixir that could alter her fate. "India, Chen Yang, do not delay in granting us the elixir." Lu Ruyan echoed her desperation, her face alight with longing. At this moment, all that occupied her thoughts was the divine essence pill held by Chen Yang. Observing the two women in their state of frantic anticipation, a smirk of mockery crept upon Chen Yang's lips. "To be candid, I require an abundance of these divine essence pills. However, to consider giving them to you? Dream on. I would sooner feed them to a dog than part with them for you." With that declaration, he cast the elixir to the ground. The faithful dog at his heel, drawn by the alluring scent, promptly lowered its head and devoured the pill. "No!" Both Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin gasped in horror, their eyes widening in disbelief as they witnessed the pill, the very object of their desires, being consumed by a mere dog. They stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle unfolding before them. Meanwhile, the dog, having consumed the elixir, affectionately nudged Chen Yang's foot with its head, its tail wagging with renewed enthusiasm. "Chen Yang." Zhou Qingmin's face flushed with rage, her eyes narrowing into furious slits as she glared at him, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. "You dare to feed the elixir to a dog while denying it to us. This is the very pill I have dreamt of obtaining." The intensity of her fury threatened to erupt. Lu Rian too glared at Chen Yang, her eyes bloodshot, her body trembling with indignation, her fists clenched so tightly that they creaked. "Chen Yang, we were your disciples in our past life. Do we now rank lower than a dog in your eyes?" She could hardly fathom that the bond forged over 3 millennia now rendered them less than a mere canine in Chen Yang's regard. "Un fazet," Chen Yang retortulundly, into it. In my eyes, you are inferior even to a dog. I feed dogs, and they express gratitude, wagging their tails in appreciation. Yet, for all my kindness towards you in the past, I was met with treachery. You ungrateful wretches, deserving of your current plight, shall remain as failures. To think you could ascend to greatness with a divine essence pill. What a delusion. In this life, you shall not attain the heights of a sovereign. Chen Yang showed no regard for the feelings of the two women, delivering his barbed words with unrelenting harshness. Such ingrates would not receive his indulgence. You. Zhou Qingmin was rendered speechless by Chen Yang's ire, her only recourse a venomous glare directed at him. Lu Ruiyan was equally infuriated, yet she retained a sliver of rationality. She gazed at Chen Yang, her former master, a surge of pride within her provoking a sense of indignation. With a frosty demeanor, she declared, "Very well, Chen Yang. Those are your words. Who do you think you are? You refuse to grant us the divine essence pill? We are not in the least bit interested. Without the divine essence pill, I, Lu Ruiyan, can still ascend to the position of emperor. Chen Yang, we shall see." After uttering these words, she let out a cold huff and angrily turned to leave. Yes, Chen, do not become complacent. Even without the divine essence pill, we can still achieve greatness, just as we did in our previous lives. I, Zhou Qingmin, stand by my word. Just wait and see. Zhou Qingmin, too, left with a fierce retort, her frustration palpable. As Chen Yang watched their departing figures, he scoffed dismissively. Without the divine essence pill, and given their current foundations, they aspire to become emperors? Utterly delusional. How exasperating. That Chen scoundrel, why does he not simply vanish? On her descent, Zhou Qingmin's growing ire reached its peak, nearly causing her to explode with anger. She stormed up to a grand tree, raised her fists, and unleashed a flurry of blows upon its trunk. A tempest of fury churned within her, desperate for release. Without it, she felt utterly miserable. Thud, thud, thud. Each strike left a deep indentation in the bark. Finally, summoning all her strength, she delivered a decisive punch that shattered the tree. Yet, observing the mangled trunk, her wrath remained unsated, prompting her to unleash a torrent of curses upon the tree. What a pitiful tree, so easily broken. After venting her frustrations, she kicked the roots with renewed vigor, feeling marginally better. All right, junior sister, cease your invectives. Lu Ruiyan's expression was dark, her own emotions simmering with anger. However, compared to the impulsive Zhou Qingmin, she maintained a greater sense of composure. She recognized that venting her anger was futile. After all, Chen Yang would not bestow the divine essence pill upon them. Senior sister, that Chen scoundrel is utterly outrageous. He would rather give the divine essence pill to a dog than to us. We were his disciples for 3,000 years in our past life. And now he shows such blatant disregard for our history. It is infuriating. Zhou Qingmin's indignation escalated, prompting her to kick the roots once more. I never anticipated Chen Yang would be so heartless. It is clear we misjudged him in our previous life. Lu Ruiyan huffed, despite her desire to remain calm. The memory of Chen Yang's callous demeanor stirred discontent within her. Indeed, that scoundrel shows no appreciation for the past, disregarding the 3 millennia we spent as his disciples. And he possesses so many divine essence pills. What harm would it be to grant us just one? We personally approached him to request resources, yet he obstinately refused us, which infuriated me. Zhou Qingmin was visibly agitated. It is worth noting that in the previous life, whenever they sought cultivation resources from Chen Yang, he had always been accommodating. However, this time, he resolutely declined to assist them. Not only did he withhold the elixirs, but he also belittled them, claiming that without the divine origin pill, they could forget about becoming emperors in this lifetime. I, Lu Ruoyan, am determined to prove him wrong. Without Chen Yang, I can still succeed. Lu Ruoyan clenched her fists, and at that moment, she made a resolute decision. In this life, come what may, even if it is fraught with difficulties, I, Lu Ruoyan, shall become an emperor. The Emperor Ruoyan. I will not allow anyone to look down upon me, nor will I permit anyone to demean me at will. Zhou Qingmin nodded in agreement, her expression resolute. Yes, who does he think he is? as if we cannot cultivate without him. He believes he alone can become an emperor, while others cannot. He dares to look down on me, but I shall not fulfill his expectations. At this moment, both of them were resolute. Upon their return, they would commit themselves to diligent cultivation. They would prove to Chen Yang that they could succeed without him. Chapter 26, Ling Xuan a Deceiver. A great deceiver. After Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin, those ungrateful wretches, departed, Chen Yang turned his gaze to the yellow dog at his feet, which was eagerly wagging its tail. The reason he had tossed a pill to this dog was to deliberately provoke those two ingrates. In truth, the divine essence pill was indeed a priceless treasure for those just beginning their cultivation journey. However, for him, it held little value. Within his system's space, he possessed hundreds of such pills. Thus, giving one to a dog did not cause him the slightest distress nor concern. What truly preoccupied him was whether this wild dog, after consuming the pill, would awaken its intellect and evolve into a beast. Oh well, since I have given it to you, it shall be your fortune. You may remain on Shaoyan Peak henceforth. Chen Yang ultimately shook his head and ceased to ponder further. He decided to let the dog stay, as it would provide companionship during his cultivation, alleviating the tedium of solitary hours. The dog seemed to comprehend his thoughts, eagerly nudging his feet with its head, its tail wagging with even greater fervor. On Lingshu Mountain, within the Taoist temple, in a room at the back courtyard. No, this is incorrect. Lin Xianer stood before a bronze mirror, gazing at the familiar, yet foreign visage reflected within. Her eyes widened in disbelief. In merely half a month, she appeared to have aged significantly. Her skin began to lose its elasticity, gradually turning yellow, and 2 wrinkles had formed at the corners of her eyes. Moreover, she had sprouted numerous white hairs. Additionally, she noticed that her bosom had indeed begun to sag, even starting to wither. It had only been half a month, yet she felt as if she had aged several years. At this moment, she resembled a woman in her 30s, but she was merely 16. Just a month and a half prior, she was a captivating beauty, enchanting countless admirers. Yet now, she had transformed into a haggard matron. This was utterly unacceptable to her. The cultivation method must be flawed, and these pills must also be defective. My master has deceived me. At this moment, Lin Xianer could no longer remain oblivious. The reason for her drastic transformation was the deception of the great, immortal Qi Yun. A fraud, a colossal fraud. Fury surged within Lin Xianer, and she could no longer contain her rage, directly overturning the table before her. They claimed this cultivation method would not harm the body, and that the J-Beauty pill could restore my youthful beauty. Lies. All lies. This great, immortal Qi Yun is not a transcendent sage. He is a consummate charlatan. This method cannot suppress the heart-eating goo within me, and these pills cannot restore my youth and beauty. Instead, they only exacerbate my aging. I was so foolish. How foolish I have been to trust him. At this very moment, Lin Xianer laments her past naivety, feeling like an utter simpleton, deceived and ensnared. She had even expressed gratitude to her deceiver. She feels utterly foolish. That so-called Qi Yun Xianzun is no transcendent being. He is but a nefarious practitioner of dark arts. The so-called blood demon heart-devouring technique he bestowed upon her has proven utterly ineffective against the heart-devouring poison within her. She has now cultivated to the 3rd level, on the verge of breaking through to the 4th. Yet, paradoxically, as her cultivation deepens, the poison within her remains unchecked, its manifestations growing increasingly frequent. Over the past fortnight, she has distinctly sensed the heart-devouring insects within her becoming more active. What was once 3 episodes a day has escalated to 5. She now endures 5 episodes daily, a torment beyond human endurance. The agony of the heart-devouring poison is insufferable. Her survival thus far has hinged solely on a single conviction, that by hastening her mastery of the technique to the 4th level, she might find release. Thus, she has gritted her teeth and persevered. But now, the bitter truth dawns upon her. She has been duped. This Qi Yun Xianzun never intended to save her. Rather, he has been leading her into an abyss of despair. How dare this charlatan deceive me? In my previous life, I even contemplated becoming his disciple, naively believing that doing so would hasten my path to enlightenment. I mistakenly thought that it was Chen Yang who hindered my progress. Now, it is painfully evident how wrong I was. Lin Xian'er reflects on her past foolish notions, feeling like the most foolish person in existence, a practitioner of dark arts, and yet she regarded him as a transcendent master. How absurd! In my previous life, I foolishly believed that had I chosen to follow Qi Yun Xianzun instead of Chen Yang, I might have achieved enlightenment sooner. However, it is clear now that my decision to join the Tianjin sect and stubbornly follow Chen Yang was indeed the wisest choice. Had I chosen Qi Yun Xianzun, I might have met an untimely demise. Instead, I became a revered emperor of humanity after cultivating under Chen Yang. This Qi Yun Xianzun is merely a deceiver, unworthy of my trust. Lin Xian'er gritted her teeth, her eyes ablaze with profound hatred. At this moment, a tempest of rage swells within her heart, yearning to confront that deceiver and exact a brutal vengeance. Yet, I am currently no match for that sinister practitioner. It is prudent to descend the mountain and bide my time until I can enhance my strength for retribution. Though she harbors a deep-seated animosity towards Qi Yun Xianzun, she is acutely aware, given her current capabilities, attempting to confront the esteemed Qi Yun Xianzun head-on is nothing short of reckless folly. Had this deceiver dared to ensnare me in such a manner in my previous life, I would have subjected him to 1,000 tortures. Lin Xianyuan let out a cold snort, filled with disdain for her rebirth. Otherwise, with her imperial cultivation, eliminating this Qi Yun Xianzun would be utterly effortless. You deceitful wretch, awake your reckoning. I, Lin Xianyuan, shall avenge this grievance in due time. She etched this vendetta deeply into her heart, vowing that one day she would make Qi Yun Xianzun pay 1,000-fold for his transgressions. Subsequently, she swiftly gathered her belongings, slinging a satchel over her shoulder, and exited her chamber. Ensuring that no one was around, she promptly made her way towards the back door of the Taoist temple. Chapter 27. The Unmasking Deceitful Master Qi Yun. Mark my words. I shall return, and on that day, you shall meet your demise. Lin Xianyuan thought as she hastened her pace, the exit tantalizingly close. She yearned for freedom, for the chance to exact her vengeance. My dear disciple, where do you think you are going? Suddenly, a frail voice echoed from behind her. Lin Xianyuan halted, her heart plummeting. She understood that escape was no longer an option. Cursed fate, she had been so close, mere moments away from liberation. Reluctantly, she turned to face Qi Yun, who had appeared behind her, exuding a facade of benevolence akin to that of a kindly elder. Yet in that moment, Lin Xianyuan felt nothing but revulsion. A charlatan, how dare he masquerade as a sage? The audacity was appalling. Enough of your pretense, you deceiver. The techniques you bestowed upon me, the elixirs you provided, have all proven futile against the heart-devouring parasite within me. You are the architect of my current plight. How foolish I was to heed your falsehoods, transforming myself into this wretched figure. With no hope of escape, Lin Xianyuan resolved to confront him directly. At last, you see the truth. Qi Yun's derisive laughter rang out as he discarded his mask, revealing his sinister nature. Let me be frank, Lin Xianyuan. Among all my disciples, you are one of the more dim-witted. It has taken you this long to realize my deception. Your senior brothers and sisters were far more astute. Yet, your ignorance has inadvertently prolonged your existence. You owe your survival to your own folly. Fists clenched in rage, Lin Xianyuan yearned to confront him physically, but her mind was plagued by a question that demanded clarity. She could not suppress her turmoil. Why do this? What advantage do you gain from providing me with that technique and those elixirs, only to provoke the parasite within me? What is your purpose? Very well. Since you are destined for demise, let me enlighten you before your end. Qi Yun replied coldly, his gaze reminiscent of one addressing a lifeless being. The heart-devouring parasite within you was implanted by me 6 years ago. Not only you, but the majority of women within a 10-mile radius have been afflicted by this curse. This particular parasite is unique. It requires 5 to 8 years to mature from larva to adulthood. Thus, I return today to gather all the women upon whom I had once unleashed this parasite, to mold you into my puppets. The esteemed immortal master Qi Yun laid bare his plans without reservation. In his eyes, Lin Xian'er was already as good as dead, and speaking of it held no significance. After all, she was destined to remain trapped today and would inevitably be transformed into a puppet under his control. How could it be you? Lin Xian'er glared fiercely at Qi Yun, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. She had endured 6 torturous years under the heart-eating goo, only to discover that it was this very Qi Yun who orchestrated her suffering. It was absurd that she had regarded him as a transcendent being and had sought him out as her master. At that moment, her anger reached a crescendo, akin to a volcano that had just erupted. The tempestuous rage within her erupted violently. "You deceiver, I will fight you to the bitter end." Clenching her fists, tendrils of ominous black energy began to emanate from her body. Her pupils transformed into a blood-red hue in an instant. This was the culmination of her training in the blood demon heart-eating technique over the past month and a half. As she channeled her energy, her entire demeanor shifted to one of fierce ferocity. With a swift motion, she propelled herself forward, landing directly before Qi Yun. She aimed a powerful punch at his hypocritical visage, wishing to shatter it into oblivion. "You dare to engage me in combat? How foolish! Do not forget that your abilities were bestowed upon you by me," Qi Yun remarked, unperturbed, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. With a mere flick of his hand, he effortlessly caught Lin Xian'er's punch within his grasp. Witnessing her full-force strike being effortlessly thwarted left her both anxious and infuriated. Yet, she refused to succumb without a struggle. She lifted her right leg to deliver a fierce kick. However, before her foot could make contact, she felt an immense force tugging at her. In the next moment, she was flung violently away. With a resounding crash, Lin Xian'er collided with the wall, leaving a dent in the structure. She slid helplessly down to the ground, struggling to rise. Just as she prepared to charge again, a searing pain coursed through her body, compelling her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Qi Yun approached her step by step, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "Disciple, there is no point in futile resistance. You cannot defeat me, so why persist? You shall perish." Lin Xian'er seethed, her fury igniting once more. She clenched her fists and lunged forward again. Yet, in an instant, she was sent careening backward, crashing into the wall once more. This time, she collapsed the very structure itself, the debris burying her beneath the rubble. "Oh dear, why must you be so obstinate? Would it not be better to willingly become my puppet?" Qi Yun sighed, stepping forward to retrieve her from the pile of shattered bricks. In that moment, Lin Xian'er was bloodied and battered, her mouth stained with crimson. Her body was covered in dust, her hair was in disarray, and her face was grimy, presenting a most pitiable sight. "You deceiver, you scoundrel! I shall haunt you even in death." Despite her grievous injuries, she gritted her teeth and unleashed a torrent of curses upon the face of the red cloud celestial master, which filled her with revulsion. "Curse away while you still possess the strength, for once you become my puppet, such words will escape you no longer." The red cloud celestial master replied with a chilling smile, showing no regard for her vitriol. He then lifted Lin Xian'er and departed from the courtyard, soon arriving at the grand hall. There, the red cloud celestial master extended his hand and twisted the candelabrum mounted on the wall, causing the stone wall before them to reveal a hidden doorway. The stone door ascended, unveiling a 2-meter-high black passageway. "You wicked fiend, where do you intend to take me?" Lin Xian'er gazed into the darkened corridor, a flicker of fear igniting within her heart. Chapter 28. I truly deserve this. You will soon understand. The celestial master Qi Yun did not engage in further conversation. He merely seized her and led her into a passageway. Lin Xianyuan felt an unsettling anxiety within her. Yet in her current injured state, resistance was futile. Before long, the celestial master Qi Yun brought her to a dimly lit chamber. "You shall remain here for now. The sun has set, and tomorrow I shall transform you into a puppet," he declared, carelessly casting her into a shadowy corner before turning to depart. As Lin Xianyuan struggled to stand, The figure of the celestial master had already vanished from sight. Where am I? Lin Xianyuan stood in the corner, unable to suppress her curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings. Fortunately, this chamber retained a small window through which faint light filtered, enabling her to discern her environment, albeit barely. Suddenly, a scream escaped her lips, and she collapsed in terror. Her eyes widened in horror as she gazed ahead. Just a few meters away, in a place obscured from the light, stood several figures. These silhouettes remained motionless, resembling lifeless statues, fixated upon her with hollow expressions and vacant stares, as if they were mere corpses. Were these things? Lin Xianyuan was profoundly frightened, shrinking back into the corner, her heart racing with trepidation. After a considerable wait, noticing that the figures seemed incapable of movement, her anxiety began to ease slightly. Ah, the deceiver spoke of transforming me into a puppet. Could it be that these corpses are the puppets he has created? A thought suddenly surged within her. Summoning her courage, she stood upright and cautiously approached the immobile figures. As she drew nearer, an overpowering stench of decay assailed her senses, sickening her stomach. Covering her mouth and nose, Lin Xianyuan cautiously advanced. It soon became evident that these corpses were indeed the puppets forged by the celestial master Chen Yang. Each puppet resembled a woman, their hair white as snow, bodies emaciated, skin withered and sagging. It was clear that these puppets had once been youthful maidens, much like herself. Deceived by the celestial master, they had practiced the blood demon heart devouring technique and ingested those dreadful pills, resulting in their current decrepit states. It seems I cannot escape this calamity. After tomorrow, I too shall resemble you, neither human nor ghost, becoming his puppet. A bitter smile crept across Lin Xianyuan's face. The thought of transforming into such a soulless entity, devoid of consciousness, filled her with profound sorrow. In this moment, she could not help but reminisce about her previous life. She had followed Chen Yang in her training, ultimately becoming a revered emperor of humanity, so close to attaining the path to sanctity. Yet in this life, she had sought to become the disciple of the celestial master Chen Yang, only to meet such a grim fate. How foolish I am to have regarded a deceitful scoundrel, intent on my demise, as a sage from beyond the world. Moreover, I followed him in my unwavering belief, only to find myself ensnared in his tricks. Lin Xianyuan, you truly deserve this fate. You truly deserve this. Ha ha, as she spoke, tears streamed down her face, akin to a flood breaking through a dam, surging forth uncontrollably. Yet a wretched and self-mocking smile adorned her lips. She laughed at her own folly. She laughed at her own ignorance. She laughed at her own naivety. She laughed at her well-deserved plight. In the midst of her laughter, she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Instantly, her complexion grew even paler. Is this how I am to perish? Perhaps it would be for the best. Death would bring release. Suddenly, the fear of death no longer gripped her heart. After all, escape from death is futile. What is there to fear? If I were to live, I would have to endure the torment of the heart-eating worm each day. Perhaps death is, in fact, a form of liberation. Yet, she was abruptly reminded of her parents, of her elder brother. What a pity, dear father, mother, brother, I have labored to be reborn, to see you once more. Little did I expect that our last meeting would be our final farewell. At this moment, a wave of regret washed over her heart. Having returned from the brink of death, I finally reunited with my family. Yet, in the blink of an eye, I am about to perish. How unwilling I am. I have not even had the chance to spend quality time with my parents. I have failed to fulfill my filial duties. Upon learning of my demise, my parents will surely be heartbroken. How unfilial of me to force them to bury their child. Lin Xianyuan gazed blankly at the small window high upon the wall. Now, she no longer feared death. She merely wished to see her family one last time before her end. Soon, darkness enveloped the sky. The secret chamber, devoid of its solitary source of light, plunged into deeper shadows. Lin Xianyuan sat in the corner, at times reminiscing about her past glory and at times lamenting her current plight. The following day, a ray of sunlight pierced through the small window, illuminating the chamber. Disciple, it is time to awaken. Are you still asleep? I have come for you. In her groggy state, Lin Xian'er heard a familiar voice. She opened her eyes to behold an old Taoist priest clad in a black robe, a sinister grin adorning his face. It was none other than the deceitful Master Qian. "You scoundrel, I shall bring about your demise." Upon seeing his hypocritical visage, a surge of rage swelled within Lin Xian'er. She struggled to rise, charging toward him with fervor. However, just as she reached halfway, Master Qian suddenly hurled two talismans. In the blink of an eye, the talismans vanished into her brow. Simultaneously, she realized that she had instantaneously lost all ability to move, frozen in place. These talismans seemed to provoke the heart-eating worm within her. In but a moment, Lin Xian'er felt the creature inside her stir restlessly. Suddenly, an excruciating pain surged from her chest. She could not help but emit a series of piercing screams, her voice hoarse and tinged with a frenzied desperation. "My dear disciple, endure just a little longer. Your master will soon recover, and the pain shall soon dissipate." The celestial master Qiyun regarded her with a detached gaze, a cruel smirk curling at the corners of his lips. With that, he formed seals with his hands, unleashing two mystical marks. In the next moment, a wave of crimson light enveloped Lin Xian'er. Her body began to slowly ascend, suspended in mid-air. Lin Xian'er continued to wail in agony as the sinister insects within her writhed with reckless abandon, voraciously devouring her flesh and blood. This heart-wrenching torment was 100-fold more intense than any she had previously endured. At last, Lin Xian'er could no longer withstand it, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet, just before she succumbed entirely, she cast a glance towards the grotesque puppets not far away, a faint, bitter smile gracing her lips. Ultimately, she was unable to escape death. After her rebirth, this was how she would perish. How utterly absurd. Soon, she completely lost consciousness. Chapter 29. The mission after Lin Xianyuan completely fainted. The esteemed Qiyun Xianzuan waved his hand and retrieved his magical artifact from his storage bag. It was a soul-capturing banner, emanating a chilling aura of sinister energy. However, just as he was about to use the banner to forge Lin Xianyuan into a puppet, a thunderous rumble erupted outside, shaking the very ground beneath him. In an instant, the entire secret chamber trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. What was happening? Qian Xianzuan's expression turned grave as he halted his actions. "Demon, come forth and meet your demise." Suddenly, a cold male voice resonated from above. It appeared that some cultivators had arrived to meddle in his affairs. Qian Xianzuan furrowed his brow, narrowing his eyes, for he had already begun to form a conjecture. As a nefarious poison master, he frequently encountered meddlesome righteous cultivators who sought to trouble him, and he had grown accustomed to such intrusions. Damn it! Why must they come at this moment? Reluctantly, Qian Xianzun abandoned his plans to transform Lin Xianyuan into a puppet and turned to exit the secret chamber. However, upon stepping outside, he discovered that the entire Taoist temple had been reduced to ruins, a desolate wasteland. In the distance, several white figures stood poised in the air, each exuding an extraordinary presence. The leader among them was a middle-aged cultivator. "You, demon, have finally revealed yourself. Today, as we of the Taishan Dao sect pass through this place, we shall act on heaven's behalf to eliminate you." The middle-aged cultivator, wielding a long sword, regarded Qiyun Xianzuan with a stern expression, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Damn it, it's the Taishan Dao sect. Qian Xianzuan felt both shock and a tinge of fear. The Taishan Dao sect was the foremost among the 10 great sects of the southern wilderness. Offending such a powerful sect was beyond his means. Yet now that the members of the Taishan Dao sect had come to confront him, there was evidently no escape. "I harbor no grievances against your Taishan Dao sect. Why do you come to thwart my endeavors?" Qiyun Xianzuan suppressed the fury within him, gritting his teeth as he inquired. Enough with the pleasantries. Since ancient times, righteousness and evil cannot coexist. Eliminating demons and safeguarding the path is the duty of righteous cultivators. The middle-aged cultivator replied, unwilling to engage in further discourse. He turned to the disciples behind him and commanded, "Attack." "Yes, elder." In an instant, Several disciples brandished their long swords and charged forth. You truly underestimate me. If you wish to kill me, let us see if you possess such capability. Chen Yan's anger flared, and he immediately drew forth his soul-capturing banner. With a swift motion, the ground below him suddenly cracked open. In the next moment, dozens of puppets soared from the secret chamber, shooting into the sky. The battle was about to commence. The disciples of the Taishan Dao sect clearly possessed moderate cultivation levels, struggling to contend with the onslaught of puppets. Observing this, the middle-aged cultivator took action. Wielding his longsword, he swiftly dispatched the puppets within mere exchanges. Observing the formidable prowess of the middle-aged cultivator, the revered Chen Yang was acutely aware that he was no match. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and transformed into a streak of light, fleeing into the distance. Yet, the cultivator's voice rang out, "You shall not escape. Today, you must meet your demise." The middle-aged man's gaze hardened as he brandished his sword and pursued. Soon after, a chilling scream echoed from afar, and before long, the cultivator returned, his sword dripping with blood, a grim testament to Chen Yan's demise beneath its edge. Alas, this demonic cultivator had wrought havoc upon countless young women, whose lives had been tragically snuffed out by his malevolent hands. The middle-aged man gazed mournfully at the mangled corpses strewn across the ground, letting out a deep sigh. "Elder, there is still one person alive," a disciple suddenly exclaimed from the ruins below, filled with excitement. Hearing this, the middle-aged cultivator swiftly descended. In the midst of the wreckage, they discovered Lin Xianyuan lying unconscious on the ground, gravely injured. "We must take her away," he urged. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Heavenly Sword sect, Chen Yang sat cross-legged atop a towering peak, immersed in tranquil meditation. Beside him lay the frail yellow dog he had left behind, quietly offering its companionship. Ever since consuming the divine essence pill, Chen Yang had noted a distinct change in the dog. Its eyes sparkled with intelligence, and it seemed to comprehend his words. He surmised that the dog had likely awakened its spiritual awareness, though whether it could evolve into a beast of lore remained to be seen. 2 hours later, Chen Yang slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a deep breath of stale air. Upon witnessing his cessation of meditation, the yellow dog eagerly approached, wagging its tail with enthusiasm. Chen Yang smiled gently at the creature, unable to resist the urge to stroke its head. "Master," a familiar voice called from behind, breaking the serene moment. Turning around, he saw 2 of his disciples standing at a short distance, having waited patiently for him to conclude his practice without interrupting. "What is it?" Chen Yang inquired softly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Master, we wish to visit the task hall to seek suitable missions. We would like to descend the mountain for some practical experience." Li Qingyun raplia respectfully. Practical experience? Chen Yang assessed his 2 disciples, realizing that they had been cultivating on a small peak for a month and a half. Li Qingyun had reached the 9th layer of qi condensation and was on the verge of breaking through to the celestial gang realm. Meanwhile, Zhao Chuan had also advanced to the 8th layer, nearing the same milestone. "Very well, it will be beneficial for you to descend the mountain for some experience." Chen Yang nodded in agreement. In the sect, most disciples undertook missions primarily to earn rewards and acquire the necessary resources for their cultivation. However, with Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan having joined his ranks, the resources for cultivation were certainly plentiful. Yet, in Chen Yang's view, a cultivator should not solely engage in seclusion for training. It is equally essential to venture forth occasionally to hone practical experience and gain insight into this perilous and brutal world. Such endeavors would undoubtedly benefit their cultivation. Upon receiving Chen Yang's consent, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan promptly turned to leave. Soon, they arrived at the main peak of the Heavenly Sword sect and entered the task hall. Not long after their arrival, Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin entered the hall together. "Senior sister, do we truly have to undertake tasks outside?" Zhou Qingmin's expression was marked by hesitation. She was still merely at the 1st layer of qi condensation. With her current strength, venturing out for tasks could easily lead to her demise. "Junior sister, without the divine element pill and with master withholding cultivation resources, relying solely on our own efforts will yield painfully slow progress. We must devise our own means to acquire cultivation resources, and at this juncture, we have no alternative but to take on tasks outside. Lu Ruyan sighed, her expression earnest and resolute. In truth, she harbored no genuine desire to embark on such tasks. Yet faced with a lack of resources, their cultivation speed was exceedingly sluggish. The last time they departed from Shaoyan Peak, they had vowed before Chen Yang to strive diligently in their training, determined not to be looked down upon. However, despite their utmost efforts over the past few days, their progress remained painfully slow. At this rate, impressing Chen Yang was an impossible feat. Thus, Lu Ruyan contemplated undertaking tasks to secure the necessary resources for cultivation. Having already made a bold declaration before Chen Yang, she was resolute in her determination to cultivate earnestly and ultimately prove herself to him. But senior sister, with our current strength, won't undertaking tasks outside be excessively dangerous? Zhou Qingmin's expression reflected uncertainty. While she yearned for cultivation resources, she was acutely aware of the risks posed by her present capabilities. Chapter 30. The Envy of Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin Jr. Sister. Fear not. Have you forgotten? In our previous life, we undertook a mission together. As long as we exercise caution, we stand a significant chance of success. Moreover, the rewards for that mission were quite substantial, Lu Ruyan reassured, a smile gracing her lips. Sister, you mean? The time we went to Qingatown to slay the crimson wolf beasts? Zhou Qingmin responded, her expression turning contemplative as the memory surfaced. In their past life, after joining the Sword of Heaven sect, their first mission had indeed been to eliminate a pack of crimson wolf beasts in Qingatown. That endeavor had brought them considerable rewards from their sect. Exactly. Such a lucrative task must have attracted many disciples. We can simply follow in their wake, feigning effort. And once the mission is completed, we shall return to the sect to claim our rewards, Lu Ruyan affirmed, fully aware of her own abilities. She had resolved that this time, they would merely play along until the other disciples vanquished the beasts, allowing them to return and reap the benefits. Sister, you are truly clever. How did I not think of that? Zhou Qingmin's eyes brightened, and joy illuminated her face. The notion of gaining rewards without exertion was indeed enticing. However, a flicker of concern crossed her features as she continued, but, sister, I recall that this mission involved the Celestial Gang's realm Crimson Wolf Beast. If that beast were to emerge, wouldn't we be in grave danger? She remembered that during their previous undertaking, they had merely faced a group of lower-tier Crimson Wolf Beasts. It was only upon returning to the sect that they learned of the hidden threat, a Celestial Gang's realm beast. They had been fortunate that it had not revealed itself. Encountering such a formidable creature would spell doom for them. Rest assured, junior sister, we did not encounter that Celestial Gang's realm beast in our previous life, and we shan't in this one either. Lu Ruyan comforted her with a gentle pat on the shoulder, urging her to relax. Zhou Qingmin pondered this and gradually eased her worries. Together, they entered the mission hall, where a bustling crowd of disciples awaited their turn for tasks. Upon receiving their mission to eradicate the beasts in Qingatown, they discovered that 6 others had already accepted the same assignment before them. With their addition, the group now numbered 8. As this assembly of 8 congregated at the entrance of the hall, they prepared to embark on their journey to Qingatown. However, to Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin's astonishment, among the 6 were none other than Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. The unexpected presence of the 2 disciples associated with Chen Yang caught them off guard, as they had not anticipated that they would be vying for the same mission. Initially, their spirits were quite high, as they merely needed to fill the ranks in this mission to receive rewards from their sect. However, upon seeing Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, they could not help but recall the detestable visage of Chen Yang, which instantly dampened their mood. Similarly, when Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan beheld Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin, they were taken aback. Yet, they held no pleasant sentiments towards these 2 women, as they vividly remembered the arrogance displayed by them during their recent visit to Shaoyan Peak. Their departure had been marked by scornful remarks, clearly indicating an unpleasant encounter with their master. Nevertheless, despite the mutual disdain, both parties found themselves bound by the same task, leaving no room for regrets. Subsequently, the group of 8 descended the mountain together, making their way to Qingatown. Along the journey, As they engaged in conversation and introduced themselves, the other disciples were utterly astonished upon learning the identities of Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. Their demeanor towards the duo underwent a dramatic transformation as they expressed their reverence. "So, it is the esteemed senior brother Qingyun and senior brother Zhao Chuan. My apologies. It is said that you are on the verge of breaking through to the celestial realm. Truly remarkable. You are the pride of our Tianjin sect. Indeed, senior brothers, your illustrious names are known far and wide. It is an honor to accompany you on this expedition. Yes, you are simply outstanding. Even the true disciples cannot compare to you. I have heard that our sect's leader wishes to take you as disciples and elevate you to true discipleship. Yet you graciously declined. Such news reveals that, in the eyes of the sect leader, you surpass even the true disciples. With the exception of Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin, the other disciples fawned over Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, showering them with flattery and attentiveness. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin pressed their lips together, remaining silent, yet feeling an undeniable pang of bitterness within. In their previous life, they were the unrivaled prodigies of the Tianjin sect. Wherever they went, fellow disciples honored and assiduously flattered them. Yet now, the objects of admiration had shifted to Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, stirring discontent in their hearts. The treatment that Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan now enjoyed was once theirs, but presently they found themselves overlooked, relegated to the background as if invisible. This blatant disregard ignited an imbalance within the two women. In response to the other disciples' sycophancy, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan remained humble, attributing their achievements to their esteemed master at Shaoyan Peak. They acknowledged that without their master's guidance, they would not have reached such heights in their cultivation in such a short span of time. Upon hearing those words, Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin simultaneously curled their lips, their expressions brimming with disdain. It seems that Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan possess a modicum of self-awareness. Were it not for their mentorship under Chen Yang, their innate talents would hardly qualify them as paragons. Zhou Qingmin let out a soft scoff, her tone tinged with indignation. Observing Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan basking in the adulation of their peers filled her with discontent. These accolades ought to have belonged to them, yet now, those disciples scarcely acknowledged their presence. Indeed, anyone who becomes a disciple of Chen Yang can attain greatness. What is so remarkable about them? Without Chen Yang, they would be nothing. Lu Ruyin nodded in agreement, fully convinced of this notion. The praise heaped upon Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan gnawed at her insides, particularly when she heard them lauded as the pride of the Tianjin sect. This only intensified her resentment. It is worth noting that in her past life, she was Chen Yang's foremost disciple and the most distinguished talent of the Tianjin sect. She, Lu Ruyin, was the true pride of the sect. Yet now, all the glory and accolades have been appropriated by Li Qingyun. How could she endure such a fate? Unbeknownst to both, in their attempts to undermine Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, they inadvertently attributed all accomplishments to the very Chen Yang they despised. Perhaps deep down, they had already acknowledged that Chen Yang was indeed a commendable master, though their lips refused to utter such recognition. Chapter 31. Originally belonging to them, the Heavenly Sword sect was not far from Qingatown, merely a distance of 10 miles. In the afternoon, the group arrived at Qingatown. Before they could enter, they beheld from afar a pack of over 10 crimson wolves wreaking havoc within the town. These beasts, resembling wolves but significantly larger, bore a sharp horn on their foreheads, possessed robust limbs, and their eyes glimmered with a sinister red glow. They appeared to regard the townsfolk as mere sustenance, ruthlessly devouring them in the streets. From a distance, the group witnessed several crimson wolves intently gnawing on corpses strewn across the ground. The anguished cries of the elderly, the harrowing screams of women, and the wails of children echoed through the air, a cacophony of despair. "Cease your slaughter, vile beasts!" Li Qingyun's eyes narrowed with resolve, and with a powerful leap, he soared into action. In an instant, he landed before one of the beasts and delivered a kick that sent it flying several meters away. "Let's charge together." Zhao Chuan, unwilling to lag behind, surged forward as well. The others exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they followed suit. Only Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin remained, exchanging knowing looks before they too dashed forward. However, instead of confronting the beasts, they sought refuge in a secure location within the town. Marvelous! It is the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. We are saved. As Li Qingyun and his companions battled the beasts, some townsfolk recognized their identities and erupted in joyful exclamations. Given the proximity of the Heavenly Sword sect, they occasionally glimpsed the disciples descending from the mountains. Upon seeing the garments of Li Qingyun and the others, they immediately identified them. The once hopeless Qinghe town experienced a complete turnaround with the arrival of Li Qingyun and his companions. The Crimson Wolves, mere cultivators of the Qi condensation realm, posed little challenge to Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. These beasts were virtually powerless. The two displayed remarkable valor, dispatching two-thirds of the beasts within mere moments. In just 15 minutes, the menace was eradicated from Qinghe town. At that moment, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin leisurely emerged. Upon entering, they were met by a throng of grateful townsfolk who surrounded Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, showering them with expressions of gratitude. Thank you, noble heroes. Had it not been for your timely intervention today, we cannot fathom how many lives would have been lost in Qinghe town. O venerable beings, I bow before you. My son was devoured by these fiends. I am eternally grateful for the vengeance you have bestowed upon us. Is this the might of the Heavenly Sword sect? Truly magnificent. Such fearsome beasts have been vanquished by your hands. Big brother, you are so impressive. When I grow up, I too shall learn the ways of the Heavenly Sword sect and become as formidable as you. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan found themselves encircled by the townsfolk, men and women, young and old, gazing at them with eyes filled with gratitude, admiration, and reverence. The other disciples were also embraced by the townsfolk, though their following paled in comparison to that of Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. After all, during the recent battle against the demon beasts, their performance had not been as valiant as that of Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. Only Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin, who found themselves without a single civilian by their side, had sought refuge as soon as they entered the town. The townsfolk had not witnessed their attempts to confront the demon beasts. Feeling neglected, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin watched as Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan were hailed as heroes by the very people they had once impressed in their previous life. They remembered how, upon their arrival in Qinghe town in the past, they had similarly vanquished the demon beasts with decisive efficiency, earning the gratitude, admiration, and reverence of the locals. Yet now, that honor had shifted entirely to Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, leaving them awkwardly standing by, discontent with the unfolding scene. Suddenly, a panicked scream echoed from a distance. Demon beast! There's a demon beast! Everyone run! The crowd looked up in alarm to see a massive crimson wolf barreling toward them, its path marked by deep craters in the ground and houses splintering under the force of its charge. This creature was evidently of a far superior caliber compared to the low-tier demon beasts they had previously encountered. With its colossal frame emanating dark, malevolent energy, its blood-red eyes glinted ominously. The surrounding townsfolk turned pale with terror, trembling uncontrollably. Some of the more timid individuals collapsed, succumbing to fear. This is a celestial tier demon beast. How could this be? Weren't we only supposed to face a horde of Qi gathering tier beasts? One disciple exclaimed, disbelief etched across their face, their voice quivering. We are no match for a celestial tier beast. What shall we do? Panic ensued among the disciples, leaving them in a state of utter confusion. Sister, how did this celestial tier beast emerge? We clearly did not encounter it in our previous life, nor should we in this one. Zhou Qingmin pondered, her gaze fixed on the monstrous creature. I am equally baffled. It seems that since our rebirth, certain events have altered, Lu Ruyan replied, shaking her head in perplexity. As the two women contemplated the situation, a disciple approached Li Qingyun, voice trembling. Senior brother Qingyun, perhaps we should flee. This beast is beyond our capabilities. Li Qingyun turned to the disciple, his expression resolute. We may run, but where can these townsfolk hide? You all must protect them here. I will confront this demon beast. With that, he stepped away from the crowd, leaping into action toward the approaching crimson wolf. Brother, I will assist you, Zhao Chuan shouted, fearlessly charging alongside him. As the crowd held their breath, anxiously watching Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, the tension in the air was palpable. Unexpectedly, to everyone's astonishment, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan did not find themselves at a disadvantage during their fierce confrontation with the beast. Instead, their seamless collaboration turned the creature into a mere plaything. The remarkable poise and grace they exhibited gradually reassured the onlookers below. "We are saved. How wonderful! We shall not perish," exclaimed the crowd. "These two truly are heroes in their youth. Mother, they are so formidable. I aspire to be as powerful as they are when I grow up." The common folk gazed upon the figures of Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, their eyes brimming with admiration. Chapter 32. Dreaming of reaping without sowing? Even the other disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were astonished as they watched the two formidable individuals engage in fierce combat with the demon beasts, neither of them showing the slightest sign of retreat. Brother Qingyun truly embodies the pride of our Heavenly Sword sect, having reached the 9th level of Qi condensation. He can contend with the formidable demon beasts of the celestial realm. Truly impressive. And then there's Zhao Chuan, who, at merely the 8th level of Qi condensation, displays such remarkable combat prowess, leaving us in utter awe. Alas, I wonder when I shall attain such prowess. Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin stood by, listening to the accolades directed towards Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. Both could not help but tighten their lips, their expressions betraying their discontent. Especially Lu Ruyan, who clenched her fists in frustration. Her inherently competitive nature was ignited by the praise showered upon Li Qingyun, making her feel as though she had swallowed something bitter. In her past life, it was she, Lu Ruyan, who had been hailed as a hero. It was she who had been regarded as the pride of the Heavenly Sword sect. Yet now all those accolades have been seized by Li Qingyun. These honors rightfully belong to me. I am the pride of the Heavenly Sword sect. Lu Ruyan grit her teeth, resolute in her determination. Once this mission concludes and she returns to the sect for cultivation resources, she would devote herself to relentless training. The foremost prodigy of the Heavenly Sword sect, the pride of the Heavenly Sword sect. It must be Lu Ruyan. She could not allow herself to be overshadowed by Li Qingyun. Similarly, Zhou Qingmin felt a pang of dissatisfaction. In her previous life, she had been the second disciple of Chen Yang. The admiration and reverence Zhao Chuan now enjoyed were once rightfully hers. Yet, at this moment, she found herself with nothing. Dead. The demon beast lay slain. They actually managed to vanquish this creature. They have saved our Qingha town. They are our town's benefactors. The surrounding townsfolk erupted into a frenzy of joyous exclamations, surging forward in a collective wave. There, ahead, the colossal demon beast lay defeated. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, bloodied yet unbowed, stood tall. Brother Qingyun and Brother Zhao Chuan are truly remarkable. This is a demon beast of the celestial realm. We are so fortunate. Had it not been for Brother Qingyun and Brother Zhao Chuan, we might not have survived this day. Come, let us join them. The other disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect followed the crowd, gravitating towards the two figures ahead. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan radiated an aura of brilliance, their presence captivating all and making them the center of attention. Everyone cheered and celebrated for Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, while Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin remained rooted in place, watching as the two basked in the adoration of the masses. A wave of bitterness washed over them. What is so remarkable about them? In our previous life, we were the ones celebrated as great heroes. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan are merely inconspicuous disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, unworthy even to carry my shoes. Zhou Qingmin exhibited a tone that was both sarcastic and resentful, her face betraying an unmistakable defiance. In her previous life, she had never even heard the names of Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. Were it not for Chen Yang, who would know of Li Qingyun, or who would recognize Zhao Chuan? All that they currently possessed was a gift from Chen Yang. What right did they have to feel proud? Lu Ruyan let out a cold huff. Despite the disdain lacing her words, her eyes shimmered with jealousy. Half an hour later, as dusk approached and the ferocious beasts receded, the group prepared to return to the Heavenly Sword sect. The townsfolk of Qinghe, reluctant to see them go, bid farewell to the departing group with heavy hearts. As they left Qinghe town, Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin felt a slight alleviation in their spirits. Just moments ago, the townspeople had crowded around Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, lavishing them with praise. Their incessant admiration had been grating on their nerves, but now, with distance, their mood began to brighten. Senior Brother Qingyun, Senior Brother Zhao Chuan, we are immensely grateful for your assistance today. Without you, this mission would have been impossible to complete, a disciple suddenly approached, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Indeed, it was Senior Brother Qingyun and Senior Brother Zhao Chuan who took the lead in today's task, another chimed in. Absolutely. Today, they bore the brunt of the effort. A third voice echoed in agreement. Upon hearing these words, the previously uplifted Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin immediately felt their brows furrow in irritation, their moods souring once more. They silently lamented the sycophancy of their peers, who seized every opportunity to curry favor in front of Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. Suddenly, one individual stepped forward, casting a glance at Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin before saying pointedly, "By the way, I just recalled something. While we were engaged in a fierce battle with the beasts, there were those who chose to slink away in secret." At this, Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin's eyes widened in shock, a wave of panic washing over them. They had not anticipated that their retreat would be noticed. What? Someone was slacking off? Who was it? Gasped another. Yes, who? Speak up. While we were fighting fiercely against the beasts, they hid away in fear. How is that fair? Indeed, we poured our all into vanquishing the beasts, and now we are expected to share the rewards with such individuals? I refuse to accept that. The crowd erupted in indignation, each person expressing their displeasure vehemently. Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin exchanged anxious glances, their faces paling as they involuntarily took a step back. It was them. The earlier disciple suddenly pointed a finger at Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin, declaring it was them. I witnessed them seeking refuge as we entered Qinghe town. They only emerged once we had slain the beasts. What? How shameless! We battled the beasts outside while they hid away, and now they wish to return to the sect and share in the rewards? Indeed, I also realized I hadn't seen them during the fight with the beasts. Certainly, I recall that after we vanquished the demonic beasts, they emerged from the house. How brazen of them to claim they would join us on this quest. Yet they merely basked in the rewards. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin, their gazes filled with indignation and scorn. The actions of these two women were utterly shameless. Faced with the accusations, Zhou Qingmin turned pale and hastily denied it, exclaiming, "You speak falsely. We did not." Lu Ruyin quickly followed suit, asserting, "We were pursuing other demonic beasts. We did not hide." There are only 14 demonic beasts, all slain by us. What beast could you possibly be chasing? Hiding is indeed hiding, and yet you refuse to acknowledge it. How shameless! By heavens! Encountering such individuals on our very first mission is truly a stroke of bad luck. Those who resort to deceit and trickery shall not partake in our rewards. Indeed, they must not receive anything. Before the crowd, the two women's defenses appeared feeble and insubstantial. Each accusation felt like a dagger, piercing deeply into their hearts. When they realized that the rewards from this mission would not be shared with them, Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin nearly erupted in desperation. No, we participated. We deserve our share. You cannot strip us of it. Yes, we were involved. On what grounds do you refuse us? Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin were utterly unhinged. They had engaged in this mission solely to gain rewards and cultivation resources. Yet now, it seemed they were to receive nothing for their efforts. This was an unbearable truth for them. Brother Qingyun, what say you? Should we share with such individuals? Indeed, Brother Qingyun, you were the most instrumental today. Your word is paramount. The others fixed their gazes on Li Qingyun, seeking his judgment. Li Qingyun regarded the two women, whose faces betrayed their discomfort. With no sympathy in his eyes, only disdain. Since we have all decided, let us not share with them. This is a reward earned through our collective struggle. We cannot allow such individuals to benefit unearned. Li Qingyun's expression remained impassive. He had never held a favorable view of these two, and upon learning of their actions, his contempt only deepened. Why would he advocate for them? Upon hearing his words, Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin felt as though they had plunged into an abyss of despair. Indeed, let them receive nothing. Brother Qingyan speaks wisely. Not a single thing for them. It was truly deserved. They sought to reap where they had not sown. Let us depart. I find it nauseating to associate with such people. Bah! What audacity, trying to take advantage of us. After hurling a barrage of scornful remarks at the two women, the crowd turned and left. They were left behind in their original position. Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin stood there, pallid and with expressions of profound anguish. How unfair. Why are we denied? We came along too. Why are we excluded? Zhou Qingmin's sense of grievance intensified, ultimately leading her to tears. In her previous life, she had been an emperor. She had never endured such indignities. Yet now, these people were brazenly bullying her. Most crucially, she had come to regard the rewards of this task as her lifeline. Completing the task would grant her access to the cultivation resources from the sect, providing her with the hope of breaking through to the second layer of qi condensation. She had been stuck at the first layer for a month and a half, desperately yearning for a breakthrough. But now it was all gone. Everything was lost. Their efforts had been in vain. Not only had they gained nothing, but they had also been subjected to severe humiliation. This infuriates me. Lu Ruyin was equally enraged, her fury reaching a boiling point. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she stepped aside and struck a nearby boulder with a punch. The rock yielded to her blow, creating a substantial dent. Her hands were bloodied, yet she felt no pain. Only an overwhelming surge of anger coursed through her. She had initially hoped that this task would yield substantial cultivation resources, allowing her to hastily advance her training and catch up to Li Qingyun's progress. But now, her aspirations were dashed. Such a realization nearly sent her into a fit of rage. Chapter 33. For the sake of cultivation resources. They cast aside their dignity upon returning to the Heavenly Sword sect. The remarkable feat of Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, slaying a celestial realm beast, swiftly spread across the various peaks. The disciples were astounded upon hearing of this. For both Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan had yet to ascend to the celestial realm themselves. Yet, they had managed to vanquish a beast of such caliber. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Such combat prowess was indeed terrifying. Moreover, the actions of Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin were also widely disseminated, inciting disdain and scorn from many disciples. After all, such behavior, attempting to benefit from the efforts of others, had never before been witnessed within the Heavenly Sword sect. Their unscrupulous tactics were utterly disgraceful. Chen Yang, of course, had heard whispers of these events, though he only grasped the gist and lacked clarity on the details. The following day, he sought out his two disciples, keenly inquiring about the specifics of this mission. I have heard that the two of you collaborated to slay a celestial realm beast in a pavilion atop Shaoyan Peak. Chen Yang regarded his disciples with an expression of commendation. In just a month and a half of cultivation, they were able to engage in battles beyond their level. Such talent was indeed rare. Even Lu Ruyin from a previous life might pale in comparison. Indeed, Master, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan replied respectfully, standing side by side. Well done. Chen Yang nodded slightly, then gently admonished, however, engaging in battles beyond your means is perilous. In the future, you must strive to avoid such encounters. Yes, Master, we understand, they replied obediently, acknowledging his words. Although their victory over the celestial realm beast had brought them considerable fame, they were acutely aware of the inherent dangers. A moment's carelessness could lead to their demise. If they were to encounter a beast of a higher realm again, their foremost concern would be self-preservation rather than recklessness. Even in the name of saving the populace, one must act within their capabilities. Otherwise, they would only sacrifice themselves. By the way, I heard that Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin from Qingming Peak also participated in this mission. It seems they attempted to employ clever tricks to reap the rewards without effort. Chen Yang inquired about those two wayward disciples, his interest piqued. Zhao Chuan nodded, his expression filled with indignation. Indeed, Master, these two women are utterly shameless. Upon our arrival at Qinghe Town, we witnessed a dozen beasts wreaking havoc upon the innocent. We all rushed to their aid, Yet these two sought refuge and hid away. Only after we had vanquished the beast did they emerge. As Zhao Chuan recounted this, his face reflected his disdain. It was his first mission, and encountering such cunning individuals was profoundly disheartening. Unexpectedly, these two individuals have resorted to such unscrupulous means for the sake of cultivation resources. Chen Yang shook his head with a wry smile, feeling a surge of satisfaction within. These two ingrates have truly fallen to such depths. To concoct such underhanded schemes for mere cultivation resources is utterly disgraceful. Their reputations are now irreparably tarnished. Most disciples of the Tianjin sect have heard the rumors. Two female disciples from Qingming Peak, infamous for their moral decay and brazen shamelessness, have brought disgrace upon themselves. Henceforth, it is likely that when embarking on missions, no one will wish to team up with them, for who would want their hard-earned cultivation resources to be squandered by others? The future circumstances of Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin will only become increasingly dire. The thought of these wayward disciples facing such a fate fills Chen Yang with delight. They truly deserve this. Very well, you may depart now. Focus on your cultivation and strive to break through to the Tiangang realm before the sect's grand competition. Chen Yang waved his hand, signaling for them to leave. Soon, the annual sect competition of Tianjin sect will commence. Given the cultivation pace of these two disciples, breaking through to the Tiangang realm should not pose a challenge. Yes, we take our leave, Master. The two disciples respectfully bowed and prepared to depart. Suddenly, Chen Yang recalled something and called them back, saying, "During this period, do not seek me out. I intend to enter seclusion for a while. Understood?" Chen Yang planned to seclude himself for several days. Recently, while cultivating, he felt an increasingly strong urge to break through. He had been deliberately suppressing his own cultivation level, refraining from a proactive breakthrough. However, he could no longer contain it. Moreover, after this period of cultivation, his Yuan Dan had reached a flawless state. Thus, he decided to enter seclusion and only emerge once he had broken through to the Yuaning realm. Understood, Master. The two disciples nodded and then turned to leave. After their departure, Chen Yang could not help but think of his two wayward disciples. Now, they must realize how challenging cultivation is without me as their master. Without cultivation resources and the divine Yuan Dan, do they still believe they can become paragons? What a fanciful notion. Chen Yang chucked coldly. In his previous life, those wayward disciples had managed to become paragons, dominating their peers in cultivation, all thanks to the continuous stream of resources he provided as their master. However, now Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin have lost access to those resources and lack the divine Yuan Dan to cleanse their meridians. With their inherent talents alone, can they hope to achieve the brilliance they once had? This is utterly impossible. Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin must have come to this realization by now. Without the divine Yuan Dan and cultivation resources, they are nothing. By the way, it has been a month and a half. I wonder how my third disciple is faring. I hope she hasn't met her end at the hands of that Qi Yun Xianzun. Suddenly, Chen Yang's thoughts drifted to Lin Xian'er. After her rebirth, Lin Xian'er had already been gone for a month and a half. By the passage of time, she should have fallen into the trap set by the Red Cloud Immortal. It is even possible that she has already been transformed into a puppet. Nevertheless, I shall not dwell on it, since I have been reborn. These ingrates are no longer my concern. Whether they live or die is a consequence of their own making. I shall retreat and prepare for a breakthrough. Chen Yang shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. He turned away from the pavilion and headed towards the back mountain, intending to enter his cave, dwelling for seclusion. Lin Xian'er had been in a deep slumber for 5 days. Upon awakening, she found herself lying in an unfamiliar room. Where am I? With great effort, Lin Xian'er sat up in bed, surveying her strange surroundings. At that moment, she felt exceedingly weak, her face devoid of color, and her injuries had yet to fully heal. "Huh? You're awake?" Just then, a woman in white entered the room. Upon seeing Lin Xian'er conscious, her face lit up with joy, and she hurried over. Chapter 34. The True Faces of Family. Who are you? Lin Xian'er gazed at the unfamiliar woman, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Was she not at Lingshu Mountain? Where was the temple? What of the deceitful Qi Yun Xianzun? Where is this place? Who was this woman before her? A flurry of questions flooded Lin Xianer's mind, each demanding answers. I am a disciple of the Tai, Xiandao sect. Young lady, you have been rescued by us. The woman in white said with a gentle smile. Rescued? What of that deceitful Qi Yun Xianzun? Lin Xuania presset ordently. Oh, you refer to that malevolent sorcerer? He has perished beneath my master's sword. The woman in white replied with a slight smile, speaking the truth. Dead? Lin Xianer was taken aback for a moment. But soon her expression transformed into one of uncontainable excitement. Through gritted teeth, she exclaimed, Good riddance. That scoundrel is finally gone. How I loathe that wretched deceiver. A profound hatred flickered in her eyes as she recalled Qi Yun Xianzun, the one responsible for her tragic plight. Truly, his demise was not a loss. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Surely, my parents have not met the same fate? Anxiety gripped her heart as she remembered her family. Given that Qi Yun Xianzun was a sorcerer of unspeakable evil, had he inflicted his malice upon her loved ones as well? Lin Xianer knew that vile sorcerers like Qi Yun Xianzun often killed without a second thought. Had he, in his quest to eradicate all traces of his misdeeds, already slaughtered her family? A wave of dread washed over Lin Xianer. I must return home at once. The more she pondered, the more restless she became. She hastily threw off the covers, rising from the bed with great urgency. You are still injured. You should remain here until you have recovered, the woman in white implored, grasping her arm and speaking with earnest concern. No, I must go home. I need to return now. Lin Xuan was resolute, her heart solely focused on the safety of her family. The woman in white could not dissuade her, and with her injured body, Lin Xianer hurriedly departed. 2 hours later, Lin Xuan arrived perilously ahead of Sip. However, the entire courtyard lay desolate, devoid of life. A thick layer of fallen leaves blanketed the ground, indicating it had been ages since anyone had tended to it. Father, mother, brother. Lin Xianer's heart raced with anxiety. Was it possible her family had truly fallen victim to Qi Yun Xianzun's cruelty? In a frenzy, she dashed into the courtyard, forcefully pushing open the door and striding inside. Yet, the interior was just as empty, a chilling silence enveloping the space. Dust covered the table, suggesting no one had resided there for quite some time. Father, mother, brother, woe is me. Where are you? Lin Xianer collapsed onto the floor, unable to contain her sorrow, and wept openly. It seemed her family had been utterly exterminated by Qi Yun Xianzun. The thought of being left all alone in the world filled her heart with profound grief. Who is there? Who is inside? At that moment, a youthful voice echoed from outside the door. Lin Xianer was taken aback, quickly turning her head to look. There stood a child clad in coarse cloth, his nose running freely, peering curiously into her home with sparkling eyes brimming with wonder. A glimmer of hope ignited within Lin Xianer as she hurriedly rose and rushed outside, grasping the child's shoulder with urgency. Little one, do you know where this family has gone? She inquired earnestly. The child, presumably the offspring of her neighbors, must have been drawn by the sound of her door opening, prompting his inquisitive visit. Yet, the child's name eluded Lin Xianer, lost to the passage of time. Who are you, auntie? The child asked, startled by her sudden approach, gazing at her with a hint of timidity. Auntie? Lin Xianer blinked in surprise, recalling that she was no longer the enchanting beauty of her youth. The image reflected back at her was that of a weary woman. A pang of bitterness struck her heart as she contemplated this transformation. However, her foremost concern remained her family. Child, I ask you again, where has this family gone? She implored, her eyes filled with anticipation. My mother said they moved to the town and one tea be coming back, the child answered innocently. Moved to the town? A flicker of joy danced in Lin Xianer's eyes, quickly overshadowed by a wave of confusion. What could have compelled her family to relocate? And where could they have procured such funds? Her heart brimmed with uncertainty. Yet, knowing her family was safe offered her some solace. Do you know where they're residing in town? She pressed on, her determination to find her loved ones unwavering. I don't know. My mother knows, the child replied, prompting Lin Xianer to release him and seek out her neighbor, Aunt Zhang, to inquire about her family's precise whereabouts. Without delay, Lin Xianer hastened towards the town. Time passed, and at long last, Lin Xianer arrived at the town, standing before a small courtyard. Darkness had descended upon the sky. Exhausted and breathless, she was drenched in sweat, her already frail complexion appearing even more pallid. The injury she had sustained began to resurface, yet the thought of soon reuniting with her family filled her heart with elation. Gazing at the modest courtyard, she noted that despite its size, the house was far superior to the dilapidated structure in the village, offering a sense of spaciousness. Observing that the courtyard gate was ajar, Lin Xian'er resolved to enter quietly, hoping to surprise her family. Approaching the door, she peered through the crack and beheld her family gathered around the table, sharing a meal. Just as she raised her hand to push the door open, she suddenly heard her mother, Zhang Xiulian, exclaim, "How wonderful it is! Our family is finally enjoying a better life, all thanks to our dear daughter." Upon hearing these words, Lin Xian'er was momentarily taken aback, her heart filled with a sense of perplexity. The hand she had poised to push open the door retreated silently. Indeed, were it not for her, the esteemed Qian Xianzuan would not have provided us with the funds, and we would not have been able to purchase this courtyard. Lin Qingshan similarly expressed his sentiments. "Father, mother, do you think my sister is already dead by now?" Lin Tianyu inquired with curiosity, having set down his bowl and chopsticks. His sister had been in the service of Qiyun Xianzuan for over a month. Logically speaking, she should have perished by now. She should be dead. If she is, then so be it. After all, we have received the money. Whatever happens to her at the hands of Qiyun Xianzuan is no longer our concern. Lin Qingshan displayed an indifferent demeanor, entirely unconcerned with the fate of his own daughter. Indeed, if she is dead, then she is dead. Consider those girls who became disciples of Qiyun Xianzuan. Did any of them not meet a tragic end? Your sister is likely no different from those girls now departed. Zhang Xiulian remarked dismissively, as if her daughter's demise were that of a mere stranger, bearing no relation to her. Lin Tianyu sighed. "I have heard that those girls who took Qiyun Xianzuan as their master all met dreadful fates, transformed into monsters. It is quite terrifying. Father, mother, do you think my sister has also become a monster? You should focus on your meal. Whether she becomes a monster or not is of no concern to us. We shall never see her again," Zhang Xiulian retorted, casting an exasperated glance at her son. Chapter 35. Master, I was wrong. Unbeknownst to the family of three, the so-called deceased they spoke of was presently standing at the doorway, absorbing every word they uttered. Lin Xian'er stood dazed at the entrance, her expression one of utter disbelief. She could hardly fathom that her beloved family had betrayed her, selling her to the esteemed Qiyun Xianzuan, effectively casting her into the abyss. As she reflected on her recent awakening, filled with concern for their safety and disregarding her own injuries to seek them out, it struck her that all she desired was merely to ascertain their well-being. Yet now, she felt like nothing but a jest. The family she cherished had merely viewed her as a mere tool for monetary gain. Her life and death held no significance in their eyes. She had nearly perished at the hands of that deceitful Qiyun Xianzuan, while they reveled in the riches obtained from her sale. Oh, foolish young. Lin Xian'er erupted into manic laughter, feeling utterly ridiculous in that moment. In a fit of rage, she forcefully kicked open the door. Who? Inside, Lin Qingshan, Zhang Xiulian, and Lin Tianyu turned in unison, perplexed. Upon seeing Lin Xian'er at the threshold, pale and wearing a grim smile, their eyes widened in disbelief. Daughter, how have you returned? No, how have you aged so? A flicker of panic crossed Zhang Xiulian's eyes as she stood frozen, taken aback by her daughter's aged appearance. In just a month and a half, her daughter had transformed so drastically. Lin Qingshan and Lin Tianyu exchanged awkward glances, unsure of how to respond. Lin Xuan stepped forward, her blood-red eyes fixated on the three, emanating an ominous aura. I regarded you as my dearest kin, yet you thrust me into the flames. I nearly met my demise atop Lingshu Mountain at the hands of Qiyun Xianzuan, while you squandered the money from my sale to live comfortably here. Ha ha! Lin Xian'er laughed maniacally, her demeanor resembling that of a mad woman, completely bereft of reason. Little sister, please, don't act this way, I beg you. I am frightened. Lin Tianyu approached cautiously, attempting to placate Lin Xuan'er. However, in the next moment, a powerful hand seized his throat. constricting it tightly and lifting him off the ground. Lin Tianyu's eyes widened in shock, veins bulging on his forehead, his face flushed with desperation as he struggled for breath. He fought valiantly against the grip, yet found himself utterly helpless. "Rebellious girl, what do you intend to do? He is your brother," Lin Qingshan exclaimed, panic rising in his voice. "My brother?" Lin Xian'er shot him a glance, her eyes glinting with a chilling, murderous intent. "Ha!" She scoffed derisively, applying pressure with renewed vigor. "Ah!" Lin Tianyu let out a blood-curdling scream as Lin Xianyuan crushed his throat with her grip. In an instant, he lost all vitality, his limbs hanging limply. "No!" Zhang Xiulian's eyes widened in horror as she screamed. Lin Qingshan was also left in shock. He never anticipated that this rebellious daughter would truly take the life of her own brother. How could she bring herself to do such a thing? After all, he was her own flesh and blood. Lin Xianyuan carelessly tossed Lin Tianyu's lifeless body aside and approached Lin Qingshan, her gaze chillingly indifferent. "Rebellious daughter, what are you planning? Do you intend to kill me as well?" Lin Qingshan felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of Lin Xianyuan emanating murderous intent, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Yet, the thought that he was her biological father gave him a semblance of courage. Surely, this rebellious daughter could not possibly kill her own father, could she? Without uttering a single word, Lin Xianyuan raised her hand and struck. A sharp crack resonated through the room as Lin Qingshan's head spun around, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Zhang Xiulian was utterly terrified, her legs trembling uncontrollably. She scrambled and crawled toward the door in haste. "Murder! Help!" she cried out in panic as she fled, desperately hoping for salvation. However, as she dashed out of the courtyard, Lin Xuanyuan's figure descended from above, blocking her path. Zhang Xiulian was struck with sheer terror, collapsing helplessly to the ground. "Daughter, I am your mother. You cannot kill me. Please don't," she pleaded desperately, grasping at Lin Xuanyuan's skirt. "Daughter?" Lin Xianyuan scoffed, her expression devoid of warmth. "Do you still consider me your daughter? From this moment forth, I, Lin Xianyuan, am no one's daughter." With that, she delivered a forceful blow, infused with deadly intent, striking Zhang Xiulian's forehead and leaving a bloody imprint. Zhang Xiulian screamed in agony, instantly losing consciousness as her body slumped backward. Yet, as Lin Xianyuan gazed upon her mother's lifeless form, she felt no joy. Instead, an overwhelming sense of desolation enveloped her. "Master, I was wrong. I truly was wrong," she sobbed in the cold wind. In that moment, memories of her past life flooded her mind. In her previous existence, she had believed that becoming Chen Yang's disciple was her gravest mistake. She had always held steadfast to the conviction that it was Chen Yang who had led her astray, preventing her from apprenticing with the esteemed Qian Xinzuan and ultimately causing her to turn against her family. This had resulted in her being forsaken by all. But now, she realized how utterly mistaken she had been. Her family had merely regarded her as a tool for monetary gain, never truly caring for her well-being. The transcendent figure in her eyes was merely a malevolent sorcerer intent on bringing about her demise. In retrospect, her decision to take Chen Yang as her master in her previous life was indeed the wisest choice she could have made. By doing so, she evaded the machinations of her family and escaped the fate of becoming a puppet forged by the Red Cloud Immortal. Moreover, thanks to having such a remarkable mentor as Chen Yang, she was bestowed with the divine origin pill, which purified her marrow and transformed her into an unparalleled prodigy. Ultimately, she ascended to the status of an emperor. Reflecting on her past life, the kindness her master showed her fills her heart with profound regret. She had wronged him, harboring animosity and even conspiring with her fellow disciples to betray him. Waves of remorse surged within Lin Xianyuan as she stood vacantly beside the corpse, alternating between tears and laughter, resembling a madwoman. "Oh, master, I am so sorry. I deserve to die. You treated me with such kindness. Yet I harbored hatred towards you and even contemplated your demise. I truly deserve this fate. Master, I was wrong. The more she pondered, the deeper her guilt became. Chapter 36. break through to the nascent soul realm at the Tianjin sect, within a cave on the summit of Shaoyan Peak. Chen Yang is currently in seclusion. He has been in this state for 3 days. At this moment, as he practices the 9 dragons devouring heaven technique, 3 dragon spirits manifest behind him, coiling and swirling in majestic splendor. The dragon heads rise high, exuding a formidable and dominating aura. The dragon bodies radiate brilliant golden light, illuminating the entire cave as if it were the brightness of day. Suddenly, while immersed in meditation, Chen Yang abruptly opens his eyes. Is a breakthrough imminent? He did not anticipate that merely 3 days of seclusion would lead him to the nascent soul realm. He promptly shuts his eyes once more, channeling all his energy to break through. In an instant, a torrent of rich spiritual energy surges from all directions, converging upon him like an ocean absorbing rivers. All drawn into his body, the 3 dragon spirits swirling behind him shine even more brilliantly. Time passes, and before long, a 4th dragon spirit gradually emerges beside the 3, slowly coalescing. However, this newly formed dragon spirit appears somewhat ethereal and insubstantial, as if a mere breath could disperse it. The golden light emanating from its body is notably faint. The emergence of this 4th dragon spirit signifies that Chen Yang has successfully cultivated the 9 dragons devouring heaven technique to its 4th layer. At the very moment this 4th dragon spirit appears, a profound transformation occurs within Chen Yang's body. Within his dantian, the original nascent Dan has vanished, replaced by a diminutive infant radiating resplendent golden light. This is Chen Yang's nascent soul. Is it really this simple to achieve a breakthrough? Chen Yang opens his eyes, sensing the changes within him, unable to believe his fortune. He never expected it to be so effortless, akin to drinking water. With barely any exertion, he has effortlessly ascended to this new realm. It seems I had suppressed my own level too severely. Contemplating his situation, Chen Yang quickly understands the reason behind it. He had consistently restrained his progress, refraining from a proactive breakthrough. This resulted in his cultivation reaching the pinnacle of the nascent Dan realm long ago, making a breakthrough possible. Yet, due to his lack of urgency and continued suppression, he now finds that with just a slight nudge, he has ascended. With the breakthrough to the nascent soul realm, Chen Yang's spirits soar. He rises promptly and exits the cave. Upon stepping outside and inhaling the fresh air, he is greeted by a yellow dog, wagging its tail eagerly and approaching him. Observing the dog, Chen Yang cannot help but feel intrigued. In just 3 days, he notices that this dog seems to have undergone some changes. Initially, it was quite frail, with sparse, dull fur and visible ribs. It even walked with a slight stumble, as if a gust of wind could easily topple it. However, at this moment, the yellow dog, robust in stature, boasted a coat of dense and lustrous fur, exuding an undeniable sheen. Particularly striking were its eyes, brimming with vitality and an unmistakable intelligence. It appeared that the creature had awakened a semblance of spiritual awareness. It would not be long before it transcended into a mystical beast. Chen Yang smiled faintly, astonished that a mere divine essence pill could indeed facilitate such a transformation in this dog. This pill, produced by the system, truly possessed astonishing effects. He reached out to affectionately stroke its head before departing. The yellow dog wagged its tail, faithfully following him until they exited the back mountain. Upon returning to his chamber, Chen Yang encountered Li Qingyun diligently tidying up the room. Surprised to see his master, Li Qingyun exclaimed with delight, "Master, you have emerged from seclusion." Just 3 days prior, Chen Yang had mentioned his intention to enter a period of meditation, so Li Qingyun was taken aback by his swift return. It seemed evident that his master had achieved a breakthrough. Indeed, Chen Yang nodded gently, a warm smile gracing his lips before inquiring, "During my 3 days of seclusion, have you both been diligently practicing?" "Master, my junior brother and I have been training earnestly every day, not daring to slack off," Li Qingyun responded earnestly, adjusting his posture to convey his sincerity. "That is commendable. Remember, cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, one regresses. Do not allow complacency to set in," Chen Yang advised patiently. "Yes, Master, I shall engrave your words upon my heart. Li Qingyun affirmed with a nod. That is sufficient. You may continue your cleaning, Chen Yang said, nodding in approval at his eldest disciple. He was pleased that his two disciples were self-motivated in their cultivation, without needing the constant oversight of their master, which contrasted sharply with his previous life's rebellious students who often dallied instead of practicing. This had caused Chen Yang considerable frustration, as he found himself compelled to monitor their training. The outcome of such efforts had unfortunately led to resentment from those disciples towards him. Reflecting on those past experiences, Chen Yang felt a twinge of regret, wishing he could chastise his former self for being so naive. He had devoted himself to the well-being of those rebellious students, only to be met with betrayal in return. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, he settled down, poured himself a cup of tea, and leisurely sipped from it. Meanwhile, Li Qingyun continued his cleaning duties. At the same time, before the gates of the Tianjin sect, two disciples stationed as guards suddenly observed a frail, weary woman ascending for the mountainside. She appeared to be in her 30s or 40s, her pallid complexion indicating a state of weakness, as if she bore injuries. It seemed she had not eaten for an extended period, lacking even the strength to walk steadily, her form swaying precariously, as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. Who are you? One of the guarding disciples stepped forward, regarding her with a watchful expression. I am a disciple of Elder Chen from the Shaoyan Peak. I implore you both to convey this message to Shaoyan Peak. I wish to see my master. At this moment, Lin Xinyuan appeared utterly frail, as if she lacked even the strength to speak. 3 days prior, after she had taken the lives of her own kin, an overwhelming tide of remorse surged within her. The memory of her master's kindness filled her heart with profound guilt. She was consumed by a singular thought: to return to the Heavenly Sword sect, to meet her master, and to confess her sins in hopes of receiving forgiveness. Thus, she persisted, despite her grievous injuries, to arrive at this place. Elder Chen is your master? The two mountain guards exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting their confusion. They recalled that Elder Chen had only two disciples, both of whom were unmistakably male. When had there been a female apprentice? Chapter 37. Master, you are all I have left. This woman appears to be older than Elder Chen. How could Elder Chen possibly take her as a disciple? Nevertheless, since she recognizes Elder Chen, it is only reasonable that they pay a visit to Shaoyan Peak to inform him. What is your name? I am Lin Xianer. Before Lin Xianer could finish her sentence, she weakly collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath as if uttering those few words had drained her of energy. Very well, wait here while I make a trip to Shaoyan Peak. At Shaoyan Peak, Chen Yang quickly learned of this news. What? You say there is a woman in her 30s at the mountain gate who wishes to see me and claims to be my disciple? Chen Yang looked at the disciple who had come to report, utterly bewildered. He could not recall ever having a female disciple in her 30s. Not in his previous life, nor in this one. Where did this woman in her 30s come from? Ah, she said her name is Lin Xianer. The mountain disciple nodded solemnly, entirely serious, not in the least bit jesting. Wait, you said her name is Lin Xianer. Chen Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. This woman in her 30s is actually Lin Xianer? Wasn't she only 16? When did she become over 30? Just a few days ago, he believed Lin Xianer had perished at the hands of the Red Cloud Immortal and might even have been turned into a puppet. To his surprise, Lin Xianer was not only alive, but had also undergone a transformation in appearance, completely changing into another person. Could it be that after becoming a disciple of the Red Cloud Immortal, she encountered some ordeal that altered her visage? Furrowing his brow, Chen Yang pondered for a moment before nodding, saying, Very well, I shall accompany you to take a look. After a brief consideration, he decided to see for himself. It was not out of pity for Lin Xianer, but rather because his curiosity had been piqued and he wished to witness what this 30-something Lin Xianer looked like. Soon, Chen Yang arrived at the mountain gate. Upon landing, he beheld a woman collapsed on the ground. The moment he saw her, his eyes widened in shock. Before him, Lin Xianer appeared with withered, sallow skin, an aged and haggard face, and even strands of white hair sprouting from her head. She bore the visage of an old crone, utterly devoid of her former beauty. Master, I was wrong. Sob master, I was wrong upon seeing Chen Yang, Lin Xin'er immediately became agitated. She hurriedly rose and approached him. Then, with a thud, she knelt before him. As she kowtowed, she wept uncontrollably, her face filled with regret. Lin Xin'er, I never expected that in just over a month you would transform into such a wretched state. Chen Yang gazed at this familiar, yet strange face, a wave of emotion washing over him. It is worth noting that the Lin Xin'er of the past, yet possessing an unparalleled beauty, a visage that could captivate nations. Her ethereal grace rendered her a rare gem among mortals. However, now, her appearance bore no semblance to the beauty she once embodied. As she traversed the streets, she could even instill fear in children. It had only been a little over a month. Her once promising disciple had fallen to such a dismal state. Witnessing her transformation, a wave of satisfaction surged within Chen Yang. This ingrateful wretch was finally receiving her just desserts. Truly, she deserved it. Oh, Master, I was wrong. I should never have betrayed you. I realize my mistakes now. She lamented. That deceitful Qian Xinzuan is far from a good person. He is but a grand deceiver who has brought me to this plight. As for my parents, they do not regard me as their daughter. They pushed me into the abyss and have since enjoyed a prosperous life with the money they gained from selling me, completely indifferent to my fate. Master, I was so foolish. I was terribly deceived. Tears streamed down Lin Xin'er's cheeks, quickly saturating her face. The memories of the past month filled her heart with sorrow and injustice. At this moment, seeing her beloved master, the repressed emotions within her erupted. All her grievances and anguish could no longer be contained. As she wept, she grasped Chen Yang's pant leg, pouring out her heart about her family and that deceitful Qian Xinzuan. Why do you weep? What is the purpose of clinging to my trousers? Chen Yang stepped back in disdain, observing Lin Xin'er's pitiful state, her tears and snot mingling in a display of vulnerability. He felt no pity for this ungrateful wretch. Master, upon noticing Chen Yang's retreat, Lin Xin'er paused, a flicker of grievance surfacing amidst her tear-filled eyes. In her previous life, her master had been the one who cherished her most. If she encountered injustice, he would undoubtedly stand by her side. Yet now, she perceived disdain on her master's face. The feeling of injustice deepened within Lin Xin'er. Do not call me master, Lin Xin'er. I am no longer your master, and our bond has long been severed. Chen Yang regarded her forlorn expression with a sense of exasperation. Having witnessed the harsh realities of the world, she now understood her master's true worth. It was too late. Even if she were to perish here today, Chen Yang would never forgive her. An ingrate did not merit sympathy. Master, I truly regret my actions. Please do not be this way, she pleaded. I genuinely comprehend my mistakes. Master, will you forgive me? You're all I have left. If you forsake me, what will I do? Crying, she knelt before him, extending her hands in a desperate plea for his forgiveness. However, Chen Yang immediately took a step back, creating distance between them. Lin Xuanger, let me reiterate, I am no longer your master. Your future is your own affair, and it is of no concern to me. With that, Chen Yang, disinterested in further dialogue, turned and departed. Seeing him about to leave, Lin Xuanger grew anxious. Master, if you do not forgive me today, I shall kneel here and not rise. She gritted her teeth, resolute in her decision to seek her master's forgiveness. At this moment, he was her only hope. If you wish to kneel, then kneel. Chen Yang glanced back at her once before continuing on his way. Lin Xuanger watched his retreating figure, biting her lip, feeling a surge of emotion that almost brought her to tears, yet she managed to hold it back. Chapter 38. Regret Beyond Measure. Chen Yang returned to Shaoyan Peak, a radiant smile adorning his face, exuding an aura of great delight. Indeed, he was in splendid spirits. Witnessing Lin Xin'er, the ungrateful wretch, reduced to such a pitiful and despondent state, filled him with uncontainable satisfaction. Before long, he arrived at his quarters, where his fellow disciples, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, were diligently tidying the courtyard. Upon seeing Chen Yang's elation, the two exchanged bewildered glances. Master seems particularly cheerful today, Zhao Chuan remarked, scratching his head in confusion. Junior brother, a mountain guardian disciple, just informed us that a woman claiming to be Master's disciple has come to the gate, wishing to see him. After Master met with her, he returned in high spirits. Li Qingyun explained, having been present when the news was delivered. Disciple? When did Master take in a female disciple? Zhao Chuan was instantly taken aback. In the Tianjin sect, it was common knowledge that Chen Yang had only 2 disciples. Namely them, when had a female disciple surfaced? Curiosity about this woman surged within him. I am unsure, but that woman should still be at the gate, Li Qingyun replied, shaking his head in contemplation. Senior brother, shall we go and see this woman? Zhao Chuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, his eagerness palpable. Well, all right then. Let's go take a look. Li Qingyun consented after a moment's thought, equally curious about the woman's appearance. With their minds made up, the 2 brothers turned and departed. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the gate. From a distance, they spotted a woman kneeling on the ground. At the sight of her, both were taken aback. The woman appeared to be nearing 40, looking even older than their master. When had he acquired such a female disciple? With a plethora of questions swirling in their minds, they approached Lin Xiner, surveying her from above. In turn, Lin Xiner recognized the 2. They were the disciples Chen Yang had taken on during the sex examination, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. Seeing them, Lin Xiner felt an overwhelming surge of emotions. The master who once cherished her dearly was no longer hers, but had become the mentor of these 2 individuals. He was no longer her master. The thought filled her with regret, and her eyes brimmed with unshed tears. However, unwilling to lose face before them, she fought to keep her composure. Who are you? Zhao Chuan suddenly inquired. At this moment, he gazed at Lin Xiner, increasingly doubtful that this woman was truly a disciple of his master. She bore no resemblance to a disciple at all. Lin Xiner lifted her head and met his gaze, retorting with annoyance, Who I am is none of your business. It was these 2 individuals who had usurped the affection of their beloved master, displacing them in his heart. Thus, Lin Xiner naturally bore no goodwill towards them. Li Qingyun stepped forward, curiosity piqued, and inquired, May I ask why you claim to be our master's disciple? Zhao Chuan nodded in agreement, his voice tinged with indignation. Indeed. When did you ever take our master as your teacher? He felt that this woman seemed to be impersonating their master's disciple, an affront he could hardly tolerate. Your opinions are irrelevant. Lin Xiner huffed lightly, turning her head away, entirely disinterested in engaging with the 2. You, Zhao Chuan, feeling exasperated, was on the verge of retorting, yet upon seeing her feeble demeanor, he restrained himself. Enough, junior brother. Since she refuses to speak, let us return. She hardly resembles our master's disciple. Otherwise, how could our master allow her to kneel here? With Lin Xiner remaining silent, Li Qingyun promptly lost interest, pulling Zhao Chuan along as he suggested they depart. I agree. Our master must be blind to accept her as a disciple. Zhao Chuan, finding his senior brother's reasoning sound, nodded in agreement and turned to leave with Li Qingyun. Watching the 2 retreating figures, Lin Xiner bit her lip, feeling a surge of defiance. She was indeed her master's disciple. Why should they doubt her? In her previous life, she had shared a bond of 3,000 years with Chen Yang as teacher and student. These 2 had only been disciples of Chen Yang for a little over a month. How could they compare to her? What right did they have to assert their claims? Yet, as she contemplated her current status as no longer being Chen Yang's disciple, a wave of despondency washed over her. The master who had once cherished her most dearly was now another mentor. At that moment, 2 disciples stationed at the mountain observed Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan as they departed and began to converse. Hey, did you hear? Just a few days ago, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan descended the mountain on a mission and managed to slay a heavenly grade beast, surpassing their ranks. One remarked, Indeed, these 2 are truly formidable. Just over a month, and they are on the verge of breaking through to heavenly rank. It's extraordinary, isn't it? Even the true disciples under the sect leader dare not claim to be outstanding in their presence. The other replied, Truly, comparison breeds envy. How I wish I possessed such extraordinary talent. Their conversation reached Lin Xiner's ears, and she could not help but press her lips together, her heart heavy with bitterness. She understood well that Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan must have received divine essence pills from their master, propelling them to become prodigies. The rapid advancement of the two individuals can be attributed to the abundant resources provided by their master. Hearing of their success within the Heavenly Sword sect, Lin Xianyuan could not help but reflect on her own unfortunate experiences over the past month. In stark contrast to Li Qingyin and Zhao Chuan, her plight seemed exceedingly tragic. Betrayed by her beloved family, she was sent to Lingshu Mountain to become a disciple of the deceitful Qiyun Xianzuan. Under the guise of guidance, she was led to practice the blood demon devouring heart technique and misled into consuming numerous poisonous pills, resulting in her current grotesque state, neither human nor ghost. As these thoughts flooded her mind, a wave of regret washed over her. She had access to the finest master in the world, yet stubbornly chose to apprentice under the treacherous Qiyun Xianzuan, which led her to this miserable fate. The realization that she had lost the one who cherished her most, now transformed into someone else's master, filled her with profound remorse. Chapter 39. The master truly no longer cares for me, master. I truly erred. I should not have conspired with the other senior and junior sisters to betray you. Had we not betrayed you, we would have attained enlightenment and become saints by now. We would not need to be reborn, and I would not be reduced to this wretched state. Master, I am filled with profound regret. As Lin Shinner spoke, her voice quivered and tears streamed down her face. She knelt there alone, weeping for an interminable duration. Eventually, her tears dried, leaving her in a daze, still kneeling. For 3 whole hours, she remained on the ground. Just as her weakness threatened to render her unconscious, suddenly, the heart-devouring curse within her flared up. Ah! Lin Shinner's eyes widened in agony. Her consciousness jolted awake, her expression contorting in horror. The intense pain crashed over her like relentless waves, a torment far beyond human endurance. Her already pallid complexion turned ashen, beads of cold sweat erupted, cascading down her cheeks. In excruciating agony, she writhed upon the ground. Ah! The heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the mountain gate. The 2 disciples stationed at the mountain gate exchanged bewildered glances, uncertainty clouding their expressions. What has happened to her? One asked. I do not know. Should we intervene? I fear she may perish here. Do not go. She is not a disciple of our Heavenly Sword sect. It seems she has been poisoned. We should avoid trouble. Very well. Your words hold merit. After a brief exchange, the 2 disciples ultimately opted to turn a blind eye. Their duty was to guard the mountain gate, and any complication arising from this woman was not worth the risk. The screams continued unabated, and Lin Xian'er writhed on the ground like a maggot, appearing as though she were on the brink of madness. Her hair disheveled, her eyes bloodshot, her face a mask of insanity. She looked utterly terrifying. Time slipped away, and eventually, Lin Xian'er lay still upon the ground, seemingly unconscious. Is she dead? One disciple voiced uncertainly, his expression betraying concern. I do not know. Let her be. It is not our concern. The other disciple merely cast a dispassionate glance at Lin Xian'er before adopting an attitude of indifference. Subsequently, the 2 disciples resumed their posts, neglecting Lin Xian'er entirely. Soon, the sun dipped low in the west, and twilight descended. Lin Xian'er remained on the ground, unnoticed. Suddenly, an elder in white robes soared through the air on a sword from afar. As he prepared to enter the mountain gate, he caught sight of Lin Xian'er lying on the ground, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. You two, what is the matter with this person? The elderly figure in white inquired, gesturing towards the motionless figure not far away. Elder Lu, this woman arrived some time ago, insisting on meeting Elder Chen from Shang Peak. After Elder Chen met with her briefly, he departed. Subsequently, she knelt here for 3 hours, and half an hour ago, she began to cry out in pain, rolling about in distress until she eventually fainted. One of the mountain guardians explained respectfully. They were merely guardians, while this elder, known as Lu Huayuan, held a position of authority within the sect, albeit overseeing the miscellaneous disciples, which placed him lower in rank among the elders. Nevertheless, he was not someone they could afford to treat lightly. Elder Lu cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Xian'er, feeling a pang of compassion. The sun was setting, and leaving her alone in such a state seemed excessively cruel. After a moment of contemplation, He appeared to hesitate. Finally, he sighed in resignation. Very well. I happen to require additional hands. I shall accept her as a miscellaneous disciple. When she awakens, if she is unwilling, I shall send her down the mountain. In the end, Elder Lu resolved to extend a helping hand to this unfortunate woman. 2 hours later, darkness enveloped the land, shrouding it in tranquility. In an unfamiliar room, Lin Xin'er awoke from her slumber. Rubbing her still aching chest, she swung her legs over the side of the bed. Where am I? Wasn't I kneeling at the mountain gate? She surveyed her surroundings, a look of confusion crossing her face. Wait! A sudden realization struck her, and her eyes brightened with excitement. Could it be that my master brought me back to Xiaoying Peak? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. At present, apart from Chen Yang, she was only acquainted with Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin within the Tianjin sect. However, today, her 2 senior sisters were unaware of her return to the sect. Thus, it could only have been Chen Yang who brought her back. It must be true. My master could not bear to see me kneeling at the mountain gate. So he came to rescue me. Indeed, my master still cares for me, just as in my previous life, sharp of tongue yet tender of heart. With these thoughts, Lin Xin'er's spirits lifted considerably. She had a bond of 3,000 years with her master. How could he possibly allow her to remain kneeling at the gate? At that moment, the door swung open and an elderly man in white entered the room. Upon seeing this unfamiliar elder, Lin Xin'er paused for a moment, then warily asked, Who are you? How did you get here? The white-haired elder smiled kindly and spoke softly. I am Lu Huan, an elder of the Tianjin sect, responsible for overseeing the miscellaneous disciples within the sect. The young lady, just moments ago, was rescued by me, and I brought her here. What? You saved me? Lin Xin'er immediately widened her eyes, her expression frozen in disbelief. She gazed at the unfamiliar elder before her, and in that instant, her heart plummeted to an abyss of despair. The master she had longed for had not come to her aid. Instead, it was merely a stranger who had intervened. Lin Xin'er bit her lip, unwilling to accept the harsh reality before her. Yet, the truth was undeniable. Elder Lu, did you happen to see Elder Chen from Xiaoying Peak when you saved me? Lin Xin'er, undeterred, continued to press for answers, her teeth clenched in determination. She yearned to know if her master had visited her during her unconsciousness. If her master had indeed come, it would signify that she was still cherished in her master's heart. No, I only saw you lying on the ground, unattended, Elder Lu Huayuan replied, shaking his head and speaking candidly. Upon hearing this response, the glimmer of hope in Lin Xin'er's eyes dimmed in an instant. Had her master truly not come to see her after she fainted? The one who had once doted on her now seemed utterly indifferent to her plight. Overwhelmed by this thought, Lin Xin'er shut her eyes in anguish, a solitary tear cascading down her cheek. Chapter 40. Becoming a servant disciple, Lu Huayan gazed at her despondent demeanor. Curiosity piqued within him. He inquired, by the way, Why have you been kneeling at the mountain gate all day? Lin Xinyuan opened her eyes, and upon realizing her master truly did not care for her well-being, disappointment surged through her. Responding to Lu Huayuan's question, she answered absent-mindedly, It's nothing. I was merely foolishly hoping to join the Heavenly Sword sect and become a disciple of Elder Chen from the Xiaoying Peak. A bitter smile crossed her lips as a pang of pain pierced her heart, akin to being pricked by a needle. What she truly wished to express was that Chen Yang was indeed her master. She had come today solely to seek her master's forgiveness and return to Xiaoying Peak. Yet, with her master refusing to acknowledge her as a disciple, she felt utterly ashamed to voice her thoughts. I see, Lu Huayuan remarked, enlightenment dawning upon him. He had previously heard from the mountain guards that Lin Xinyuan had specifically sought out Chen Yang upon her arrival at the Heavenly Sword sect. It became evident that she intended to become his disciple. It appeared that Chen Yang had declined her request, which explained her prolonged kneeling at the mountain gate. What are your plans now? Lu Huayan inquired further, having grasped the situation. I do not know, Lin Xinyuan replied, lifting her gaze to meet his. She seemed on the verge of articulating something, but ultimately lowered her head in despair. Well then, Lu Huan said after a moment's pause, noticing her pitiable state. Since you have nowhere to go, I happen to be in need of a few extra hands. If you are willing, you may stay on as a servant disciple. If not, you may leave the mountain at your discretion." Upon hearing his words, Lin Xianyuan raised her head once more, studying Lu Huayuan intently. She hesitated to respond immediately, her expression betraying a mix of emotions. "Becoming a servant disciple?" she murmured softly, biting her lip in turmoil. Her initial intention in coming to the Heavenly Sword sect had been to seek her master's forgiveness in return to Shaoyan Peak. Now, the prospect of serving as a mere servant disciple felt drastically different from her expectations. It was well known that servant disciples held the lowest status among all disciples, burdened with arduous tasks and receiving scant cultivation resources each month. In her previous life, she had been a disciple of Chen Yang, a prodigy of the Heavenly Sword sect. To now be relegated to the role of a servant disciple felt beneath her. However, with her master refusing to forgive her, should she decline this offer, she would likely have no choice but to leave the sect entirely. Considering this, despite her reluctance, Lin Xianyuan ultimately acquiesced. "Very well, I thank Elder Lu. I am willing to stay." A bitter expression graced her face as she accepted. At this point, she had no better options. By remaining, she would at least have the opportunity to see her master again and seek his forgiveness. As time passes, perhaps the master will eventually forgive her. If she descends the mountain now, she will never attain the master's forgiveness. Although she currently holds the status of a mere servant disciple, she believes that once the master forgives her, she will be able to return to the Little Cloud Peak. At that moment, everything will turn out well. These are merely temporary thoughts. Once the master forgives her, she can reclaim her place at the Little Cloud Peak. Lin Xianyuan consoled herself with these thoughts. For now, it was the only comfort she could find. In the blink of an eye, half a month slipped away. During this time, after Chen Yang broke through to the nascent soul realm, he did not cease his cultivation, persisting in his daily practice to solidify his abilities. Remarkably, both of his disciples also ascended to the Celestial Gang realm during this brief interval. Chen Yang was not surprised. It was, after all, within his expectations. What truly astounded him was that the yellow dog he had taken and had successfully broken through to the Qi condensation realm, officially maturing into a demon beast. On this day, the annual sect competition commenced. Chen Yang promptly led his two disciples to the martial arena atop the main peak. At this moment, 12 battle platforms floated in mid-air, enveloped in ethereal mist, with sword energy subtly weaving through the atmosphere. Beneath the platforms, disciples had already gathered in throngs, clearly indicating that the disciples from every peak were present. The scene was bustling with life. As Chen Yang and his two disciples made their appearance, they drew numerous gasps and curious glances from the crowd. There was no denying it. The fame of Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan within the Heavenly Sword sect was immense. Chen Yang had initially hoped for a more low-key entrance, yet found himself under considerable scrutiny as well. "Ah, Elder Chen, you have arrived." At that moment, Elder Qi Wujie from the Qingming Peak approached Chen Yang, accompanied by a group of disciples, exchanging pleasantries. "Oh, Elder Qi, it is you. You arrived much earlier than I." Chen Yang replied, a courteous smile gracing his face as he regarded the white-haired Qi Wujie. "Not at all. We of Qingming Peak have only just arrived," Qi Wujie said with a dismissive wave of his hand, then turned to address the disciples behind him, speaking in a solemn tone. "You should bow and pay your respects to Elder Chen." As his words fell, the disciples behind Qi Wujie hurriedly bowed with reverence towards Chen Yang. Disciples pay their respects to Elder Chen. However, among this group of disciples, two voices were laced with reluctance. These two were Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin. They had no desire to pay their respects to Chen Yang, nor to offer him any form of courtesy. Yet, in the presence of Qi Wujie, they had no choice but to feign compliance. Chen Yang, of course, noticed these two defiant disciples among the crowd. Sensing Chen Yang's gaze, the two women huffed in unison and turned their heads away, clearly unwilling to acknowledge him. Chen Yang dismissed them from his mind, redirecting his attention back to Qi Wujie, and spoke gently. "Elder Qi, you are too kind." "Not at all," Qi Wujie replied with a faint smile. Chen Yang turned to his two disciples and said, "You should also come forth to pay your respects to Elder Qi." Given the courtesy extended by the other party, It was only fitting for Chen Yang to have his disciples engage in the customary pleasantries. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on his own sense of decorum. Disciple Li Qingyun, paying respects to Elder Qi. Disciple Zhao Chuan, paying respects to Elder Qi. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan immediately stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Qi Wuji, their demeanor impeccably serious. No need, no need. Please rise, Qi Wuji replied, a look of appreciation dawning on his aged face as he regarded Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. The prodigious talents of Chen Yang's disciples were indeed remarkable. Such exceptional students would be cherished by any mentor. As the master of peak, Qi Wuji mused that if he were to have disciples of such caliber, he would likely wake up smiling from dreams of glory. Elder Chen, your two disciples are extraordinary. They are bound to achieve greatness in the future, Qi Wuji remarked, his admiration for the duo growing with each passing moment. Simultaneously, a twinge of regret stirred within him. If only he had selected these two during his own search for disciples. Then, his Qingming peak would also boast a peerless talent. Not at all. Elder Qi, you flatter me. You have many fine talents among your own disciples. Chen Yang responded with utmost humility, eschewing any hint of arrogance. Alas, Elder Chen, your words only serve to mock an old man like myself. Qi Wuji replied with a wry smile, feeling a sense of embarrassment wash over him. Despite having taken on numerous disciples, none could compare to the innate abilities of Chen Yang's students. Chen Yang's statement left him feeling somewhat inadequate, as he was all too aware of the true caliber of his own disciples. Meanwhile, as the two conversed amicably, Qi Wuji's own disciples were casting envious and fervent glances at Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. Who among them did not yearn to be as distinguished as these two celestial prodigies? Regrettably, they lacked such extraordinary gifts. At the same time, Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin were also observing Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. However, in stark contrast to the admiration of others, the two women felt a surge of discontent and jealousy. The praise from their master for these two disciples only served to deepen their discomfort. How could their own master extol the talents of another's disciples? What merit did they possess beyond the boon of the divine origin pill? Without that, what were Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan truly worth? The two women seethed inwardly. Chapter 41. What kind of master is he? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen Yang took his two disciples to a less crowded spot to rest while awaiting the commencement of the competition. Meanwhile, Qi Wuji seemed preoccupied with other matters. After instructing his disciples to stay put and not wander off, he departed on his own. In the rear of the crowd, Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin found refuge under a tree's shade, seeking solace from the heat while venting their frustrations. What a dreadful day, encountering that Chen scoundrel here. Our master truly is something, approaching him to offer greetings and insisting that we pay our respects to that Chen fellow. Zhou Qingmin pouted, her expression one of discontent. Indeed, all 7 main peaks and 12 subsidiary peaks have gathered today, yet our master chose to engage with that Chen Yang instead. What on earth was he thinking? Lu Ruyin echoed her sentiments, her brow furrowed in displeasure. Sisters, is that you? At that moment, a familiar female voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin were momentarily taken aback before swiftly turning around. They beheld a woman in her 30s or 40s standing before them. Is that Ling Xuania? Lu Ruyin was instantly struck dumb with astonishment. Zhou Qingmin, initially failing to recognize her, widened her eyes in shock upon hearing Lu Ruyin's exclamation and scrutinizing the woman's face closely. Sister, what has happened to you? Zhou Qingmin exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. Before them stood Lin Xian'er, frail in form, her features aged and skin shriveled, even marred with decay, and her hair flecked with an abundance of white strands. The sight was unsettling, as she appeared neither human nor ghostly. In that instant, Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin were left speechless. It had only been a little over 2 months since they last parted. How had Lin Xian'er transformed into this wretched state? Was this truly the enchanting third sister they remembered? Sisters, it is really you. Oh, I have missed you so much. Upon recognizing her 2 senior sisters, Lin Xian'er could no longer contain her emotions, tears brimming in her eyes as she rushed forward to embrace them. now devoid of family and rejected by her master. The sight of her sisters filled her heart with warmth. The two women, taken aback by the sudden embrace, soon pushed Lin Xian'er away gently. Lu Rian was the first to speak, her curiosity piqued. "Sister, what has befallen you?" "Yes, sister. How could you have changed so drastically in just over 2 months?" Zhou Qingmin echoed her confusion. "Wu, sisters, I was wrong. You have no idea. My parents are not good people at all. And that Qiyun Xinzuan, he is no better. A fraud, a practitioner of demonic ways. You cannot imagine how close I came to never returning." As she recalled her harrowing experiences, Lin Xian'er was overwhelmed with sorrow and a sense of injustice, her eyes welling with tears. "Sister, please clarify the situation for me. What exactly has transpired?" Lu Ruyan inquired urgently, her curiosity piqued regarding the events that had unfolded surrounding her junior sister. "Wu, senior sister, it is like this." Lin Xian'er sobbed, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance as she recounted her experiences since descending the mountain. Upon hearing her tale, both Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin were left utterly astounded. They had never anticipated that within a mere 2 months, Lin Xian'er would encounter such a series of unfortunate events, nearly losing her life in the process. Wiping her tears, Lin Xian'er spoke with a tone fraught with guilt. "Wu, senior sister, I was wrong. I misjudged Master. In my past life, I always believed that it was Master who hindered me, the one who caused a rift between me and my family, ultimately leading to my isolation. Now I realize how mistaken I was. The family I had longed for only wished for my demise, and the revered figure I once admired has brought me to this dismal state. I wronged Master. He is the finest mentor in this world. In my previous life, we were the ones at fault. I now see how truly remarkable he is." As her tears flowed unabated, Lin Xian'er reflected on the grotesque nature of her family's true colors and the harm inflicted upon her by Qiyun Xianzun. It was only then that she recognized the profound goodness of her master, Chen Yang. However, upon hearing her junior sister repeatedly extol the virtues of her master, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions revealing their disbelief. "Sister, how can you speak of him in such a manner? How could Chen Yang possibly be deemed a good master?" Zhou Qingmin retorted, her face serious as she scrutinized Lin Xian'er. At that moment, she firmly believed that her junior sister's judgment was gravely flawed. "Indeed, sister, how can you say such a thing? Chen Yang does not deserve to be called a good master," Lu Ruyan concurred, nodding in agreement with Zhou Qingmin's sentiments. "Senior sister, he truly is a good master. In our past lives, we held too deep a prejudice against him. Without him, we would never have attained the emperor realm in our cultivation," Lin Xian'er asserted earnestly, her expression grave. "Come now, how can he be regarded as a good master? Does he even merit such a title?" Zhou Qingmin scoffed disdainfully, her displeasure evident. "If he were truly a good master, then why did he refuse to grant us the Shun Yuan Dan when we sought it? He knew full well how critical it was for us. And despite having an abundance of Shun Yuan Dan that he had no need for, he refused to part with even a single one. What kind of master is that? My cultivation has been stunted due to his refusal, and I have only barely managed to break through to the second layer of qi condensation. Had I received the Shun Yuan Dan, I might have already reached the celestial realm. It is all Chen Yang's fault. Indeed, the last time we approached him for the Shun Yuan Dan, not only did he deny us, but he even fed one to a dog right before our eyes. He is deliberately humiliating us. What kind of worthy master could he possibly be?" Upon mentioning this matter, Lu Ruyan's expression immediately darkened. Chen Yang would rather feed the divine essence pill to a dog than offer it to them. Can such a person truly be regarded as a good master? Such individuals are utterly unworthy of the title. Lin Xian'er was astonished to discover that, after descending the mountain, her two senior sisters had sought out their master for the divine essence pill, and yet he had not granted it to them. Observing their indignation, she felt compelled to patiently persuade them. "Dear senior sisters, in our previous lives, it was we who betrayed our master, and he harbors resentment towards us. It is only reasonable that he withholds the divine essence pill from you. You should not blame him for this. Although he has not bestowed upon you the pill in this life, it is irrefutable that in our past existence, he successfully nurtured all 6 of us disciples into emperors. You must not allow the absence of the divine essence pill now to overshadow the gratitude we owe him for his past kindness. Chapter 42. Depart. Lin Xuanyuan's eyes brimmed with tears as she earnestly attempted to persuade her 2 senior sisters, hoping to awaken them to their own misjudgments. However, in response to her entreaties, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin exhibited unmistakable displeasure. Lu Ruyan's delicate brows furrowed, her expression decidedly irked. Sister, whose side are you on? Why are you defending that fellow Chen Yang? Zhou Qingmin, equally indignant, questioned with barely concealed anger. Indeed, sister, which side are you on? In our previous life, we united to set a divine trap for that scoundrel Chen Yang. We were the ones who ended his life. How can you speak on his behalf now? In that moment, both Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin felt considerable frustration. It is crucial to remember that in their past life, all 6 of them harbored a profound hatred for Chen Yang, wishing nothing less than to see him suffer 1,000 tortures, to be utterly obliterated. Their animosity towards him surpassed all bounds. Yet now, Lin Xuanyuan had the audacity to defend that man, even addressing him as master with an air of gratitude. This was intolerable for the 2 women. They perceived that Lin Xuanyuan had forsaken their shared sentiments and turned her allegiance to Chen Yang. Observing the sudden chill in her senior sister's demeanor, Lin Xuanyuan momentarily stood in stunned silence, soon realizing the gravity of the situation. In their past existence, they had loathed their master for countless years. How could her 2 senior sisters possibly come to recognize their errors so readily? Unlike her, who had endured familial betrayal and been deceived by the celestial venerable of the red clouds, nearly losing her life in the process. Lin Xuanyuan understood that had she not faced such trials, she too might not have swiftly recognized her own mistakes. With this thought in mind, Lin Xuanyuan ceased her attempts at persuasion and instead inquired, Sisters, do you happen to know where our master is now? She had come to the main peak today specifically to find him and seek his forgiveness. Since becoming a servant disciple, her lowly status had rendered her unworthy of entering the 7 main peaks. Only due to the unique circumstances of today's set competition was she afforded the opportunity to approach the main peak. She could not bear to miss this chance to meet her master. Over there, that scoundrel Chen is seated, Zhou Qingmin remarked, her tone lacking the warmth it once held. With a detached expression, she gestured toward the nearby clearing where Chen Yang awaited the commencement of the competition, accompanied by 2 disciples. Thank you, sister. I have matters to discuss with master. I shall proceed, Lin Xuanyuan replied, her face lighting up at the sight of her master. She hastily bid farewell to her senior sisters and hastened towards Chen Yang. Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin watched Lin Xuanyuan's departing figure with a mix of irritation. How could junior sister behave in such a manner? She has merely ventured down the mountain, yet upon her return, her disposition towards Chen Yang has undergone a complete transformation. Previously, she harbored the same animosity towards him as the rest of us, wishing fervently for his demise. Now, she no longer stands by my side. Zhou Qingmin let out a light snort, her tone laced with dissatisfaction towards Lin Xuanyuan. In her eyes, Lin Xuanyuan seemed to embody the essence of betrayal. Lu Ruyan remained silent, her gaze indifferently fixed on Lin Xuanyuan's retreating figure, curious to discern what her intentions were in seeking out Chen Yang. Soon enough, Lin Xuanyuan found herself before Chen Yang, gazing at the familiar visage of her master. Memories of her master's kindness in her past life flooded her mind, and an overwhelming sense of guilt and remorse surged within her for ultimately betraying him. Master, I am truly sorry. Lin Xuanyuan halted her steps and knelt before him. Chen Yang, whose eyes had been closed in meditation, was compelled to open them upon hearing the familiar voice. His expression soured upon recognizing Lin Xuanyuan. Get lost. The coldness in his demeanor pierced Lin Xuanyuan's heart, igniting a painful ache within. Tears streamed down her face, fueled by her regret. Master, please don't treat me this way. I am your most cherished disciple. I truly understand my mistakes, master. As she spoke, she lowered her head in earnest supplication. Can't you hear me telling you to leave? Chen Yang's countenance darkened, irritation evident in his voice. Master, I genuinely realize my errors. Please forgive me this once. You have always cared for us the most, haven't you? Lin Xian'er, growing increasingly desperate, reached out to tug at Chen Yang's garment, seeking to plead for his forgiveness. Chen Yang's brow furrowed in disapproval, and his patience waned. Without hesitation, he delivered a swift slap. Smack! The sharp sound of the strike resounded through the air. Lin Xian'er was sent sprawling several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. As she landed, she could not suppress a cough that expelled a mouthful of blood. Clutching her face, she struggled to rise and crawled back towards her master. Master, I truly erred. Please don't treat me like this. She whimpered, her voice laden with sorrow. I know I have wronged you, and I am aware of my faults. Master, I promise to heed your words and will not commit any further transgressions against you. Please forgive me. Lin Xian'er crawled before Chen Yang once more, lifting her tear-streaked face, her eyes brimming with sorrowful pleading. However, Chen Yang, confronted with her disheveled and unappealing countenance, felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. Particularly, her swollen visage resembled that of a pig, which was utterly nauseating. Can't you hear me telling you to get lost? Chen Yang, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, unleashed another resounding slap. Smack! The even louder echo of the blow reverberated, sending Lin Xian'er flying once more. In midair, she coughed up a long stream of fresh blood. The next moment, she collapsed onto the ground, unable to contain herself as she spat out another mouthful of blood. This time, she lacked the strength to crawl towards Chen Yang. She could only lie on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at her master, sorrowfully acknowledging her mistakes. Master, sob, you used to be so reluctant to strike me like this. Master, do you truly not care about me at all? She cried. Master, I genuinely realize my wrongs. Please grant me one more chance to return to your side. Master, I long to be your obedient disciple once more. Master, please don't ignore me. Just look at me once, please. Lin Xian'er sobbed and desperately pleaded. However, Chen Yang once again closed his eyes, completely disregarding her. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xian'er felt an even deeper anguish. Chapter 43 Master, please do not ignore me. At this moment, the commotion had drawn the attention of many onlookers. Observing Lin Xian'er sprawled on the ground, resembling a pitiful sight, the surrounding disciples could not resist gathering to witness the spectacle. Who is this Annie? Why does she address Elder Chen as master? I am not sure, but judging by her attire, she appears to be a servant disciple. Could it be that she is so persistent with Elder Chen because she wishes to become his disciple? It is possible. I suspect she yearns to follow Elder Chen, inspired by how his two disciples have become paragons of excellence. Surely not. She is merely a servant disciple, while Elder Chen is the master of one of the 7 principal peaks. How could he possibly accept her as a pupil? What audacity! Indeed, her audacity is remarkable. She has already been struck once, yet she approaches again, now lying here unable to rise and still refuses to relent. She is both aged and unattractive. Only a madman like Elder Chen would take her as a disciple. How can she lack even a modicum of self-awareness? The surrounding disciples could not help but mock her, hurling cold taunts at Lin Xian'er, who lay on the ground, feeling a surge of shame and discomfort. Yet, she remained unwilling to concede, continuing to gaze toward her master. Master, please do not disregard me. Woo-woo, Master, open your eyes and look at me. Master just then, a disciple clad in white sword in on a sword, landing before Chen Yang. It was unclear what the disciple conveyed to Chen Yang, but moments later, he rose and, accompanied by his 2 disciples, followed the white-clad disciple away. Throughout it all, Chen Yang did not cast a single glance in her direction. Woo-woo, Master, you once cherished us dearly. Now you cannot even bear to look at me? Chen Yang's indifference pierced Lin Xian'er's heart, leaving her engulfed in a suffocating anguish. She remained prostrate, weeping openly. Meanwhile, the surrounding disciples continued their relentless mockery, reveling in her misfortune. Not far away, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin witnessed this scene, their hearts stirred with indignation. How could Chen Yang be so heartless? The 3rd junior sister has humbled herself so, yet he remains unmoved and even resorts to violence against her. Lu Ruyan's expression darkened. Despite her previous dissatisfaction with Lin Xian'er, Chen Yang's actions now troubled her as a fellow disciple. At this moment, she felt a sense of injustice for Lin Xian'er. Indeed, the third junior sister has pleaded so earnestly. How could he dismiss her entirely and resort to striking her? What kind of master behaves like this? The third junior sister is truly naive, believing that Chen Yang is a good master and seeking his forgiveness. Zhou Qingmin gritted her teeth, equally discontent with Chen Yang's actions, while also feeling sympathy for Lin Xian'er. In the presence of her companions, Lin Xian'er ardently defended Chen Yang, only to be met with his cold demeanor and harsh treatment. Such a person is hardly deserving of being a good master. He is unfit even to be called a master at all. Lin Xian'er must be blind to have ever considered him commendable. Junior sister, that Chen Yang is truly excessive. Now that our third junior sister is injured and subjected to ridicule, we should go and assist her, Lu Ruyin remarked, her gaze softening as she looked at Lin Xian'er, who lay on the ground, still weeping profusely. After all, they had been sisters for many years in their previous life. Despite Lin Xian'er now opposing them, her pitiful state elicited a sense of compassion within Lu Ruyin. Senior sister, you should go help her. Your presence alone suffices. I do not wish to become a spectacle before so many onlookers, Zhou Qingmin replied, harboring some sympathy for Lin Xian'er, but reluctant to expose herself to public ridicule. The task of saving her was one Lu Ruyin could handle alone, and she felt no need to join in the embarrassment. Alas! Very well. Lu Ruyin sighed in resignation upon seeing her reluctance, and she walked over to Lin Xian'er by herself. Soon, she navigated through the crowd and reached Lin Xian'er. Junior sister, rise, Lu Ruyin said as she bent down to help her up. Wah, senior sister, master no longer cares for us at all. He used to be so reluctant to strike us, Lin Xian'er lamented, her heart filled with grievance as she poured out her feelings to her sister. Enough. There are too many people here. They are all watching your misfortune. Let me help you away from this place, Lu Ruyin replied, eager to avoid lingering in such a public setting where they would be the subject of ridicule. She wished to swiftly escort Lin Xian'er to a more private location. Before long, Lu Ruyin assisted Lin Xian'er to rest beneath a tree. Observing Lin Xian'er's bruised visage, Zhou Qingmin expressed her displeasure, saying, Junior sister, look at what your so-called good master has done to you. What kind of good master is he, reducing you to this state? You are truly foolish for seeking his forgiveness. Zhou Qingmin sighed, her glance towards Lin Xian'er tinged with disappointment. Indeed, junior sister, that Chen Yang shows no regard for the bond of master and disciple. I advise you to refrain from seeking his forgiveness in the future. You have done nothing wrong. We have done nothing wrong. Why should you apologize to him? Even when you do, he shows no gratitude and treats you this way. Do not engage in such foolishness again. Lu Ruyin could not restrain herself from offering similar counsel, believing that they had been in the right all along. Lin Xian'er, eager to defend Chen Yang in light of her senior's hostility towards him, anxiously interjected, No, senior sisters, it must be that we hurt Master deeply in our past life, which is why he cannot forgive me now. I believe that, given enough time, our Master will gradually forgive us. Alas! Lu Ruyin sighed in resignation and retorted, You truly are impervious to persuasion. Very well, do as you please. However, junior sister, while we may assist you this time, it is uncertain whether we will do so in the future. Observing Lin Xian'er's unwavering obsession, she felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, rendering her reluctant to offer further counsel. Zhou Qingmin scoffed, Junior sister, at this point, you still defend him. Fine, if you believe you've erred, continue seeking his forgiveness. I am eager to witness how he treats you henceforth. Noticing the growing aloofness in her two senior sisters' demeanor, Lin Xian'er bit her lip, choosing silence. She understood that her sisters had yet to recognize their own faults, and no amount of her words would evoke any semblance of remorse in them. They would merely perceive her as contradicting their stance. Rather than incite their annoyance, she deemed it wiser to remain silent. Yet, deep within, she had resolved to earn her master's forgiveness. Presently, her master's coldness stemmed from a profound resentment towards them. Time, she believed, would soften all wounds. Their bond, forged over 3 millennia, led her to trust that her master would not hold onto her transgressions indefinitely. Chapter 44. Lin Fan meanwhile. Chen Yang and his two disciples followed the earlier white-clad disciple to a high platform. This disciple had previously been entrusted with the task by the sect leader to summon the elder of the Shaoyun Peak to this elevated spot. Upon bringing the trio here, he turned and departed. As Chen Yang gazed upwards, he observed that the platform was relatively modest in size, resembling a viewing terrace. From this vantage point, one could overlook the 12 arenas below, capturing the unfolding competitions in their entirety. At this moment, all the elders from various peaks had gathered here, including the sect leader, Yunyan. Dressed in flowing white robes, her silhouette was accentuated by the gentle breeze, making her an undeniable focal point of attention. Beside her stood a youthful disciple, clad in white, possessing striking features and an imposing stature, radiating an extraordinary demeanor. Chen Yang recognized him at once. He was Lin Fan, the sole disciple of sect leader Yun Yin and the only true inheritor of the Tianjin sect, renowned as an unparalleled prodigy. As Chen Yang arrived with his two disciples, Lin Fan immediately took notice of them. However, his gaze swiftly bypassed Chen Yang, landing instead on the two disciples behind him. A subtle shift occurred in his expression. The previously maintained smile gave way to a more serious demeanor. His eyes, directed at Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, reflected a hint of discontent, laced with an underlying sense of competitive spirit. Chen Yang discerned the change in Lin Fan's countenance and understood the sentiments brewing within him. In his previous life, Lin Fan, as a true disciple, had been overshadowed by his 6 rebellious apprentices. He had long harbored a desire to surpass Chen Yang's disciples and prove himself as the strongest prodigy of the Tianjin sect. Unfortunately, he had never achieved that aspiration. In this incarnation, with Chen Yang's disciples now being Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, the objects of Lin Fan's rivalry had transformed accordingly. Furthermore, whispers circulated within the sect suggesting that Lin Fan was inferior to Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. Having heard these rumors repeatedly, Lin Fan was understandably irked. Deep down, he yearned to challenge Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, eager to demonstrate to everyone that Lin Fan was superior. He sought to defend the honor of his status as a true disciple. Yet, it seemed today his wishes would not come to fruition. As Chen Yang and his disciples arrived, elders from other peaks approached, extending warm greetings to him. "Elder Chen, you have arrived. So these are your two disciples? They truly are extraordinary talents. I have heard that your eldest disciple, Li Qingyun, has already broken through to the 9th level of qi condensation and is on the verge of entering the heavenly gang realm. Such talent is indeed remarkable. And Zhao Chuan is no slouch either. I heard he was already at the 8th level of qi condensation. I wonder if he has now also reached the 9th level? Alas, these two disciples are truly remarkable prodigies. If only I could have one such disciple." The elders from various peaks, while engaging in pleasantries with Chen Yang, could not help but extol the virtues of his two disciples, their gazes toward Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan brimming with admiration. Standing behind Yun Yan, Lin Fan clenched his fists in quiet frustration. The elders had not exhibited such warmth when they first encountered him. It was clear that he was the true disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Yet the treatment Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan received was more akin to that of a genuine disciple. As Chen Yang conversed with the elders, he approached Yun Yan. "Greetings, Sect Master," he said with a smile, bowing respectfully. Disciple Li Qingyun pays respects to the Sect Master. Disciple Zhao Chuan pays respects to the Sect Master. The two disciples stepped forward in unison, respectfully acknowledging Yun Yan. She merely gestured for Chen Yang to rise, and then turned her gaze to Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, her exquisite visage lighting up with a smile of approval. She nodded slightly and remarked, "Indeed, both of you possess extraordinary talent. Make sure to perform well today." "Yes, Sect Master." Subsequently, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan returned to stand obediently behind Chen Yang. Yun Yan then addressed Lin Fan. "Disciple, you have also come to greet Elder Chen, have you not?" "Yes, Master." Lin Fan stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Chen Yang. Disciple Lin Fan pays respects to Elder Chen. Rise." Chen Yang replied with a nod and a gentle tone. "Yes." Lin Fan straightened up and returned to stand behind Yun Yan, yet his gaze remained fixed on Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. His sole purpose today was to surpass these two. For this moment, he had dedicated himself to rigorous training, and he had successfully broken through to the 9th level of qi condensation. He knew that Li Qingyun was also at the 9th level of qi condensation. His relentless efforts in cultivation were all for this day. Half an hour later, the competition officially commenced. One by one, disciples leapt onto the stage, engaging in fierce battles. Each participant poured their heart into the contest, making the matches exceedingly thrilling. The 12 stages buzzed with excitement as the competition unfolded. The elders on the high platform closely monitored the events below, frequently sharing their insights. Time passed steadily, and at last, after an hour, it was time for Chen Yang's eldest disciple, Li Qingyun, to take the stage. "Master, I shall go down first," Li Qingyun declared, promptly descending from the high platform and landing on the 3rd stage. Li Qingyun's arrival instantly turned the 3rd stage into the focal point of the entire arena. After all, his reputation within the sect was immense. Many believed that, given his current level of cultivation, he ought to be the true disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. That Lin Fan was simply no match for Li Qingyun. At this very moment, Li Qingyun's opponent is Chu Feng, a disciple from one of the 7 Great Peaks, namely the Xinjiao Peak. Upon witnessing his fellow disciple take the stage, Chen Yang became intrigued and directed his gaze towards the 3rd arena. At that instant, an elder from Xinjiao Peak spoke up, proclaiming, "Chu Feng is my disciple, endowed with commendable talent and potential. Although he faces Li Qingyun, who may prove to be a formidable adversary, I firmly believe he shall not suffer an embarrassing defeat." However, scarcely had his words dissipated when the battle commenced on the 3rd arena. Chu Feng made the first move, charging towards Li Qingyun with astonishing speed, leaving afterimages in his wake. Yet, awaiting him was merely an unremarkable punch from Li Qingyun. Bang! A muffled sound erupted as Chu Feng's body soared through the air like a kite with its strings severed, instantly being propelled out of the arena. Chapter 45. Lu Ruoyan felt like crying. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Upon witnessing this scene, the elders on the high platform were momentarily taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. Only the elder from Xinjiao Peak had his smile abruptly frozen on his face. Just moments ago, he had confidently asserted that his disciple would not suffer a humiliating defeat. Yet scarcely had the words left his lips when his disciple was swiftly vanquished by Li Qingyun. At this moment, the victorious Li Qingyun returned calmly to stand behind Chen Yang. Once he departed, the gathered disciples below the platform finally reacted, erupting into a chorus of astonished exclamations. On the high platform, gazing at the composed Li Qingyun, the elders from various peaks could not suppress their fervent admiration, showering him with praise. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. That Chu Feng, with his formidable cultivation at the 7th layer of qi condensation, possessed both exceptional talent and innate quality. Yet he could not withstand even a single strike. Elder Chen, your disciple is indeed remarkable. Regret washed over the elders as they reflected on the sect's assessments, lamenting their oversight in allowing you to discover such a prodigy. They looked at Chen Yang with envious eyes, their admiration palpable. Even Yun Yan, the sect leader, could not help but express her satisfaction. Elder Chen, your disciple is truly outstanding. He is destined for greatness. With each word of praise that echoed around him, Lin Fan's heart swelled with resentment. Particularly upon hearing his own master extolling Li Qingyun, he clenched his fists in frustration. The competition continued. Soon, Zhao Chuan took to the stage, facing a disciple from the Hongxia Peak, rumored to possess commendable talent and innate qualities. With a single punch, Zhao Chuan, too, concluded the battle. This prompted yet another wave of astonishment from the audience. Returning to stand behind Chen Yang, he was met with accolades from the elders, and even Yun Yin regarded him with evident satisfaction. Listening to the enthusiastic cheers from the gathered disciples, Lin Fan resolved firmly within himself. When it was his turn to compete, he would also strive to finish his battle in a single blow. He could not allow himself to be overshadowed by Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. After all, he was a direct disciple. Finally, after half an hour, his name was called. Eager to prove himself, Lin Fan promptly ascended the stage. His opponent was a disciple from Jiuhua Peak, one of the 7 main peaks. He did not even recall the opponent's name. As the match commenced, he charged forward with a punch, sending his adversary flying. However, the overwhelming applause he had envisioned failed to materialize. Only a few disciples emitted sounds of shock, while the others, having witnessed the prowess of Chen Yang and Zhao Chuan, seemed rather unfazed by this swift elimination, resulting in a muted response. This left Lin Fan feeling somewhat dejected. Why was that? They had cheered so loudly before. Yet when it came to him, their enthusiasm had dwindled. Returning to the high platform, he received only perfunctory commendations from the elders. It appeared that after witnessing the impressive displays of Chen Yang and Zhao Chuan, his performance had been deemed unremarkable. Only Yin Yin smiled at him, saying not bad. Keep it up. This brought him a measure of solace. Following Lin Fan, the subsequent matches returned to a semblance of normalcy, with the occurrence of one-punch knockouts becoming a rarity. Chen Yang found himself somewhat disinterested in the battles of these disciples until the names Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin emerged. Perhaps it was mere coincidence, but these 2 rebellious disciples were set to compete simultaneously. However, they were not adversaries and did not contest on the same platform. Chen Yang's curiosity was piqued. He was eager to witness the current prowess of these 2 women. It is worth noting that in his previous life, these 2 defiant disciples had garnered considerable attention during this sect competition. Much like the present day, Chen Yang and Zhao Chuan, particularly Lu Ruyin, who in her past life had been the foremost prodigy of the Tianjin sect, dominating the competition with an overwhelming presence and securing the first position. Now, having been reborn, Chen Yang was intrigued to see how she would perform in this iteration of the sect competition. At this moment, on the 5th platform, Lu Ruyin was equally anxious. In preparation for this sect competition, she had devoted herself to rigorous training during this period. Fortunately, she had finally achieved a breakthrough to the 3rd layer of qi condensation. Although she was aware that her current strength paled in comparison to her previous life, she still aspired to secure a commendable ranking. Even if she were to lose, she could not allow herself to suffer a humiliating defeat. She recognized that Chen Yang was undoubtedly watching her match, eagerly awaiting her misstep, but she was determined not to fulfill his expectations. She was resolute in her intention to win this first match decisively. She raised her gaze to her opponent across the platform, another female disciple, reputedly from the Luoyuan Peak. Observing this Luoyuan Peak disciple, Lu Ruyin felt a sense of disdain. In her previous life, a mere flick of her hand would have been sufficient to dispatch this disciple, who would have had no choice but to concede defeat. Were it not for her rebirth, this individual wouldn't even be worthy of carrying her shoes. Such a contender was hardly fit to be her opponent. The match commenced swiftly. Lu Ruyin launched the first attack, aiming to seize the initiative. She intended to resolve this encounter with the Luoyuan Peak disciple swiftly and claim victory. After all, previously both Chen Yang and Zhao Chuan had dispatched their opponents in an instant. She could not allow herself to be outdone by Chen Yang's disciples. Lu Ruyin was determined to achieve a resounding victory and dazzle the audience. However, just as she charged toward the Luoyuan Peak disciple, she was struck by a punch that sent her flying. In an instant, she was propelled off the platform, crashing heavily to the ground. The audience was captivated, yet the one who astonished them was not her. She merely served as a backdrop. Lying on the ground, Lu Ruyin heard the sudden gasps of those around her. She was dazed. Hastily, she scrambled to her feet, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at the Luoyuan Peak disciple standing triumphantly on the platform. Eliciting cheers from the crowd, Lu Ruyin's eyes widened in shock. She found it nearly impossible to accept this reality. How could it be? How could I have lost so miserably? She clenched her teeth tightly, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice within her heart. After such prolonged preparation, she had anticipated a breathtaking debut, yet she found herself reduced to a mere jester. The outcome starkly contrasted her expectations, leaving her utterly unable to accept it. Turning her gaze towards the elevated platform, she immediately spotted Chen Yang, who, as expected, was watching her intently. At this moment, witnessing her defeat, a smile crept onto his face, seemingly reveling in her misfortune. in, then glanced at her master, Qi Wujing, only to see him shaking his head repeatedly, clearly expressing his profound disappointment in her performance. The other elders and the sect leader did not even spare her a glance, exhibiting a complete lack of interest in their fallen disciple. At that moment, the murmurs of the surrounding disciples reached her ears. Wow, Lian is so beautiful. I thought she would win, but she was taken down in an instant. Indeed, she has beauty without substance. How pitifully weak. This stunning female disciple. And I expected to see more of her, only to find she was eliminated in the first round. With such looks, I never imagined she would falter so easily. As she absorbed these derisive comments, Lian recalled the look of utter disappointment on her master's face. She pressed her lips together, unable to suppress a wave of grievance that surged within her. In her previous life, she had been the most outstanding prodigy of the Sky Sword sect, commanding attention at the grand competition. Yet now, she had been swiftly defeated, becoming the subject of ridicule. The stark contrast filled her with discomfort and an overwhelming sense of defeat. Particularly painful was the thought that since joining Qingming Peak, she had been striving diligently, even more so than in her past life, working tenfold harder. Yet now, she had been eliminated without even securing a respectable rank, obliterated in the very first round. A sudden impulse to weep surged within her. Chapter 46. Zhou Qingmin's dismal defeat. Lu Ruyan has been defeated. Moreover, it was a crushing defeat. In a single round, she was overwhelmed by her opponent. The rapidity of her downfall was so astonishing that, by the time Zhou Qingmin competed on the 9th arena, Lu Ruyan had not even begun her match. At this moment, Zhou Qingmin remained oblivious to the fact that her senior sister, who had entered the arena simultaneously with her, had already been eliminated. She gazed intently at the male disciple before her, her expression fraught with tension. Her adversary was named Lu Xiaoyu, seemingly a disciple from the falling Sunset Peak. Like her, Lu Xiaoyu was also at the second level of qi condensation. In her previous life, Zhou Qingmin would have dismissed such a foe without a second thought. However, she now found it imperative to approach this competition with utmost seriousness. Both she and Lu Ruyan had exerted tremendous effort for this sect competition, although she was aware that her current strength would not carry her far in this contest. She aspired to achieve a commendable ranking. She refused to be looked down upon by that scoundrel, Chen Yang. Hence, she was determined to secure victory in this first match. Fortunately, her opponent was also at the second level of qi condensation, and their strengths were quite comparable. She felt a significant chance of triumph. Observing that her opponent had yet to make a move, Zhou Qingmin resolved not to prolong the standoff. Taking a deep breath, she decided to take the initiative. In an instant, she propelled herself forward, eschewing flamboyant maneuvers and delivering a direct punch. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu did not retreat, nor did he evade. Instead, he chose to meet her assault head-on. With a resounding thud, their fists collided. Bang! The sound echoed sharply. In the next moment, Zhou Qingmin was violently sent flying backwards, crashing heavily to the ground, nearly toppling off the arena. Bracing herself with her hands against the earth, she could not suppress the flow of blood from her mouth. She abruptly lifted her gaze to Lu Xiaoyu, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? We are both at the second level of qi condensation. How could I possibly be outmatched? Zhou Qingmin felt a wave of confusion wash over her. She had assumed that facing an opponent of the same level would afford her a fair chance of victory. However, it appeared that the reality was quite different. A smirk of derision crossed Lu Xiaoyu's face as he scoffed. I initially thought you were quite formidable. I was cautious for so long, only to discover you're so feeble. You, don't be too pleased with yourself. I have not yet lost, Zhou Qingmin retorted, her anger simmering at his mockery. Gritting her teeth against the pain coursing through her body, she staggered to her feet. You're merely at the second level of qi condensation. What is there to gloat about? If you have the guts, come at me again. With a cold snort, Zhou Qingmin displayed her defiance. How could a mere second-level qi condensation disciple be so brazen before her? In her past life, Lu Xiaoyu would have been unable to withstand even a single strike from her. What was there to be proud of? Refusing to concede, she charged forward. With a firm grasp of her own capabilities, Lu Xiaoyu cast aside all reservations. He stepped forward, his body lunging ahead in an instant. In the next heartbeat, he was before her, delivering a sweeping kick. The force of that kick was tremendous. Imbued with a sweeping momentum, Zhou Qingmin chose not to confront it head-on. Instead, she stepped back to evade the blow. However, just as she retreated, Lu Xiaoyu surged forward, swinging a fist the size of a sandbag directly at her face. Lu Xiaoyu's speed was astonishing, leaving Zhou Qingmin with no time to react. Her eyes widened in horror as she could only watch the approaching fist grow larger. Then, it struck her face with a resounding impact. In an instant, blood gushed from her nose. Zhou Qingmin was propelled backward once more, this time flying off the stage entirely. In midair, a stream of blood erupted from her nostrils. Bang! The next moment, she crashed violently onto the ground. Well, you can see now, Lu Xiaoyu stood atop the platform, looking down at her with a smug smile. At this moment, Zhou Qingmin felt her head spinning, momentarily disoriented. Clearly, she was dazed from the blow. Shaking her head, she gradually regained her senses, only to behold the arrogant Lu Xiaoyu above her, which made her grit her teeth in frustration. How could this be? We are both at the second level of qi condensation. Why on earth did I lose to him? Zhou Qingmin was infuriated, her heart brimming with resentment. After all her hard work, to be eliminated in the first round was utterly unacceptable. Moreover, she had lost so humiliatingly. The worst part was not just the defeat, but the mockery from her opponent. This was intolerable. I am so furious. If I had even a fraction of my previous life strength, I could have easily knocked Lu Xiaoyu to the ground. At that moment, Zhou Qingmin cursed her rebirth. Otherwise, with her past prowess, Lu Xiaoyu wouldn't even amount to an ant in her presence. Suddenly, she thought of that scoundrel Chen Yang. He must be relishing my humiliation right now. With that thought, Zhou Qingmin wiped the blood from her face and turned her gaze. Indeed, atop the high platform, Chen Yang was looking her way, a smile plastered on his face, seemingly in high spirits. What is that scoundrel Chen Yang laughing about? What is so amusing? It's all his fault. If he hadn't withheld the divine essence pills from us, would I be in such a wretched state? Zhou Qingmin glared at Chen Yang, her heart ablaze with anger. It was all his doing. He had an abundance of divine essence pills. If he had just given her one, she wouldn't be in this predicament. Now she had lost, and there he was, reveling in her misfortune. This was utterly outrageous. Zhou Qingmin was on the verge of exploding with rage. With a furious humph, she quickly rose and departed. She had lost too disgracefully today. The last thing she wanted was for others to mock and gossip about her pitiful state. On the high platform, Chen Yang was indeed in high spirits. Seeing these two rebellious disciples suffer such a crushing defeat put his mind at ease. Especially witnessing Zhou Qingmin with blood streaming from her nose filled him with delight. These two ungrateful wretches truly deserve their fate. Elder Chen, what is it that amuses you? At that moment, an aged voice suddenly resonated, tinged with curiosity. Chen Yang turned to see the old fellow, Qi Wujia, had inexplicably taken his place beside him. Oh, it's nothing. I merely observed that your two disciples seem to have lost their matches. Chen Yang remarked with evident delight. Naturally, Qi Wujia had also witnessed the circumstances of Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin's recent competitions. Upon mentioning these two apprentices, Qi Wujia's expression immediately darkened. He let out a cold snort and retorted, "Humph. These two disciples spend their days neglecting proper cultivation, only seeking shortcuts. It is only fitting that they lost." Qi Wujia harbored no fondness for such disciples. Indeed, they deserve it. Chen Yang nodded in agreement, his expression one of concurrence. Chapter 47. Lu Ruyan's jealousy. Time passed slowly. The competition continued unabated. During the ensuing moments, Chen Yang's two disciples took to the stage several times, each time dispatching their opponents with swift and decisive strikes, concluding battles within 3 seconds without any hesitation. Likewise, Lin Fan, as a disciple of the sect leader, was equally determined not to lag behind. He, too, finished each confrontation with a single punch, demonstrating his prowess without falling short. The combat prowess displayed by the three had already established a remarkable lead over the rest. Those with discerning eyes recognized that these three were undoubtedly the top contenders of this sect's grand competition. As for who would claim the first place, that remained uncertain. Finally, after 3 hours, the top three contestants of the sect's competition emerged: Li Qingyun, Zhao Chuan, and Lin Fan. Now, it was time for the showdown among them. Lin Fan had been eagerly anticipating this moment. He longed to triumph over Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan to demonstrate that his strength as a true disciple was not inferior to theirs. He aimed to prove to all the disciples of the sect that he, the true disciple, was the foremost prodigy of the Tianjin sect. The first match among the three would pit Li Qingyun against Lin Fan. On the arena, Li Qingyun and Lin Fan stood facing each other. Li Qingyun maintained a calm demeanor, exuding tranquility, while Lin Fan appeared grave and somewhat anxious, presenting himself as if facing a formidable adversary. He understood that Li Qingyun was exceptionally strong, having broken through to the 9th layer of qi condensation a month earlier than he did. Therefore, if he wished to win, he had to muster all his strength. "Come on, I have longed to settle this score with you." At last, after mentally preparing himself, Lin Fan sprang into action, leaping forward with all his might, unleashing a powerful punch aimed squarely at Li Qingyun's face. The speed of this punch was astonishing, even producing a sound reminiscent of air being sliced through. However, Li Qingyun remained composed, standing firm in his position. In response to Lin Fan's fierce punch, he merely raised his hand to deliver a counterstrike. The moment their fists and palms collided, a tremendous sound erupted, followed by a terrifying wave of spiritual energy that radiated outward from the two like a storm. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air as Lin Fan was sent hurtling backward, crashing out of the arena and landing on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. A single strike, and it was over. The entire venue fell silent. The disciples below the stage widened their eyes in disbelief at the spectacle before them, though they understood that Li Qingyun was likely stronger than Lin Fan. None anticipated the vast disparity in their abilities. Despite Lin Fan exerting his utmost effort, he was still swiftly defeated. It was crucial to remember that Lin Fan was at the 9th layer of qi condensation. If Li Qingyun could dispatch Lin Fan so effortlessly, what realm had he attained? Had he perhaps already broken through to the celestial realm? This realization sent a wave of gasps echoing through the crowd below, awestruck by the sheer terror of the situation. Li Qingyun has astonishingly ascended to the celestial realm. How is this even possible? On the high platform, Yunyan stepped forward immediately, her eyes wide with disbelief as she beheld the scene below. Her disciple had suffered such a swift defeat. It appeared that Li Qingyun hadn't even exerted his full strength. To think he had actually broken through to the celestial realm. Yunyan gazed at the youthful figure standing atop the arena, a look of astonishment flickering in her eyes. The elders from various peaks, witnessing the spectacle, were equally taken aback. It had only been 2 months. How could Li Qingyun have advanced to the celestial realm in such a short span? His cultivation speed was utterly extraordinary. Of course, at this very moment, the most astonished of all was Lin Fan, the one directly involved. Standing beneath the stage, he looked up at Li Qingyun's figure with a face full of shock. He had actually reached the celestial realm. During this time, he had been diligently cultivating. After finally breaking through to the 9th layer of qi condensation, he believed he had finally caught up to Li Qingyun's pace in cultivation and could defeat him fairly. But to his dismay, he had been utterly overwhelmed. At that moment, an immense sense of defeat surged within him. He suddenly realized how absurd his desire to conquer Li Qingyun had been. How could someone at the 9th layer of qi condensation ever hope to triumph over the celestial realm? Such arrogance. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, Lu Rian was also watching the scene unfold. Observing Li Qingyun, now the center of attention atop the arena, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. Her fists clenched in frustration. In her previous life, she had, like Li Qingyun, triumphed over Lin Fan, the true disciple, earning accolades from the elders as an unparalleled prodigy. Even the sect leader had praised her endlessly, regarding her as the pride of the Heavenly Sword sect. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect had looked up to her as a paragon of cultivation, idolizing her to the utmost degree. Indeed, She had once basked in unparalleled glory. Yet now all of that belonged to Li Qingyun. It was no longer hers. Watching Li Qingyun revel in the glory and accolades that were once rightfully hers, Lu Ruyin felt a surge of frustration, especially as she recalled her own elimination in the first round, ranking at the bottom in this grand sect competition. The stark contrast only intensified her inner turmoil. All this was mine, it was all mine. Lu Ruyin, was the true prodigy. Li Qingyun, all of this should have belonged to me. Lu Ruyin felt as if she might shatter her teeth with how hard she was grinding them. Her nature was inherently competitive, always striving to be first. At this moment, witnessing her pride being usurped by another, jealousy consumed her. However, no matter how much she envied, it could not change anything. She could only stand beneath the stage, feeling like a jester brooding in solitude. As the competition concluded, Li Qingyun returned to the high platform with an expression of calm, taking his place behind his master, displaying no hint of arrogance. However, at that moment, the other elders gazed at him as if he were a delectable delicacy, eager to claim him as their own disciple. Even the sect leader's eyes, when fixed upon Li Qingyun, shimmered with fervor. Clearly, she too coveted Chen Yang's disciple. Ahem, dear nephew Qingyun. Regarding our previous discussion about changing your master, have you given it further thought? Yun approached, clearing her throat and brazenly addressing Li Qingyun in Chen Yang's presence. Chen Yang shot her a bemused glance, exasperatedly remarking, "Esteemed sect leader, I am still here. Is it truly appropriate to discuss this in my presence?" Yet, Yun disregarded his words entirely, waving her hand dismissively. "As long as Li Qingyun joins my sect, the benefits will surely be plentiful for you." Observing her eagerness, Chen Yang could only roll his eyes, losing the desire to further engage in the conversation. In the face of the sect leader's renewed proposition, Li Qingyun remained resolute in his refusal. "I apologize, sect leader, but in this lifetime I have but one master and shall not take another." His stance was unwavering, showing no sign of concession. Very well. Seeing this, Yun reluctantly abandoned her hopes. Meanwhile, the other elders, witnessing the sect leader's rejection, promptly reined in their own ambitions. Yet, the glances they cast toward Chen Yang were rife with unabashed envy. Chapter 48. What should have belonged to her soon, the competition resumed. This time, it was a contest between Lin Fan and Zhao Chuan. Having just faced defeat, Lin Fan gazed at Zhao Chuan across the arena, re-energizing himself. If he could not triumph over Li Qingyun, could he possibly falter against Zhao Chuan? This time, he was determined to eliminate Zhao Chuan as swiftly as Li Qingyun had dispatched him. He yearned to demonstrate to all disciples of the sect that, despite being overwhelmed by Li Qingyun, he was nonetheless superior to Zhao Chuan. He would prove that as a true disciple, he was not as feeble as perceived. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Fan resolved to unleash his full strength, aiming for a decisive strike to obliterate Zhao Chuan. He would showcase the prowess of a true disciple to all. "Zhao Chuan, come forth. I shall not succumb to you." Lin Fan refrained from unnecessary words, taking a firm step forward, propelling himself like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly reaching Zhao Chuan's side. Then, he raised his hand, delivering a blow. This strike seemed to carry the force of a mountain collapsing. The fierce gust of his palm sliced through the air, causing Zhao Chuan's garments to flutter. However, Zhao Chuan remained utterly composed. He too executed a palm strike, yet this seemingly unremarkable move sent Lin Fan hurtling backwards. In an instant, Lin Fan was ejected from the arena, crashing heavily to the ground. The familiar scene unfolded once more. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. No one anticipated that Lin Fan, this true disciple, would be defeated again with such swiftness. The next moment, the audience erupted in a cacophony of gasps akin to a tidal wave. Meanwhile, Lin Fan lay on the ground, an expression of despair etched across his face. He began to question his existence. What kind of monsters were the disciples of Shaoyan Peak? He could not overcome any of them. Ha 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 ha. He surrendered, sprawled on the ground, completely disregarding his image. On the high platform, the elders were equally astonished. Even Yun, the sect leader, could not conceal her shock. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Defeated again, her disciple had fallen once more. And once again, he had been utterly vanquished. Yin turned sharply to Chen Yang, biting her lip, her gaze filled with resentment and indignation. Chen Yang's disciples were so formidable, rendering her own disciple powerless. Was she, the sect leader, to be humiliated like this? Moreover, she was the leader. Logically, her disciples ought to be the strongest. Yet, they were being overshadowed by Chen Yang's two students. This left Yin feeling profoundly vexed. Faced with Yan's resentful glare, Chen Yang could only shrug in resignation. What did this have to do with him? He was not the one who had rendered Lin Fan defenseless. Why should she hold him accountable? If blame were to be assigned, it should be directed at his two disciples. Chen Yang silently grumbled. Meanwhile, all the disciples below turned their attention to Zhao Chuan on the arena. No one anticipated that Zhao Chuan had also ascended to the celestial realm. In this moment, all eyes are on Zhao Chuan. Zhou Qingmin stands amidst the crowd, gazing at the resplendent Zhao Chuan. She clenches her fists, feeling a profound dissatisfaction within her. Zhao Chuan is the second disciple of Chen Yang, and in her previous life, she too held that title. Witnessing Zhao Chuan bask in the limelight during this grand sect competition evokes memories of her former self, radiant and exceptional, much like Zhao Chuan is now. The accolades and pride that Zhao Chuan enjoys should rightfully belong to her. The thought gnaws at Zhou Qingmin, almost causing her teeth to grind to dust, especially as she recalls her own dismal fate of being eliminated the moment she stepped onto the stage, subjected to derision by her opponent. This stirs a deeper sense of imbalance within her. As she gazes at Zhao Chuan, her eyes brim with resentment, her heart consumed by a wild jealousy. All of this was hers. It was meant to be hers. Yet now, it has been usurped by Zhao Chuan, leaving her with nothing. The more she contemplates, the more incensed she becomes, wishing fervently to rush onto the stage and deliver a punishing blow to Zhao Chuan, reclaiming the accolades and pride that were rightfully hers. In the midst of her indignation, a hand rests upon her shoulder. Turning, she finds Lu Ruyan, who has inexplicably joined her side. Zhou Qingmin, filled with indignation, suddenly feels as though she has found a confidant. Pouting, her expression shifts to one of jealousy and grievance as she exclaims, "Sister, in my previous life, I too defeated Lin Fan. It should be me standing on that stage, basking in the glory." Her tone drips with bitterness, her face a portrait of displeasure. At this moment, witnessing another take her place in the spotlight causes her heart to ache profoundly. I understand, junior sister. I too wish others knew that the first prodigy of the Tianjin sect was once Lu Ruyan, not Li Qingyun. Lu Ruyan sighs softly, her voice laden with resignation. She comprehends Zhou Qingmin's current emotions. Yet there is little they can do but watch helplessly as Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan seize the pride and honor that rightfully belong to them. What is so remarkable about Zhao Chuan? Were it not for the divine origin pill, what would he amount to? It infuriates me. Zhou Qingmin huffs, her words laced with venom. Lu Ruyan wholeheartedly agrees, recognizing that without the divine origin pill, Li Qingyun would be nothing remarkable either. Meanwhile, several disciples surrounding them cheer for Zhao Chuan on the stage while whispering among themselves. The Shaoyan Peak is truly extraordinary. Though it has only 2 disciples, they're the most formidable in our sect. Indeed, their prowess is astonishing. They can even dispatch true disciples with ease. The esteemed Elder Chen of Shaoyan Peak truly possesses remarkable prowess. It remains a mystery how he imparts his teachings to his disciples. For even the disciples of the sect leader pale in comparison to his own. I have heard that Elder Chen frequently provides his disciples with abundant resources for their cultivation, which has enabled Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan to swiftly break through to the celestial realm. Is that so? Elder Chen must be exceptionally benevolent. Such a remarkable master is hard to find. I am curious if Elder Chen is still accepting disciples. I suddenly feel an overwhelming desire to become his apprentice. How fortuitous! I share the same sentiment. I too feel an overwhelming urge to seek him as my mentor. These words reach the ears of Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin, causing their fists to clench in frustration as their expressions reflected their dissatisfaction. Initially, they could tolerate the praises bestowed upon Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, despite their discomfort. However, the subsequent adulation directed towards Chen Yang as a commendable master and the desire to become his disciple was simply intolerable for them. Chapter 49. If only we could return to our previous lives. That Chen Yang is hardly a worthy master. Zhou Qingmin scoffed, her teeth clenched in frustration. We have been his disciples for 3,000 years, yet he shows no regard for our past bond. We merely requested a single divine essence pill, and he wouldn't even spare one for us, not even for a dog. How can such a person still be lauded as a good master? It infuriates me to no end. The more Zhou Qingmin spoke, the more her anger intensified, her expression twisting into a grimace. Especially when she thought that her defeat in today's competition was entirely due to Chen Yang's refusal to provide her with the divine essence pill. That thought only fueled her ire. If only she had the divine essence pill, she could have dazzled in today's sect competition, reclaiming the pride and honor that rightfully belonged to her. How could she have suffered such a humiliating defeat? It's all Chen Yang's fault. In her previous life, he had clearly bestowed the divine essence pill upon them. Yet in this life, he withholds it. What kind of person behaves like this? Such shameless individuals are absurdly praised as good masters. It is utterly beyond comprehension. Indeed, how can such a heartless and ungrateful person be called a good master? It is laughable. Lu Ruyan felt equally aggrieved. Every time she heard others extolling Chen Yang, a wave of discomfort washed over her. Just as the two women were venting their frustrations, the competition resumed. This time, it was Li Qingyun facing Zhao Chuan. The victor between them would claim the first place in this sect competition. This match was essentially an internal strife within the Shaoyan Peak. Regardless of the outcome, the first place would belong to Shaoyan Peak. Ultimately, after an exhilarating showdown, it was Li Qingyun who emerged victorious. Both combatants, having showcased exceptional performance in this sect competition, were rewarded with abundant cultivation resources by the sect. Upon witnessing Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan claim their bountiful resources, Zhou Qingmin and Lu Ruyan felt a surge of jealousy. In their previous lives, they had secured first and second places in this very sect competition. Thus, they were acutely aware of the richness of the cultivation resources at stake. Various elixirs, spirit herbs, talismans. Such a plethora of cultivation resources would make anyone envious. These resources should have belonged to us. Zhou Qingmin and Lu Ruyan gazed longingly as Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan gathered all those resources. Their hearts ached. Currently, they were terribly lacking in cultivation resources. It was precisely because of this deficiency that their progress had been so sluggish. If only they had access to these abundant resources, they could swiftly achieve breakthroughs. Sister, if only we had those cultivation resources. Zhou Qingmin turned to Lu Ruyan, her face etched with envy. Indeed, if only we possessed those resources, I could accelerate my cultivation speed and wouldn't be as weak as I am now. Lu Ruyan's expression turned bitter. She too longed for those cultivation resources. Without them, they were effectively immobilized in their progression. If only we could return to our previous lives. We would not have to worry about the scarcity of cultivation resources. Suddenly, Zhou Qingmin reminisced about her past existence and couldn't help but sigh. Back when they were under Chen Yang's guidance, concerns over insufficient cultivation resources never plagued them, for he provided an endless supply. Their sole responsibility was to cultivate, while Chen Yang prepared all other necessary resources, such as medicinal pills, magical artifacts, and talismans. They had no worries, unlike the dire circumstances they face now. Reflecting on her past life, Lu Ruyan also recalled the carefree days of cultivation on Shaoyan Peak. During that time, whatever cultivation resource she desired was readily supplied by Chen Yang. Over time, she came to believe that such resources were easily attainable since Chen Yang frequently procured various resources. However, now, in his absence, they realized just how challenging it was to obtain such resources. Without the enhancement of these resources, they truly felt powerless. As they reminisced about their carefree cultivation life, juxtaposed with the harsh reality they now faced, the two women felt a wave of despondency wash over them. compelling them to lower their heads. Indeed, how wonderful it would be to return to their previous lives, free from the burdens of securing cultivation resources. But wait. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan lifted her head, her expression resolute once more. She realized that she had momentarily entertained a sense of regret. How could she harbor such feelings? She had done nothing wrong. What troubles you, senior sister? Zhou Qingmin turned to her, an expression of confusion etched on her face. Lu Ruyan, her demeanor steadfast, gazed at her still dejected junior sister. With earnestness, she declared, "Junior sister, we must not lose heart. As the saying goes, all things are difficult before they are easy. Our current low cultivation and lack of resources are entirely normal. As our abilities improve, our difficulties will wane, and all challenges shall be surmounted." Upon hearing her senior sister's words, Zhou Qingmin paused momentarily, then nodded emphatically, her expression regaining its determination. "Yes, senior sister, you are right. Our current weakness stems from the lack of cultivation resources. Once we enhance our abilities, we will possess the strength to acquire the resources we need. We simply need to endure, and everything will improve." Lu Ruyan nodded in agreement. "Exactly, junior sister. When we acquire the capability to obtain cultivation resources, we will be able to catch up to Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan's pace. Although we lack divine element pills, we have the experience from our past lives, and we will not fall short. Indeed, senior sister, we shall not be inferior." Ultimately, after a round of self-reassurance, the two regained their spirits. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, Chen Yang stood behind them, observing with great interest, though separated by a considerable distance. The one of the Yuan infant realm could still hear the conversation between the two women. Observing their confident demeanor, Chen Yang could not help but smirk disdainfully. Previous life experiences? These two rebellious disciples possess no such cultivation wisdom. Their ascension to the Emperor realm was entirely achieved through the resources he had painstakingly amassed. With such an abundance of cultivation materials, even a mere pig could ascend to the Emperor. It is utterly laughable that these two ingrates believe this to be their greatest advantage. "Master, what troubles you?" At that moment, Li Qingyun, standing beside him, turned to inquire with a hint of curiosity. They had been on the verge of returning to Shaoyan Peak when unexpectedly, the master had halted, leaving him somewhat perplexed. "Indeed, master, what captures your attention?" Zhao Chuan also scratched his head, equally intrigued. "Nothing of consequence. Let us proceed," Chen Yang replied with a light smile, leading his two disciples back towards Shaoyan Peak. However, after taking only a few steps, Chen Yang abruptly stopped once more, then suddenly turned his gaze toward the shaded area not far away. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan followed Chen Yang's line of sight and were instantly taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 50. What a thrill in Chen Yang's gaze! Not far away beneath a tree's shade lay a woman with a bruised face, rolling on the ground incessantly. As she writhed, she pounded her chest fiercely with her hands, emitting a heart-wrenching wail that echoed in the air. The sound was piercing, as if she were enduring some unimaginable torment. This battered woman was none other than Lin Xianer, who had previously been reduced to a grotesque visage by Chen Yang's hand. At this moment, the heart-devouring goo within her was manifesting. Her swollen, pig-like face contorted in agony, rendering her appearance quite terrifying. "Master, what has happened to her?" Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan stood beside Chen Yang, witnessing this scene from a distance, their expressions a mix of horror and curiosity as they looked towards their master. Chen Yang observed Lin Xianer thrashing on the ground with a calm demeanor, his eyes devoid of emotion. Upon hearing his disciples' inquiries, he let out a cold chuckle and replied, "She has been afflicted by a goo, and now the poison within her is acting up." "Oh, I see." Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan nodded in understanding, their faces reflecting newfound clarity. Chen Yang remained rooted in place, his gaze lingering with a sense of amusement as he watched Lin Xianer suffer under the torment of the heart-devouring goo. He neither advanced towards her nor departed. Observing this ungrateful wretch in such distress brought him a sense of satisfaction. He surmised that the affliction within Lin Xianer had likely intensified since their last encounter. Previously, she had been host to merely one goo, but now she might be plagued by several, perhaps even a dozen heart-devouring gusts. It seemed evident that the mischief was orchestrated by the so-called Qiyun Xinzuan. Chen Yang murmured softly, a contemplative expression crossing his features. After her rebirth, Lin Xian'er had hastily descended the mountain to return home, seeking to apprentice herself under this Qiyun Xinzuan. The very heart-devouring goo tormenting her now was a creation of this master. Thus, the sudden increase in the number of goo within her could only be attributed to the machinations of Qiyun Xinzuan. As Lin Xian'er writhed in escalating agony, Chen Yang felt an increasing sense of exhilaration. After all, this suffering was a consequence of her own choices. Had she not long believed that becoming Chen Yang's disciple was her gravest error? Had she not yearned to study under Qiyun Xinzuan? The path she chose was her own. Now, she was reaping the bitter fruits of her decisions. She truly deserved this fate. At that moment, amidst her desperate rolling, Lin Xian'er caught sight of Chen Yang, standing a short distance away. In an instant, she seemed to perceive him as her last hope. "Master, save me, please. I'm in excruciating pain," she cried, extending her hand towards him, her blood-red eyes wide with desperation. Yet, Chen Yang remained unmoved, simply observing her in silence, a faint smile of delight curling at the corners of his lips as he listened to her pleas. "Master, I am truly in excruciating pain. It hurts so much. It is all that scoundrel Qiyun Xinzuan's fault for bringing me to this state. Master, please help me. I genuinely realize my mistakes." Master Lin Xianyuan cried out in agony while pleading desperately with Chen Yang, her hoarse voice imbued with profound regret. However, Chen Yang remained unmoved. He even instructed 2 of his disciples to fetch a chair for him. He then sat down, calmly watching Lin Xianyuan suffer under the torment of the cursed insects. "Kulme, Master, enjoy the spectacle. This is quite a sweet affair." Zhao Chuan, upon seeing him seated, thoughtfully offered a slice of watermelon. He had taken it from the table while he and his senior were fetching the chair, and now presented it for Master's enjoyment. Delightful. Chen Yang regarded his 2 disciples with appreciation, nodding in satisfaction. To be honest, on such a sweltering day, a slice of watermelon is indeed refreshing. Thus, Chen Yang sat there, savoring the sweet, cool fruit while taking great interest in Lin Xuanyuan's writhing agony. "Master, why won't you save me? I am in such torment. Do you truly feel no pain for me?" Lin Xianyuan cried out, her heart wrenched. She had thought that in her current state of suffering, Master, despite any lingering resentment, would surely find it hard to bear seeing her plight. After all, in her previous life, Master had been exceedingly fond of her. Yet now Master merely sat, not only refusing to rescue her, but also enjoying his watermelon. This left Lin Xianyuan, already suffering unbearable heartache, feeling a suffocating pain. Master, you never treated me this way before. I am your most beloved disciple. I am in such anguish now. I beg you, please help me." Observing Chen Yang still unmoved, Lin Xianyuan remained unwilling to give up, continuing her heartfelt pleas. However, Chen Yang simply admired her distressing plight on the ground, showing no intention of coming to her aid. "Master, how can you bear to watch me like this? Master, I am your disciple. How can you stand by as I'm tormented by this heart-eating curse?" Master, witnessing this scene, Lin Xuanyuan's despair deepened. Master truly did not care for her. Even seeing her in such pain, he chose not to save her. Master had once cherished her so dearly, but now, Master showed no concern for her fate. It was she who had broken Master's heart. It was she who had disappointed him. In this moment, Lin Xianyuan felt an overwhelming wave of regret. She truly wished she could turn back time. Why had she betrayed Master in her previous life? The one who had loved her so dearly. Now he was completely indifferent to her plight. Just as Lin Xianyuan was being tortured by the heart-eating pain, caught between life and death. Having finished the melon in his hand, Chen Yang gazed at Lin Xianyuan's tormented form, afflicted by the heart-devouring goo. A sense of ennui suddenly enveloped him. He found the prospect of returning to play with his dog far more appealing. Without hesitation, he rose and departed, accompanied by his 2 disciples. Master, please don't leave. Will you truly not save me? Please, Master, I am in agony." Lin Xianyuan exclaimed in desperation. Her voice strained as she called out to Chen Yang's retreating figure. Yet, It was as if he were impervious to her pleas, leaving without a backward glance, neglecting to spare her a single glance. Woo-woo, master, I am your most cherished disciple. Do you truly harbor such resentment towards me? Master, I have erred. Would that not suffice for forgiveness? Chapter 51. It turns out that the master had once been so kind to her. Master, I was wrong. I was wrong. Is that not enough? Lin Xianyuan wept bitterly, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, her heart was filled with regret so profound that it felt as if her insides were turning to ash. Had she not betrayed her master, he would surely still love her as he did in her past life. Seeing her tormented by the heart-eating goo, he would have undoubtedly intervened to save her. It was all her fault for betraying him, leading to the current state where he regarded her as a stranger, indifferent to her plight. The more she pondered, the deeper her remorse sank. As she lamented and cried, a sudden, even more intense pain surged within her. It felt as if countless goo worms had simultaneously opened their jaws, voraciously gnawing at her heart. In an instant, Lin Xianyuan could barely endure it. She writhed in agony, pounding her chest with her fists. At that moment, she wished to shatter her own heart, simultaneously obliterating those vile goo worms. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air. Who is this woman? What has happened to her? It seems she has been poisoned. At that moment, two elders happened to pass by, seemingly drawn to her anguished cries. Hearing the sounds, Lin Xianyuan struggled to raise her head. She saw the two elders approaching her direction. She recognized them. One was the elder Ji Qiushui from the Qingmu Peak, one of the seven main peaks, and the other was Feng Xuan, the elder from the Baichao Peak, also one of the seven main peaks. In her moment of torment, a flicker of hope ignited within Lin Xuanyuan's eyes. If either of these elders were to intervene, she might finally rid herself of the heart-eating goo. However, before she could call out for help, the overwhelming pain consumed her, and she fainted from the agony. Half an hour later, when Lin Xianyuan awoke again, she found herself lying in an unfamiliar room. Where was this? She rose from the bed, curiously surveying her surroundings. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she hurriedly placed her hand on her chest, meticulously attuning to the state within her. Is the heart-eating goo still present? Had those two elders managed to expel the goo worms from her body? With this thought, her eyes brightened, filled with anticipation. She quickly calmed herself, placing her palm gently to sense her internal condition. Since her rebirth, she had been tormented by the heart-eating goo to the brink of madness, especially after being deceived by the Qiyun Shinzuan into practicing the blood demon heart-eating technique. The goo poison within her had worsened significantly, erupting 5 times a day. This suffering was utterly unbearable. Now, she longed to be free from this wretched heart-eating goo more than ever. Yet, beneath her delicate sensations, a familiar pang of heartache lingered at the location of her heart. In an instant, the light in Lin Xuanger's eyes dimmed, and a wave of despondency washed over her. It turned out that the heart-devouring poison still resided within her. She managed a bitter smile, her expression tinged with sorrow. The mere thought of enduring this heart-wrenching agony daily filled her with despair, causing her to lower her head in resignation. Just then, 2 familiar voices echoed from outside the door. She wondered if they knew she had awakened. Perhaps she was still in slumber. These voices belonged to the 2 elders who had come to her rescue. Lin Xuanger promptly lifted her head, gazing towards the door. Although the door concealed her view, she was aware that the elders were hurrying to see her. Meanwhile, Ji Qiushui and Feng Xuan had arrived in the courtyard, both preparing to check if Lin Xuanger had regained consciousness. Suddenly, Yi Qiushui halted, turning to Feng Xuan. Elder Feng, I have just examined her condition. This disciple is afflicted by the heart-devouring poison, and the situation is dire. Would you not consider showing some compassion and lending your aid? Upon hearing this, Lin Xuanger's spirits lifted momentarily, a flicker of hope igniting within her. If Elder Feng could save her, she could free herself from the poison and return to her former self. However, the next moment, Feng Shuyuan's response plunged her back into despair. He replied, seemingly irked, Elder Ji, why don't you savor yourself? Ji Qiushui sighed in exasperation. Elder Feng, you are aware that it is the heart-devouring poison. My cultivation is inferior to yours, so it is only fitting that you assist her. Feng Xian dismissed the idea with a wave. If you wish to save her, you must do so yourself. I have no acquaintance with her. Why should I intervene? Besides, she is merely a lowly disciple. Does she merit my assistance? His refusal was blunt, and his words were harsh. In the room, Lin Zuanger couldn't help but bite her lip, feeling deeply wounded. A lowly disciple? In her previous life, she had been an emperor. Now, her identity was reduced to such a pitiful state in the eyes of others. Furthermore, the disdain in Feng Shuyuan's tone when he referred to her only added to her discomfort. Very well, if you choose not to save me, so be it. In the courtyard, Ji Qiushui, recognizing Feng Shuyuan's adamant refusal, chose not to press the matter further. Elder Ji, you have such a kind heart. You could save her yourself. She is right in the room. Why must you pass this responsibility on to me? Feng Shuyuan remarked. Hearing this, Lin Zuanger couldn't help but raise her head once more. Indeed, if Feng Shuyuan refused to assist her, Elder Ji could still intervene. Moreover, Ji Qiushui had shown a willingness to help earlier, indicating a compassionate nature. If he would just extend his hand, she too could escape the clutches of the heart-devouring poison. With this thought, her eyes sparkled with renewed hope. However, Ji Qiushui's subsequent words doused her enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. You choose not to save her, and so shall I refrain. You have already stated that she is merely a servant disciple, unworthy of rescue. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xinier's heart sank to the depths of despair. Her spirits plummeted instantaneously. Feng Xian retorted with irritation. If you have no intention of saving her, why bring up the matter at all? Lin Xinier paused, momentarily taken aback. Yet curiosity began to stir within her. Indeed, if Ji Qiushui had no intention of aiding her from the outset, why mention it? Was it not an exercise in futility? Ji Qiushui sighed helplessly. Alas, I pity her somewhat, but we both know that the heart-devouring goo within her is no trifling matter. Should we attempt to save her, we would inevitably deplete our own essence. Feng Xian chuckled lightly, a hint of disdain evident in his expression. So, you feel pity for her, yet hesitate to expend your own essence to save her, and expect me to undertake the task instead? Do you take me for a fool? Indeed, Feng Shuyuan felt a modicum of sympathy for Lin Xinier. It was tragic that she, so young, was tormented by the heart-devouring goo. Yet, Lin Xinier was a stranger to them, merely a servant disciple, and not worth their efforts to save. At that moment, Lin Xinier, upon hearing these words, widened her eyes in disbelief, frozen in place. To save herself would require the depletion of their essence. Did her master also expend his essence when he rescued her in her past life? Yet, he had never mentioned it. In that instant, Lin Xinier's mind conjured memories of her previous life, recalling how Chen Yang had helped her expel the goo from her body. After assisting her, he had simply smiled and said, "Disciple, it is over now. You shall no longer endure such suffering." At that time, Chen Yang had appeared unfazed, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. Meanwhile, she had been consumed by joy, oblivious to the subtle pallor of her master's face. Now, she realized that her master had indeed sacrificed his own essence to help her expel the goo. It turned out that her master had been willing to deplete his essence for her salvation. Tears began to flow uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Lin Xinier felt an excruciating ache in her heart. How could her master harbor such hatred for her? He had done so much for her, and in the end, she had betrayed him. She truly was unworthy. In that moment, tears streamed down her face like a flood unleashed from a dam, unstoppable. In that moment, she came to understand why her master had been unwilling to forgive her. Master, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Chapter 52. Do not dare to approach Master. I was wrong, sob sob. I was wrong. Lin Xinier stood in the room, her tears flowing uncontrollably, quickly transforming into a pitiful sight. It was only now that she realized the immense sacrifice her master had made to save her, and she had been utterly oblivious to it all. In this moment, Lin Xinier comprehended the depth of her remorse towards her master. Her heart ached profoundly. How she regretted it. Her master had treated her with such kindness, yet she had betrayed him. She truly felt like an ungrateful wretch. Outside, Feng Xian and Ji Qiushui startled by the sound of her cries, exchanged glances and hurried into the room. Upon entering, they found Lin Xian'er standing there, weeping inconsolably, as if she had just lost her entire family. This sight left Feng Xiuyuan and Ji Qiushui momentarily bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. "Hey, why are you crying?" Feng Xiuyuan approached, his brow furrowed, his tone tinged with impatience. However, Lin Xian'er paid him no heed, lost in her own sorrow. "My dear disciple, what troubles you?" Ji Qiushui stepped forward, her demeanor considerably gentler as she inquired softly. Yet, Lin Xian'er remained unresponsive, sobbing uncontrollably as tears streamed down her cheeks. Seeing this, Ji Qiushui and Feng Xiuyuan exchanged a glance, both feeling somewhat helpless. "My dear disciple, I am unaware of what has caused you such anguish. Since you choose not to speak, we shall not pry. Now that you have awakened, it is best you return to the outer sect. This is the main peak, and, as a servant disciple, you would certainly face punishment if the law enforcement hall were to find you here," Ji Qiushui kindly advised before turning to leave with Feng Xiuyuan. Alone in the room, Lin Xian'er continued to weep, engulfed in endless remorse. Time slipped by as she cried. Eventually, she managed to stifle her sobs, and in a daze, exited the room. Like a soulless being, she descended the mountain, her expression numb. It was not until she passed by Shaoyan Peak that her vacant face began to show some emotion. "Master, I am sorry, it was my fault." Gazing at the familiar Shaoyan Peak, Lin Xian'er knelt down. Memories of her master's kindness in her past life flooded back, and tears welled up in her eyes once more. "Master, I must seek your forgiveness to return to your side, to return to Shaoyan Peak." Lin Xian'er, filled with newfound determination, bowed several times before the peak and turned to leave. Meanwhile, atop Shaoyan Peak, Chen Yang was immersed in his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, his rebellious disciple Lin Xian'er yearned to return to his side. If he were to learn of this, he would simply declare, "Do not dare to approach." The painful lessons of his past life rendered him incapable of ever forgiving such ungrateful wretches. Even though he was well aware that Lin Xian'er was not as malevolent as the other 5 ingrates, her excessively malleable nature and lack of independent thought rendered her susceptible to even the slightest provocation and manipulation. In his previous life, had Chen Yang not treated Lin Xian'er with utmost kindness? He had provided her with an array of resources, elixirs, and spiritual herbs, even bestowing upon her the most superior techniques and divine artifacts. Initially, Lin Xian'er expressed profound gratitude towards her master. Yet ultimately, she succumbed to the influence of those treacherous wolves, completely disregarding Chen Yang's benevolence and even blaming him for her family's demise. What connection did Chen Yang have to her family's tragedy? It was the Qian Xianzuan who had taken their lives. Yet she harbored resentment towards Chen Yang, her master, to such an extent that she believed he had hindered her progress, firmly convinced that he was inferior to Qian Xianzuan. She conveniently forgot that it was she who had implored Chen Yang to accept her as a disciple. She also overlooked who had nurtured her into an emperor. Chen Yang had devoted everything to her cultivation, only for it to be turned into his fault in the end. Such a person, who only remembers grievances and not kindness, is someone Chen Yang cannot afford to provoke. Once susceptible to manipulation, they're likely to be swayed again. Chen Yang had already paid the price for a lesson learned. He would not be foolish enough to risk his life for a second time. Of course, at this moment, Chen Yang was indifferent to these matters. He would not forgive anyone. He sought only to cultivate in peace. After a night of focused training, when he opened his eyes the following day, he felt remarkably refreshed. He promptly exited his cave, dwelling, and departed from the back mountain, just as he intended to return to his quarters. Yin Yin unexpectedly arrived at Shaoyan Peak to seek him out personally. Initially, Chen Yang was quite curious about her purpose. Soon, he discovered that Yin Yin had come specifically concerning Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. Both had emerged as the most outstanding prodigies of the Tianjin sect, and as the sect leader, Yin Yin placed great importance on them. Her visit was to remind Chen Yang, their master, to promptly take Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan to the scripture pavilion to select suitable techniques. Previously, both disciples had been practicing the most basic qi refining techniques provided by the sect, which only allowed them to reach the Tiangang realm. Once they attained that stage, They would need to find a suitable technique anew. Now that both had broken through to the Tiangang realm, the urgency of selecting techniques was paramount. Additionally, there was the matter of urging Chen Yang to take these two disciples to the armory pavilion to choose appropriate magical artifacts. However, this was not as pressing, for disciples were only eligible to access the armory pavilion 3 months after joining the sect. Clearly, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan had not yet reached that threshold. However, the circumstances surrounding Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, both prodigies of the Heavenly Sword sect, are somewhat exceptional. After all, being prodigies entails certain privileges. In Yunyan's perspective, since they were destined to select their cultivation methods, it would be prudent to resolve their choice of magical artifacts simultaneously. Following Yunyan's departure, Chen Yang did not hasten to lead the two disciples to choose their techniques and treasures. In truth, he had long contemplated these matters in his mind. His intention was to impart to Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan the cultivation methods and artifacts that he had previously bestowed upon Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin in his past life. These items had already been utilized by those two ungrateful individuals, which left Chen Yang feeling rather disdainful. Initially, upon his rebirth, he even considered discarding them entirely, wishing to avoid the burden of their memories. Yet, given that these were the most superior cultivation methods and magical artifacts, it seemed a pity to cast them aside. Now, it appeared fortuitous that he could directly pass them on to Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, thus preventing waste. Furthermore, this approach would save him considerable effort, sparing him the necessity of escorting these two disciples to the armory pavilion and the scripture pavilion to select their techniques and treasures. Chapter 53. A guaranteed frustration before long. Chen Yang summoned his two disciples to stand before him. The disciples respectfully bowed to their master. In front of a grand hall, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan paid their respect to Chen Yang. Observing his two disciples, Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "It seems you both have ascended to the celestial realm. It is time for you to cultivate new techniques." As he spoke, he waved his hand and retrieved 2 tomes of martial arts from the system space. "These 2 tomes are of the saintly grade. Take them and begin your training," Chen Yang said gently. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at their master. Had they truly heard correctly? Saintly grade techniques? Their master was bestowing upon them techniques of such exalted status? No longer were they the novices they once were, and they fully comprehended the significance of saintly grade technique. In this world, the classification of martial arts ranged from inferior to superior, lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, exceptional grade, divine grade, and finally, saintly grade. It was a remarkable honor that their master was presenting them with the most prestigious techniques known to exist. Each of these tomes was unique and irreplaceable, yet their master was offering them not 1, but 2 for their cultivation. Overwhelmed with emotion, the two disciples could hardly contain their gratitude. These were saintly grade techniques, each a priceless treasure. And here was their master, generously gifting them such invaluable resources. "Thank you, Master." They did not immediately reach for the tomes. Instead, they knelt and bowed deeply 3 times before reverently accepting them. As the tomes rested in their palms, both felt their hands tremble with anticipation. Had they truly received a saintly grade technique? Was this not a dream? Just as they grappled with the surreal nature of their situation, Chen Yang waved his hand once more. Instantly, 2 long swords materialized, floating before the disciples. The sword hovering before Li Qingyun was an icy, crystalline blade, emanating an aura of chilling cold. Even in the sweltering heat of summer, it sent shivers down one's spine. This sword was none other than the legendary Ice Phoenix sword, the fated weapon of Lu Ruoyan in a past life. The sword before Zhao Chuan was a vibrant crimson blade, elongated and exuding a searing heat. This, too, was a fabled weapon, the Blazing Sky Sword, the destined artifact of Zhou Qingmin in a previous existence. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of these swords, both Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan momentarily froze, their eyes widening in astonishment. They could sense the extraordinary nature of these blades. Chen Yang spoke with a calm demeanor. "These 2 swords are artifacts I have prepared for you. Qingyun, the sword before you is named the Ice Phoenix Sword, a saintly grade artifact. Zhao Chuan, Your sword is called the Blazing Sky Sword, equally a saintly grade artifact. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan were left speechless. Though they sensed the remarkable attributes of these swords, they had not expected such a revelation. To their astonishment, they were presented with not one, but two treasures of the highest order. Such exceptional artifacts were the pinnacle of craftsmanship, so rare that even the leader of the Sky Sword sect did not possess them. Yet, here was their master, bestowing upon them not one but two. In that moment, the two disciples, already overwhelmed with emotion, could not help but shed tears. Their master's generosity was truly beyond measure, gifting them such invaluable treasures. Master, these artifacts are far too precious. You should keep them for yourself, Li Qingyun said, bowing his head in reverence, his expression reflecting his inner turmoil. Indeed, Master, this sword is too valuable. Perhaps it would be best if you retained it. We could always visit the Armory Pavilion to select suitable artifacts for ourselves. Zhao Chuan echoed the sentiment, bowing as well, declining the offer. Seeing this, Chen Yang was somewhat taken aback. He recalled how, in his previous life, when he offered similar supreme techniques and treasures to a group of ungrateful disciples, they had accepted without hesitation. To his surprise, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan demonstrated remarkable restraint, rejecting his kind gesture. Since these gifts are from your master, you should accept them, Chen Yang said calmly. These techniques and treasures were a source of irritation for him, and his system space contained an abundance of such top-tier artifacts. He could access them at any time. However, in his past life, Chen Yang had never been accustomed to utilizing artifacts. He preferred to resolve conflicts with his own fists, which he deemed far superior to any treasure. Thus, these artifacts held little value for him. Yet, despite Chen Yang's insistence, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan remained unwilling to accept, feeling that their master was far too generous and they had nothing to offer in return. Eventually, with a stern expression, Chen Yang commanded them to accept the swords, and only then did they acquiesce. After watching his two disciples depart, Chen Yang was reminded of his two ungrateful apprentices, murmuring softly to himself, those two ingrates, Lu Rian and Zhou Qingmin, likely remain unaware that I have given away the techniques and personal sacred artifacts they practiced in their previous life. Chen Yang was reluctant to use such gifts. He knew that if those two learned of this, they would undoubtedly be infuriated. Zhou Qingmin might take the news with a degree of composure, as she still retained knowledge of the techniques from her previous life, even without her sacred artifact. However, Lu Rian's situation was quite different. In their last life, Chen Yang had withheld the final layer of the technique, Nine Heavens Mystic Spirit Art, from her. Now, he had fully imparted this technique to Li Qingyun. If Lu Rian were to discover this, she would likely be consumed with rage, especially considering she had followed Chen Yang for 3,000 years without receiving the final layer, while Li Qingyun, after merely 2 months, had been granted it. Surely, she would feel a deep sense of injustice. In his previous life, Chen Yang had refrained from sharing the last part of the Nine Heavens Mystic Spirit Art with Lu Ruyan for a specific reason. His intentions had always been to protect her. Lu Ruyan's disposition is excessively strong-willed. She insists on being the foremost in all endeavors. In her cultivation, she strives to surpass her peers, allowing no one to eclipse her. This relentless ambition results in her being overly eager for quick success. In his previous life, Chen Yang feared that her unbridled pursuit would ultimately lead her to the brink of madness. Thus, he meticulously divided the Nine Heavens mystical spirit formula into layers for her. Coincidentally, this technique comprises 9 levels. In his past existence, Chen Yang would only impart the next layer of the formula to Lu Ruoyan once she had mastered the previous one to perfection, ensuring her foundational stability. He explained that this approach was intended to safeguard her from descending into madness for her own benefit. Yet, in the end, Lu Ruoyan harbored resentment towards Chen Yang, even contemplating his demise, ultimately seizing the final segment of the Nine Heavens mystical spirit formula from him. How foolish I was to have nurtured such a thankless wretch. Had I known, I would have let her spiral into madness rather than play the role of a misguided savior. Reflecting on his past, Chen Yang found himself wishing to slap his own face in disbelief. In retrospect, Lu Ruoyan, that ungrateful wretch, was hardly worth the painstaking efforts he expended for her welfare. Chapter 54. They aim to reclaim all that belongs to them. In the subsequent month, Chen Yang devoted himself entirely to cultivation. Through his diligent efforts, coupled with the vast resources available in the system space and the wisdom gained from his previous life, his progress in cultivation was nothing short of astonishing. Within merely a month, he ascended to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Such a rapid pace of advancement is unparalleled in the entirety of the southern wilderness. During this month, his two disciples also exhibited remarkable progress. His eldest disciple, Qingyun, had successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the heavenly gang realm. His second disciple, Zhao Chuan, although still in the early stages of the heavenly gang realm, was now on the verge of a breakthrough to the mid-stage. What astonished Chen Yang the most was that the yellow dog, which had once consumed the divine yuan pill, had now also reached the third layer of the qi condensation realm. This rate of cultivation even surpassed that of the majority of disciples within the sect. The dog had taken to following him everywhere, practicing by his side during his own training sessions, and accompanying him wherever he went, clearly having recognized Chen Yang as its master. Meanwhile, atop Qingming Peak, his two rebellious disciples, Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin, were tirelessly cultivating. The previous performance of Chen Yang's disciples during the sect competition had deeply motivated them. Since then, they had intensified their training efforts. Lu Ruyin, particularly prideful by nature, could not bear the thought of Li Qingyun usurping the pride and glory that rightfully belonged to her. This was intolerable. Thus, she resolved to work even harder to catch up with Li Qingyun's progress and reclaim all that was hers. Fortuitously, the heavens do not forsake the diligent. Lu Ruyin successfully broke through to the fourth layer of the qi condensation realm, while Zhou Qingmin also reached the third layer. Though both had only advanced by one layer, they were elated and exhilarated, for their achievements were the fruits of their own labor, not reliant on Chen Yang. They firmly believed that as long as they continued their steadfast cultivation, they would eventually bridge the gap with Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, reclaiming their rightful pride. However, just moments ago, the two women stumbled upon the news that Li Qingyun had already advanced to the mid-stage of the heavenly gang realm, and rumors of Zhao Chuan's impending breakthrough to the same stage reached their ears. Upon hearing this, they were struck as if by a thunderbolt, left momentarily speechless. The progress they had painstakingly made now seemed overshadowed by the widening chasm between them and Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. A wave of defeat washed over them, filling their hearts with dismay. Fear not, junior sister. We must not succumb to despair or allow Chen Yang to underestimate us. In the room, Lu Ruyin, after a fleeting moment of despondency, quickly regained her composure. She was the Empress of Smoke. Her name once resonated across the vast expanse of the world. She would not concede defeat so easily. No one could compel her to bow her head. She would not tolerate being overshadowed by Li Qingyun any longer. She was determined to surpass him and reclaim all that was rightfully hers. However, senior sister, with our current pace of cultivation, we cannot possibly catch up to Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. Zhou Qingmin glanced at her, her expression still tinged with melancholy. She now truly understood how arduous cultivation could be without the divine Yuan Dan or sufficient resources. Initially, she had hoped to match Zhao Chuan's progress and earn Chen Yang's begrudging respect. Yet, upon hearing that Zhao Chuan was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage of the celestial realm, despair began to seep in. Zhao Chuan's innate talent surpassed hers, and with Chen Yang continuously supplying him with resources, how could she ever hope to catch up? Junior sister, think of that insufferable face of Chen Yang's. Do you wish to bow to him? Lu Ruyin regarded Zhou Qingmin with a serious expression, continuing to encourage her. Moreover, we have only been reborn for 3 months. Our journey of cultivation is just beginning. Right now, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan may have temporarily surpassed us, but their current strength does not guarantee their future superiority. We will undoubtedly surpass them in time. Do not forget, we were once emperors. Those final words caused Zhou Qingmin to pause. Her expression, transforming as determination, surged within her once more. She lifted her head, instantly reclaiming her confidence. Indeed, She was an emperor. How could she possibly concede? And they had only just begun their cultivation journey 3 months ago. Being left behind by Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan did not imply they would forever remain in the shadows. They would eventually surpass them. With these thoughts, Zhou Qingmin's resolve solidified anew. Simultaneously, the image of Chen Yang's detestable face crossed her mind, further fortifying her spirit. She could not yield to that scoundrel. You are right, senior sister. We have merely begun our cultivation. The future is still unwritten. We must not despair, nor bow to that insufferable Chen Yang. Zhou Qingmin regained her confidence. Recalling her identity as an emperor, the pride of being an emperor surged back within her. They were emperors. What were Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan truly? Did they even merit comparison? One day, they would surely surpass them, leaving them far behind. Yes, junior sister, we must not lose heart. Though we lack the divine Yuan Dan, we still possess some strength. In the future, we will also venture out to undertake simple tasks, thereby acquiring resources for our cultivation. Our pace of advancement will gradually accelerate. Everything is progressing in a positive direction. We must not concede defeat. Upon witnessing her regain confidence, Lu Rian felt a sense of relief. Senior sister, I understand. I will not give up. I aim to surpass Zhao Chuan and prove to that scoundrel Chen Yang that we can succeed without him. Zhou Qingmin nodded solemnly. Your determination reassures me, Lu Rian replied, her worries finally dissipating. At that moment, Lu Rian suddenly recalled something, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Junior sister, I overheard someone mention this morning that today is the day for us new disciples to enter the Songbing Pavilion to select our magical artifacts. They had already been part of the Tianjin sect for 3 months, and these new disciples were now eligible to enter the Songbing Pavilion to choose their treasures. In her previous life, this event had left little impression on them, as their artifacts had been directly bestowed upon them by that fellow Chen Yang. Senior sister, it seems there is indeed such a matter, Zhou Qingmin affirmed, her memory jogging. She had indeed heard others speak of this. Just then, a sudden knocking at the door was followed by a familiar female voice calling out, Hey, you two, hurry up and come out. All the new disciples are to gather in front of Donghua Hall to select their magical artifacts today. Make haste. The voice unmistakably belonged to their elder sister, Yang Yuyin, and it carried an unmistakable tone of impatience and disdain. Chapter 55. What nonsense is this? Soon, Lu Ruoyan and Zhou Qingmin arrived at the front of Donghua Palace. From a distance, they could see numerous disciples gathering there. The two women exchanged no words and made their way towards the crowd. After waiting for approximately 15 minutes, once everyone had assembled, the senior sister Yang Yuyin led the group grandly towards the main peak. Half an hour later, they arrived at the armory pavilion of the main peak. Before entering, Yang Yuyin turned to the crowd, patiently imparting her instructions. Once we enter, you will have half an hour to select your treasured artifacts. When the time is up, regardless of whether you have secured the treasures you desire, you must exit. Among you, those with cultivation below the 5th level of qi condensation must remain on the 1st floor of the armory pavilion, where only inferior-grade artifacts are available for selection. You may choose freely, but each person is allowed only one. Disciples at the 5th to 7th levels of qi condensation may ascend to the 2nd floor, where medium-grade artifacts await, and again, only one may be selected. Those above the 7th level of qi condensation can access the 3rd floor to choose their artifacts, but, of course, only one is permitted. These are the rules. Anyone who fails to comply will face severe penalties from the law enforcement hall. Do you understand? After delivering her message, Yang Yuyin cast a stern gaze over the disciples, her expression grave. Understood, senior sister, they replied in unison. Very well, you may enter. The disciples then formed a line to enter the armory pavilion. Lu Ruoyan and Zhou Qingmin, both of whom were below the 5th level of qi condensation, could only remain on the 1st floor. At that moment, the expansive 1st floor bustled with dozens of disciples wandering between the rows of shelves filled with an assortment of treasures. The sight of these dazzling artifacts left the disciples in awe, as they had only been cultivating for 3 months. This marked their first encounter with such treasures up close, and excitement and fervor radiated from each of their faces. Lu Ruoyan and Zhou Qingmin, however, stood apart. Before a shelf of exquisite artifacts, disdain filled their eyes as they surveyed the offerings. These treasures were simply unworthy of their attention. The memories of their previous lives faded, sacred weapons surfaced in their minds. Those were artifacts of the highest caliber. The items before them were merely inferior-grade artifacts, utterly incomparable to their divine weapons. While everyone diligently selected their treasures, the two women remained stationary, entirely disinterested in the artifacts surrounding them. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed from a distance. Lu Ruoyan and Zhou Qingmin turned simultaneously to see a burly male disciple standing proudly before a massive hammer, ecstatic like a fool. He was. Lu Ruoyan furrowed her brow, her expression laced with disdain. Was he truly so elated over a mere inferior-grade magical artifact? Zhou Qingmin curled her lip, her face a mask of contempt as she remarked, "Indeed, such inferior artifacts, even in my past life, I would have scarcely glanced at them if offered. How ridiculous it is for him to regard them as treasures. In the eyes of these individuals, these inferior artifacts are priceless treasures. Yet to them, they are nothing but refuse. They fail to ignite even a flicker of interest. Before long, more and more people manage to select suitable artifacts, each one elated beyond measure. Only Lu Ruoyan and Zhou Qingmin remained stationary, having entered without the slightest intention of selecting a magical artifact. They genuinely looked down upon these worthless items, rendering the act of selection beneath their consideration. Soon, half an hour elapsed. All disciples withdrew from the. Lu Ruoyan and Zhou Qingmin stood amidst the throng, observing as their peers clutched their artifacts, their faces alight with joy. They couldn't help but feel speechless. Such worthless artifacts, they wouldn't even accept as gifts. Yet these individuals cherished them as if they were treasures. They even witnessed some disciples who had ascended to the third floor of the, flaunting superior-grade artifacts amidst a crowd of envious onlookers, eliciting gasps of admiration. The two women felt utterly incredulous. Is it truly necessary to celebrate over a mere superior-grade artifact? Isn't that also trash? What is there to covet? Lu Ruoyan and Zhou Qingmin merely observed from a distance, refusing to join the fray. In their eyes, whether inferior-grade, medium-grade, or superior-grade artifacts, there was no distinction. They were all detritus. Even exquisite artifacts, or divine ones, failed to pique their interest. After all, they had once possessed a saint-grade artifact as supreme emperors. Naturally, they scoffed at the worthless trinkets before them. "Senior sister, I long for my flame heaven sword," Zhou Qingmin mused. Despite her disdain for these worthless artifacts, witnessing her fellow disciples each securing their own treasures made her nostalgic for her fated sacred weapon, the flame heaven sword. This artifact, bonded to her by blood, had accompanied her for 3 millennia, fostering a deep-seated affection. Now, she yearned for the return of her flame heaven sword. "Sigh, I too miss my ice phoenix sword," Lu Ruoyan echoed, her heart similarly drawn to her own ice phoenix sword, which had been her loyal companion for 3 millennia, never leaving her side. Initially, in her rebirth, she felt little sentiment. However, now, seeing others claim their artifacts stirred poignant memories within her. "Senior sister, our cultivation is gradually advancing. We shall need artifacts to assist us on our future missions. Sister, we should seek out Chen Yang and reclaim our fated sacred artifact." Zhou Qingmin turned to Lu Ruoyan, feeling a deep yearning for the return of the burning heaven sword to her side. "Indeed, that is our destined sacred artifact. We ought to retrieve it from Chen Yang." Lu Ruoyan nodded in agreement, wholeheartedly endorsing her sentiment. "By the way, sister, in our previous life, Chen Yang never bestowed upon you the final layer of the 9 heavens' profound spirit technique. This is a perfect opportunity for you to request it from him." Zhou Qingmin reminded her. "Yes, junior sister, I'd almost forgotten about that matter. In our past existence, that fellow Chen Yang was reluctant to provide me with the last segment of the 9 heavens' profound spirit technique. Now that we have been reborn, surely he must grant it to me." Upon mentioning this, a flicker of resentment crossed Lu Ruoyan's eyes. In their previous life, among the 6 disciples, the other 5 had all received the complete technique from Chen Yang. while she was given each layer incrementally, under the pretense of preventing her from becoming obsessed with power, supposedly for her own good. Oomph, such pleasant words, but she harbored no belief in them. Lu Rian was no ordinary person. She was a peerless prodigy, and her innate talent could not lead her astray. Moreover, during her cultivation, she had always been steady, never exhibiting signs of losing control. Chen Yang was fully aware that she was wholly dedicated to her training, intent on swiftly attaining enlightenment. Yet he consistently obstructed her progress regarding the techniques. It was evident he did not wish for her to surpass him in achieving enlightenment. Thus, he had persistently withheld the final layer of the technique. In their rebirth, they had been practicing only the most fundamental qi refining techniques. The sacred grade techniques from their previous life could only be cultivated upon reaching the celestial realm. Hence, she had not paid much heed to this matter. Now, prompted by her junior sister's reminder, she recalled that the final segment of the technique still resided with Chen Yang. It was high time for her to demand it. Chapter 56. How dare you strike us? A quarter of an hour later, at the front of the Songbing Pavilion, Yang Yuyin, the senior sister, observed that her disciples had gathered. With a sense of purpose, she led her group down the mountain, returning swiftly to Qingming Peak. However, Lu Rian and Zhou Qingmin, upon descending from the main peak, seized the opportunity to slip away from the entourage. They had no intention of returning to Qingming Peak just yet. Instead, they aimed to visit Shaoyan Peak to retrieve their life-bound sacred artifact from Chen Yang. Those treasures belonged to them, and they were determined to reclaim what was rightfully theirs. Before long, the two women arrived at Shaoyan Peak, a place they were exceedingly familiar with. This time, they required no guide and headed directly toward Chen Yang's quarters. Along the way, as they passed a pavilion, they caught sight of Chen Yang, who was leisurely sipping tea within. Exchanging a glance, the two women strode purposefully towards him. Chen Yang, engrossed in his tea, noticed them approaching and, after a moment's contemplation, deduced the reason for their visit. These two ungrateful women had come to demand their life-bound sacred artifacts. As anticipated, Zhou Qingmin wasted no time and boldly extended her hand towards Chen Yang, demanding, "Chen, our sacred artifacts are still with you, aren't they? Hand them over immediately." She regarded him with an expression of indignant entitlement, as if it were a matter of course for her to reclaim her treasures. Indeed, Lu Rian stepped forward beside Zhou Qingmin, sharing a united front as they both glared at Chen Yang, exuding an air of righteous indignation. "Chen, we accepted your refusal of the Xinyuan pill last time, but this time, you must return our sacred artifacts." In their eyes, the Ice Phoenix sword and the Blazing Heaven sword were inherently theirs, and Chen Yang had no justification for withholding them. Chen Yang calmly lifted his gaze to meet that of the two women, remaining composed as he leisurely sipped his tea. Once he finished, he set down his cup and replied nonchalantly, "You desire the Ice Phoenix sword and the Blazing Heaven sword? I have none. They are not yours to claim." With that, Chen Yang poured himself another cup of tea, continuing to enjoy his drink. Zhou Qingmin, taken aback by his outright refusal, seethed with anger. Clenching her teeth, she retorted defiantly, "Chen, those are our possessions. On what grounds do you deny us?" The fact that Chen Yang was unwilling to return what rightfully belonged to them was infuriating. Moreover, his nonchalant demeanor suggested he did not regard them seriously, which was utterly intolerable. Lu Rian, equally incensed, felt her patience wane. It was outrageous that Chen Yang would hoard their belongings and refuse to return them. She stepped forward immediately, unable to suppress her indignation. "Indeed, Chen Yang, that is our life's sacred artifact. By what right do you deny us?" Pausing momentarily, Lu Rian continued, "Moreover, I must confess, I have come not only to reclaim my life's sacred artifact, but also to obtain the final volume of the Nine Heavens' profound spirit art. You must provide it to me. In our previous life, you consistently denied me this. Surely, it is time you fulfill your obligation now." Faced with the ire of the two women, Chen Yang remained unfazed, leisurely sipping his tea. He nonchalantly replied no. Upon hearing his repeated refusal, Zhou Qingmin instantly became frantic, slamming her hand against the table. In an instant, she erupted like a tempest, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Yang. unleashing a torrent of curses. Chen Yang, you scoundrel! Return our life's sacred artifact at once. Do you hear? It belongs to us, ours. She disregarded her demeanor, vociferously venting her rage, her shrill voice laced with a desperate frenzy. Clearly, she had reached her limit. Chen Yang lifted his gaze to her, slightly furrowing his brow. His mood soured. Rising to his feet, he exchanged no further words, directing his palm towards Zhou Qingmin's contorted, furious visage. With a swift motion, he struck. Slap! The sound resonated sharply, exploding in the air. Zhou Qingmin, caught off guard, was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground 5 meters away. Witnessing her fellow disciple being flung aside, Lu Ruyan's fury intensified, her teeth clenched as she glared at Chen Yang. Chen Yang, how dare you lay a hand on us? By what right do you strike us? Chen Yang turned his gaze toward her, his eyes devoid of warmth. Ah, and you as well. He delivered another resounding slap. Slap! The sharp sound echoed once more. In the next moment, Lu Ruyan was similarly cast aside, landing heavily beside Zhou Qingmin. Ah, Chen Yang, you scoundrel! How could you strike us? The two women raised their heads from the ground, clutching their cheeks, their eyes blazing with fury, their expressions twisted in rage. In that moment, the wrath of Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin was palpable. Chen Yang's actions were utterly despicable. Not only did he refuse to return their life's sacred artifacts, but he had also resorted to striking them. It was worth noting that in their previous life, Chen Yang had never treated them so brutally. Yet now, he had struck them with such ferocity. At this moment, filled with extreme fury, the two women gazed at Chen Yang with eyes brimming with hatred. Chen Yang stepped out of the pavilion, his expression indifferent as he regarded the two ungrateful wretches. He bluntly stated, to speak frankly, your life's sacred artifact from your previous life have already been bestowed upon my two disciples. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin first widened their eyes in disbelief, before their tempers erupted uncontrollably. Zhou Qingmin sprang to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Yang, her voice a frantic roar. Chen Yang, you bastard! How dare you give my burning sky sword to someone else? By what right do you do this? That is mine. At this moment, Zhou Qingmin felt as though her lungs were about to burst with fury. Her coveted burning heaven sword had been given away by Chen Yang. That was her burning heaven sword. Indeed, Chen Yang, that belongs to us. By what right do you bestow it upon another? What gives you the authority to do so? Lu Ruyan also rose, her voice hoarse from the intensity of her accusation against Chen Yang. Her ice phoenix sword had been her companion for 3 millennia, and now it had been given away by Chen Yang. This was utterly intolerable. Chen Yang stood silently, observing their agitated expressions with a sense of amusement, relishing the moment. He delighted in witnessing these two ingrates, who, despite harboring intense resentment towards him, found themselves utterly powerless. As Chen Yang ignored them, Zhou Qingmin's anger escalated. Chen Yang, you scoundrel! I command you to retrieve our life-bound sacred artifacts immediately. Did you hear me? Zhou Qingmin glared fiercely at Chen Yang, her fists clenched tightly, trembling with rage. At that moment, she longed to rush forward and deliver a punch to his infuriating face. Lu Ruyan nodded in agreement, seething with indignation. That's right, Chen Yang. Go and reclaim our life-bound sacred artifacts at once. If you do so now, I might just manage to forgive you. Do you understand? At this moment, Lu Ruyan felt an overwhelming surge of wrath boiling within her, desperate for an outlet. These were their sacred artifacts, and they could not tolerate anyone else laying claim to them. Chapter 57. Chen Yang, how could you treat me this way? Upon hearing the words of the two women, Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. Your belongings? Such audacity! What I bestowed upon you is indeed yours, but if I choose to withhold it, then it ceases to belong to you. Observing Chen Yang's nonchalant demeanor only heightened Zhou Qingmin's irritation. Chen, our life-bound artifacts were given to us in our previous existence, and thus they rightfully belong to us. By what authority do you refuse to return them? Lu Ruyan nodded in agreement, her expression echoing the sentiment. Indeed, you once granted them to us. How can you now bestow them upon others? How can someone like you even exist? Have you no shame? Chen Yang, somewhat at a loss for words, retorted, "You do realize that was in a past life, correct? We are reborn, and everything has begun anew. Those two treasures now belong to me, and I may bestow them upon whomever I choose. Do you have any say in this matter?" Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin felt an overwhelming surge of anger at his words, momentarily left speechless. Yes, they had been reborn. Could those artifacts still be considered theirs? I don't care. They are our belongings, our life-bound artifacts. We have bonded with them through blood. They are ours. By what right do you give them to others? Zhou Qingmin screamed in a fit of rage. She had no desire to engage in a debate with Chen Yang. She simply wanted her life-bound artifact returned. Exactly. Those artifacts are ours, recognized by our blood. You have no authority to decide otherwise, Lu Ruyin affirmed, her expression one of righteous indignation. At that moment, both women were on the verge of apoplexy. Chen Yang was insufferably infuriating. However, the more incensed they became, the more delighted Chen Yang felt. Witnessing their fury nearly taking their breath away, he decided to stoke the flames further. A sly smile crept across his lips as he casually remarked, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that I not only passed your life-bound artifacts to my two disciples, but I also transmitted the cultivation techniques you practiced in your previous life to them." What? At these words, both Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin's eyes widened in disbelief, their anger intensifying. In that instant, they felt their blood pressure soar, an uncontrollable fury rising within them. "Chen Yang, you dare to share our cultivation techniques with others? You have gone too far. That is our technique. Did you consult us before taking such actions? Do we consent? Huh?" Zhou Qingmin was so enraged she felt as if smoke would billow from her ears, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. This Chen Yang had not only given their life-bound artifacts to others, but had also shared their sacred cultivation techniques. This was a divine-level technique, one that belonged solely to them. The thought of it being practiced by another was utterly intolerable. That technique could only be cultivated by them. No one else could possibly wield it. Lu Ruoyan was on the verge of being driven to despair. Her voice laced with fury as she demanded, "Chen Yang, how could you possibly share our techniques with others? Did you consult us before making such a decision? Do we give her consent? I ask you, on what grounds do you bestow them upon another?" Chen Yang regarded the enraged Lu Ruoyan with a cold smirk. Lu Ruoyan, I almost neglected to mention that not only have I imparted your techniques to Li Qingyun, but I have also entrusted him with the entirety of the manual." What? Upon hearing this revelation, Lu Ruoyan's eyes widened, her fury threatening to combust. In her previous life, she had devoted 3,000 years to Chen Yang. Yet in the end, he never revealed the final chapter of a Nine Heavens profound spirit technique to her. And now, Li Qingyun, who had been with him for merely 3 months, was granted the entire manual. Wasn't this an egregious display of favoritism? Why was it that Li Qingyun received it after just 3 months, while she, after 3 millennia, was denied? "Chen Yang, how could you treat me this way? It infuriates me to my core." Lu Ruoyan glared at Chen Yang, completely consumed by her rage, her visage contorting into a terrifying mask of fury. Seeing the two women nearly driven mad by his actions, Chen Yang felt a sense of satisfaction. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Enough, let us conclude this for today. You two may leave." With that, he turned away, uninterested in further discourse. "Chen Yang, you cannot leave without returning our sacred artifacts." As Chen Yang attempted to depart, Zhou Qingmin rushed forward, seizing his sleeve. Chen Yang's expression hardened as he turned back, showing no mercy. With a swift motion, he unleashed a surge of powerful spiritual energy. Zhou Qingmin let out a cry as she was propelled backward down the stairs, landing heavily on the ground. When she lifted her head, she could not suppress the gush of blood that spilled from her lips. Junior sister, Lu Ruoyan watched in horror as her disciple was thrown down the steps. Unable to contain herself any longer, she turned her furious gaze upon Chen Yang. "Chen Yang, you are utterly inhumane. Not only do you refuse to return our belongings, but you also resort to violence. A person like you is unworthy of being a mentor." Chen Yang, uninterested in her tirade, casually struck out with his palm. summoning a dragon-shaped aura that radiated with dazzling golden light. In an instant, this dragon energy surged towards Lu Ruoyan. Poof! Lu Ruoyan immediately coughed up blood and was sent flying backward, tumbling down the stairs, landing even farther and sustaining greater injuries than Zhou Qingmin. Chen Yang stood above them on the steps, coldly surveying the two ungrateful wolves. If you do not leave at once, I will not hesitate to end your lives here today. You! Zhou Qingmin clutched her chest, her eyes filled with venomous hatred as she glared at Chen Yang. At that moment, she yearned to leap forward and rend Chen Yang to pieces to alleviate her pent-up rage. Junior sister, we must go. At that moment, Lu Ruyan's voice resonated, brimming with an overwhelming fury and a profound sense of indignation. Clearly, Lu Ruyan was far from satisfied. However, in the face of the formidable Chen Yang, she could only swallow her pride and concede. Very well, Zhou Qingmin replied through gritted teeth. She understood that Chen Yang was resolute in his decision not to return their life-bound sacred artifacts. No matter how furious they were today, they could do nothing to him. Continuing to entangle themselves with Chen Yang here would only lead to further humiliation. Rather than endure such indignity, it would be wiser to retreat. Thus, the two women staggered to their feet, casting one last reluctant glance at Chen Yang before departing. Chen Yang remained in place, watching as the two women left in disarray. A faint smile crept across his face, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Chapter 58. The Reluctant Compromise of Two Women. Alas, I am utterly infuriated. That wretched Chen Yang. How could he possibly do this? Our cherished sacred artifact. It rightfully belongs to us. How dare he bestow it upon another without our consent? As she descended the mountain, Zhou Qingmin's anger grew with each passing thought, compelling her to unleash a torrent of invective. Her temperament was already fiery, and her patience was wearing thin. The audacity of Chen Yang to deliberately provoke her only fueled her ire further. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming surge of wrath simmering within her. If she did not vent it, she feared she might burst. The mere thought of Chen Yang's insufferable visage sent her blood pressure soaring, and her fury became uncontainable. Indeed, this Chen Yang is utterly intolerable. Our sacred artifact was inherently ours, and yet he so brazenly gave it away. What shall we use henceforth? His actions are nothing short of despicable. Lu Ruyan, though generally more composed than Zhou Qingmin, found herself equally exasperated by Chen Yang's behavior today. The realization that her Ice Phoenix sword had now bonded with Li Qingyun, becoming his sacred artifact, made her heart ache. That was a treasure of the highest order. It had accompanied her for 3 millennia, and they had forged a deep connection. Yet this scoundrel Chen Yang, without her permission, transferred it to Li Qingyun. How dare he? What right did he have to give away what was not his? How shameless can he be? Chen Yang is truly detestable. We have followed him loyally for 3,000 years, and I lament the day I chose such a mentor. Moreover, he had the audacity to strike us. He was in the wrong, yet he dared to raise his hand against us. My anger is overwhelming. Zhou Qingmin thought back to the stinging slap she had received from Chen Yang and felt a searing pain on her cheek, which only ignited her rage further. When had she ever been so humiliated? Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth, her expression one of indignation as she proclaimed, "What angers me most is that Chen Yang, despite having me by his side for 3,000 years in the last life, refused to grant me the final chapter of the 9 Heavens profound spirit technique. Yet now, that Li Qingyun, who has only been with him for 3 months, has been given the entirety of the text. How can he be so biased? It is infuriating." Every time Lu Ruyan recalled the coveted final chapter of the 9 Heavens profound spirit technique, now so effortlessly acquired by Li Qingyun, her heart brimmed with dissatisfaction. Why should Chen Yang treat her and Li Qingyun with such disparity? What justified this targeting of her? The more she considered it, the greater her sense of injustice became. Indeed, senior sister, I truly feel it is unjust for you. That wretched Chen Yang is utterly unworthy of being a master. Such a person hardly qualifies as a master. Why has he not met his demise sooner? It is infuriating. The two women stood there, venting their pent-up fury through a torrent of curses. After a considerable time, Their vitriol gradually subsided, and they began to regain their composure. So, senior sister, what shall we do now? That scoundrel Chen Yang has given our life as essential artifact to Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. What will we wield in the future? Su Qingmin turned to Lu Ruyan, her tone still laced with indignation. Now that their anger had abated, a pressing dilemma loomed before them. Their life as essential artifact was forever beyond their reach. Yet, what would they do without it? They could hardly remain defenseless. Lu Ruyan furrowed her brow, contemplating briefly before letting out a resigned sigh and turning to her younger sister. Sister, at this juncture, we have no choice but to seek out that wretched Yang Yuyin and have her guide us back to the Songbing Pavilion to select a low-grade treasure. The mere mention of the senior sister Yang Yuyin brought a frown to Lu Ruyan's face. The humiliations they had endured at her hands were not easily forgotten. Nevertheless, despite their grievances, they had no alternative but to approach Yang Yuyin for assistance in obtaining a low-grade treasure. A low-grade treasure? Su Qingmin pauset momentia. Her reluctance evident as she responded, Senior sister, are you suggesting that we will have to rely on a low-grade treasure from now on? Disdain was etched across her features. Wasn't she, Su Qingmin, once a mighty emperor in her past life? Yet now, she was to wield a mere low-grade treasure as her weapon. Could the treasures in Songbing Pavilion even be deemed usable? Were they not mere scraps of worthless metal? The prospect of using such inferior artifacts as treasures filled her with nostalgia for her former flame-heaven sword. In that instant, her resentment towards Chen Yang deepened. Sigh, sister. This is indeed a predicament we cannot avoid. Presently, we have no better options, Lu Ruyan echoed, her own face mirroring disdain. As the emperor of Ruyan, the thought of using a low-grade treasure as a weapon was utterly humiliating. In her previous life, she would have been the subject of ridicule for such a choice. Alas, apart from retrieving a low-grade treasure from the Songbing Pavilion, they were left with no other recourse. Very well, senior sister, I understand, Su Qingmin finally acquiesced, lowering her head in resignation to this unfortunate fate. A low-grade treasure was better than nothing, she reassured herself internally. Observing her younger sister's despondent demeanor, Lu Ruyan could not suppress a huff of frustration, muttering in complaint, "It is all that scoundrel Chen Yang's fault. Were it not for him, we would not have to lower ourselves to seek assistance from that wretched Yang Yuyin. One must also lower oneself to wield a low-grade magical artifact as a weapon. All of this is the doing of that scoundrel, Chen Yang." Upon hearing these words, Zhou Qingmin nodded in agreement. Indeed, senior sister, it is entirely his fault. If it were not for him, how could we have fallen to the point of relying on a low-grade magical artifact as our weapon? It is all Chen Yang's fault. I, Zhou Qingmin, shall never let this matter rest. The mere mention of Chen Yang made Zhou Qingmin grit her teeth in fury, her fists clenched tightly. Enough, junior sister. It is getting late. We should hasten back to Qingming Peak to confront that wretched Yang Yuyin. Lu Ruyan gently patted her shoulder in reassurance before speaking. Very well. Senior sister, let us be on our way. Zhou Qingmin nodded, and the two women descended the mountain together. Chapter 59, yet again humiliated half an hour later. At the foot of Qingming Peak, before a courtyard, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin arrived at their destination, the residence of Yang Yuyin. As the senior sister of Qingming Peak, Yang Yuyin enjoyed privileges far superior to those of the other disciples. Not only did she possess a private courtyard, but she also had a dedicated cave dwelling on the back mountain. After Lu Ruyan knocked on the door, Yang Yuyin soon appeared. It is you two? Upon recognizing the unexpected visitors, Yang Yuyin furrowed her brows, her expression tinged with displeasure. There was no denying that Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin had left a rather unfavorable impression on her, prompting her to greet them with a frosty demeanor. Speak. What brings you both to seek me this time? Yang Yuyin inquired impatiently, well aware that their intentions were unlikely to be benevolent. Lu Ruyan, noticing Yang Yuyin's unabashed disdain, felt a surge of irritation within. Nevertheless, as they were the ones in need, she suppressed her frustration and politely stated, Senior Sister Yang, we have come today to kindly request your assistance in taking us to the Armory Pavilion once more. The Armory Pavilion? A hint of confusion crossed Yang Yuyin's face as she questioned, what do you two wish to do there? Did you not visit it earlier today? Lu Ruoyan felt a twinge of embarrassment at this remark. When Yang Yuyin had previously escorted them to the armory pavilion, they had indeed had the opportunity to select magical artifacts, but that chance had slipped through their fingers. Returning now to seek Yang Yuyin's help seemed somewhat presumptuous. Zhou Qingmin, too, felt a sense of awkwardness and turned her gaze elsewhere. Lu, mustering her courage, replied, "Senior Sister Yang, the truth is, we did not manage to find suitable artifacts during our last visit, and we would like to enter once more." Understanding their situation, Yang Yuyin let out a cold laugh. She had anticipated that their visit would bear no good news. Without hesitation, she bluntly refused, "Your failure to procure suitable artifacts is of no concern to me. Why should I take you there again?" Faced with Yang Yuyin's outright dismissal and the harshness of her words, Zhou Qingmin could no longer contain herself. She stepped forward, chest out, and declared defiantly, "As the senior sister of Qingming Peak, it is your obligation to assist your junior sisters when they seek your help. Furthermore, escorting disciples to the armory pavilion is indeed part of your duties." "My duties?" Yang Yuyin could hardly contain her laughter, retorting, "Did I not already take you both to the armory pavilion?" At this, the two women felt somewhat diminished. Indeed, Yang Yuyin had previously taken them, and it was their own failure to seize the opportunity that had led to their current predicament. They could only blame themselves. Yet Zhou Qingmin, unwilling to concede, retorted, "Yes, you took us there, but we did not find any suitable artifacts, which is precisely why we are asking you to take us again. Is there anything wrong with that?" Observing the unrepentant demeanor of the other party, Yang Yuyin felt a surge of indignation rise within her. How absurd it was that they were at fault, yet managed to make it seem as though she were the one in the wrong. She retorted sharply, "So, what does your failure to select an appropriate treasure have to do with me? Did I not bring you along?" "I did, yet you failed to choose wisely. Who else can you blame? Among the numerous disciples of Qingming Peak, others have successfully acquired treasures today, yet it is only the two of you who have returned empty-handed. Is this not a reflection of your own shortcomings? You squandered this opportunity and now seek my assistance for another chance. How can you show your face? Do you possess no sense of shame? How can such individuals exist in this world?" Yang Yuyin unleashed a scathing tirade upon the two women, showing no mercy and employing exceedingly harsh words. Yuyin and Zhou Qingmin, acutely aware of their own culpability, lowered their heads in response to Yang Yuyin's reprimand, their expressions marred by embarrassment. "Enough. You two may leave now. I do not wish to see you again. Each encounter with you repulses me." After venting her frustrations, Yang Yuyin aimed to drive these two nuisances away, wishing to preserve her tranquility and solitude. Zhou Qingmin, feeling somewhat defiant, stepped forward and retorted, "Even if it is our fault, what harm would it do for you to take us to the Songbing Pavilion once more? We simply failed to find suitable artifacts last time. This time, we surely will succeed. It is but a small favor you could grant us. How can you be so cold-hearted? I cannot believe you are the senior sister." Zhou Qingmin had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Yang Yuyin. At this moment, not only did the latter refuse to assist them, but she also subjected them to humiliation. Unable to contain her temper, she reacted angrily. "Assist you?" Yang Yuyin scoffed, uninterested in further discourse. "I will not help. Leave." Zhou Qingmin, unaccustomed to such insolence, immediately turned and departed. Lu Yuyin cast a resentful glance at Yang Yuyin before following suit. Yang Yuyin stood in the courtyard, watching the retreating figures of the two women, feeling an overwhelming sense of disbelief. What misfortune had befallen Qingming Peak to have admitted such calamities? Truly, it was ill-fated. She spat on the ground in disdain before retreating into the courtyard. Meanwhile, Lu Yuyin and Zhou Qingmin stormed away in fury. That scoundrel Chen Yang has already bullied us, and now Yang Yuyin is doing the same." At that moment, Zhou Qingmin was consumed by vexation. Having suffered indignity at Chen Yang's hands earlier, now she faced further humiliation from Yang Yuyin. The flames of her anger ignited fiercely. Yang Yuyin is utterly arrogant. We humbly approached her for assistance, and yet she treated us with such contempt. Were it not for our inability to overpower her, I would have torn her to shreds. Lu Yuyin huffed in disdain, her expression dark and foreboding. She The Empress of Smoke had never endured such indignity before. Had it not been for her rebirth, this Yang Yuyin would not have dared to act so arrogantly in her presence. She would have perished 100 times over. Indeed, once my cultivation ascends, I shall undoubtedly make her pay. Zhou Qingmin clenched her fists, her face flushed with anger. However, her thoughts soon shifted, and a sense of despondency washed over her. But, senior sister, what shall we do now? Chen Yang refuses to grant us our innate sacred artifacts, and we are unable to enter the armory pavilion to select magical treasures. What shall we use in the future? Previously, they had looked down upon the inferior magical treasures in the armory pavilion, deeming them worthless and beneath their notice. They had solely wished to reclaim their innate sacred artifacts. Yet now, not only could they not retrieve their sacred artifacts, but they could not even acquire the most inferior treasures. Alas, what do we do now? We can only endure this situation for the time being. Had we known that Chen Yang would bestow our sacred artifacts upon others, we should have selected an inferior magical treasure while we were still in the armory pavilion. Lu Ruyan sighed, feeling somewhat helpless at this moment. Simultaneously, regret crept in. Had they known, they should have casually chosen an inferior magical treasure while at the armory pavilion. This way, even if Chen Yang did not return their sacred artifacts, they would at least possess a subpar treasure. Indeed, had they known, they should not have been so willful. Zhou Qingmin shared her sentiment, feeling a pang of regret herself. Initially, she had scorned those inferior magical treasures, but now she found herself unable to acquire even one. Chapter 60. Fourth disciple Lu Yuan on the summit of Little Cloud Peak. Chen Yang's spirits rose considerably after dismissing the two ungrateful individuals, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin. These two ingrates, now stripped of their life-bound sacred artifacts and devoid of cultivation resources, still yearned to catch up to Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan in their training, even aspiring to attain the heights of the emperor as in their previous lives. Such ambitions were nothing short of delusional. Having only recently embarked on their cultivation journey, they would soon come to realize the ever-widening chasm between themselves and Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. They would gradually understand that, without Chen Yang's assistance, they were nothing. Ultimately, they would discover that, despite their relentless efforts, they would never be able to cultivate into emperors in this lifetime. The two ingrates would indeed have ample cause for regret in the future. As Chen Yang gazed down the mountain, a cold snort escaped his lips, and a pleasant smile graced his face. Just then, a yellow dog approached, wagging its tail and nuzzling its head against his foot. Chen Yang looked down at the dog and couldn't help but marvel. Who would have thought that even a dog could possess a heart full of gratitude? He bent down and affectionately ruffled the dog's head. The dog's tail wagged even more fervently, relishing the attention as a look of contentment spread across its face. Suddenly, a thought struck Chen Yang. He murmured to himself, "Speaking of which, you have been here on Little Cloud Peak for nearly 2 months now, and I have yet to bestow a name upon you. From now on, I shall call you Xiao Huang." Given the dog's golden fur, he decided that Xiao Huang would be a fitting name. The dog seemed to understand, nuzzling Chen Yang's foot once more in an endearing manner. Chen Yang Chuklet, remarking, "Had I known those 6 rebellious disciples were nothing but ingrates, I might as well have raised 6 dogs in my previous life." Reflecting on those ingrates brought Chen Yang's thoughts back to his 4th disciple, Lu Yuan, from his past life. In just half a month, the day of the ancient relic's awakening would arrive. In his previous life, it was during this very event that he encountered Lu Yuan, that ungrateful wretch, whom he subsequently brought back to Little Cloud Peak as a disciple. It was hard to believe that he had been reborn for over 3 months now. How swiftly time had passed. As memories of his past life flooded back, Chen Yang's expression grew distant. The ancient relic was a secret realm left over from antiquity, brimming with countless heavenly materials, earth treasures, ancient artifacts, and various fortuitous encounters. At that time, the 10 major sects of the southern wilderness would all be present, entering the ancient relic together. Moreover, various other factions would also attend. In his previous life, it was within the ancient relic that Chen Yang first met his 4th disciple, Lu Yuan, a love-struck individual who, in the end, would go so far as to betray her master and ancestors for the sake of love. The wayward disciple must have commenced her cultivation by now. When the ancient relics are unearthed, she will undoubtedly venture there, for it is the place where she remains haunted by the memory of Li Wuye from her past life. Chen Yang chuckled softly, his expression tinged with disdain. In this lifetime, no one shall hinder your union with Li Wuye. He pondered, curious to see if this ungrateful wretch would ultimately attain the love she so desperately desires. Shaking his head, he decided to cast aside such thoughts. In just half a month, the day of the ancient relic's unveiling would arrive. He resolved to dedicate this time to rigorous cultivation, striving to break through to the divine transformation stage before the relics opened. Once he achieved that, even the sect leader, Yin Yin, would not stand a chance against him. With determination, Chen Yang rose and retreated to his chamber to cultivate, accompanied closely by Xiao Huang, who wagged its tail in sync with his steps. That evening, in the herb hall, within a modest room, Lin Xian'er's poison flared up once more. She writhed on the ground in agony, emitting piercing cries of despair. The sound was sharp, infused with a maddening frenzy, as if she were undergoing excruciating torment that ripped at her very soul. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Xian'er gradually ceased her lamentations, lying on the floor, utterly exhausted and drenched in sweat. Time passed, and eventually she regained some strength, struggling to rise and collapsing onto the bed. As she lay there, staring at the beams above, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. "Master, when will you ever forgive me?" She wept. During this harrowing period, the heart-eating goo had driven her to the brink of madness. Countless times, she contemplated ending her life to find release. Yet she lacked the courage to follow through. After all, death would mean the complete annihilation of everything. In her past life, she had been an empress. She could not bear the thought of succumbing to such cowardice. "Master, I long to return to your side." The mere thought of her master's kindness filled her heart with guilt. "I will earn your forgiveness. I must return to you. Once I am back, you surely will not allow me to suffer under the torment of the heart-eating goo. You will rescue me, won't you?" Lin Xian'er conversed with herself, burdened by the knowledge of her master's sacrifice to expel the goo from her body, depleting his own essence in the process. The weight of her guilt was overwhelming. At that moment, all she desired was to utter an apology to her master. Yet now, she wished for his assistance once more. She recognized the selfishness of her desires, but desperation had cornered her. She could no longer endure the torment of the heart-eating goo. If she could only obtain her master's forgiveness, she would be reunited with him at last. In due time, the master will undoubtedly assist her in expelling the parasitic insects from within her body. Although such an act may deplete the master's vital essence, Lin Xianyuan could not afford to dwell on that. She believed that this undertaking should not pose a significant challenge for her master. After all, in her previous life, the master had successfully aided her in ridding herself of the parasites and subsequently achieved the status of a great emperor. Ultimately, he had even come close to attaining sainthood. Therefore, she felt confident that the master could assist her once more in this lifetime without much difficulty. For him, it should merely be a trivial matter, while for her, it represented a chance to escape her suffering. "Master, I truly long to return to Shaolin Peak. As a disciple in the herb hall, I find it hard to eat or sleep, burdened by an overwhelming amount of labor. Moreover, here, I am merely a menial disciple, devoid of cultivation resources, and others look down upon me." Chapter 61. A desire for one more favor from Master. In this place, I am but a mere servant disciple, devoid of cultivation resources, and looked down upon by others. The more Lin Xian'er pondered, the deeper her sorrow grew. Ever since she became a servant disciple, she had resumed her training with the qi refining techniques provided by the Heavenly Sword sect. However, the divine-grade technique from her previous life could only be cultivated after she broke through to the celestial realm. Unfortunately, her innate talent and foundation were lacking, compounded by the absence of divine essence pills and other resources. This rendered her progress painfully slow. Additionally, in the herb hall, her daily labor left her with scant time for cultivation. Consequently, she had only managed to barely advance to the second level of qi condensation. In her past life, by this time, she had already reached the 9th level of qi condensation, earning her a formidable reputation within the Heavenly Sword sect. Yet now, she found herself at a mere second level, a stark contrast to her former self. Moreover, the living conditions in the herb hall were deplorable. The room was dilapidated and cramped, and the meals were unpalatable. A far cry from the treatment she received on Little Cloud Peak. At this moment, she couldn't help but reminisce about the comforts of her life on Little Cloud Peak. The more she thought about it, the greater her regret became. Master, I must return to your side. Today, I beseeched Elder Liu, and he has consented to allow me to accompany the other senior brothers tomorrow to deliver herbs to the various peaks. At that time, I should be able to see you on Little Cloud Peak. Lin Xian'er murmured softly, her eyes betraying a flicker of hope. The herb hall provided a certain quantity of herbs each month to the 12 ice peaks and the 7 major peaks. For her, this was an opportunity to seek forgiveness from her master. As a servant disciple, she rarely had the chance to meet her master. Such an opportunity was one she must seize. Fortunately, after much pleading, Elder Liu ultimately agreed to let her accompany the other senior brothers to deliver herbs the following day. At that moment, she resolved to earn her master's forgiveness upon her return to Little Cloud Peak. She yearned to return to Little Cloud Peak. Once there, everything would improve. Her master would help her expel the parasitic insect within her, provide her with divine essence pills, and grant her the cultivation resources she desperately needed. She would no longer have to endure the torment of the heart-devouring insect, nor the endless chores. She would no longer be confined to this shabby, cramped room. Exhausted, Lin Xian'er embraced such dreams and gradually drifted into slumber. The next day, Lin Xian'er departed the herb hall alongside several other servant disciples to deliver the herbs to the various peaks. After an hour, they finally arrived at the Little Cloud Peak, the very place Lin Xian'er had longed for. Returning to Little Cloud Peak, she gazed upon the familiar surroundings, unable to suppress the tears that welled in her eyes. To her, this place was akin to paradise compared to the herb hall. Her desire to return here was overwhelming. As long as she was back, everything would be all right. Soon, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan appeared, and upon sighting these two figures, the accompanying disciples of the herbal hall hastily bowed in respect, greeting them with the utmost reverence. Greetings, Brother Qingyun. Greetings, Brother Zhao. In the presence of Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, everyone adopted a submissive demeanor, their voices laced with deliberate flattery. Their gazes toward Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan were imbued with envy and even admiration. Observing this scene, Lin Xian'er stood to the side, momentarily lost in thought. Not long ago, she had been in a position akin to that of Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, basking in the glory of prominence. Although not a direct disciple, she was held in higher regard than many true disciples. Within the sect, all disciples would greet her with deference. During that time, she reveled in the admiration and adoration of others. But now, she was merely a servant disciple, her status diminished, looked down upon by others. Contemplating these thoughts, a pang of bitterness surged within Lin Xian'er. Is that you? At that moment, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan noticed Lin Xian'er and recognized her instantly, both expressing surprise at the unexpected sight of her among the servant disciples delivering herbs. Junior Sister Lin, what are you doing? Why are you not quickly greeting brothers Qingyun and Zhao? One of the accompanying servant disciples, seeing Lin Xian'er standing there in a daze, resembling a fool for not bowing to Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, felt a sense of urgency. He promptly reminded her that, as servant disciples, they were expected to pay their respects to the disciples of the 7 main peaks. Moreover, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan were the most coveted prodigies within the sect, their status even subtly surpassing that of the true disciples. Such esteemed individuals were not to be disrespected. Lin Xian'er's behavior was indeed quite rude. Hearing his reminder, Lin Xian'er couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. This was her most familiar Shaoyan peak, and now, returning here, she was still expected to bow to others? How ironic. However, recalling her status as a servant disciple, she reluctantly bowed her head. Disciple Lin Xian'er, greetings to Brother Qingyun, greetings to Brother Zhao. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan exchanged glances and turned their eyes toward Lin Xian'er, saying nothing but nodding in acknowledgement. All right, since the herbs have been delivered, you may return now. Li Qingyun waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Yes, Brother Qingyun, Brother Zhao, we shall not intrude further, and we take our leave. The leading servant disciple, as if granted a reprieve, respectfully bowed and prepared to depart. Yet, upon hearing that they were to leave, Lin Xian'er felt an immediate sense of urgency. She had not yet seen her master, nor had she reconciled with him. How could she leave like this? With this thought, Lin Xian'er bit her lip and stepped forward, addressing Li Qingyun. Brother Qingyun, could you possibly take me to see your master? I wish to meet him. She initially intended to visit her master, yet now, in the eyes of outsiders, she was merely an errand disciple. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, on the other hand, were the legitimate disciples of Chen Yang. To declare herself as Chen Yang's disciple would likely invite ridicule. What do you wish to do with our master? Zhao Chuan furrowed his brow, casting an irritable glance at Lin Xian'er. He was well aware of his master's persistent disdain for her. If Lin Xian'er were to pester their master, it would surely incite his wrath. I have matters to discuss with him. I kindly request you, my esteemed senior brothers, to escort me to see him. Lin Xian'er bit her lip, her eyes brimming with hope. If only she could meet her master, she would be able to apologize. Once her master forgave her, she could return here. After that, everything would fall into place. Lin Xian'er, what are you doing? We must leave. The leading errand disciple, witnessing Lin Xian'er's reckless behavior, widened his eyes in shock, clearly alarmed. He hurried over, attempting to pull her away. However, Lin Xian'er was unwilling to leave at this moment. This opportunity to meet her master had been hard-won. If she missed it today, seeing her master again would be a challenge. She stubbornly stood her ground, gazing at Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan with eager anticipation. Lin Xian'er, are you out of your mind? You are merely an errand disciple. Do you even realize what you are doing? The other errand disciples, equally terrified of being implicated, approached to drag Lin Xian'er away. Let me go. I must see my master. I must see my master. Chapter 62. You are merely a servant disciple. Let go of me. I refuse to leave. I must see my master today. Once my master sees me, he will surely forgive me. A few servant disciples advanced together, forcibly dragging Lin Xian'er away. With a face full of resentment, she struggled desperately, unwilling to depart. She had finally returned to Shaoyan Peak, and if she could just meet her master, she could confess her mistakes. As long as her master forgave her, she could return to Shaoyan Peak. She would be freed from the heart-eating worm. At that time, her master would grant her the divine essence pill and provide her with resources for cultivation. Eventually, she would no longer be a lowly servant disciple. She would transform once more into a prodigy, just as in her previous life. Everything would be well again. All she needed was to see her master. He would surely forgive her. After all, in her previous life, her master had cherished her deeply. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan stood by, merely observing her being dragged away with an air of indifference. They understood all too well that their master had always held a strong disdain for Lin Xian'er. How could they possibly lead her to see their master, disturbing his tranquility and inciting his wrath? They were not foolish. Let me go. I must see my master. Lin Xian'er struggled fiercely, finally breaking free from the grasp of the servant disciples. She hurriedly ran to Li Qingyun, disregarding her image, and knelt before him, pleading, Li Qingyun, I implore you, please take me to see my master. I was once his disciple. We are fellow disciples, and I am your senior sister. Please help me. Lin Xian'er clutched the hem of Li Qingyun's robe tightly, raising her tear-filled eyes to him, desperation evident on her face. She truly did not wish to return to the herb hall. She could no longer endure the torment of the heart-eating worm. She yearned to return to Shaoyan Peak, to be by her master's side. She believed that if she could see her master today, he would surely forgive her upon witnessing her pitiful state. After all, so much time had passed. Her master should have calmed down by now. He had once doted on her. Surely he would not harden his heart against her now. Li Qingyun looked down at Lin Xian'er, his expression devoid of emotion as he stated, Your name is Lin Xian'er, correct? You are but a servant disciple, while my master is an elder of the 7 great peaks. Do you truly believe your own words? With a cold snort, Li Qingyun stepped back. His gaze towards Lin Xian'er was filled with disdain. To him, she appeared to be merely seeking to exploit the situation. How could a servant disciple dare to approach his master in such a manner? This incited a flicker of anger within him. Li Qingyan, please help me. I speak the truth. I'm truly a disciple of my master. Why do you not believe me? Lin Xian'er said helplessly, her expression one of deep sorrow. Logically speaking, she was indeed a rightful disciple of Chen Yang. After all, in her previous life, she had served as his disciple for 3,000 years. On this small cloud peak, she had resided for several decades. In comparison to Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, she was far more familiar with this place. However, at present, no one believed her. They regarded her merely as a fanciful servant disciple. Lin Xian'er continued to plead, yet at that moment, several other servant disciples rushed over, dragging her away once more. Lin Xian'er, you are delusional. You are merely a servant disciple. Please recognize your own identity. That elder Chun is a figure of great importance. One of the elders of the 7 Great Peaks. How could he possibly be your master? It seems you have gone mad with the desire to join the 7 Great Peaks. The leading servant disciple remarked coldly as he pulled Lin Xian'er along. Indeed, you are just a servant disciple. How dare you claim to be Elder Chen's disciple? Another chimed in. What a misfortune it was to bring her along to deliver herbs today. She nearly caused our demise. Yes, thankfully. Senior brother Qingyun and senior brother Zhao Chuan are magnanimous and did not hold it against us. Otherwise, you would be sent to the law enforcement hall, and you would have much to suffer. The other servant disciples echoed their grievances, unable to restrain their mockery of her. Yet in that moment, Lin Xian'er was oblivious to their taunts. Her gaze was fixed solely on the small cloud peak before her. As she was dragged further down the mountain, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, an unceasing flow. Wu Master, I was truly wrong. I want to return. I miss you so much. Master, I deeply wish to be by your side once more. Lin Xian'er cried out in despair, her voice tinged with helplessness. Ultimately, she was dragged away from the small cloud peak, and as she looked back, her heart sank into desolation. This was once the place she knew so intimately, and now, even the thought of returning had become a distant fantasy. Lin Xian'er, I assure you, upon our return, I shall inform Elder Lu of this matter. Prepare to face your punishment. Yes, do let Elder Lu know. Let her suffer the consequences. Indeed, do you think our lives as servant disciples are easy? Today, we nearly faced disaster because of her. What bad luck. All around, the voices of complaint echoed against Lin Xian'er. However, she seemed to hear none of it. Standing there in a daze, she stared at the small cloud peak, her expression one of profound disorientation. Without having seen her master, she would have to return to the herb hall and continue as a mere servant disciple. In the days to come, she would still endure the torment brought by the heart-eating goo. She would remain in her cramped, dilapidated quarters, consuming unpalatable meals. She would continue to be looked down upon. Most importantly, without the divine essence pill or any cultivation resources, her path to cultivation would remain exceedingly arduous. The thought of all this filled Lin Xian'er with a suffocating sense of despair. On the small cloud peak, Chen Yang was engrossed in his cultivation, entirely unaware of Lin Xian'er's longing to see him. Even if he were to know, Chen Yang, uninterested in naging, deemed it a futile endeavor to meet that ungrateful wretch. He would rather devote his time to cultivation. For the ensuing half-month, Chen Yang immersed himself in rigorous training. At long last, after a fortnight of relentless effort, he successfully ascended to the transformation realm. Within a mere 4 months since his rebirth, he had traversed from the spiritual sea realm to the transformation realm. Such a pace of advancement was nothing short of extraordinary. At this moment, his prowess within the heavenly sword sect surpassed even that of the sect master, Yun Yen. It is noteworthy that Yun Yen, as the sect master, had only attained the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Aside from a few esteemed elders and the reclusive ancestors, Chen Yang stood as the most powerful figure in the entire heavenly sword sect. Following his breakthrough to the transformation realm, Chen Yang concluded his cultivation and stepped out of his secluded chamber. Marking the days, he realized that the ancient ruins were set to open in just 2 days. As anticipated, shortly after he exited his dwelling, a resounding and melodious chime echoed from the summit, resonating through the air. Dong! Zong! Dong! Chapter 63. The ancient relics. The melodious chime of bells soon resonated across the 7 main peaks and 12 auxiliary peaks. At this moment, from the esteemed elders to the disciples, everyone was stirred. In the next instant, a voice, both cold and authoritative, emanated from the main peak, declaring, "Elders of each peak, please assemble your disciples before the hall of the sect leader." On the Shao Yun peak, Chen Yang immediately recognized the voice as that of sect leader Yun Yan. He stood upon a flight of steps, gazing towards the direction of the main peak. "Master." Before long, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan arrived behind him, both bowing deeply in a posture of utmost respect. Chen Yang turned to regard his 2 disciples. In the next moment, his consciousness extended outward, swiftly discerning the cultivation progress of the 2 over the past fortnight. Li Qingyun remained steadfast in his approach, although still at the mid-stage of the celestial realm. His skills were steadily advancing. In contrast, Zhao Chuan had successfully broken through from the early stage of the celestial realm to the mid-stage. Seeing this, Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction. "You 2 must have heard that the ancient relics are about to be unveiled. Come with me to the main peak." "Yes, master," Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan replied in unison, their expressions tinged with excitement. Naturally, they had heard the news of the impending opening of the ancient relics. It was said that the relics contained countless treasures of heaven and earth, along with myriad opportunities and formidable beasts. They had longed to witness this marvel. Though they were disciples under Chen Yang's tutelage and lacked for cultivation resources, the potential to discover other opportunities within the ancient relics was an enticing prospect. With that, Chen Yang led his 2 disciples towards the main peak. By now, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan had mastered the art of sword flight, gracefully trailing behind Chen Yang as they soared towards the summit. Meanwhile, on Qingming Peak, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin, upon hearing the chimes, stepped out of their dwelling. Standing in the courtyard, they tilted their heads slightly, gazing towards the main peak. "It has finally arrived. The ancient relics are about to open," Lu Ruyan exclaimed, her eyes alight with fervor, her demeanor brimming with excitement. She had awaited this day for far too long. "Indeed, senior sister. Without cultivation resources, our progress has been hindered. Once we enter the ancient relics, we shall acquire what we need, and our cultivation speed will surely accelerate," Zhou Qingmin replied, her heart racing with anticipation, a joyous expression gracing her features. "Yes, junior sister, once we gain access to the resources within the ancient relics, we will be able to catch up with Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan," Lu Ruyan affirmed, nodding in agreement. Ever since witnessing Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan shine during the sect competition, she had vowed to surpass them and reclaim the pride that was rightfully hers. However, during this period, they have been suffering from a lack of cultivation resources, which has hindered their progress significantly. Until now, she has barely managed to break through to the 5th level of qi condensation. In contrast, Zhou Qingmin, despite her relentless efforts, has only reached the 4th level of qi condensation. It is evident that the gap between them and Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan remains substantial. Thus, this ancient relic presents an invaluable opportunity for them. In her previous life, they had also entered the ancient relic, where they acquired numerous cultivation resources. They firmly believe that this journey to the ancient relic will allow them to obtain a wealth of resources, just as in their past. With ample cultivation resources, they can alter their current circumstances. "Chen Yang, just wait. You dare to look down upon us, but upon our return from the ancient relic, you shall surely see us in a new light." Zhou Qingmin pouted, feeling a surge of anger as she recalled Chen Yang's insufferable face. Indeed, that fellow believes that without him, they would cease to cultivate. This time, I shall not allow him to belittle me again. The mention of Chen Yang ignited a flicker of resentment in Lu Ruyan's eyes, her fists unconsciously tightening. Suddenly, Zhou Qingmin recalled something and could not help but say, "Senior sister, perhaps we might encounter 4th junior sister this time. She will surely go to the ancient relic for Li Wuyo." Lu Ruyan's eyes brightened as she nodded, saying, "Yes, 4th junior sister should be attending this time. In a few days, we should be able to see Lu Yuan again. It has been a long time, and I miss her." They both understood that Lu Yuan would undoubtedly go to the ancient relic. especially since it held the memories of her beloved Li Wuyo from her past life. Senior sister, do you think Lu Yuan this time will be able to be with Li Wuyo as she wishes? Zhou Qingmin suddenly inquired with curiosity. I am uncertain. Lu Ruyan gently shook her head, her expression filled with doubt. However, without that fellow Chen Yang to hinder her, fourth junior sister should have a better chance. All right, junior sister, enough talk. Let us hurry to gather in front of Donghua Hall and join Master to head to the main peak. Yes, senior sister, let us go. In the herbal hall, amidst a patch of land, Lin Xianyan was diligently cultivating spiritual herbs. Just then, a deep and resonant bell toll echoed through the air. Following that, she heard Yin Yan's cold voice. Lin Xianyan straightened up and gazed longingly towards the main peak. It seems the ancient relic is about to be opened. Regrettably, I am merely a servant disciple and cannot participate. She bit her lip, her expression tinged with bitterness. She yearned to accompany the sect to the ancient relic in search of opportunities and cultivation resources. Yet, her current status as a servant disciple renders her unqualified. Alas, had I met Master last time, perhaps he would have forgiven me. In that case, I could have also gone to the ancient relic this time. Reflecting on this, her countenance fell into a shadow of melancholy. It was solely because she had failed to see Master last time that she was brought back to the herbal hall. For the past half-month, she has been enduring the torment of the heart-devouring curse, laboring daily in this garden, facing the earth, and turning her back to the heavens as she cultivates spiritual herbs. It can be described as an unbearable suffering. Moreover, due to the lack of time for cultivation and the absence of resources, her progress in cultivation remains stagnant at the second layer of qi condensation, with no advancement in sight. Alas, if only my master could forgive me. Lin Xianyan sighed once more, her spirits sinking further. However, she quickly recalled that her previous failure to gain her master's forgiveness stemmed from not having seen him. A flicker of hope ignited within her heart. Yes, as long as I can see my master next time, he will surely forgive me upon witnessing my wretched state. At that moment, everything will surely improve. Chapter 64. Li Wuyo, I am determined to be with you. Soon, Chen Yang, accompanied by his two disciples, arrived at the main peak, landing before the hall of the sect master. At this moment, several elders from other peaks, along with their disciples, had already gathered there. The moment Chen Yang and his two disciples appeared, they drew the attention of many. There was no escaping it. The current Shaoyan Peak shone too brightly within the Tianjin sect. The prodigious talents exhibited by Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan made it impossible for Chen Yang to remain inconspicuous. Even if he wished to, the trio had grown accustomed to the scrutiny of others and paid it no mind as they stood quietly awaiting the proceedings. A quarter of an hour later, the elders from the various peaks arrived in succession. It was then that Yun Yin, the sect master, gracefully descended from the hall. Accompanying her were several elders. At this moment, Yun Yin donned a flowing white robe, her beauty striking and ethereal. Standing atop the high steps, she emanated a formidable aura that commanded respect. Lowering her gaze, she surveyed the gathered disciples before speaking slowly. Today marks the day the ancient relics are to be unveiled. Disciples wishing to venture into the ancient relics may follow their respective masters into the teleportation array. Should anyone harbor reservations about facing danger, now is the time to reconsider. You may remain within the sect. Enough talk. Time is of the essence. Elders, you may now escort your disciples into the teleportation array. As her words echoed, several elders nearby immediately performed incantations to activate the teleportation array. Chen Yang took the lead, guiding his two disciples forward into the array. In a flash of light, the figures of the trio vanished instantaneously. The other elders followed suit, ushering their disciples into the array in turn. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, beneath a dim sky, lay a vast canyon stretching for miles. This chasm was straight and profound, as if cleaved by a mighty sword. This deep gorge was known as the Nine Nether Valley. Deep within the Nine Nether Valley stood an enormous altar. At this moment, 3 glimmers of light descended from the heavens, landing before the altar. In the next instant, the figures of Chen Yang and his disciples materialized there. It seems the people from the Tianjin sect have arrived. remarked an unfamiliar voice from nearby as they appeared. Chen Yang looked up to see a multitude of individuals already gathered before the colossal altar, numbering in the tens of thousands. He recognized many of them. They were the representatives from the other 9 sects of the South Wilderness, the foremost among them. Furthermore, even the Dali dynasty had dispatched a considerable contingent. The Dali dynasty reigned as the largest empire in the South Wilderness, overshadowing the 10 sects in both strength and status. Soon, around Chen Yang, other elders of the Heavenly Sword sect, accompanied by numerous disciples, began to appear in succession. Chen Yang held little interest in the members of the other 9 sections. He turned his gaze toward a spot several hundred meters behind him, where a group of wandering cultivators stood. These individuals clearly sought to enter the Taiku ruins in search of fortuitous encounters. For wandering cultivators, opportunities to access secret realms are rare. Thus, they must seize every chance with utmost diligence. However, due to their inferior cultivation and lack of backing, they could only stand at a distance, waiting for the Taiku ruins to open and for the larger powers to enter before they could follow suit. Chen Yang's attention soon fixated on a young woman among the crowd. She was a striking maiden, around 15 or 16 years old, standing quietly in a flowing red dress. Her beauty and ethereal demeanor making her exceptionally stand out among the wandering cultivators. This enchanting figure was none other than Lu Yuan, Chen Yang's 4th disciple in his previous life, an ungrateful wolf who betrayed her master for love. In her past incarnation, Lu Yuan was merely a wandering cultivator, hoping to stumble upon fortune and resources within the Taiku ruins. Unexpectedly, she encountered Li Wuyo, and for reasons unknown, she fell hopelessly in love with him. Later, while Lu Yuan and Li Wuyo became separated within the secret realm, fate led her to meet Chen Yang. Recognizing him as an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, she expressed her desire to become his disciple. Moved by her plight as a wandering cultivator, Chen Yang consented. Thus, he brought Lu Yuan back to the Heavenly Sword sect and accepted her as his disciple. However, upon returning to the sect, Lu Yuan remained infatuated with Li Wuyo. 3 years after her acceptance into the Heavenly Sword sect, Li Wuyo, having somehow learned of her affiliation, sought her out. At that time, Chen Yang discerned Li Wuyo's nefarious nature and obstructed their meeting, confronting Li Wuyo with great force. Unfortunately, Li Wuyo ultimately managed to escape. Subsequently, Li Wuyo never sought Lu Yuan again, leaving her embittered against Chen Yang. This resentment culminated in her and other disciples committing acts of betrayal against their master. Lu Yuan, in my previous life, I warned you that Li Wuyo was not a good person, yet you refused to believe me and chose to be with him. In my past life, I, Chen Yang, meddled excessively. This time, I shall refrain from intervening. I am curious to see if you can attain the love you desire. Chen Yang observed Lu Yuan from a distance, unable to suppress a murmured reflection. Meanwhile, standing among the crowd, Lu Yuan appeared to sense Chen Yang's gaze upon her. In the next moment, she raised her gaze towards Chen Yang. Their eyes met, and Lu Yuan's expression suddenly turned icy, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. In her previous life, had it not been for Chen Yang's persistent interference, she would have long been entwined with Li Wuya. The inability to be with the man she cherished had become her greatest regret from that lifetime. To her, Li Wuya was the luminous moonlight in her heart, as well as her most profound, unfulfilled desire. Master, it is all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would have been with Wuya long ago. Had I known in my last life that you were such a heartless and ungrateful person, I would never have taken you as my mentor. Had I done so, no one would have stood in the way of my union with Li Wuya. Fortunately, fate has granted her a second chance. This time, she will not seek his guidance again. Wuya, in this life, I will surely be with you, bound together for eternity. As Lu Yuan recalled the cherished moonlight of her heart, her resolve solidified. In this life, she was determined to rectify the regrets of her past. With Chen Yang no longer an obstacle, she firmly believed she could be with Li Wuya forever, destined for happiness. Chapter 65. Haunting Laughter. Time passed slowly before the colossal altar, where disciples from various sects eagerly awaited the opening of the ancient ruins. The ancient ruins, a mystical realm left behind from antiquity. would only unveil itself once every decade. With each emergence, extraordinary phenomena would transpire across the heavens. Chen Yang vividly remembered that prior to each unveiling, a blood moon would grace the sky. As the crimson moonlight cascaded upon the grand altar, it would unveil the temporal passage to the ancient ruins. At last, the blood moon has appeared. Finally, as the murky skies cleared, a blood-red crescent moon emerged in the night. In that moment, an exhilarating wave swept through the crowd. After such a long wait, the ancient ruins were finally set to open. Among the crowd of the Tianjin sect, Liu Rian and Zhou Qingmin stood, gazing at the blood moon above, their hearts brimming with an uncontrollable excitement. They were eager to enter the ancient ruins in search of cultivation resources. With these resources, they could transform their current circumstances. Under the watchful eyes of all, the next moment arrived. The blood-red moonlight descended. At the same time, as this crimson light enveloped the altar, a brilliant white radiance erupted from the colossal structure. This light soared skyward, illuminating the entire realm. For a fleeting moment, the world turned into a blinding expanse of white. Everyone was struck by the intensity of the light, rendering them unable to open their eyes. After an eternity, as the dazzling white light gradually faded, the crowd looked up. They beheld an unexpected rift in the void above the altar. This fissure widened, and before their very eyes, it transformed into a vast, bottomless black passage. The ancient ruins had finally opened. Disciples of the Tai Xiandao sect, what are you waiting for? Follow me into the ancient ruins, proclaimed an elder of the Tai Xiandao sect, stepping forward with palpable eagerness. He swiftly led all the disciples into the black passage. Witnessing this scene, the elders of the other sects were unwilling to lag behind and hurriedly followed suit, guiding their disciples into the dark void. At the Tianjin sect, Chen Yang and the other elders were equally prompt, leading their disciples into the ancient ruins without hesitation. The Dali dynasty, however, seemed unhurried, waiting for the 10 major sects to enter before leisurely making their way into the ancient ruins. Once the 10 major sects and the people of the Dali dynasty had entered, a multitude of wandering cultivators who had been waiting in the wings surged forward, clamoring to enter the ancient ruins. Each individual raced to seize the opportunity, as if fearing they would miss out entirely. Observing their impatience, Lu Yuan remained unfazed. Her purpose for entering the ancient ruins was not to vie for cultivation resources. She had come for the sake of love. At this moment, Li Wui had not yet entered the ancient ruins, and thus she was in no hurry to do so. Instead, she patiently awaited the arrival of all others before she leisurely approached the altar. Wui, I have come to find you. I miss you dearly. Once everyone had entered the ancient ruins, the once bustling altar became eerily desolate. Hee, the ancient ruins are opening. Such a fortunate event cannot exclude our demon sect. Everyone has entered, and we too shall partake in this bounty. Suddenly, from the previously empty ground, a group of malevolent cultivators descended from the heavens. Dressed in dark robes, they exuded an aura of sinister energy. Without uttering a word, they soared directly into the ancient ruins. Within the ancient ruins, after Chen Yang and his 2 disciples had entered, they found themselves amidst a grove of trees. As for the others, their whereabouts remained uncertain. Upon landing, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan could not help but glance around, their curiosity piqued by their surroundings. Observing the innocence of his disciples, Chen Yang felt compelled to impart a warning. This secret realm harbors countless treasures and opportunities. What you can obtain here relies entirely on your own fortunes. However, I must caution you, besides opportunities, there are also various beasts, and you must remain vigilant against everyone you encounter, especially those from the demon sect. Do you understand? Since this was the first time for both disciples to enter a secret realm, Chen Yang patiently reiterated his advice. Master, your disciple will remember. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan replied, their expressions growing serious as they nodded, committing his words to memory. Good. Remembering is crucial, Chen Yang affirmed, then continued. This is the outer layer of the ancient ruins, where only cultivators below the Spirit Sea realm are permitted. If I remain here too long, I will face restrictions. so I shall soon enter the depths of the ancient ruins. You must rely on yourselves while I am gone. Master, we understand, they responded. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Take care of yourselves. Chen Yang nodded slightly and turned to depart, harboring no significant worries for his disciples, as both were currently at the mid-stage of the Celestial Gang's realm. In the outer layer of the ancient ruins, encountering a worthy opponent would be quite challenging. After his departure, Chen Yang swiftly transformed into a streak of light, swiftly penetrating deeper into the ancient ruins. As he passed a towering peak, he sensed an exceptionally rich aura of spiritual energy. Consequently, he alighted atop the summit, settling into a meditative posture to cultivate. For others, entering the ancient ruins was an opportunity to seek fortunes and various precious resources. After all, cultivation could be pursued anywhere. There was no necessity to specifically venture into the ancient ruins for that purpose. Yet, Chen Yang was unlike the others. Chen Yang is not lacking in cultivation resources. Within his system's space, he possesses an abundance of them, sufficient to last him a lifetime. His reasons for being here are twofold. Firstly, as an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, he bears the responsibility of guiding his disciples to this place and safeguarding them. Secondly, he has several adversaries here. Although these foes are not the rebellious disciples, but rather individuals from the demon sect. In his previous life, he discovered numerous invaluable resources within this ancient relic, each one significantly beneficial for cultivation. However, this also attracted the attention of the demon sect. In his last existence, he found himself besieged by several demon sect cultivators, fleeing like a hunted dog and narrowly escaping death. Fortunately, he ultimately managed to survive. In this lifetime, he is resolved to eliminate these demon sect cultivators once and for all. Chapter 66. Xianling Grass. Meanwhile, as Chen Yang was engrossed in his cultivation on another front, Lu Rian and Zhou Qingmin had entered the ancient relics and immediately set their sights towards the eastern direction, hastening their steps with unwavering determination. The two women were acutely aware that their desired cultivation resources lay to the east. Having undergone reincarnation, they were intimately familiar with the ancient relics, their former lives' memories guiding them. They knew that in that direction lay the enchanting moonlit lake, where two prized Xianling grasses grew along the shore. This ethereal herb was immensely beneficial for their cultivation, and acquiring it would undoubtedly aid them in transcending their current realm. In their previous lives, they had successfully obtained these two Xianling grasses and had personally witnessed their remarkable effects. Sister, we must hurry. If other disciples from rival sects discover the Xianling grass before us, it would spell disaster, Zhou Qingmin exclaimed, her face etched with urgency and concern. At that moment, she feared that the precious herbs would be claimed by someone else. Recalling that they were not the only ones to find the Xianling grass at Moonlit Lake in their last life. It was only through their formidable strength that they had ultimately secured the herbs. Indeed, I am well aware. The Xianling grass must belong to us, and us alone. Lu Rian replied, her expression grave. Before entering the ancient relics, she had resolved to seek out the Xianling grass at Moonlit Lake, for it was the most advantageous resource for them at this juncture. Sister, we truly have been unfortunate this time. In our last life, we entered the ancient relics so close to Moonlit Lake, yet this time we find ourselves so far away. Zhou Qingmin lamented, her frustration palpable as she sprinted forward, her heart racing with impatience. Due to the unique nature of the ancient relics, each individual would randomly materialize in different locations upon entry, and she had not anticipated their luck would be so dismal, landing them so far from their goal. Junior sister, enough with the complaints. We must accelerate our pace, Lu Rian responded, refusing to indulge in despair. She understood that lamenting would yield no benefit. Their immediate priority was to reach Moonlit Lake and secure the Xianling grass. Without further conversation, the two women pushed themselves to their limits, racing towards Moonlit Lake. At last, after half an hour of relentless running, the duo arrived at the fabled Moonlit Lake. Before them, nestled at the foot of a nearby hill, lay a verdant expanse of water. The lake's crystal-clear depths revealed fish darting gracefully within. We finally arrived, Zhou Qingmin exclaimed. her exhaustion washed away by the sight of the lake, joy illuminating her features. Sister, the Xianling grass is right there. Let's seize it. Lu Rian suddenly pointed toward the opposite shore of the lake. In that place, two delicate Xianling grass plants were flourishing. Lu Ruoyan swiftly approached, and with a graceful leap, she effortlessly landed on the opposite shore of the lake. Sister, wait for me. Zhou Qingmin followed closely behind, also soaring across the lake's surface to land beside her. Both women gazed down to behold the verdant grass before them, with slender, upright stems and broad leaves that shimmered with a subtle, ethereal sheen under the sunlight. The Xianling grass they had longed for was now right before their eyes. Without hesitation, Lu Ruoyan bent down and uprooted both plants. Wonderful! With this Xianling grass, we shall only need a modicum of cultivation to transcend a level of mastery, she exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she held the grass in her hands. During her time after rebirth, she had tirelessly practiced, yet the absence of cultivation resources had hindered her progress. The scarcity of these resources had left her yearning for them. Now, with the Xianling grass in their possession, they could seek additional resources for cultivation. She was confident that it would not be long before they caught up with Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan in their training. Moreover, they would ensure that the despicable Chen Yang would no longer look down upon them. Indeed, sister, we have finally obtained a Xianling grass. We finally possess cultivation resources. Zhou Qingmin exclaimed, her excitement palpable, and at that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Since joining the Qingming Peak, the absence of a benefactor like Chen Yang, who had once provided them with a steady supply of cultivation resources, had rendered her practice exceedingly arduous. The hardships of this period of diligent training had made her dream of acquiring such resources. Now, with the Xianling grass, their cultivation would no longer be so laborious. Gulme, junior sister, we must depart quickly. I fear others may soon arrive, Lu Ruoyan urged, hastily stowing away the Xianling grass as she prepared to leave. Yes, sister. Let us hurry, Zhou Qingmin responded, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. After all, this was Xianling grass. Should others catch sight of it, they might seek to seize it from them. However, just as the two women were about to depart, a voice called out from behind them, "Ladies, please hold." Startled, Lu Ruoyan and Zhou Qingmin froze and turned to see a young man clad in white standing on the opposite bank of the lake, having appeared there unbeknownst to them. The young man appeared to be in his 20s, tall, and with a stern countenance, clearly not someone who was easy to converse with. At that moment, he squinted his eyes, fixating on them with ill intent. Is that you, Zhao Yi of the Five Elements sect? Lu Ruoyan furrowed her brow, recognizing the identity of the young man before her. Oh, am I so famous that you recognize me? Zhao Yi exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that these two unfamiliar women would know who he was. Enough of the pleasantries, Zhao Yi. What is it that you desire? Lu Ruoyan inquired coldly, her demeanor alert. She recognized Zhao Yi, for in her previous life, they had encountered him at the illusory moon lake while searching for the mystic spirit grass. At that time, Zhao Yi had sought the same prize, leading to an unfortunate confrontation that culminated in a fierce battle. Ultimately, he was left utterly defeated, begging for mercy before she chose to spare him. In this lifetime, they had hastened their journey to the illusory moon lake. Yet fate had once again brought Zhao Yi into their path. Lu Rian could only hope that he remained unaware of their successful acquisition of the mystic spirit grass. Otherwise, a fierce contest for possession was inevitable. What do I desire? It is, of course, the mystic spirit grass. Do not presume I did not notice your recent discovery of two plants, Zhao Yi declared, his previous smile replaced by a sinister threat. He had passed through the area and witnessed the two women securing the coveted mystic spirit grass. The potential benefits to his cultivation were immense should he obtain it. At his words, Lu Ruoyan and Zhou Qingmin were immediately incensed. Chapter 67. The theft. Zhou Qingmin stepped forward, her face flushed with indignation as she exclaimed, Zhao Yi, we were the first to discover these two Xianling herbs. Why should they be given to you? She was nearing madness in her desperation for cultivation resources. After finally obtaining two precious Xianling herbs, she refused to relinquish them without a fight. Lu Ruoyan also wore a displeased expression, her anger simmering beneath the surface. She coldly interjected, Indeed, Zhao Yi, we spotted the Xianling herbs first, and thus they rightfully belong to us. If you desire the herbs, seek them elsewhere. She too was in dire need of resources for her cultivation and would not freely hand over the hard-earned herbs to Zhao Yi. His desire for them was nothing short of a delusion. Just because you saw them first does not make them yours, Zhao Yi scoffed dismissively. In this secret realm, the one with the strongest fist claims what they desire. Enough talk. Hand them over, or I shall not be so courteous. With that, he resolved to take action without further ado. Zhao Yi, do not overstep your bounds. Zhou Qingmin seethed, her temper flaring. It was evident that she could no longer tolerate his brazen demands. These two Xianling herbs were undeniably theirs, yet this Zhao Yi dared to resort to force. Lu Ruiyan's face darkened as she struggled to contain her fury, issuing a stern warning once more. Zhao Yi, I have made myself clear. These Xianling herbs are ours, and we shall never yield them to you. If you want them, find your own. Very well. Since you refuse to comply, I shall not be polite, Zhao Yi declared, dismissing further argument as he drew his flying sword from his storage bag. In the next instant, he leaped across the lake's surface, and with a swift motion, he slashed downward. Instantly, a wave of sword energy descended upon the two women. Faced with Zhao Yi's unreasonable aggression, Lu Ruiyan and Zhou Qingmin clenched their fists. Feeling utterly humiliated, they had endured much, yet Zhao Yi was intent on seizing their Xianling herbs. This was simply intolerable. At that moment, the suppressed fury within them erupted. They dodged to either side and charged at Zhao Yi in unison. In their previous lives, they had been mighty emperors, and now they found themselves bullied by mere Zhao Yi. How could they endure such indignity? The two women attacked simultaneously, unleashing their full strength to teach Zhao Yi a lesson. However, in their rage, they overlooked the fact that their current strength was no match for Zhao Yi's prowess. In just a few exchanges, they were sent sprawling across the ground. With a heavy thud, they landed on the grass. Upon hitting the ground, both Lu Ruiyan and Zhou Qingmin coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zhao Yi, sword in hand, descended slowly before the two women. Pointing his blade at them, he coldly commanded, Now, hand over the Xianling herbs. I will not yield them. They are ours. Zhou Qingmin wiped the blood from her mouth, glaring fiercely at Zhao Yi, her eyes filled with venomous hatred. The Xianling grass that they had yearned for so long. How could she possibly acquiesce to giving it away to another? Moreover, such a precious spiritual herb was something she desired immensely. With the Xianling grass, she could rapidly transcend her current limitations, compelling that wretched Chen Yang to regard her with newfound respect. Relinquishing this hard-earned Xianling grass was simply out of the question. Just as Zhou Qingmin stubbornly refused to comply, Lu Ruiyan, gritting her teeth, reluctantly consented. Very well, I shall give it to you. Lu Ruiyan glared resentfully at Zhao Yi, her face suffused with reluctance. At that moment, her heart brimmed with indignation. This was the Xianling grass she had toiled so hard to acquire. With it, she could effortlessly break through to another realm. Yet now, she was forced to surrender it. She understood clearly that if she did not yield today, they would likely face death at Zhao Yi's sword. Senior sister, we cannot part with it. This is something we fought hard to obtain. Zhou Qingmin exclaimed, her urgency palpable. As she turned to Lu Ruiyan, tears of grievance brimming in her eyes. This was the Xianling grass that could expedite their advancement. It was the very herb that would prevent Chen Yang from underestimating them. How could they simply hand it over? Junior sister, as long as we have the Green Mountains, we need not fear the absence of firewood. Right now, preserving our lives is of utmost importance, Lu Ruiyan replied, begrudgingly extracting the two Xianling grass from her storage pouch. Zhou Qingmin gazed at the two herbs with pursed lips, feeling utterly wronged. However, she bit her tongue, refraining from further protest. Indeed, given the current circumstances, their survival took precedence. Haha, you are indeed a sensible senior sister. Rest assured, as disciples of the top 10 sects, I shall not harm you, Zhao Yi declared, his eyes gleaming as he beheld the two Xianling grass, his mood instantly lifting. Subsequently, he seized the herbs and turned to depart. This infuriates me. Zhou Qingmin seethed, her face turning ashen as she watched Zhao Yi's retreating figure. At that moment, her fury erupted like a volcano, an uncontrollable force. She could not help but pound the ground with her fists to vent her frustration. They had always lacked sufficient cultivation resources. After a long struggle, they had finally procured the Xianling grass, only for it to be snatched away by the likes of Zhao Yi. How could she possibly swallow such a bitter pill? Zhao Yi was truly overstepping his bounds. Those two Xianling grass were rightfully theirs, yet he dared to seize them. Lu Ruoyan, too, was seething, her face tinged with rage. She had long coveted cultivation resources to expedite her training and catch up to Li Qingye. She yearned to reclaim everything that was rightfully hers. She also wished to prove herself before Chen Yang. Yet now, the Xianling grass she had coveted for so long had been brazenly snatched away by Zhao Yi. It was the Xianling grass. She had scarcely held it in her hands before it was unceremoniously taken from her. How could she possibly endure such humiliation? Indeed, that Zhao Yi is utterly unreasonable, brazenly seizing our mystic spirit grass. It is infuriating beyond measure. Were I still an emperor, I would have him subjected to a most excruciating demise. The more Zhou Qingmin contemplated, the more her anger festered. The sensation of being pillaged left her feeling utterly constrained. The flames of her indignation could not be subdued. In my previous life, it was also this Zhao Yi who sought to wrest the mystic spirit grass from us. Back then, he was just as audacious, yet ultimately he knelt before me, groveling for mercy. Now, in this rebirth, we are subjected to such humiliation. Lu Rian clenched her fists and struck the ground with fervor. At this moment, memories of her past life surged forth, the same place, the same adversary. Yet in that previous existence, they had received the divine essence pill from Chen Yang, along with a plethora of cultivation resources, enabling them to ascend to the celestial realm. When Zhao Yi attempted to seize the mystic spirit grass then, he was left battered and begging for mercy. How could he now exhibit such arrogance in their presence? Recalling his arrogant demeanor only stoked her ire further. Indeed, in our last life, we should have ended him. This wretched creature drives me to the brink of fury. Zhou Qingmin nearly choked on her rage. Now, she only lamented their previous leniency, which spared Zhao Yi's life. The thought of the mystic spirit grass slipping through their fingers was akin to a wound in her heart. That precious mystic spirit grass was now lost to them. This filled her with a profound sense of injustice. Enough, junior sister. Let's not dwell on this further. We must rise and hasten to the next location. With the mystic spirit grass lost, we cannot allow other spiritual herbs to be claimed by others, Lu Rian advised, her fury having subsided slightly after venting. With the mystic spirit grass already gone, their anger served no purpose. It was wiser to seek other resources promptly. Yes, senior sister, we must act swiftly, Zhou Qingmin replied, regaining some composure as she rose to her feet. Yet, the bitterness lingered, and she glared fiercely in the direction Zhao Yi had departed, declaring, Zhao, you best hope our paths do not cross again. Should I ascend to the throne, I shall repay this grievance tenfold. With that, Zhou Qingmin turned away in indignation. Storming off. Chapter 68. Do I know you? Deep within the ancient ruins, atop a towering peak that pierced the clouds, Chen Yang concluded his meditation. He opened his eyes and gazed at the horizon, calculating the time. Those few practitioners from the demon sect should have already entered the ancient ruins. He muttered to himself, his expression contemplative. In his previous life, after entering the ancient ruins, he had discovered a fire spirit fruit amidst a forest. Just as he plucked the fruit, a practitioner from the demon path had emerged, demanding that he surrender all his cultivation resources. Naturally, Chen Yang was unwilling, and a fierce battle ensued. Unfortunately, in his past life, he was no match for this demon cultivator and had to flee. In his escape, he encountered 3 more practitioners from the demon sect, and in the ensuing pursuit, he nearly lost his life. Fortunately, by a stroke of luck, he managed to escape. In his last life, he was lacking in strength. In this life, he was determined to see if they were worthy of his blade. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Chen Yang rose to his feet. With a single step, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the distance. A quarter of an hour later, he halted above a forest. It was here, in his previous life, that he had encountered that demon sect practitioner. Expanding his consciousness, he scanned the entire woodland. In no time, he pinpointed the figure of the demon sect practitioner. "So you are here." Chen Yang turned eastward and flew towards that direction. Soon, he landed within the forest, standing before the demon sect practitioner. Observing the man before him, clad in a black robe and emanating a sinister aura, Chen Yang recognized him as the very individual who had attempted to seize his fire spirit fruit in his past life. "Who are you?" The demon sect practitioner, taken aback by Chen Yang's sudden appearance, momentarily froze, then adopted a wary stance. Without further ado, Chen Yang activated his cultivation technique. Instantly, 5 golden dragon energies materialized behind him, unleashing a terrifying pressure. With a swift motion of his sleeve, one of the golden dragon energies surged towards the demon sect practitioner. The practitioner was momentarily stunned. What? Does this person have a death wish? Why is he unleashing such a powerful attack right from start? "Do I know you?" As confusion mingled with alarm, the practitioner hastily formed a hand seal. In an instant, a massive black shield materialized before him. The next moment, the golden dragon energy collided violently with the black shield. With a resounding explosion, the black shield shattered and the golden dragon energy obliterated him into a mist of blood. 1 down, 3 to go. Chen Yang stood amidst the cascading blood mist, his expression impassive as he remarked. Then, he turned and soared into the sky, heading into the distance. "Sister, we must hurry. If we arrive late, the Millennium Snow ginseng will be plucked away by others." "Yes, I understand," replied her junior sister. At the same time, amidst a rugged mountainous terrain, Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin sprinted eagerly towards the north. Their pace was swift, reflecting their anxious urgency. Indeed, they were in a hurry. They had just been deprived of the profound spirit herb by Zhao Yi, and now they needed to seize the opportunity to acquire other cultivation resources. If they tarried, they might find themselves outpaced by others. With the profound spirit herb lost, they could not bear the thought of losing any more cultivation resources. After a strenuous journey, half an hour later, the 2 women finally caught sight of a snow-capped mountain looming in the distance. In their previous life, it was atop this very mountain that they had discovered the Millennium Snow Ginseng. "Sister, how wonderful! We have finally arrived," Zhou Qingmin exclaimed, her face breaking into a smile as she gazed at the snow mountain. Though she was fatigued, the prospect of soon obtaining the Millennium Snow Ginseng filled her with delight. "Junior sister, we must remain vigilant. Let's ascend the mountain and search for the Millennium Snow Ginseng," Lu Ruyin cautioned, her expression grave. Having recently experienced the loss of the profound spirit herb, she dared not let her guard down. Only by securing the snow ginseng could her heart find peace. "Indeed, sister, we must not be careless. Let us go up the mountain at once to find the Millennium Snow Ginseng." Zhou Qingmin nodded, her memories of the theft heightening her alertness. The 2 women immediately began their ascent. Thanks to the memories of their past life, it wasn't long before they stumbled upon the Millennium Snow Ginseng they had recalled. They found it, Zhou Qingmin exclaimed as she unearthed the snow ginseng from the snow. Her eyes sparkled with joy, and a radiant smile spread across her face. "Junior sister, quickly stow it away. We must be cautious of prying eyes," Lu Ruyin said, her face lighting up with excitement. Yet she remained acutely aware of the recent lesson learned from the theft. The experience had left her on high alert, unwilling to let her guard down. "Yes, stow it away." Zhou Qingmin promptly followed her sister's advice, placing the Millennium Snow Ginseng into her storage pouch. Afterward, the 2 women paused, scanning their surroundings to ensure no one was in sight before they collectively exhaled in relief. "Sister, we finally possess cultivation resources," Zhou Qingmin said, pouting slightly, unable to suppress the urge to cry. At that moment, her heart brimmed with excitement. Within their sect, they had lacked sufficient cultivation resources. And after finally entering the ancient ruins and discovering a profound spirit herb only to have it snatched away, they had now triumphantly secured the Millennium Snow Ginseng. This made her feel as though her efforts had not been in vain. "Indeed, it has not been easy," We finally have cultivation resources, Lu Ruyin sighed. Reflecting on their arduous journey, they had run such a great distance and finally acquired a millennium-grade Yushua ginseng. At that moment, she suddenly recalled her previous life. In that past existence, when they were still disciples of Chen Yang, they never had to worry about cultivation resources, as Chen Yang consistently provided them with an abundance of such necessities. Now, without his assistance, she profoundly understood the arduousness of acquiring cultivation resources. Senior sister, now that we have obtained the millennium-grade Yushua ginseng, we should search for other cultivation resources, she suggested. With these resources, once we return to the sect, we could cultivate diligently for several months, and by then, we should be able to break through several realms. At that point, we will be able to catch up with the cultivation progress of Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. I wonder if that scoundrel Chen Yang will still dare to underestimate us. Zhou Qingmin recalled Chen Yang's disdainful expression and couldn't help but let out a cold snort, her face reflecting her defiance. All right, junior sister, let us hasten to the next location to seek out additional cultivation resources. If these resources are taken by others before us, it would be unfortunate, Lu Ruyan urged, unwilling to waste any more time. Although they had obtained the millennium-grade Yushua ginseng, it was still far from sufficient for their cultivation needs. They needed to swiftly proceed to the next site to gather more resources. Yes, senior sister, let us depart quickly, Zhou Qingmin nodded, fully immersed in the joy of acquiring the ginseng. Her heart brimmed with anticipation for the cultivation resources at the next location. The two women turned away from the snowy mountains, setting off towards their next destination. Chapter 69, Another Theft Before Long. Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin arrived at their next destination, a secluded cave. Within its depths, they discovered a phantom flower. Without lingering, the two women promptly set off for their subsequent location. Following this, they collected a myriad of treasures: the 7-colored glazed fruit, the 9-leaf spirit mushroom, the centenary dragon blood vine, and the ice blossom, all of which were swiftly added to their storage bags. As the resources for cultivation accumulated, their spirits soared, and smiles of uncontainable joy adorned their faces. In that moment, despite their fatigue, they brimmed with enthusiasm and dared not rest. Soon, they arrived at another location, a dense forest with a complex environment. In their previous life, they had discovered a 9-turn red leaf herb here. However, after 3 millennia, even with the memories of their former selves, it took them considerable time to locate the herb they remembered. At last, they found it. Lu Ruyin bent down and pulled up the 9-turn red leaf herb. Senior sister, we have finally found the 9-turn red leaf herb, Zhou Qingmin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Yes, we finally found it. Lu Ruyin nodded, a rare smile gracing her features. She promptly stored the herb in her bag. Wonderful. With these resources, we need not worry about cultivation for the next few months. We should be able to break through several realms. Zhou Qingmin exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The thought of not having to fret over a lack of cultivation resources in the coming months elevated her mood. Most importantly, with these resources, the gap between them and Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan would significantly narrow. When the time came, Chen Yang would surely regard them with newfound respect. Indeed, upon our return, we can dedicate ourselves to cultivation for a while, Lu Ruyin agreed, her spirits lifting as well. With these resources, she felt entitled to pursue Li Qingyun and prove to Chen Yang that she, Lu Ruyin, could once again ascend to greatness, even without him. However, as the two women departed joyfully, they remained unaware that a pair of eyes had already fixated on them from the shadows, not far away. Once the two girls ventured further, the owner of those eyes emerged from the darkness. It was a young male cultivator clad in white, now intent on the two women. Before long, Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin left the forest and entered a grassy expanse. As they eagerly proceeded to their next destination, a figure clad in white suddenly descended from the sky, blocking their path. Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin furrowed their brows, their expressions shifting to one of vigilance. Having been robbed once before, they could not help but feel a surge of tension. Who are you? Why do you obstruct our way? Lu Ruyin stepped forward, scrutinizing the young cultivator who had unexpectedly appeared before them, her demeanor akin to that of a warrior bracing for battle. The young cultivator, observing the two women, curled his lips into a smirk, and spoke nonchalantly. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I have set my sights on the 9-turn red leaf grass you possess. Be wise and hand it over without delay. With that, he withdrew a long sword from his storage pouch, his aura transforming into one of formidable intensity. What are you saying? We cannot comprehend you. We do not possess the 9-turn red leaf grass, Lu Rian replied, biting her lip, her expression one of indignation. Damn it, another robber has appeared. Zhou Qingmin clenched her fists, feeling a surge of anger coupled with anxiety at the thought of losing the 9-turn red leaf grass they had just acquired. Oomph. You cannot deceive me. I clearly saw you find a 9-turn red leaf grass just moments ago. I advise you to relinquish it quickly, lest you force my hand. The young cultivator huffed, his impatience evident. You. Lu Rian gritted her teeth, a fiery rage igniting within her. They had already been robbed once. Now, they faced yet another unreasonable brigand. The 9-turn red leaf grass was freshly obtained. How could she bear to part with it so easily? Unable to contain her fiery temper any longer, Zhou Qingmin stepped forward, glaring at the young cultivator. How can you be so shameless? If you desire the 9-turn red leaf grass, seek it out for yourself. Why resort to thievery? Do you not feel any shame in your actions? Zhou Qingmin seethed with indignation. Having been robbed once, they were now subjected to this again. Did he truly believe they were pushovers? In their past lives, they had been emperors. Now, they were being bullied in such a manner. The feeling of being threatened and extorted was intolerable, and her displeasure was immeasurable. Shameless? The young cultivator scoffed dismissively. I, Zhang, take pleasure in forcibly seizing what belongs to others. What can you possibly do about it? You. Zhou Qingmin gritted her teeth, staring at the arrogant expression on his face, feeling utterly powerless against him. Lu Rian, too, felt a surge of indignation rising within her. The sensation of being bullied was an affront to her proud nature, and she felt deeply humiliated. Enough chatter. Will you surrender it or not? If not, I shall be compelled to take it by force. The young cultivator's patience seemed to have worn thin. His brow furrowed as he regarded them with a menacing glare. I will not hand it over, Zhou Qingmin declared, fists clenched, her resolve unwavering. Indeed, we shall not yield, Lu Rian echoed, her expression resolute. They could not bear to part with the 9-turn red leaf grass so easily. If you refuse, then I shall be left with no choice but to seize it. The young cultivator stepped forward, his body lunging towards them with lethal intent. Junior sister, run, Lu Rian shouted sharply, immediately turning to flee into the distance. Upon hearing her voice, Zhou Qingmin immediately followed closely behind, fleeing rapidly into the distance. Huh, you think you can escape? How naive, the young cultivator scoffed, swiftly catching up to the two women. He then produced a talisman from his sleeve and hurled it forth. In an instant, the talisman struck Zhou Qingmin's back, unleashing a sudden wave of spiritual energy. Zhou Qingmin screamed in agony, her body propelled forward, crashing to the ground. Junior sister. Lu Rian's expression shifted drastically as she turned to see the young cultivator had already intercepted them. In that moment, she realized their escape was futile. Hand over the 9-turn red leaf grass, the young cultivator commanded coldly. Lu Rian glanced at Zhou Qingmin, who lay injured on the ground, then fixed her gaze upon the loathsome young cultivator before her. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely refused. I will not surrender. With determination, she transformed her hand into a palm strike, charging towards him. Yet, she ultimately overestimated her own strength. Moreover, this young cultivator wielded a magical artifact while she was unarmed. How could she possibly contend with him? With a simple swing of his sword, the young cultivator sent her hurtling backward, crashing heavily beside Zhou Qingmin. He approached with his sword raised again, and just as the tip was about to pierce her brow, Lu Rian hastily shouted, I'll hand it over. As her words fell, the sword tip halted just before her forehead. If only you had surrendered sooner. Why force me to take action? The young cultivator sheathed his sword, looking down at the two women with a smug grin. In stark contrast, Zhou Qingmin and Lu Rian wore expressions of humiliation and fury. The 9-turn red leaf grass they had painstakingly acquired was snatched away before they could even cherish it. To make matters worse, this was the second time they had been robbed. At this moment, both women were filled with resentment. However, the situation was beyond their control, despite their reluctance. They ultimately had no choice but to surrender the 9-turn red leaf grass. Haha, at last, the 9-turn red leaf grass is in my grasp. The young cultivator exclaimed with exuberance, his delight palpable. Chuckling to himself, he suddenly recalled something and looked down at the two women. By the way, since we've been in the secret realm for a while now, you two must possess other cultivation resources as well. Hurry up and hand them all over. Chapter 70. The two emperors are once again undermined what? Upon hearing those words, Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin abruptly lifted their heads, their expressions frozen in disbelief. In that instant, a sense of panic surged within them. Being asked to surrender the 9-transformation red leaf grass was already their limit. They never anticipated that this young cultivator would audaciously attempt to seize all the cultivation resources within their storage bags. Those resources had been painstakingly gathered after entering the secret realm. They had hoped to utilize these resources for rigorous training and to surpass several realms, thus catching up to the cultivation progress of Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. Moreover, they longed for Chen Yang, that despicable fellow, to regard them with newfound respect. However now, this young cultivator had the audacity to demand all their cultivation resources. This was utterly unacceptable. These were their entire possessions. If they surrendered them, they would be reduced to square one. We have no other cultivation resources. We only possess the 9-transformation red leaf grass, Lu Ruyin exclaimed. Her eyes filled with panic as she spoke. Those resources were the fruit of their relentless efforts. She would never relent to this young cultivator. Indeed, we have no other resources. We only possess the 9-transformation red leaf grass. You have already obtained it. Should that not suffice? Why do you not leave at once? Zhou Qingmin echoed, her expression equally frantic as she urged the loathsome young cultivator to depart. They had worked so hard to amass those cultivation resources. How could this greedy young man wish to take them all? His greed was insatiable. This was not merely a demand for resources. It felt as though he sought their very lives. None. The young cultivator scoffed, observing the two women's flustered demeanor. Knowing full well they must have hidden more resources, he once again pointed his sword at them, sneering, "Do not attempt to deceive me. You surely possess additional resources. Hand them over quickly, or I shall slay you both this instant." Lu Ruyin clutched her injured chest, her teeth gritted in fury as she glared at the young cultivator. In that moment, she wished nothing more than to devour this insufferable young man whole. With her teeth clenched, she defiantly declared, "I have told you, we possess nothing more. Do not overstep your bounds." Once a figure renowned across the 4 seas and 8 realms, she now found herself subjected to such indignity. Her heart brimmed with rage and humiliation. Had she possessed even a fraction of her former strength, she could have easily reduced this detestable young cultivator to a fool. "Yes, we have nothing else. You have already obtained the 9-transformation red leaf grass. What more do you desire?" Zhou Qingmin echoed, her face flushed with indignation. At that moment, her fury felt as if it could explode. Never had she imagined she would be bullied to such an extent. This sensation was akin to someone mounting her and defecating upon her, yet she found herself powerless to retaliate. This feeling left her utterly humiliated. "If you refuse to comply, I shall not be courteous." The young cultivator's gaze suddenly turned icy, and he thrust his sword with vigor. In the next moment, he had plunged the blade into Zhou Qingmin's thigh. "Ah!" Zhou Qingmin let out a piercing scream, her voice resonating with a harrowing agony that was nearly hysterical. Her once beautiful face contorted with pain. "Junior sister." Lu Ruoyan was taken aback by the young cultivator's willingness to inflict harm. Witnessing Zhou Qingmin's suffering ignited a fury within her, yet she found herself powerless against this despicable young man. "I shall inquire once more. Will you yield?" The young cultivator coldly regarded Lu Ruoyan, repeating his question. We shall not yield." Lu Ruoyan clenched her teeth, her blood-red eyes locked onto the young cultivator. Those resources represented their entire cultivation assets. She was unwilling to surrender them so easily. Refusal, is it? The young cultivator narrowed his eyes slightly, slowly twisting the sword in his grip. Instantly, the blade embedded in Zhou Qingmin's thigh began to twist as well. Zhou Qingmin's cries became even more shrill. Veins bulged on her forehead, and her face turned pale as a sheet, contorting into a grotesque expression. Junior sister, Lu Ruoyan was consumed by rage and urgency at this sight. Will you yield? The young cultivator asked once more. Lu Ruoyan abruptly turned her head, glaring fiercely at him. Her fists clenched tightly. She gritted her teeth, wishing she could strike him down with a single blow. Yet in the end, all she could do was seethe with indignation as she declared, I will yield. Her voice was laced with fury, yet also tinged with profound reluctance. Had they yielded sooner, they would have spared themselves this torment. The young cultivator immediately withdrew his sword, looking down at the two women with disdain. Lu Ruoyan begrudgingly retrieved all their cultivation resources from her storage pouch. Junior sister Zhou Qingmin bit her lip, her eyes filled with resentment as she gazed at her, her pale face betraying a look of humiliation. These were their entire cultivation resources. How could she accept relinquishing them? Lu Ruoyan felt equally reluctant. Yet the current circumstances left her no choice. With a heavy heart, she closed her eyes, steeling herself, and surrendered all their cultivation resources. I never expected you two to possess such valuable items. Splendid indeed. I shall accept them all. The young cultivator beamed upon seeing the bounty, unceremoniously stowing the resources into his own pouch. Afterwards, seemingly still apprehensive, he took Lu Ruoyan's and Zhou Qingmin's storage pouches, inspecting them thoroughly. Once assured that neither had concealed anything, he laughed heartily and departed. Alas, my cultivation resources, my precious cultivation resources. Gazing at the retreating figure of the young cultivator, Zhou Qingmin could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears. Those were all the resources they had painstakingly amassed. She had been counting on these resources to achieve a breakthrough, to earn Chen Yang's admiration. But now they were all gone. In that moment, Zhou Qingmin felt utterly defeated. Sitting on the ground, her sense of injustice akin to that of a child, weeping inconsolably. How infuriating! Lu Ruoyan, equally furious, lost her composure, ignoring her injuries. She struck the ground with a fierce punch, creating a sizable crater. This action, of course, aggravated her wounds, causing a trickle of blood to escape from the corner of her mouth. Yet, she paid no heed, her gaze fixed in a seething glare at the young cultivator's disappearing form. In that instant, she wished nothing more than to confront him in a desperate struggle. Those were their vital cultivation resources, now entirely lost. After all their arduous efforts, they were left with nothing. This outcome was utterly unacceptable to her. Moreover, she had hoped to use these resources to catch up to Li Qingyun and reclaim her pride, to prove herself in front of Chen Yang. But now, this solitary hope had been obliterated by that detestable young cultivator. How enraging! The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, gritting her teeth in frustration. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming rage brewing within her, yet it found no outlet. Senior sister, our cultivation resources are gone, completely gone. Zhou Qingmin turned to her, tears streaming down her face, her eyes glistening with sorrow, unable to stem the flow of her grief. Chapter 71. She seeks her love, alas. Why has this happened? The moment Lu Ruoyan thought of their lost cultivation resources, she found it utterly unbearable. Woe is me, it is all Chen Yang's fault. If only he had bestowed upon us the divine yuan pills, we would not be in such a pitiful state, vulnerable to bullying. Sobi. Zhou Qingmin, disregarding her image, cried out in despair. At this moment, memories of their previous life flooded back to her. Back then, upon entering this secret realm, any cultivator daring enough to vie for their resources was swiftly defeated, reduced to a mere shadow of themselves. They could traverse the outer layers of this ancient relic with confidence, immune to any form of oppression. Yet now, even an unknown individual could subject them to such indignities. It is all Chen Yang's fault. Had he provided them with the divine yuan pills, they might have ascended to the celestial realm by now. and would never have been subjected to such disgrace. In their previous life, he had granted them the pills, yet in this life he has failed to do so. Yes, it is all his fault. The more Zhou Qingmin pondered, the deeper her resentment towards Chen Yang grew. Indeed, it is all Chen Yang's fault. In the past, he had given us the divine yuan pills, yet now he withholds them. Had we possessed the pills, we would not have fallen to such depths. Lu Ruyan's eyes mirrored a profound hatred. Had she possessed the divine yuan pills, she would have long since transcended to the celestial realm. If only that were the case. No one would dare to seize her cultivation resources. Sisters, what is the matter? At that moment, a familiar feminine voice broke through their despair. Both women turned in surprise to see Lu Yuan standing behind them, her expression filled with concern. Sister? Lu Ruyan exclaimed, astonished to encounter Lu Yuan in such a place. Woe is me, sister. We have been robbed. Our cultivation resources have vanished. Zhou Qingmin, upon seeing a familiar face, could no longer contain her grievances and began to lament to Lu Yuan. Sisters, are you injured? It was only then that Lu Yuan noticed the wounds adorning their bodies. She hurriedly approached and knelt before them, her face etched with worry. Elder sister, second sister, what has transpired? Who has inflicted such harm upon you? Woe is me, sister. It was a scoundrel by the surname Zhang. He not only seized all our cultivation resources, but also left us in this state. Zhou Qingmin cried while expressing her indignation. Indeed, it was that vile Zhang. When my strength increases, should I encounter him again, I shall ensure he suffers 1,000 tortures, his body reduced to mere fragments. Lu Ruyan declared through gritted teeth, a wave of deep-seated hatred surging in her eyes. Witnessing the fury and helplessness of her two elder sisters, Lu Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of injustice on their behalf. How could such a person act so atrociously? Not only did he steal from them, but he also resorted to violence. Such behavior is utterly intolerable. Indeed, it is exceedingly outrageous. Zhou Qingmin nodded in agreement, tears cascading down her cheeks, her entire being suffused with a sense of injustice. Lu Ruyan merely snorted, saying nothing, yet in her heart, she had envisioned the detestable young cultivator's demise 1,000 times over. Lu Yuan, witnessing her senior's lingering frustration, sighed in resignation and attempted to console them. All right, esteemed sisters. Since the resources have already been taken, there is no need to dwell on it too much. In our previous life, you acquired numerous cultivation resources within this secret realm. You should still recall their locations. You can seek them out again. However, do exercise caution this time. Lu Yuan reasoned that since they had already been robbed, there was no point in harboring further resentment. She encouraged her two seniors to explore other areas for cultivation resources, recalling how they had previously gathered a wealth of precious materials in this very realm. They could certainly revisit those places and reclaim what they remembered. Seek elsewhere? Zhou Qingmin halted her sobbing, gazing at her with a dazed expression. Indeed, many locations still lingered in their memories, rich with cultivation resources. Yet, after having been thoroughly plundered, her spirit was dampened. What good would it do to search again? If they were robbed once more, would they merely be providing others with opportunities? Lu Ruyan, too, felt her fighting spirit wane. They indeed recalled numerous places abundant with resources, but if they were victimized again, would their efforts not be in vain? Enough! My dear sisters, do not lose heart. If you exercise caution next time, you should evade being robbed. Lu Yuan reassured them, patting their shoulders before preparing to depart. She had to seek out Li Wuyo and pursue her own happiness. Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin remained silent, watching her depart. It was only after Lu Yuan had vanished from sight that Lu Ruyan turned her gaze back to Zhou Qingmin, her expression resolute. Junior sister, what fourth senior sister said is undeniably true. We cannot surrender. We still remember numerous locations teeming with cultivation resources. We have come so far to the ancient ruins. We cannot return empty-handed. In that moment, Lu Ruyan's spirit reignited. She was the imperial sovereign of smoke. Proud and unyielding, how could a minor setback ever defeat her? Having been robbed twice already, she refused to believe a third time would occur. At that instant, her determination surged anew. She would not be cowed by fate. But, senior sister, I fear. Zhou Qingmin looked at her, hesitating unable to continue. Yet her apprehension was unmistakable. She dreaded the prospect of being robbed once more. Junior sister, consider the loathsome visage of Chen Yang. Do you truly wish to allow him to continuously underestimate us? Are you truly willing to be perpetually overshadowed by his two disciples? Have you forgotten that upon our rebirth, we resolutely declared that in this lifetime, we would ascend to greatness without relying on that fellow Chen Yang? Can a mere trifling obstacle instill fear within you? Do you not recall that you are indeed an emperor? Lu Rian steadied her shoulder, articulating each word with conviction. Upon hearing these words, a vision of Chen Yang's detestable face surged in Zhou Qingmin's mind. She also reminisced about the grand competition at the sect, where Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan had usurped the glory and pride that rightfully belonged to them. Moreover, she recalled her previous life, when she had become an emperor, commanding respect across the 4 seas and 8 desolations. In an instant, her eyes shimmered with newfound resolve. Yes, senior sister, we cannot concede. I will not allow Chen Yang's disciples to continue their oppression, nor will I permit that man to belittle us any longer. Zhou Qingmin clenched her fists, a fire of determination reigniting within her. We must not surrender. Lu Rian nodded emphatically. Indeed, junior sister, we cannot falter. Let us venture forth to acquire the necessary cultivation resources from other locales. However, this time, we must exercise greater caution and ensure we are not targeted again. Chapter 72. A single strike to obliterate deep within the ancient ruins. Chen Yang found himself hovering above a secluded valley. He stood poised in the air, gazing down into the abyss below. In his previous life, he had stumbled into this very valley while fleeing, only to encounter 3 malevolent cultivators from the demon sect. These dark figures have been exceedingly arrogant, inflicting grievous injuries upon him and attempting to seize all of his cultivation resources. Fortunately, Chen Yang had possessed certain means of escape at that time, allowing him to narrowly evade disaster. At this moment, he expanded his consciousness, enveloping the entire valley in his awareness as he began his investigation. It was not long before he pinpointed the presence of the 3 demon sect cultivators, located 10 miles to the south. However, to his surprise, he also recognized a familiar figure among them, Qi Wujin. What was he doing here? Chen Yang furrowed his brow, momentarily puzzled. Nevertheless, he decided to investigate further and swiftly made his way southward. In an instant, he arrived at the Madeira expanse 10 miles away. Peering down, he saw the 3 demon sect cultivators clad in dark garb, exuding an aura of malevolence that was unmistakable. Clearly, they were not righteous beings. Before them lay Qi Wujin, sprawled on the ground, his hair disheveled and his body soaked in blood. He appeared to be gravely injured. It seemed that Qi Wujin had encountered misfortune, falling victim to the assault of these 3 cultivators. Outnumbered, he had sustained injuries. Oddly enough, in his previous life, these 3 demonic cultivators had not crossed paths with Qi Wujin. Was it possible that his rebirth had altered the course of events? As Chen Yang pondered this, in the valley below, Qi Wujin staggered to his feet, lifting his gaze toward the 3 demon sect cultivators. You 3 fiends, today I shall fight to the bitter end, he declared, forming hand seals and channeling his energy to confront them in a desperate struggle. Yet, due to his severe injuries, he immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. His aura diminished drastically, and he swayed unsteadily, barely able to remain upright. Ha! Old man, you would do well to surrender and hand over all your cultivation resources. If you comply, we might consider leaving you with a complete corpse, one of the demon sect cultivators taunted, stepping forward and laughing mockingly at Qi Wujin's pitiful state. Indeed, old man, you can hardly hold on. There is no need to force yourself. Be cautious, lest you fall apart, another chimed in, their expressions rife with disdain as they threatened the injured Qi Wujin. You shall not have them. Even if I must die today, I will never surrender. Qi Wujin retorted defiantly. Qi Wujia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, still unwilling to surrender. Very well, since you are so obstinate. Do not blame us for being merciless. The 3 sorcerers of the demon sect appear to have lost their patience, each wielding their magical artifacts, stepping forward in unison. prepared to strike Qi Wujia simultaneously. At that moment, a figure clad in white suddenly descended from the sky, positioning itself in front of Qi Wujia. "Who are you?" The three sorcerers, poised to attack, halted in their tracks, immediately on high alert. Chen Yang, disregarding the sorcerers, turned to Qi Wujia and asked with concern, "Elder Qi, are you all right?" Qi Wujia seemed taken aback by Chen Yang's unexpected appearance, momentarily astonished. Regaining his composure, he urgently exclaimed, "Elder Chen, what brings you here? You must leave at once, or you too will perish here." Although Qi Wujia was perplexed by Chen Yang's sudden arrival, he understood all too well that Chen Yang's presence would only lead to more casualties. He knew that as an elder of the seven great peaks, Chen Yang's cultivation surpassed his own. However, no matter how formidable Chen Yang was, he was merely at the late stage of the Spirit Sea realm, far from being a match for these three sorcerers. Before Chen Yang could respond, the three sorcerers erupted into derisive laughter. "Ha ha, another elder from the Heavenly Sword sect. It seems luck is on our side today. We shall have the opportunity to double our cultivation resources. Indeed, I was curious who it might be, but to think it is yet another elder from the Heavenly Sword sect. Since you have delivered yourself to us, do not blame us for our rudeness. Listen, boy, be wise and submit. We may consider leaving you with a complete corpse. What do you say?" Upon hearing these words, Chen Yang turned away with an impassive expression, his gaze calmly fixed on the three audacious sorcerers. At that moment, in his eyes, these three sorcerers were already dead. "Elder Chen, you should leave quickly. I will hold them off. You will surely escape." Qi Wujia continued to urge him to depart, his anxiety palpable. In his view, Chen Yang should not have come to his rescue. Not only would Chen Yang's strength fail to save him, but it would also place his own life in jeopardy. It was a risk that was simply not worth taking. Without uttering a word, Chen Yang formed hand seals and channeled his energy. Instantly, 5 golden dragon energies manifested behind him. The next moment, with a sweeping motion of his hand, the 5 golden dragon energies let out a resounding roar and surged forth. "Boy, since you are so stubborn, do not blame us." The three sorcerers wore cruel smiles as they brandished their artifacts and charged forward together. However, in the next second, they were obliterated into ashes. Blood mist erupted in an instant. Chen Yang turned away nonchalantly, only to find Qi Wujia staring in utter astonishment. He appeared to be in a daze, simply gaping at the scene unfolding before him. "Elder Qi, Elder Qi." Chen Yang called out twice before Qi Wujing finally regained his senses. Upon turning his gaze towards Chen Yang, profound astonishment flickered in his eyes. "Elder Chen, did you just eliminate them with a single strike?" He doubted whether he had been mistaken, for Chen Yang had effortlessly dispatched all 3 practitioners of the demon sect in one fell swoop. These 3 individuals were at the Yuan Dan realm. They could not even withstand a single move from Chen Yang. What realm was Chen Yang in? At that moment, Qi Wujing was utterly bewildered. He had always believed that Chen Yang was still at the Spirit Sea realm, considering that Chen Yang had only recently taken command of the Little Cloud Peak. And back then, he was merely at the Spirit Sea level. Even with rapid cultivation, he could at most have advanced to the Yuan Dan realm. Yet, the power Chen Yang had just displayed was far beyond that. Could it be the nascent soul realm? The mere thought of this possibility sent a jolt of fear through Qi Wujing's heart. Goodness, what a monster! In just 6 months, he had progressed from the Spirit Sea realm to the nascent soul realm. It was worth noting that their sect leader, Yun Yin, was only at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Chen Yang had actually reached the same level as the sect leader. Contemplating this, Qi Wujing felt a surge of trepidation. He had been worried that he would become a burden to Chen Yang. Yet unexpectedly, Chen Yang had effortlessly vanquished those 3 demon sect practitioners. Chapter 73 Farewell to Li Wui Elder Qi. Let us set aside those matters for now. It is imperative that I take you to a place where you can heal, Chen Yang said, his voice tinged with concern as he supported him. "Oh, very well," Qi Wujing replied, nodding vacantly, his gaze upon Chen Yang revealing an unfamiliarity. In that moment, he realized that he could no longer see through Chen Yang. The image Chen Yang projected had become somewhat enigmatic to him. By the way, Qi Wujing suddenly recalled, turning to speak, Elder Chen. I previously discovered a peach orchard 20 miles to the west, where the spiritual energy is abundant. I would greatly appreciate your guidance to that location, so I can cultivate and heal myself. Certainly, Chen Yang replied, offering a simple nod of agreement. Qi Wujing regarded him for a moment, then could no longer restrain his curiosity. Elder Chen, may I inquire what your current cultivation level is? At this juncture, he found himself less concerned with his own injuries, as he believed he would not perish. Instead, his curiosity centered on Chen Yang's true level of cultivation. Chen Yang replied nonchalantly, I am currently at the transformation realm. He did not conceal this fact, speaking candidly. In his view, he had already demonstrated his true strength before Qi Wujing, and even without his words, Qi Wujing could surmise the general idea. Thus, there was no need for secrecy. What? Transformation realm? Qi Wujing's eyes widened in astonishment, his entire being frozen in place. He had surmised that Chen Yang had merely advanced to the nascent soul realm at most. To his astonishment, Chen Yang had already reached the transformation realm. This revelation implied that Chen Yang now surpassed their sect leader, Yun Yin, by an entire realm. The shock that coursed through Qi Wujing was profound. How little time had passed. Chen Yang had ascended to the transformation realm. It was no wonder that his two disciples were so exceptional, even overshadowing the true disciples. It turned out that Chen Yang, as a master, was the most formidable of all, with such a powerful mentor. It was no surprise that Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan excelled. In that instant, Qi Wujing fully comprehended why Lin Fan, a true disciple, was outclassed by Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. It was simply because his master, Yun Yin, was not as formidable as Chen Yang. Before long, Chen Yang led Qi Wujing to the aforementioned peach orchard. It was a flat expanse adorned with peach trees, currently in full bloom. As far as the eye could see, blossoms adorned the branches. With a gentle breeze, petals danced through the air, creating a delicate spectacle. Even from a distance, Chen Yang could catch the fragrance of the blossoms wafting through the atmosphere. Upon landing, Qi Wujing immediately sat cross-legged, commencing his healing practices. With the adversaries from the demon sect vanquished and his vengeance fulfilled, Chen Yang found himself with little to occupy his time. Appreciating the scenic beauty, he decided to remain in the peach orchard for a while, commencing his own cultivation. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan was traversing a forest, her steps light and her face alight with anticipation. The thought of soon reuniting with her long-cherished Li Wuyo filled her heart with exhilaration, causing her footsteps to quicken involuntarily. After 3 millennia, she was finally on the verge of seeing the one she adored once more. In this lifetime, she was determined to be with Li Wuyo, never to part again. In her previous life, when she first encountered Wuyo, he had been grievously injured while competing with several female cultivators from the Hahuan sect for the Xiling fruit. This time, she vowed to find him before he crossed paths with them, ensuring he would not suffer such wounds again. Lu Yuan murmured softly to herself. In her past life, when she met Li Wuyo, he was already severely hurt. She had compassionately rescued him and cared for him tenderly. During that time, their hearts gradually intertwined, and they grew fond of one another. Alas, fate had conspired against them, leading to their separation. After joining the Tianjin sect, she was mercilessly torn apart from him by Chen Yang's interference, resulting in their destined romance remaining unfulfilled. Now reborn, she was resolute in rekindling their connection. She believed that without Chen Yang's hindrance in this life, she could finally be with Li Wuyo and mend the regrets of her past. Remembering how he had appeared, battered and broken, Lu Yuan felt a pang of sorrow within her heart. In this new life, she would seek him out beforehand, preventing any further harm to the one she cherished dearly. She could not bear to witness him suffer in any way. Soon, she arrived at a serene pond, where a cave lay on the opposite side. At that moment, several female cultivators from the Hahuan sect stood guard at the cave's entrance, dressed in matching azure robes. Each possessed an alluring figure and striking beauty, exuding an enchanting grace. Lu Yuan recalled that within that cave grew a Xiling fruit, though it was not yet ripe. Thus, these Hahuan sect cultivators were patiently waiting for the fruit to mature before harvesting it. Li Wuyo should be arriving soon. I shall remain here and ensure he does not attempt to seize the Xiling fruit, for he would be injured. Lu Yuan refrained from acting hastily and instead quietly concealed herself, patiently awaiting Li Wuyo's appearance. Time passed slowly. At last, by noon the following day, she finally beheld the one she longed to see. From the depths of the forest emerged a figure clad in black. He appeared to be around 20 years old, standing tall and poised, his features remarkably handsome, radiating an extraordinary aura. Simply by standing there, he captivated Lu Yuan's entire attention. The person she had yearned for day and night now stood before her. Overwhelmed with emotion, she felt tears welling in her eyes. After 3,000 years, she had finally reunited with her beloved. Before her stood Li Wuyo, gradually merging with the somewhat blurred figure etched in her memory. Unable to contain herself any longer, tears streamed down her face. Wuyo, I have finally found you. This time, no one shall tear us apart, Lu Yuan softly murmured, her expression growing resolute. In that moment, she silently vowed that no one could ever separate her from Li Wuyo again. She yearned for her love to attain fulfillment in this lifetime, without leaving any regrets. Li Wuyo remained rooted in place, gazing at the cave in the distance, when he noticed several female cultivators lingering at the entrance. He understood that within the cave lay some precious herb or opportunity. Thus, he stood silently, his expression contemplative as if devising a plan. After a quarter of an hour, he suddenly turned and departed. Lu Yuan wiped away her tears and steadied her racing heart before hastily pursuing him. Chapter 74. I am here to help you. It was noon, and the sun blazed in the sky. In the midst of the ancient ruins, on a narrow mountain path, Lu Yuan trailed behind Li Wuyo from a distance, her heart swelling with satisfaction at the sight of his familiar silhouette. To encounter the one she cherished once more was a delightful feeling. Suddenly, Li Wuyo, sensing something amiss, came to an abrupt halt and swiftly turned around. Who is it? Who is following me? His expression was one of vigilance. Yet, the moment he discerned the figure behind him, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. What a beautiful girl! Li Wuyo was momentarily taken aback by her beauty. Caught off guard, Lu Yuan was startled and instinctively sought a place to hide. However, it was too late. Resolutely, she approached Li Wuyo with confidence, openly admitting, "It is I. I have been following you." Soon, she stood before him. "Who are you?" Li Wuyo inquired, gazing at the stunning young woman before him, his brow furrowed in confusion. Why was this unfamiliar lady following him? "My name is Lu Yuan," she replied. A subtle smile gracing her lips, her spirits lifted. "Lu Yuan?" Li Wuyo pondered briefly, then shook his head. "I do not know you. Why are you following me?" Lu Yuan smiled lightly. "You may not know me, but I know you. Your name is Li Wuyo. You are 20 years old, and currently at the 4th level of qi condensation, correct?" Upon hearing this, Li Wuyo's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this woman know so much about him? What were her intentions? Who exactly are you? He took a step back, scrutinizing Lu Yuan with heightened wariness. Seeing his tense demeanor, Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. "Do not be so anxious. I assure you I mean you no harm. Besides, I am merely at the 2nd level of qi condensation, far from being your adversary." Hearing this, Li Wuyo relaxed his guard slightly, but still questioned her with curiosity. "How do you know so much about me? Speak quickly. Have you been investigating me? What do you intend to achieve by this?" "What do I intend?" Lu Yuan gazed at him with a playful smile, withholding her answer intentionally. "What I wish to do cannot be revealed just yet. You will find out in due time." Frustrated by her reticence, Li Wuyo pressed on. "Then what do you want from me right now?" Instead of answering, Lu Yuan posed a question of her own. "Earlier, before the cave, you saw several female cultivators from the Huan sect. Tell me, do you wish to seize the purple spirit fruits from them? Is there truly a purple spirit fruit within that cave?" Li Wuyo's eyes brightened, a flicker of greed passing through them. The purple spirit fruit was an exceedingly rare spiritual fruit, immensely beneficial for cultivation. How wonderful it would be if he could acquire one. Upon observing the eager demeanor of Li Wuyo, Lu Yuan discerned that he was indeed intent on seizing the Xiling fruit within the cave, just as he had in his previous life. This could not stand. He would surely come to harm. Lu Yuan promptly advised, "Yes, There is a xylem fruit growing in that cave, but I strongly advise against your pursuit of it. Why? Li Wui furrowed his brow, gazing at her with confusion. At this moment, his desire for the xylem fruit had become an obsession. He could not let such an opportunity slip away. Because you are no match for those female cultivators from the Huan sect. If you attempt to seize it, you will inevitably be injured. I'm warning you for your own good. Lu Yuan pouted, her tone slightly irritable. For my own good? Li Wui scoffed. I do not even know you. Why would I believe you care for my well-being? Lu Yuan, taken aback by his obstinate attitude, found herself at a loss for words. Her prior encounter with Li Wui had instilled in him a wariness that rendered him distrustful of her advice. This predicament left her feeling helpless. If Li Wui were to pursue the xylem fruit, he would undoubtedly suffer the same grievous injuries as in his former life. Recalling the horrific sight of Li Wui, bloodied and battered, panic surged within Lu Yuan. This was unacceptable. She had been granted a second chance at life. How could she allow him to be harmed again? He was the man she had loved for 3 millennia. She could not tolerate even the slightest injury to him. Resolving herself, Lu Yuan urged once more, Li Wui, you truly must not attempt to seize the xylem fruit. You are well aware of your own capabilities. Do you truly believe you can contend with those female cultivators? Li Wui found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, he was currently only at the 4th level of qi condensation, far from a match for those female cultivators of the Huan sect. Yet, it was the xylem fruit. To forfeit, it would be an immense loss. With this thought, Li Wui made up his mind. This is my own affair. It is not for you to concern yourself with. I am determined to seize the xylem fruit. His resolution was firm. He could not let this opportunity pass him by. Lu Yuan, witnessing his stubbornness, felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. Having returned to life, would she truly have to witness her beloved suffer once more? Despite her attempts to persuade him, Li Wui remained unyielding. What could she do? Seeing his unwavering stance, she hesitated before finally conceding. Very well, if you insist on pursuing the xylem fruit, you may proceed. But you cannot go alone. Cannot go alone? What do you mean? Li Wui asked, a look of confusion crossing his face. Lu Yuan regarded him with a hint of affection and exasperation, stating, I will assist you. Her decision was made. Since the man she cherished was determined to seize the purple spirit fruit, she resolved to let Li Wuyo pursue his ambition. After all, he was her beloved for 3,000 years, and whatever he wished to do, she would support him. However, she could not bear the thought of Li Wuyo embarking on such a perilous venture alone. Thus, she decided to lend him a hand. What other choice did she have? She could only indulge him. Will you assist me? Li Wuyo exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. This unfamiliar woman, whom he had never met, was willingly offering to aid him in acquiring the purple spirit fruit. Why? Did they share an intimate connection? Li Wuyo found it perplexing. Nevertheless, since she was willing to help, it undoubtedly boded well for him. Yes, I will assist you. Once the purple spirit fruit ripens, I shall divert the attention of those female cultivators from the Huan sect, allowing you to harvest the fruit without hindrance. Chapter 75. Master, you truly make me feel nauseous. Lu Yuan nodded, having made up her mind. Since Li Wui was determined to act recklessly, she would accompany him in this madness. To share such wildness with the man she adored, was that not a form of romance? Li Wui hesitated for a moment, unable to suppress his concern. But have you considered that by doing this, you might be captured by those female cultivators from the Huan sect? They could harm you. He simply could not fathom why this woman would take such risks for him. I know, and I will do my utmost to escape. You just focus on gathering the xylem fruit, Lu Yuan replied resolutely. She was fully aware that her actions would place her in peril. Yet for Li Wui, she was willing to take that chance. May I inquire why you wish to assist me? Li Wui finally couldn't hold back and asked. Lu Yuan gazed at the man she had yearned for over 3 millennia, her eyes radiating unwavering conviction as a hint of a smile graced her delicate face. Because you are Li Wui. Li Wui was momentarily taken aback, sensing a glimmer of steadfast affection in her gaze. After a brief silence, he inquired, Are you truly intent on helping me? Yes, since I cannot persuade you otherwise, I shall assist you. Lu Yuan smiled lightly, her voice infused with a sense of carefree determination. Very well, Li Wui nodded, then retrieved a talisman from his storage pouch. This is the Wind Speed Talisman. Affixing it to your person will enhance your swiftness. When the time comes, those female cultivators from the Huan sect will find it far more challenging to capture you. Li Wui handed the talisman to Lu Yuan. She was momentarily stunned, her heart fluttering at the sight of the talisman resting in his palm. She lifted her gaze to Li Wui, her excitement palpable as she asked, "So, are you concerned for me?" His gesture clearly indicated his worry for her safety, which filled Lu Yuan's heart with joy. Li Wui did not deny it. Instead, he nodded and continued, "Since you are helping me, it is only natural that I assist you in return. Keep this talisman. Should you truly be captured by those female cultivators, I will come to your rescue." "Really? You will truly come to save me?" At his words, Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Of course. You are aiding me. I will undoubtedly come to your aid." Li Wui affirmed with a serious nod. "All right. If I do get captured, I will await your rescue," Lu Yuan replied, her heart brimming with happiness. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy. How wonderful it was to be cared for by the one she loved. "Now, let us return to the cave and keep watch. Once the Xiling fruit ripens, we shall proceed as planned," Li Wui stated. "Okay," Lu Yuan immediately agreed, eagerly turning to head back toward the cave. Li Wui watched her exuberant figure, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He had previously been curious about who this girl was. Why did she suddenly approach him? What could her intentions be? Now he was certain. This girl must have harbored feelings for him for quite some time, which explained her deliberate effort to draw near. Alas, such a beautiful maiden, and he, a flawed individual, was destined to remain unworthy of her affections. He shook his head in regret, a look of wistfulness crossing his features. In truth, he harbored a secret. He was a rootless soul. Having come from a destitute background, he had nearly succumbed to starvation in his youth. In desperation, his parents had considered severing his fate, intending to send him to the palace to become a eunuch. However, by a twist of fate, he found himself entering the demon sect, embarking on a path of cultivation. He had never anticipated that a woman would harbor feelings for someone as imperfect as he, especially one so strikingly beautiful. Regrettably, he was fated to be unworthy of such a blessing. Nonetheless, though he could not partake in her affections, he could certainly find a way to utilize her. Initially, he had intended to seize the purple spirit fruit, feeling uncertain about his chances. But now, with Lu Yuan's assistance, he felt a surge of confidence. The winged talisman he had given Lu Yuan was not an act of genuine concern. Rather, it stemmed from his disdain for her insufficient cultivation. He feared that her low prowess would lead to her capture the moment she made an appearance, which would only serve to alert the other female cultivators. The talisman would enable Lu Yuan to successfully divert the attention of those women. As for Lu Yuan being captured, that was of no consequence to him. He had neither the strength to confront those female cultivators from the Huan sect, nor the inclination to rescue her. Only a fool would attempt such a thing. His remarks were merely meant to secure Lu Yuan's unwavering support. At that moment, Lu Yuan, walking ahead, suddenly turned around and noticed him standing still. With a smile, she said, "Why are you still standing there? Let us go." "Oh, I'm coming." A gentle smile appeared on Li Wuyo's face as he quickly approached her. Now that he was assured Lu Yuan harbored no ulterior motives, he relaxed his guard. He soon reached her side, walking alongside her. Lu Yuan turned her head, stealing a glance at the chiseled contours of Li Wuyo's profile, and felt her heart flutter. Remembering how he had shown concern for her moments earlier filled her with happiness. Wuyo was truly kind to her, despite their recent acquaintance. He had already given her a wind talisman and was willing to risk himself to aid her. Such a person was undeniably wonderful. Why, in her previous life, had her master insisted on keeping them apart? Reflecting on the regrets of her past existence deepened her resentment towards Chen Yang. She still vividly recalled how, in an effort to tear her away from Li Wuyo, Chen Yang had spoken ill of him in her presence, claiming that Li Wuyo was deceitful and untrustworthy. He alleged that Li Wuyo's intentions were insidious, harboring ulterior motives for approaching her. In Chen Yang's words, Li Wuyo was nothing short of a villain. The master, in his previous life, resorted to every conceivable means to tear us apart. How could he tarnish the reputation of someone as admirable as Li Waya, portraying him as a nefarious villain? Master, you truly disgust me. In his quest to separate us, he has unjustly slandered Waya, besmirching his name. Lu Yuan pondered this in her heart. At that moment, the image of Chen Yang's face surged in her mind, provoking a wave of nausea. The realization that her master was a petty individual who would distort the truth and employ unscrupulous tactics to disrupt their bond filled her with regret. She lamented the blindness of her past, having chosen such a master. Were it not for Chen Yang, she could have been with Li Waya in her previous life, sparing herself the weight of 3,000 years. All of this is Chen Yang's fault. Chapter 76. A journey filled with pain deep within the ancient relics. Amidst a grove of peach trees, Chen Yang sat cross-legged on the ground, absorbed in silent cultivation. As he channeled the essence of the 9 dragons devouring the heavens, 5 golden dragon auras manifested behind him. The dragon heads were held high, occasionally emitting resounding roars that reverberated through the air, causing the peach trees within a 10-mile radius to tremble gently, showering peach blossoms in a delicate cascade. In front of Chen Yang, Qi Wuji was also seated in a cross-legged position. However, unlike Chen Yang, he was not engaged in cultivation but rather in healing his injuries. Having consumed numerous elixirs and spent half a day channeling his energy for recovery, his complexion had noticeably improved, indicating that his condition was stabilizing. 2 hours later, Qi Wuji opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Although his injuries had not fully healed, he was relieved to find that they were no longer severe. He promptly rose to his feet and turned to face Chen Yang. The next moment, he beheld the 5 golden dragon auras behind Chen Yang, standing proudly and exuding an intimidating pressure that instilled awe and trepidation. In an instant, Qi Wuji's eyes widened, his expression turning grave. The overwhelming dominance of these 5 dragon auras sent a shiver through him. He couldn't help but recall the 3 demonic sect cultivators who had perished beneath this very golden aura. Despite being at the Yuandan realm, they had been powerless to resist its might. Contemplating this, Qi Wuji's gaze shifted downwards to Chen Yang, and envy flickered in his eyes. Clearly, the technique Chen Yang practiced was of an exceedingly high caliber. He pondered where Chen Yang had acquired such a remarkable cultivation method, wishing he too could possess something of that nature. With a sigh, Qi Wuji both envied Chen Yang and lamented his own lack of such fortuitous luck. Resolving not to dwell on it further, he saw that Chen Yang was still in deep meditation, so he tentatively called out, "Elder Chen." Chen Yang slowly opened his eyes, immediately spotting Qi Wuji, and inquired, "Elder Qi, are you feeling better?" With a smile, Qi Wuji shook his head. "Not yet, but the worst is over." Chen Yang nodded in understanding, then asked, "Oh, then why not continue your healing?" With a hint of resignation in his smile, Qi Wuji replied, "My injuries have stabilized, and since I have the rare opportunity to explore the ancient relics, I intend to seek out some fortunes before the secret realm closes. After all, it only opens once every decade, and such chances are fleeting. Now that my condition is manageable, I wish to make the most of this time to search for opportunities." "I see. Well then, go ahead," Chen Yang nodded, choosing not to say more. Indeed, for others the opportunity was precious. To venture into the ancient ruins is to seek fortune and various cultivation resources. Only a fool would squander time on mere cultivation, for such endeavors can be pursued anywhere. Within these ancient ruins, dedicating one's time to cultivation is evidently a profoundly foolish act. Elder Chen, having come to the ancient ruins with great difficulty, do you truly intend to spend your time here merely cultivating, rather than seeking opportunities? Qi Wuji observed him seated, seemingly with no intention of departing, which piqued his curiosity. Others come to the ancient ruins, urgently seeking opportunities and rare treasures. Yet Chen Yang chose to tread a different path. Instead of seeking fortune, he merely engaged in cultivation, leaving Qi Wuji perplexed. "I shall not accompany you. The environment here is quite favorable for my cultivation, and I will seek opportunities in a couple of days," Chen Yang said with a slight smile. Unlike others, his system space contained an inexhaustible supply of cultivation resources. He did not need to toil like other cultivators in search of resources. "Very well, Elder Chun. I shall take my leave," Chi Wuji replied succinctly, bidding farewell before turning to depart. He was unlike Chen Yang, possessing endless cultivation resources. At his age, furthering his cultivation necessitated the pursuit of opportunities and various resources, which is why he hurried to leave despite his injuries. After Chi Wuji's departure, Chen Yang continued to sit cross-legged, immersed in his cultivation. Meanwhile, on a mountain path, Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin were anxiously hurrying along. In their memories, there were still numerous locations rich in cultivation resources. They were currently en route to find a celestial fruit that they recalled. Both women feared that if they did not hasten, the fruit would be claimed by others. As they rushed, their injuries hampered their speed. Lu Ruyin had been struck in the abdomen by a sword, although the wound was not deep. Each step she took aggravated the injury, causing her great pain, which she bore with difficulty. In contrast, Zhou Qingmin's situation was far worse. She had been wounded in her thigh, which rendered her movement painfully slow. She could only limp along, her gait appearing quite comical and utterly disheveled. Each step elicited grimaces of pain, yet she forced herself to endure the discomfort as they pressed on to their next destination. After half an hour of relentless effort, the two women could bear the pain no longer and had to pause to rest. "It's all that Zhao Yi's fault, and that bastard with the surname Zhang, especially that Zhang fellow, who not only stole our cultivation resources but also left us in this state," Zhou Qingmin exclaimed, unable to restrain her anger as soon as she sat down. The thought of their painstakingly collected resources being snatched away filled her with frustration. She could hardly swallow her indignation. What infuriated her the most was the agony she endured while traversing the road due to her injuries. Each step was not only exhausting, but also painfully tormenting. With every movement, she cursed that young cultivator surnamed Zhang 1,000 times over in her heart. And it was a comprehensive condemnation that extended to his entire family. Indeed, it was all that Zhang's fault that they had been so grievously harmed, causing them such immense suffering on their journey. Recalling the previous incident of being robbed, Lu Ruoyan gritted her teeth in fury. Their continuous travel had caused their wounds to worsen, bleeding incessantly. Despite having torn their garments to rudimentarily dress their injuries, they could not stem the flow of blood. Furthermore, that Chen Yang should have bestowed upon them the divine essence pill from the very beginning. He had given it to them in his past life, and it rightfully belonged to them. It was precisely due to the absence of the divine essence pill that they found themselves weakened and victimized, reduced to their current plight. Chapter 77. Another missed opportunity. Zhou Qingmin felt increasingly agitated as she pondered the situation. Had they possessed the divine source pill, they would not have had to worry about being robbed. They could have safeguarded all their cultivation resources. In such a case, their expedition to the ancient ruins would have yielded bountiful rewards. It was all Chen Yang's fault. His actions had led to their losses, depriving them of numerous cultivation resources. Indeed, if only they had the divine source pill, they would not have fallen into such dire straits. Lu Ruyin sighed softly, reminiscing about her past life. In that era, within the ancient ruins, she had triumphed over the elite disciples of the 10 major sects and vanquished various ferocious beasts. She had been a figure of great glory. Yet now, upon her return to the ancient ruins, she found herself in such a wretched state. All of this turmoil stemmed from a mere divine source pill. Had Chen Yang bestowed upon her just one, everything would have been different. "Senior sister, it hurts so much. At this pace, when will we reach the next location?" Zhou Qingmin remarked, touching the wound on her thigh and gazing at Lu Ruyin with a hint of grievance. Their injuries had severely hampered their speed. The thought of the long journey still ahead, spanning several dozen miles, filled her with despair. Traversing such a distance while injured seemed a daunting prospect. "Junior sister, no matter how much it hurts, we must endure. Once we gather the remaining cultivation resources and return to the sect, we will be able to cultivate properly. At that point, we shall reap the rewards of our perseverance." Lu Ruyin consoled her, albeit with a sense of helplessness. In truth, she too was struggling to manage her pain after such a long trek. However, for the sake of the cultivation resources, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and carry on. They lacked healing elixirs, and attempting to heal through their own efforts would be futile given their low cultivation levels and the time it would consume. By the time they recovered, the ancient ruins might well be closed. They simply could not afford to wait. Thus, they were compelled to drag their wounded bodies onward in search of cultivation resources. Though the journey was fraught with agony and torment, they could only endure through sheer willpower. All right, I understand, senior sister. Zhou Qingmin sighed, choosing not to speak further. After resting for a short while, the two set off again, their injured forms casting a rather tragic silhouette, especially Zhou Qingmin, who limped along, her predicament painfully evident. After a considerable time, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin finally arrived before a small mountain. They paused, lifting their gazes to the peak before them. In their memories, the celestial source fruit had thrived upon this very mountain. At long last, Zhou Qingmin exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears. The journey had been arduous. Each step had been a struggle fraught with pain. Who could fathom her suffering? Thankfully, she had persevered. Now, they merely needed to ascend the mountain to locate the celestial source fruit they had long sought. Indeed, it has not been easy. We have finally arrived, Lu Rian echoed, unable to suppress her own emotions. She gritted her teeth and persevered for so long, and at last they arrived at their destination. Senior sister, let us ascend the mountain swiftly. Zhou Qingmin turned to her, speaking with palpable impatience. After enduring so much, she longed for the Tianyuan fruit. If she could obtain it, all the suffering she had endured would be worthwhile. Indeed, Lu Rian nodded, her expression reflecting her excitement. The mere thought of the Tianyuan fruit ignited a fervor within her. After traversing such a long and arduous journey, it was finally time to reap the rewards. The two immediately began their ascent. However, when they reached the location where, according to her memories from a past life, the Tianyuan fruit was supposed to be growing, they discovered that someone had already claimed it. All that remained on the ground was a Tianyuan grass, the precious fruit having been plucked long ago. The two women stood before the Tianyuan grass, utterly dumbfounded. My Tianyuan fruit. Who has taken my Tianyuan fruit? Zhou Qingmin's composure shattered in an instant. She had hobbled her way here, enduring pain every step of the way, only to find that the Tianyuan fruit had been snatched away by another. The thought of all the suffering she had endured, culminating in this empty-handedness, overwhelmed her. The Tianyuan fruit was gone. What, then, did their suffering amount to? How infuriating! Our Tianyuan fruit has been taken by someone else. Lu Rian clenched her fists, her own resolve beginning to crumble. They had endured immense hardship to reach this point, only to be met with disappointment. Such an outcome was difficult for her to accept. Who is the scoundrel that took our Tianyuan fruit? It belongs to us. The audacity to pluck their Tianyuan fruit would not go unpunished. This makes me so furious. Zhou Qingmin stood there, venting her frustration into the air. They had already been robbed once, and now, this added insult only intensified her rage. Enough, junior sister. Let's not dwell on curses. We must hasten to the next location. Lu Rian gazed at the Tianyuan grass with a look of discontent. Yet she understood that lamenting their fate here was futile. The secret realm was filled with many others. If they did not quickly move on, other cultivation resources would surely be snatched away by others. Senior sister, do we really have to go? My leg feels as if it might give out. Zhou Qingmin pouted, her face a picture of grievance. After such a long journey, her legs were nearly in agony, and now, having arrived at this spot only to find nothing, the thought of moving on was disheartening. The pain she had endured on this journey flooded her mind, and she felt reluctant to continue. She was utterly exhausted and truly wished to rest. Junior sister, do not forget that our purpose in coming to the ancient ruins is to seek cultivation resources. Only with these resources can we catch up to the cultivation progress of Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, and avoid being looked down upon by that scoundrel Chen Yang. Lu Ruoyan observed her dispirited expression and immediately spoke up. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Qingmin was instantly reminded of Chen Yang's detestable visage. She clenched her teeth and tightened her fists. Very well, senior sister. Let us proceed to the next location without delay. This time, we cannot allow others to seize the advantage ahead of us. The two then turned and departed once more. Determined not to let others get ahead, they quickened their pace. their resolve hardening despite the intensifying pain they endured. However, both transformed this suffering into a profound animosity towards Chen Yang, fortifying their determination. Whenever the pain became unbearable, the mere thought of Chen Yang's loathsome face provided them the strength to persevere. At long last, though the duration and distance traversed remained uncertain, the duo arrived at their next destination. Yet, when they discovered a location where spiritual herbs flourished, they were once again met with disappointment. Chapter 78. At this moment, Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin were utterly stunned. They stood atop a cliff, where they distinctly remembered a divine heart herb flourishing. Yet now, the area lay barren, void of any trace of the herb. Not even a single blade of grass grazed the ground beneath their feet. A familiar scene unfolded once more, and Zhou Qingmin's composure shattered anew. Why? Why have we arrived too late again? After enduring so much hardship to reach this place, even hastening their pace in agony to avoid being outpaced by others, they found themselves once again thwarted. Why? They had clearly quickened their speed. Why were they still denied the resources for cultivation? As the memories of their arduous journey flooded her mind, Zhou Qingmin could no longer contain her frustration. How was it fair that despite her suffering, she still could not obtain the cultivation resources? How infuriating! How could others have gotten ahead of us again? Lu Ruyin clenched her teeth tightly, her fists balled in anger. At this moment, she too felt a wave of despair wash over her. Why were they so unfortunate? First, they were robbed twice, and now they had come up empty-handed. They had struggled to regain their spirits and rekindle their determination, only to find themselves thwarted once more. The weight of their misfortune only intensified Lu Ruyin's agitation. After enduring so much in the ancient ruins, to leave empty-handed was a cruel twist of fate. How unfair! After traveling so far and suffering so greatly, why do we gain nothing? Zhou Qingmin's sense of injustice swelled within her, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she succumbed to despair. They had borne such severe injuries, trudging forward amidst pain, yet had persevered, convinced that their persistence would yield rewards. But now, facing two consecutive failures left them questioning their faith. Is there anyone who can tell us where the rewards are? Where are they? Witnessing Zhou Qingmin's breakdown, Lu Ruyin felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. At that moment, she too felt the urge to weep. This was beyond unfair. They had exerted so much effort, yet still received not a single resource for cultivation. Nevertheless, she was Lu Ruyin, the great emperor of smoke. Even in her despair, she bit her lip to suppress her tears. Taking a deep breath, she forced down her anger and turned to Zhou Qingmin, who was crying like a child, her nose red and streaming. "Junior sister, please stop crying," she comforted gently. "We must hurry to the next location. If we delay, those cultivation resources might be seized by others before we arrive. By that time, we shall have obtained nothing." Lu Ruyin's expression was grave. She had come to a realization. There were far too many individuals within the secret realm. Their current injuries had significantly impeded their speed. Hence, they had been outpaced by others not once, but twice. They could only grit their teeth and press on to the next location, for she refused to believe that their fortunes would remain so dismal. How could they continuously come up empty-handed? "Sister, shall we proceed? At our current pace, by the time we reach the next location, others will have undoubtedly gotten there first." Zhou Qingmin now understood the situation. Their speed was woefully inadequate. Even if they endured the pain to arrive at the next site, it was likely that those precious cultivation resources would have already been claimed by others. Rather than tormenting themselves further, it would be better to abandon the endeavor altogether. After all, the ultimate outcome would be that they obtained nothing. At this moment, Zhou Qingmin felt a sense of resignation. "Junior sister, we have faced two consecutive failures. We cannot persistently be so unfortunate. If we persevere, we are bound to attain the cultivation resources we seek. If we give up now, we will indeed end up with nothing," Lu Ruyin stated earnestly. Despite the discouragement of having achieved nothing after so much effort, she still held onto the hope of finding cultivation resources and returning to their sect to hone her skills, ultimately surpassing Li Qingyun and proving herself before Chen Yang. "But sister, I am truly exhausted. We have struggled for so long without yielding any results. Zhou Qingmin gazed at her with tear-filled eyes, her spirit seemingly waning. Junior sister, it is precisely because we have achieved nothing that we must exert even greater effort in our quest for cultivation resources. I believe our luck cannot remain perpetually bleak. Zhou Qingmin glanced at her, hesitated as if to object, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well, sister, I understand. The thought of their current lack of success stirred feelings of resentment within Zhou Qingmin. Hence, she resolved to endure alongside her sister once more, hoping that this time, fortune would favor them. Soon, the two turned and set off towards their next destination. Meanwhile, within the ancient ruins, practitioners from the 10 major sects, individuals from the Dali dynasty, as well as those from the demon sect and various rogue cultivators were fervently searching for cultivation resources. Some rejoiced at their discoveries, while others despaired at their lack of success. Naturally, many cultivators resorted to violence over these resources, with numerous lives tragically lost in the process. However, the most egregious actions were attributed to the practitioners of the demon sect. The practitioners of the demonic sect, upon entering the ancient ruins, unexpectedly conspired to seize the cultivation resources of other sections. Their audacity in plundering these resources was one thing, but to further conceal their misdeeds, they resorted to murder to silence witnesses. Yet, such heinous actions could not remain hidden for long. Soon, all the major sects became aware of the demonic sect's frenzied behavior. In an instant, panic spread among the sects, with everyone fearing that the hard-earned cultivation resources they had discovered would be snatched away by the demonic sect. In this dire situation, disciples from various sects began to search for their comrades. It was evident to all that only through unity could they thwart the demonic sect's opportunistic advances. However, the most terrified among them were the weak and helpless rogue cultivators. They now dared to hide in the shadows, trembling in fear, unwilling to confront the demonic sect's practitioners. At this moment, the struggle for cultivation resources had rendered the ancient ruins a scene of fierce conflict. Nevertheless, Chen Yang, who remained in the peach grove, was blissfully unaware of these disturbances. He continued to cultivate in solitude, focusing on consolidating his own strength. Indifferent to the turmoil outside, he had no desire to engage or interfere. As long as no one provoked him, he intended to remain in the peach grove, practicing until the secret realm closed. Of course, should any foolhardy individual dare to challenge him, he would not hesitate to send them to their doom. Thus, Chen Yang persisted in his solitary cultivation within the serene confines of the peach grove. Chapter 79. Li Wuyo, truly a fool amidst a tranquil grove. Lu Yuan and Li Wuyo concealed themselves behind a thicket. Li Wuyo's gaze was fixated on a nearby cave, his eyes betraying a glimmer of avarice. Ever since he learned of the presence of a rare, purple spirit fruit within that cave, he had been unable to quell the tumult of desire within him, consumed with the singular ambition of obtaining this coveted treasure. For 2 days, he and Lu Yuan had been lying in wait, and now, the purple spirit fruit was finally on the verge of ripening. As Li Wuyo remained engrossed in the cave's entrance, Lu Yuan quietly studied the contours of his profile, her eyes shimmering with profound affection. A sweet smile graced her lips, for after 3 millennia, she had finally laid eyes on her beloved white moonlight. No sight could ever seem sufficient to satiate her longing. At that moment, she yearned to reclaim every lost moment of those 3,000 years. Suddenly, Li Wuyo turned to face her, and in an instant, he caught a glimpse of her somewhat infatuated gaze. Lu Yuan hastily diverted her eyes, her expression slightly flustered. A subtle smile curved the corners of Li Wuyo's lips, his heart swelling with pride. Indeed, this girl harbored a secret affection for him. However, he chose not to confront it directly, instead stating, Lu Yuan, the purple spirit fruit in the cave has ripened. I see that a few female cultivators from the Hahuan sect are preparing to harvest it. We can make our move. At that moment, his thoughts were solely occupied with the fruit. Notions of love were far from his mind. After all, he was not a true man. Even if love were to blossom, he would remain incapable of experiencing the joys of manhood. Lu Yuan, gazing at her beloved, nodded eagerly. Yes, let us proceed according to our plan. Li Wuyo quickly reminded her, Lu Yuan, remember to use the wind talisman and be cautious not to get caught. He could not shake the worry that stemmed from her lower cultivation level. She was only at the second level of qi gathering. Without the talisman, she would not be able to divert the attention of those female cultivators effectively. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the purple spirit fruit, and he was unwilling to see his plans thwarted by any misstep on her part. Understood. Thank you for your concern, Lu Yuan replied, her head bobbing with delight as she thought how kind Wuyo was. Despite not being together yet, he was already so attentive to her needs. How could such a man, so caring, be the unscrupulous villain her master had warned her about? Surely, her master was deceiving her. Just remember, he replied, feeling reassured by her understanding. Then, Lu Yuan suddenly recalled something and looked at Li Wuyo with hopeful eyes. By the way, you promised that if I were captured, you would come to rescue me, right? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Upon hearing this, a flicker of unease crossed Li Wuyo's face, but he still solemnly nodded. With a firm tone, he responded, of course. I would never deceive you. If you were captured, I would certainly come to your aid. Rest assured, Lu Yuan. With those words, she felt a sense of security wash over her. As Li Wuyo gazed at Lu Yuan with a serious demeanor, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over her, and a delightful smile involuntarily graced her face. I shall proceed now. Once I divert these female cultivators, make haste to the cave and collect the purple spirit fruit. She reminded him before departing. Yes, I understand. Off you go, Li Wuyo replied with a nod, waving his hand in mild impatience. Lu Yuan, oblivious to his annoyance, was instead enveloped in bliss. Without a moment's hesitation, she affixed the swift wind talisman to herself and leapt forth from the woods, heading directly towards the cave not far away. The female cultivators stationed at the cave remained vigilant, ever watchful of their surroundings. As soon as Lu Yuan made her appearance, their alertness heightened. Upon witnessing her dash towards the cave, they swiftly drew their flying swords from their storage bags and launched an attack. Just as Lu Yuan reached the cave entrance, she was repelled by a forceful palm strike. Without hesitation, she turned to flee, prompting the female cultivators to pursue her immediately. Once everyone had vacated the area, the cave entrance lay desolate, devoid of any presence. Li Wuyo seized the moment, swiftly darting out and alighting at the cave's mouth. Observing the direction in which Lu Yuan had fled, he could not suppress a disdainful smile. What a fool, he muttered, before striding purposefully into the cave. Before long, he discovered the coveted purple spirit fruit. Without a hint of courtesy, he plucked the fruit and stowed it away in his storage bag before departing. The fate of Lu Yuan was no longer of his concern. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, as anticipated, was soon captured. Her cultivation was modest. Even with the aid of the swift wind talisman, she could not escape far. The female cultivators of the Hahuan sect before her boasted cultivations of the fourth layer and above, making her capture a trivial task. Who are you? And which sect do you belong to, daring to steal our Hahuan sect's purple spirit fruit? One of the female cultivators demanded coldly as she approached Lu Yuan. I am merely a rogue cultivator, devoid of any sect, Lu Yuan retorted sharply. You. The female cultivator was about to respond when another member of the group suddenly realized something, her expression shifting dramatically. Not good. It's a diversion. We must return quickly, she exclaimed, pivoting to rush back to the cave. The others soon came to the same conclusion, realizing they had fallen into a trap. They promptly took Lu Yuan and hastened back to the cave. Upon their swift return, they found the cave devoid of the purple spirit fruit. It's gone. Our purple spirit fruit is missing. One exclaimed in disbelief. Damn it. We have indeed been deceived. The fruit has been plucked away. After guarding it for 3 days and nights, now that it has finally ripened, it has been stolen. The female cultivators were instantly consumed with fury. For the sake of this precious purple spirit fruit, they had vigilantly guarded it for 3 days and nights. Yet now, to their utter dismay, the fruit had been stolen by another. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable to them. One of the female cultivators stormed up to Lu Yuan, her face aflame with fury, demanding, "Speak quickly. Who is your accomplice?" The others joined her, their anger palpable as they advanced, gritting their teeth and insisting. Indeed, tell us at once, or we shall take your life. Yes, reveal the whereabouts of your accomplice. Have them return the purple spirit fruit, or we will show you no mercy." Even the two female cultivators restraining Lu Yuan tightened their grip in their rage, venomously proclaiming, "Indeed, have your accomplice return the fruit. We have guarded it for 3 days and nights, and you dare to seize it? You must be tired of living." In the face of their wrath, Lu Yuan remained remarkably composed. She understood that these cultivators would not resort to killing her before reclaiming the fruit. Although she was currently captured, she had faith that Li Wuyo would return to rescue her. The mere thought of him swooping in like a hero filled her heart with anticipation. Chapter 80. Have you not eaten? Speak quickly. Where are your accomplices? The indifference etched on Lu Yuan's face as she completely disregarded them provoked one of the female cultivators to the brink of madness. She rushed forward, seizing Lu Yuan by the collar and bellowing at her in a fit of hysteria. This Lu Yuan had caused them to lose the purple spirit fruit, and now she wore an expression of utter nonchalance. It was infuriating. "Indeed. Speak up. That was our purple spirit fruit. Tell us now." The other female cultivators echoed her anger, their frustration boiling over. I will not speak. So you might as well give up," Lu Yuan retorted, curling her lips in disdain. Li Wui was her guiding star. She would never betray him. Moreover, she was certain that he would come to her rescue. There was no reason for her to panic. Seeing Lu Yuan's defiance only fueled one female cultivator's rage further. Enraged, she stepped up and delivered a resounding slap across Lu Yuan's face. Slap! The sharp sound reverberated throughout the cave. "Speak." After taking the blow, Lu Yuan felt a fiery sting on her cheek, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth. Yet, she remained obstinate. "I won't say." Slap! Another female cultivator approached, delivering yet another sharp slap. "Will you speak now?" Lu Yuan lifted her head, two distinct red handprints adorning her face. The pain ignited a surge of anger within her, and she glared fiercely at the group, gritting her teeth defiantly. "I want to say a word." Slap! "Senior sister, let me have a turn. I am furious." The other female cultivators, equally incensed, lined up to deliver their own blows, each taking a turn to strike Lu Yuan. Despite the onslaught, Lu Yuan remained steadfast, refusing to divulge Li Wui's whereabouts. She held firm in her belief that he would come to her aid. When he arrived and saw her in such a pitiful state, perhaps he would feel a pang of sympathy for her. After all, it was because of him that she endured such suffering. As this thought crossed her mind, a peculiar idea took root in Lu Yuan's heart. She wished for these female cultivators to strike her even harder, to inflict more pain. That way, when Li Wui finally came to her rescue, he would be utterly distressed at her condition. With this in mind, Lu Yuan raised her head. At that moment, her cheeks were marred with handprints, her face swollen and bruised. Yet, she continued to regard the female cultivators with contempt, deliberately provoking them. "Haven't you eaten? You hit like weaklings." Upon hearing her taunt, the female cultivators' eyes widened in disbelief, their fury surging uncontrollably within them. How audacious! It was simply intolerable. This woman had been beaten to such a state. Yet she still dared to belittle them, mocking their strength. "Very well. If we're weak, let us see how you fare against our wrath." The enraged female cultivators were determined to render Lu Yuan unrecognizable. "Sister, allow me. Today, I shall undoubtedly make her pay." Ah, how infuriating! How dare she belittle my strength? I am determined to make her suffer. It is utterly vexing. She has stolen our purple spirit fruit and now displays such arrogance. No, I can no longer endure this. Several female cultivators rushed forward, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at her. They struck with great force, each blow a catharsis for their pent-up fury. Lu Yuan lay on the ground, her entire body aching from the assault. Yet, she felt a peculiar joy. The more fiercely they hit her, the more exhilarated she became. When Li Wuya came to her rescue and beheld her pitiful state, he would surely be heartbroken. Ultimately, the female cultivators grew weary and ceased their onslaught on Lu Yuan. Though still angered, they had not lost their reason. They understood that if they were to truly kill Lu Yuan, their chance of reclaiming the purple spirit fruit would vanish entirely. Deep within the ancient ruins, amidst the peach grove, Chen Yang was immersed in his cultivation. However, he soon encountered a group of uninvited guests. This assembly consisted of demonic sect cultivators who had banded together to pilfer the cultivation resources of the 10 major sections. As they passed through the peach grove, they sensed the dense spiritual energy permeating the area. Thus, they resolved to venture into the grove, hoping for a stroke of luck to discover spiritual herbs or fruits. Yet, they soon found themselves face to face with Chen Yang. Immediately, greed flickered in the eyes of the cultivators. "Boy, hand over all your cultivation resources, and I may spare your life." The leader of the demonic sect, an elderly man clad in dark robes, with flowing white hair and an aged visage, emanated a menacing aura. His bloodshot eyes greedily fixed upon Chen Yang, who was disturbed from his meditation. Slowly, he opened his eyes and, upon seeing the group of cultivators, let out a resigned sigh. He simply wished to cultivate in peace. Yet here was a band of fools seeking their demise. He rose to his feet. "Have you not heard? Quickly surrender all your cultivation resources, or we shall be forced to take them by force. Are you deaf or simply foolish?" Another shouted, "Our leader has spoken directly, and you dare feign ignorance? You aren't Timute, are you?" Behind the elderly figure, the other demonic cultivators leaped forth, brimming with arrogance, completely disregarding Chen Yang. In their estimation, his status was merely that of an elder from one of the 10 major sects, a figure they had dispatched many times before, and thus posed no real threat. Chen Yang, weary of their inane chatter, decided to act. He activated his technique, and instantly, 5 golden dragon energies materialized behind him. The next moment, the 5 golden dragons soared into the sky with a resounding roar, then surged forth. "You're courting death, daring to confront us," one of the demonic cultivators exclaimed. "Indeed, it seems you have a death wish." The group, witnessing Chen Yang's immediate aggression, felt a surge of anger. In their eyes, Chen Yang's actions were evidently a blatant disregard for their presence. Instantly, the group of demonic sect cultivators sprang forth, eager to teach Chen Yang a lesson. However, in the next moment, agonizing shrieks erupted from the mouths of these cultivators, echoing throughout the entire peach grove. Under the influence of 5 strands of golden dragon energy, each demonic cultivator was swiftly obliterated, their flesh and blood scattering in a gruesome display. They met their demise in a manner so tragic that it defied description. Just moments ago, they had looked down upon Chen Yang, but now, before him, they were instantaneously reduced to mere remnants. Soon, only a black-clad elder remained standing in the midst of the carnage. At that moment, he trembled uncontrollably, his gaze towards Chen Yang shifting from initial greed to sheer terror. "Who exactly are you?" His voice quivered, a deep-seated fear coursing through him. Chen Yang's strength was overwhelmingly fearsome. The elders of the top 10 sects were typically only at the nascent soul stage, yet Chen Yang's power evidently surpassed that realm. It was clear that he was at least a formidable master of the transformation stage. Such powerful beings were rare even within the vast expanse of the Great Li dynasty. Moreover, those few would never deign to venture into the ancient ruins for mere cultivation resources. As for the loose cultivators, the likelihood of them producing a master of the transformation stage was utterly non-existent. Such impoverished individuals simply could not cultivate to that level. At this moment, the black-clad elder was struck with immense shock and profound confusion, his heart gripped by terror. The realization that he had provoked a master of the transformation stage filled him with regret so deep it was as if he had swallowed poison. "Silence!" Chen Yang uttered coolly, and with a mere wave of his hand, a dragon energy engulfed the elder, shattering him into nothingness. After executing this act, Chen Yang surveyed the scene of severed limbs and remnants before him, his brow slightly furrowing. It seemed that the demonic sect was once again banding together to seize the cultivation resources of the top 10 sects, just as in his previous life. It was likely that throughout the ancient ruins, disciples and elders from various sects were living in dread. Chen Yang murmured softly. He held no concern regarding the demonic sect's plundering ways. He had never regarded them with any significance. This rabble could come in droves. and he would dispatch them all without hesitation. As for his two disciples, he felt no undue anxiety. Outside the ancient ruins, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan were undoubtedly among the elite. With their possession of top-tier magical artifacts, their combat prowess was significantly enhanced. Thus, even if the disciples of the demonic sect united, they should be more than capable of handling the situation. Chapter 81. Reunion with Yang Yuyan outside the ancient relics. It was indeed as Chen Yang had anticipated. At this moment, all disciples of the demon sect had united, fiercely vying for the cultivation resources of the 10 major sects, sparing none, not even the Deli dynasty or various wandering cultivators. In a whirlwind of chaos, disciples from various sects were desperately searching for their comrades to seek protection. However, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin were indifferent to all of this. With the memories of their past lives, they were acutely aware that the disciples of the demon sect would ultimately band together, frenziedly seizing the cultivation resources of the 10 major sections. Fortunately, they had not yet encountered any disciples from the demon sect. The two women, resolute despite their injuries, persevered in their journey, enduring pain as they diligently collected cultivation resources. After 2 fruitless attempts, they finally succeeded on their 3rd try, discovering a yang recovery grass. Overwhelmed with joy, both women could not contain their tears. After such a streak of misfortune, they had finally acquired a yang recovery grass. It was a hard-fought victory. This success bolstered their confidence, instilling in them the belief that they would soon gather plenty of cultivation resources. At this very moment, they were hastening towards their next destination, a cliff base where a dark moon orchid was said to grow. Both women bore injuries, and despite their determination to quicken their pace, they were unable to move swiftly. Zhou Qingmin, in particular, was limping. Each step brought her excruciating pain. Under such circumstances, it was a wonder she could move at all. Finally, after 3 hours, they reached their destination. Standing at the cliff base, they looked up to behold a dark moon orchid flourishing on the cliff face. Marvelous! The dark moon orchid was still there. Zhou Qingmin's eyes sparkled, and she could not suppress her excitement. She had feared that they would once again be outpaced by others. Fortunately, they had arrived in time. Indeed, how could they continue to be so unfortunate? Lu Ruyan let out a sigh of relief, a smile of relief gracing her features. Throughout their arduous journey, they had endured pain and hastened their pace to ensure they would not be outdone by others. Thankfully, this dark moon orchid remained. Sister, this dark moon orchid is ours now. Yes, yes. Just as the two women began to celebrate their early success, a figure clad in white suddenly emerged from the nearby woods. Your words seem a bit premature, don't you think? Upon hearing this voice, an ominous feeling gripped their hearts. Having faced 2 previous robberies, a sense of dread surged within them. Were they to be robbed once more? With trepidation, the 2 women turned to see who had spoken. However, as they recognized the figure's face, a wave of relief washed over them. Senior Sister Yang? Lu Ruyan gazed at the woman who had suddenly appeared, her expression one of astonishment. Before them stood a woman, none other than their esteemed senior sister from Qingming Peak, Yang Yuyan. Upon seeing her, Zhou Qingmin felt a sense of relief wash over her. Although they had long harbored grievances against Yang Yuyan, they were still disciples of the same master, sharing the same lineage. As the senior sister, it was presumed that she would not covet their prized dark moon orchid. However, Yang Yuyan's unexpected appearance took them by surprise. Yang Yuyan regarded the 2 women with a hint of disdain in her eyes, her face displaying an unmistakable expression of contempt. Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin perceived her disdain, and although it incited a flicker of anger within them, Lu Ruyan managed to maintain her composure, attempting to speak kindly. Sister Yang, you have arrived late. We spotted this dark moon orchid first. Perhaps you might seek another in a different location. Indeed, Sister Yang, you have come too late. This dark moon orchid rightfully belongs to us. Zhou Qingmin chimed in, nodding in agreement. Though she harbored disdain for Yang Yuyan, she dared not provoke her. After all, what if Yang Yuyan were to retaliate and seize their dark moon orchid? By treating her with courtesy, they hoped to dissuade her from laying claim to it. Yet, both women failed to remember that Yang Yuyan had never been one to indulge their bad habits. With a cold smirk, she retorted, Yours? How absurd. I have laid eyes on this dark moon orchid as well. How can it possibly be yours alone? Yang Yuyan's expression was one of blatant scorn. We're another junior disciple. She might have graciously stepped aside as the senior sister, but in the face of Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin, she refused to yield. What do you mean by that? Yang Yuyan? Zhou Qingmin's demeanor shifted as anger surged within her. They had extended courtesy, yet Yang Yuyan still sought to claim their dark moon orchid. Yang Yuyan was truly audacious. Lu Ruyan furrowed her brow, a flicker of indignation igniting within her. Nevertheless, she strove to suppress her rising fury and spoke politely. Sister Yang, as our senior sister, do you truly intend to take our dark moon orchid? Moreover, we discovered it first. Does this not reflect poorly on your status as a senior? Yang Yuyan srugit dismissively, her indifferentia palpable. What do you mean by taking? This is the ancient ruins, not the sect. Why should I concede to you? Furthermore, the competition for cultivation resources does not adhere to the notion of first come, first served. Whoever secures it first claims it. When did the dark moon orchid become your exclusive possession? How shameless can you be? I will not bully you. If you can defeat me today, the dark moon orchid will be yours. If not, it shall belong to me. Observing Yang Yuyan's self-assured demeanor, Zhou Qingmin felt a surge of frustration and exasperation. Yang Yuyan, how could you possibly seize our cultivation resources? It is astonishing that you, as our esteemed senior sister, would resort to such actions. Are you truly fulfilling your role as a senior sister in this manner? Moreover, do you even comprehend the sacrifices we have made for these resources? We have been robbed twice, losing all our cultivation materials and sustaining severe injuries. Yet, despite our plight, we have not yielded. We have persevered in our search for resources, even while grappling with our wounds. Now that we have finally discovered a rare dark moon orchid, you dare to contest it with me? Are you even human? Do you possess any sense of compassion? Zhou Qingmin recalled the tribulations they had endured since entering the ancient ruins, and a wave of profound sorrow and indignation surged within her. Their suffering had reached an unbearable extent. As their senior sister, Yang Yuyan's audacity to vie for their cultivation resources was utterly outrageous. It was one thing for outsiders to bully them, but now even Yang Yuyan had joined in on their torment. This realization filled her heart with an overwhelming sense of injustice. Indeed, Yang Yuyan, do you not understand the extent of our sacrifices for these resources? As our senior sister, how can you justify robbing us of what little we have left? Lu Ruyan also reminisced about their harrowing experiences over the past few days, and her heart ached with resentment. They had never faced such dire circumstances before. Yet, even in their degradation, Yang Yuyan had the audacity to steal their cultivation resources. This was utterly intolerable. Upon witnessing the emotional breakdown of the two women, Yang Yuyan rolled her eyes in exasperation and retorted, "Are you both out of your minds? Your misfortunes are of no concern to me. Your injuries have nothing to do with me. Just because you struggle to find cultivation resources, does it mean it is any easier for me? Why should I accommodate you, as if I owe you anything? Enough with the nonsense. If you want to fight, then let us fight. If not, then leave. I have no time for your lamentations. They are simply vexing." With her usual lack of patience for their complaints, Yang Yuyan swiftly unsheathed her flying sword and assumed a combat stance. She had no time to waste listening to the grievances of these two fools. She needed to seize the moment and continue her search for cultivation resources elsewhere. Chapter 82. Constantly bullied so. Yang Yuyan, you are intent on seizing our dark moon orchid. Are you? Observing Yang Yuyan brandishing her flying sword and adopting a stance for battle, it was evident she would not relent until she obtained the orchid. Zhou Qingmin's temper flared instantly. Her fury ignited. At that moment, her heart was ablaze with indignation. They had humbly approached Yang Yuyan, yet she, audacious and ungrateful, persisted in her attempts to take the dark moon orchid. This was intolerable. Indeed, Yang Yuyan, must you push the matter to such extremes? Do you truly believe us to be so easily bullied? Lu Ruyan, too, gritted her teeth, her suppressed rage boiling over. Yang Yuyan had, time and again, overstepped her bounds. Lu Ruyan had endured for long enough. She could no longer contain her fury. Even a clay figurine possesses some spirit, let alone she, once the formidable Empress Ruyan. Does she truly think the Empress has no temper? Yang Yuyin regarded the two furious women with impatience, remarking, "Why do you two prattle so much? If you do not strike soon, I shall pluck the dark moon orchid myself." "Very well, Yang Yuyin, you have forced our hand. We shall fight you." The anger that had long been pent up within Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin erupted in that moment. They had already harbored considerable resentment, and now, compounded by Yang Yuyin's bullying, their reason slipped away. They sought only to teach her a proper lesson. However, they were never Yang Yuyin's match, and now, injured as they were, how could they possibly hope to prevail? In just a single exchange, the two women were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Thud! Upon hitting the earth, both coughed up mouthfuls of blood, their faces turning as pale as paper. With such meager skills, you dare to compete with me for the Dark Moon Orchid? How laughably presumptuous! Yang Yuyin regarded them with disdain, a cold smirk gracing her lips. After delivering her taunt, she could not be bothered with the two fools any longer. She leapt gracefully into the air and plucked the Dark Moon Orchid from the cliffside without a second thought. Then she departed with a flourish. "Ah, our Dark Moon Orchid." Zhou Qingmin glared furiously at Yang Yuyin's retreating figure, her twisted face a canvas of resentment and rage. They had spotted it first, yet their senior sister, Yang Yuyin, had the audacity to snatch their orchid. This was an egregious insult. It was one thing to be bullied by outsiders, but to be treated this way by someone from the same sect was utterly infuriating. "Yang Yuyin, you have humiliated us time and again, and now you rob us of our cultivation resources. I, Lu Ruyan, swear that in the future, you will pay 1,000-fold for your transgressions. I shall ensure you learn the consequences of crossing Lu Ruyan." Lu Ruyan felt as if she might explode from rage. In that moment, she recalled the numerous times Yang Yuyin had belittled them within the sect, now compounding her transgressions by stealing their cultivation resources. These old grievances and new grudges have combined. At this moment, her hatred for Yang Yuyin has reached its zenith. She yearns to rend Yang Yuyin into 1,000 pieces, to obliterate her into dust, as a means to vent her pent-up fury. "Yang Yuyin, today you dare to seize our Dark Moon Orchid. Rest assured, one day I, Zhou Qingmin, shall exact revenge, so await your reckoning." Zhou Qingmin was so incensed that her teeth nearly ground to dust, fiercely glaring in the direction Yang Yuyin had departed. Similarly, she voiced her disdain, determined to seek retribution. How infuriating! If only Lu Ruyan possessed a divine essence pill, she would never allow herself to be bullied by that wretched Yang Yuyin. Additionally, the prior cultivation resources could have been safeguarded. Lu Ruyan slammed her fist into the ground, her heart brimming with unfulfilled desire at this moment. They had acquired so many cultivation resources, yet due to their feeble strength, anyone could come and snatch them away. If only she had a divine essence pill. With such a treasure, she could once again become a paragon of excellence, as in her past life. In that case, who would dare to claim her cultivation resources? She could ensure that those who dared would pay dearly. Instead, she found herself powerless, consumed by impotent rage, unable to do anything but watch as her hard-earned resources were pilfered. "Senior sister, this Yang Yuyin has gone too far. How can she bully us like this?" Zhou Qingmin turned to Lu Ruyan, her face a portrait of grievance, on the verge of tears. Seeing her distressed expression, Lu Ruyan could not help but sigh. "Junior sister, do not be too disheartened. Although Yang Yuyin is excessive, at least she only took the Dark Moon Orchid, and our returning yang grass remains." She offered a few words of consolation, albeit with a sense of helplessness. In that moment, she reminisced about her former life. In her last existence, Zhou Qingmin was a prodigy, her temper always fiery, and she had never been the one to be bullied. Who would dare lay a hand on her? She had never shed a tear. Yet, since her rebirth, Zhou Qingmin had continually faced oppression, often weeping. Lu Ruyan could hardly recall how many times Zhou Qingmin had cried since then. The stark contrast between their two lives filled Lu Ruyan with a sense of melancholy. However, after this moment of reflection, she suddenly realized that she too was akin to Zhou Qingmin. She had also been subjected to bullying since her rebirth. This thought stirred discomfort within her. "But I refuse to accept this, senior sister. The dark moon orchid rightfully belongs to us. How dare Yang Yian seize it? Zhou Qingmin puffed her cheeks, utterly aggrieved. They had been so close to obtaining the dark moon orchid, only to helplessly watch as Yang Yian snatched it from beneath their noses. This sense of powerlessness left her feeling both frustrated and miserable. All right, junior sister, we still possess the returning yang grass, and we can venture to the next location in search of cultivation resources. Lu Ruyan gently patted her shoulder, offering her a soothing word of encouragement. Now, she's unwilling to reminisce about her past life. The more she reflects, the greater her heartache becomes. In this moment, she can only seek solace within herself. At the very least, Yang Yian merely seized the dark moon orchid, while the rejuvenating grass they had previously acquired remains intact. They are not entirely deprived of resources. As long as they venture to the next location, they can still procure other cultivation materials. Very well, senior sister. Zhou Qingmin can only stifle her tears and rise from the ground. However, she still harbors a sense of indignation. Turning her gaze towards the direction in which Yang Yian departed, she fervently declared, Yang Yian, you wretched woman, just you wait. Once we elevate our cultivation, I will ensure you regret your actions. With that, Zhou Qingmin stormed off in anger. Lu Rian let out a helpless sigh before following closely behind. Chapter 83. Li Wuyo will certainly come to my rescue deep within the ancient ruins, amidst the peach grove. Chen Yang, having dealt with the group of demonic sect practitioners, gazed upon the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground, the earth stained crimson with blood. In that moment, his desire to remain and cultivate dissipated entirely. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to depart from the grove. Since he had ventured this far, he was curious to observe the current situation within this secret realm. With a swift motion, Chen Yang leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of light as he soared into the distance. Given that the demonic sect practitioners had united and the 10 major sects were engulfed in fear, he intended to discern the extent of the evolving circumstances. Before long, he traversed a meadow, where he encountered yet another grim sight, a multitude of lifeless bodies. Pausing midair, he surveyed the scene below, quickly recognizing that these corpses did not belong to the practitioners of the 10 major sects, but rather to a group of rogue cultivators. Without exception, their storage bags had been pilfered. Chen Yang chose to say nothing further and continued on his way. It was evident that these rogue cultivators had perished at the hands of the demonic sect practitioners, their possessions seized. A quarter of an hour later, he passed through a forest, where he once again beheld several corpses. With a single glance, he identified them as elders of the esteemed Tai Xiandao sect, the foremost among the 10 major sections. Even the Tai Xiandao sect is not spared. The demonic sect has truly become brazen, Chen Yang murmured. It is worth noting that the Tai Xiandao sect holds the esteemed position of the leading sect in the southern wilderness, unrivaled in both heritage and strength. Yet, even the elders of the Tai Xiandao sect were ruthlessly slain by the demonic sect. He pondered the fate of the elders of the Tianjin sect. Surely, many must have met their demise. The depravity of these demonic sect practitioners was staggering. If they could so easily execute the elders of the Tai Xiandao sect, it stands to reason that some of Tianjin sect's elders had also fallen victim. After all, Tianjin sect ranks last among the 10 major sects in both heritage and prowess, significantly inferior to the other 9. As he turned to leave, deciding to explore other areas, Chen Yang continued to discover additional corpses, some of which belonged to rogue cultivators and others to practitioners from various sections. Ultimately, he even came across the remains of the Great Li dynasty. On a patch of grass, Lu Yuan lay bound, her hands and feet restrained. A few female practitioners from a He Huan sect were not far behind her, tending a fire while consuming rations and resting. At that moment, Lu Yuan awaited Li Wuyo's rescue, having waited for 3 days. During these 3 days, the female practitioners from a He Huan sect had frequently subjected her to physical abuse. She was utterly battered, her hair disheveled, and her face marred, presenting a picture of sheer disarray. Not only that, but her visage bore the marks of bruises, rendering her almost unrecognizable even to her own father. A sight that was truly pitiful. Wui, why haven't you come to rescue me yet? Lu Yun whispered softly, having awaited Li Wuyi's arrival. Yet he remained conspicuously absent. The flowers of her hope were withering, and the absence of Li Wuyi weighed heavily on her heart, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Just then, a low growl emanated from her stomach, punctuating her hunger. For the past 3 days, the female cultivators of the Hahuan sect had denied her sustenance. She felt as if her very front was pressed against her back from starvation. However, the mere thought of Li Wuyi coming to her aid continued to provide her with solace. She resolved to wait. Surely, he would arrive like a gallant hero. When he saw her in such a dire state, his heart would surely ache with compassion. Perhaps he would be so moved that tears would flow freely. With these thoughts, Lu Yuan's faith was rekindled. Yes, I must persevere. Wu Yi will rescue me. He would never deceive me. He is undoubtedly devising a plan to save me. I merely need to wait. She nodded resolutely, her expression unwavering. In truth, her calmness in the face of capture stemmed not only from her belief in Li Wuyi's arrival, but also from the fact that she possessed a means of escape. It was a shadowless talisman. After her rebirth, she had encountered the corpse of a wandering cultivator from whom she had obtained this talisman. She had kept it hidden close to her body, concealed within her undergarments. So even if the Hahuan sect's female cultivators searched her storage pouch, they would not discover it. As long as she utilized the talisman, she could instantly transport herself to another location, thereby evading the grasp of her captors. Nevertheless, she had no intention of using the shadowless talisman just yet. She intended to remain here, waiting for Li Wuyi to come to her rescue. He would surely come. He would not betray her trust. At that moment, after satisfying their appetites, the female cultivators approached her. "Sister, I believe we should just kill her. We have waited for 3 days, and her companions have not come to her aid. It seems they have abandoned her." One of the cultivators remarked coldly as she gazed at Lu Yuan on the ground. "Indeed, sister, she caused us to lose the purple spirit fruit. We should eliminate her." Another chimed in. "Absolutely. Just thinking about our lost purple spirit fruit makes me want to dismantle her piece by piece. It infuriates me," echoed another voice. "Yes, let us kill her." The others nodded in agreement, each harboring a desire to vent their frustrations on Lu Yuan. Among them was the eldest female cultivator, who observed her younger sister's furious expressions with a sense of resignation. "Sisters, I understand your anger. I must admit, I share your sentiments. Now is not the time for impetuous actions. If we were to take her life, our chances of reclaiming the purple spirit fruit would vanish entirely. Keeping her alive may still afford us a glimmer of hope. After all, she is in our grasp. We can end her life whenever we choose. So there's no need to rush." Upon hearing this, the other female cultivators fell silent, though they still harbored some resentment. One of them, in a fit of anger, brought her foot down forcefully upon Lu Yuan's face, demanding, "Hey, when will your accomplices come to rescue you? We still wish to reclaim our purple spirit fruit. If they do not come to your aid, your fate is sealed." I suspect her companions will not come for her. It is evident that she has been betrayed. Indeed, it will be best to simply eliminate her. Yes, it has been 3 days without any sign of a rescue. It seems she is not as significant to her companions as she believed. The other female cultivators echoed their agreement. As Lu Yuan lay beneath their feet, she could not help but bite her lip at their words. It cannot be. Li Wuyi will undoubtedly come to her rescue. He would never abandon her. At this very moment, he must be strategizing on how to save her. All she needs to do is wait, and Li Wuyi will surely arrive. Chapter 84. Unaware of the peril. Beneath the dimly lit firmament, Chen Yang soared through the air with remarkable speed, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. At this moment, he had reached the innermost depths of the ancient ruins. As he ventured deeper, the once clear sky gradually succumbed to a shroud of dark clouds, casting a gloomy pall over the land. Along his path, he encountered numerous corpses, cultivators from various sects, scattered practitioners, and notably, several individuals from the Great Li dynasty. Without exception, the storage bags of these deceased had mysteriously disappeared. After searching for a considerable time outside, Chen Yang observed a dearth of living souls, leading him to speculate that the majority of survivors had retreated into the innermost sanctum of the ancient ruins. After all, It was common knowledge throughout the southern wilderness that the most precious cultivation resources were found deep within the ancient ruins. Of course, opportunities often came hand in hand with risks. In the profound depths of the ruins lurked numerous formidable beasts. After soaring for approximately 15 minutes, Chen Yang finally spotted a few living beings. Below, upon a precipice, stood several women, their hair disheveled and bodies marred with injuries, appearing quite disheveled. Surrounding these women stood a group of dark-clad practitioners from the demonic sect, their faces twisted in malicious grins, exuding an aura of malevolence. This cohort of demonic cultivators was eyeing the women with unabashed greed. It was the disciples of the White Lotus sect. Chen Yang halted and scrutinized the scene, quickly recognizing the women as elders from the esteemed White Lotus sect. After a moment's contemplation, he descended to stand before them. "Who are you?" The sudden appearance of Chen Yang triggered immediate wariness among the demonic practitioners. The leader of this group, a middle-aged man named Chu Xiaotian, wielded a long blade, surveying Chen Yang with a penetrating gaze as he posed the question. Ignoring him, Chen Yang turned to the White Lotus sect elders behind him. "Esteemed fellow, may I inquire about your sect? I am Zhao Yumei from the White Lotus sect, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your timely intervention." The despair that had enveloped the women was momentarily dispelled by Chen Yang's unexpected arrival, igniting a flicker of hope within them as excitement illuminated their faces. The eldest among them, Zhao Yumei, stepped forward, clasped her hands in greeting, and politely inquired about Chen Yang's identity. "There is no need for such formality, Elder Zhao. I am an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect," Chen Yang replied coolly, his expression remaining remarkably composed. However, upon hearing his response, the smiles on the faces of the women abruptly faltered. Their once bright eyes quickly dimmed with disappointment, and Zhao Yumei, momentarily taken aback, could not help but let out a soft sigh of resignation. Initially, they had believed that Chen Yang might be an elder from a prestigious sect, such as the Taishan Dao sect or the Holy Spirit sect, endowed with formidable strength to rescue them. However, upon learning that Chen Yang was merely an elder from the Heavenly Sword sect, their hopes were dashed. Regrettably, among the 10 major sects, the Heavenly Sword sect is the weakest, occupying the lowest rank. The elders of the Heavenly Sword sect possess cultivation that pales in comparison to those of other sections. Chen Yang, despite being an elder, cannot be expected to exceed a certain level of prowess, at most reaching the Yuan Dan realm. They themselves were at the Yuan Dan realm, yet they found it difficult to contend with the practitioners from the demon sect. Chen Yang's solitary venture not only risked his own safety, but could also jeopardize their lives. Haha, I wonder who it might be, only to find it is just an elder from the Heavenly Sword sect. You dare to come here alone and seek your demise? At that moment, a derisive laughter erupted from behind Chen Yang. He turned to see Chu Xiaotian, who had previously shown some caution, now reveling in arrogance upon discovering his identity. If he had been an elder from the Taishan Dao sect or the Holy Spirit sect, they might have felt some trepidation. But the Heavenly Sword sect was hardly worthy of concern, given its insignificance. The elders of the Heavenly Sword sect were not formidable in the least. The other practitioners from the demon sect, now at ease, displayed sinister grins. "Kid, you, an elder from the Heavenly Sword sect, dare to come and play the hero? You must be tired of living. Indeed, do you not consider your own strength before meddling here? You are truly ignorant of your impending demise. You enjoy being in the limelight, don't you? Unfortunately, you have come to the wrong place. Today, we shall teach you a lesson." Each practitioner from the demon sect regarded Chen Yang with disdain. An elder from the Heavenly Sword sect, attempting to be a hero, such folly. Chu Xiaotian stepped forward, a glimmer of greed dancing on his lips. "Brothers, let's all join forces and eliminate this oblivious elder from the Heavenly Sword sect. We shall keep the women for our own enjoyment." Indeed, with that, the other practitioners from the demon sect erupted in wild laughter, eagerly charging forward. "Demon scoundrels, you shall not succeed today. Even if it means our demise, we will not yield to you." Zhao Yumei's face turned pale, engulfed by despair. At that moment, she had resigned herself to the notion of fighting to the bitter end alongside her companions. They had lost all hope in Chen Yang. "Still wish to kill me? I see you seek your own demise. Chen Yang furrowed his brows slightly and immediately began to channel his energy. In the next moment, 5 golden dragon energies materialized behind him, their resplendent golden light illuminating the heavens. With a grand flourish of his hand, the 5 golden dragon energies emitted a deafening roar, reverberating through the skies. Then, the 5 golden dragon energies surged forth. Ah! In the next instant, a chorus of anguished cries erupted. Zhao Yumei and the other female practitioners were utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before them. Beneath the 5 streams of golden dragon energy, the practitioners of the demon sect appeared as frail as mere poultry, utterly defenseless. Wherever the golden dragon energy swept through, one by one, the demon sect practitioners were obliterated, their flesh and blood splattering in a gruesome spectacle. The scene was exceedingly bloody and brutal. How could this be? Chu Xiaodian stared in disbelief, his eyes wide, rendered momentarily speechless. What sorcery is this? Is this truly an elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect? When did the elders of the Heavenly Sword Sect become so formidable? With a mere strike, they could effortlessly annihilate the practitioners of the demon sect. When did the practitioners of the demon sect become so weak? As they witnessed their comrades perish, the remaining demon sect practitioners were paralyzed with fear, scattering in all directions in a desperate attempt to flee. Yet, it was already too late. Escape was futile. Soon, every last practitioner of the demon sect met their demise on that very ground. The earth was littered with dismembered corpses, a dense stench of blood permeating the air. After vanquishing this horde of fiends, Chen Yang turned around and beheld several female cultivators, all wearing expressions of sheer astonishment. In that moment, everyone gazed at him in shock, their eyes reflecting profound disbelief. Rest assured, you are now safe. Chapter 85. No longer willing to be robbed again, all right? You are safe now. Chen Yang spoke in a calm tone, his expression remaining serene as if he had merely performed an insignificant task, hardly worth mentioning. Upon hearing his voice, several female cultivators snapped out of their astonishment. Esteemed friend, are you truly an elder of the Tianjin sect? Zhao Yumei inquired hesitantly, glancing at the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. It was worth noting that these demonic cultivators were all at the Yuan Dan realm, with the leading middle-aged man, Chu Xiaodian, being at the pinnacle of the late Yuan Dan stage, on the verge of breaking into the Yuaning realm. Yet, this group of demonic cultivators had been effortlessly vanquished by Chen Yang in a single strike. This left her questioning his identity. Was he genuinely from the Tianjin sect? When had the sect produced such a formidable elder? The prowess exhibited by Chen Yang was such that even the leader of their own Balian sect might not have been able to contend with him. How could one assert that he was merely an elder of the Tianjin sect? Who would believe such a claim? The other female cultivators also regarded Chen Yang with curiosity, equally skeptical that someone of his caliber could originate from the Tianjin sect. After all, in their minds, the Tianjin sect was the weakest among the top 10 sections. How could a sect of such limited strength possibly boast an elder as powerful as Chen Yang? Do you think I do not resemble a member of the Tianjin sect? Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, then found the situation somewhat amusing. He never anticipated that one day others would question his identity as an elder of the Tianjin sect. Not all. Zhao Yumei and the other female cultivators shook their heads in unison. To them, the notion of Chen Yang being an elder of the Tianjin sect was utterly implausible. If he were from a more formidable sect like the Taishan Dao sect or the Shengling sect, they could entertain the possibility. However, the Tianjin sect was simply too weak. I genuinely am an elder of the Tianjin sect, Chen Yang replied with a resigned shake of his head. He soon recalled the matter at hand and chose not to dwell on this issue any longer. Instead, he directly inquired, by the way, do you know where the others have gone? Upon addressing the pressing matter, Zhao Yumei's expression turned grave. Indeed, there is a large group of demonic cultivators who launched an assault on the elders of our 10 sections. The elders of our 10 sects, along with individuals from the Dali dynasty and several rogue cultivators, all retreated deep into the secret realm. We, having sustained injuries, were unable to keep pace and ended up here, only to be pursued by these fiends. The demonic sect came prepared, deploying a significant number of cultivators. They likely intend to take this opportunity to eradicate us entirely, inflicting severe damage upon the 10 sects. Zhao Yumei spoke with a serious demeanor. Chen Yang nodded in acknowledgement, recalling that in his previous life, the demonic sect had indeed slaughtered countless individuals within the secret realm, resulting in less than one-third of those who had entered managing to escape alive. Even their Tianjin sect has suffered significant losses, with numerous disciples and elders perishing. Do you know which direction they fled? Chen Yang inquired, his brows furrowed. I know. It was to the north, Zhao Yumei replied, pointing confidently in that direction. Very well. I shall go to investigate. Do you wish to accompany me? Chen Yang nodded slightly, having already grasped the situation. I will join you, Zhao Yumei affirmed. Many elders of Arbelian sect are still being hunted by the demon sect, and I cannot rest easy. Subsequently, the group departed, soaring towards the northern horizon. How wonderful! Senior sister, we have found another tying herb. Meanwhile, on the outer layer of the ancient ruins, in a tranquil forest, Zhou Qingmin beamed at the newly discovered spiritual herb. Indeed, at last we have some resources for cultivation, Lu Ruoyan sighed softly, her face also breaking into a smile. After several days of gathering, they had managed to collect 4 spiritual herbs and 3 spirit fruits. Though meager, these resources were a significant improvement compared to their previous state of having nothing. However, their success in obtaining these resources was largely due to their memories from past life. They merely needed to follow the locations from their recollections to gather the cultivation materials, unlike other cultivators who had to expend considerable effort in their search. Although they had encountered some disappointments during their collection journey, the final outcome was not unfavorable, and they had achieved modest success. The resources they had gathered were sufficient for both of them to advance a realm. With diligent practice and optimal utilization of these resources, a 2-tier breakthrough was not beyond reach. Senior sister, where shall we seek further cultivation resources now? Zhou Qingmin asked excitedly, placing the freshly acquired tying herb into her storage pouch. With the collection of these resources, her spirits had lifted considerably. However, they had already exhausted all the locations from their past memories where cultivation resources grew. Henceforth, they would need to search for resources on their own. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan frowned. Junior sister, we must first regroup with our fellow disciples. What? Senior sister, are we not continuing our search for cultivation resources? Zhou Qingmin was taken aback, her expression one of confusion. She still yearned for more resources. Junior sister, we cannot be greedy. Lu Ruoyan gently shook her head, speaking with resignation. The demon sect disciples are currently ravaging the resources of the 10 major sects throughout the entire secret realm. If we encounter them, we are unlikely to retain even these meager resources. Thus, we must refrain from further greed and seek to rendezvous with other disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. For only then can we safeguard the meager cultivation resources we have painstakingly acquired. Lu Ruoyan spoke with earnest gravity. She too yearned to pursue additional cultivation resources. Yet the current circumstances within the secret realm had grown exceedingly perilous. Should they encounter disciples of the demon sect, not only would their scant resources be jeopardized, but they might also lose their lives in the process. Therefore, the pressing priority is to locate other disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, uniting for mutual protection against the disciples of the demon sect. Very well, senior sister, I understand, Zhou Qingmin replied, pursing her lips, her expression tinged with reluctance. Nonetheless, she recognized the truth in her senior sister's words. Should they succumb to further avarice, the risks would undoubtedly escalate. The thought of having been robbed 3 times already filled her with trepidation. She certainly did not wish for the resources they had so diligently gathered to be taken once more. Chapter 86. Has the great emperor fallen to scavenging? Subsequently, Lu Ruoyan and Zhou Qingmin, armed with their scant resources for cultivation, departed once more. However, this time their purpose was not to seek additional cultivation materials, but rather to locate fellow disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect for a reunion. Throughout their journey, the two proceeded with utmost caution, fearful of encountering disciples from the demon sect who might seize the precious resources they had painstakingly gathered. After traveling for approximately an hour, They arrived at a patch of grassland where they stumbled upon several corpses. Instantly, the two women heightened their vigilance, retreating to the cover of the trees. Once they ascertained that no disciples from the demon sect lurked nearby, they dared to emerge and cautiously approach the lifeless bodies. Senior sister, these individuals appear to be disciples of the Yunqi sect, Zhou Qingmin remarked, bending down to retrieve a jade token from one of the corpses, which bore the inscription of the Yunqi sect. The Yunqi sect, ranked 8th among the top 10 sects of the southern wilderness, boasted both formidable strength and profound heritage, surpassing the Heavenly Sword sect by considerable margins. Clearly, the remains before them belong to disciples of the Yunqi sect. Indeed, they are undoubtedly disciples of the Yunqi sect. Lu Rian nodded in agreement, recognizing their affiliation from their attire. Senior sister, it seems imperative that we swiftly locate other disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. Wandering about alone is far too perilous. Zhou Qingmin expressed her apprehension as she gazed upon the gruesome sight of the corpses. The tragic manner of their demise and the absence of their storage bags indicated that their cultivation resources had been pillaged by the demon sect. Should they fall into the hands of the demon sect, they would likely meet a similar fate, losing not only their resources but perhaps their very lives. You are absolutely correct. We must urgently find other disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. Lu Rian concurred, her sense of urgency regarding the reunion growing ever more intense. However, as she glanced at the corpses, something seemed to catch her eye. She quickly crouched down and picked up a shattered long sword lying beside one of the bodies. The sword measured 3 feet in length, its blade mostly intact, save for its broken tip. Senior sister, what are you doing? Zhou Qingmin asked, momentarily taken aback and puzzled by her companion's actions. Junior sister, look. Though these Yunqi sect disciples have had their cultivation resources stolen, their magical artifacts remain, Lu Rian replied. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingmin shifted her gaze to the bodies, noticing that scattered around them were various swords. However, these swords were nearly all damaged and broken. Originally, they had been merely low-grade magical artifacts of little value, and now, in their diminished state, they held even less worth. It was evident that the disciples of the demon sect, having seized the cultivation resources, had deemed these imperfect low-grade artifacts unworthy of their attention, and thus left them behind. Senior sister, you aren't considering picking up a sword for yourself, are you? Zhou Qingmin widened her eyes, instantly comprehending Lu Rian's intentions. These broken swords were deemed unworthy even by the disciples of the demon sect. Did her senior sister truly intend to collect them for use? Wasn't this akin to scavenging? Indeed, junior sister, we have always been without magical artifacts. These swords may not be entirely ruined. We can make do with them. Lu Rian nodded, for that was precisely her line of thought. However, senior sister, might this be a tad embarrassing? Zhou Qingmin hesitated, reluctantly voicing her concerns. In her previous life, they were emperors, wielding the sacred artifacts bestowed by Chen Yang. Yet now, they had stooped to gathering what others discarded. This was humiliating beyond measure. Moreover, these swords were nearly all flawed. Even if they were intact, she would have looked down upon them. The fact that they were damaged only intensified her disdain. Sigh. Observing her junior sister's reluctance, Lu Rian understood her thoughts. She let out a gentle sigh, speaking with a tinge of resignation. Junior sister, since our rebirth, we have had no magical artifacts. I am aware that you disdain these inferior items, but if we do not take them now, we may not have the chance to scavenge in the future. Zhou Qingmin detested these flawed artifacts, but Lu Rian shared her sentiments. Compared to the Ice Phoenix sword that Chen Yang had given her in their past life, these broken swords were the very definition of trash. Yet they had no choice. If they did not salvage a single sword now, they might miss the opportunity altogether. While these swords were indeed damaged, they could still serve a purpose. Senior sister, must we truly resort to using such broken swords? Zhou Qingmin surveyed the few wretched swords on the ground, none of which caught her eye. The thought of battling others only to produce a broken sword while they brandished their magical artifacts filled her with embarrassment. Just envisioning it made her feel humiliated. They had once been emperors, and now they could not afford even a decent sword, reduced to scavenging. It was utterly disgraceful. Enough, junior sister, do not be so disdainful. We are merely making do for now. Once our cultivation improves, we can acquire superior artifacts, Lu Ruyan advised with a sense of inevitability. Zhou Qingmin glanced at her, opening her mouth as if to protest, but ultimately chose to concede. Very well, senior sister. Although she acquiesced, she resolved in her heart that she would never easily reveal her broken sword in the future, lest she be ridiculed. Without delay, Zhou Qingmin squatted down and gathered the few broken swords from the ground. After a moment of deliberation, she ultimately selected a broken sword, one that was only a third severed and still usable. The other sword were too severely damaged for her to even glance at. After selecting their broken swords, the two women casually picked up two scabbards and sheathed their sword within. All right, junior sister, let us depart swiftly. We must seek out the other disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect, said Lu Ruyan, as she stowed her broken sword into her storage pouch and turned to Zhou Qingmin. The presence of the corpses of Yunqi's sect disciples hinted at the possible proximity of demonic sect members, stirring a sense of unease within her, compelling her to believe that they should not linger in this place. Indeed, senior sister, let us go, Zhou Qingmin replied with a nod, eager to leave and avoid being seen scavenging in this area. After all, she was a great emperor and could not afford to tarnish her reputation. Thus, the two women departed together. Chapter 87. Convergence. The two women resumed their journey, having become increasingly cautious after encountering the corpses of the disciples from the Yunqi sect. Throughout their travels, they were fraught with anxiety, dreading an encounter with the disciples of the demon sect. Time passed in an indeterminate blur until, finally, they arrived at a secluded valley, their wounded bodies weary from the arduous trek. Here, they stumbled upon a few living souls, women who were drawing water by a pond. Lryn and Zhuqngm hesitated to approach at first, opting instead to observe from a distance for a considerable time. Once they ascertained that these women were not affiliated with the demon sect, a sense of relief washed over them. Upon closer inspection, they soon recognized that these women were disciples of the WNF sect, which held the 9th rank among the 10 major sections. They approached the WNF sect disciples and engaged in conversation. Through this brief exchange, Lryn and Zhuqngm learned that the disciples of WNF, along with those from the TNJIN sect and the Yunqi sect, had gathered in the depths of this valley. At that moment, all three sects were united in their efforts to withstand the onslaught of the demon sect. This revelation filled Lryn and Zhuqngm with joy. After such a long journey, they had finally found the disciples of the TNJIN sect. Here, they would find protection and no longer have to fear the plundering of their cultivation resources by the demon sect. Soon, Lryn and Zhuqngm followed the WNF sect women deeper into the valley. Before long, they encountered a large gathering of people, among whom were many familiar faces, disciples from their very own TNJIN sect. As the two women reveled in their joy, a familiar young woman emerged from the crowd. It was none other than Ying, who had previously seized their Dark Moon Orchid and their senior sister from the QNGM Peak. Ah, you two are indeed fortunate. After wandering outside for so long, you managed to avoid the demon sect and arrive here unscathed, Ying remarked, her surprise palpable. Given the high casualty rate in this secret realm, she found it astonishing that Lryn and Zhuqngm had evaded the demon sect for so long. What extraordinary luck was this? Oof. Ying, you still owe us for our Dark Moon Orchid, Zhuqngm retorted, her anger flaring at the sight of Ying. Their cultivation resources were already scarce, and the theft of the Dark Moon Orchid by Ying left her feeling deeply aggrieved. Lryn glared at Ying with clenched fists, harboring a similar resentment. Had it not been for Ying's brazen theft, they could have possessed yet another Dark Moon Orchid for their cultivation. You two cannot even contend with me, yet you dare to ask for the Dark Moon Orchid? It would be wise for you to remain within the confines of your sect. This perilous and brutal secret realm is unsuitable for you. After Yang Yin's scornful remark, she dismissed the two women without a second thought and turned to leave. In her eyes, Lu Ruyin and Zhou Qingmin were nothing but fools. Engaging in conversation with such imbeciles was a waste of time, entirely unnecessary. Yang Yuyin, what do you mean by that? Who do you look down upon? Zhou Qingmin retorted, her eyes widening with indignation. The audacity of Yang Yuyin to belittle her ignited a spark of anger within her. In her previous life, she was an emperor. When had she ever been disdained by anyone? Yet, Yang Yuyin paid her no heed and departed. Calm down, junior sister. Let's find a place to rest. Lu Ruyin gently tugged at her sleeve, whispering. Though she too was infuriated, she understood that given their current strength, confronting Yang Yuyin was futile. Rather than fuming here, it would be wiser to recuperate after their long journey, which had left them utterly exhausted. Senior sister, that Yang Yuyin is infuriating. Zhou Qingmin huffed, her displeasure evident. Encountering Yang Yuyin consistently left her seething with rage. Let us not concern ourselves with her for now. Once our cultivation improves, we shall deal with her, Lu Ruyin replied, a glint of fierce resolve flashing in her eyes. When her strength increased, she would surely seek vengeance upon that wretched Yang Yuyin. To provoke the great Emperor Ruyin was to invite a disastrous fate. Very well, Zhou Qingmin conceded, nodding without further comment. Yet she vowed silently that when her power ascended, Yang Yuyin would pay dearly. Subsequently, the two women found a secluded area and settled down to rest. Senior sister, now that we are safe, should we not take out our cultivation resources and begin our training? Zhou Qingmin suggested, glancing around at those engaged in cultivation or healing. She felt a surge of eagerness. They had painstakingly gathered some cultivation resources, and she longed to refine them. The thought of the resources they had lost to theft pained her deeply. Time and again they had been robbed, making her realize that only by consuming and refining the resources herself could they truly be considered hers. Junior sister, now is not the time, Lu Ruyin replied, shaking her head. Although we are temporarily safe, the devil sect could strike at any moment. The time required for refining cultivation resources is extensive. By the time we complete the process, this secret realm may very well close. If the devil sect attacks during that time, we would have no choice but to halt our efforts, rendering our resources wasted. Lu Ruyin too yearned to refine the precious resources they had so painstakingly collected, to break through her current limitations and enhance her strength. However, the time required to refine the cultivation resources is excessively lengthy. Once the demonic sect launches an assault, they will have no choice but to cease their efforts. Such a scenario would be a tremendous waste of the precious cultivation resources they have painstakingly gathered. She harbors no desire to squander them. She yearns to return to the sect and devote herself to her training, utilizing these resources to their fullest potential. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Qingmin reluctantly resigned herself to the situation. Very well, senior sister, I understand. Lu Ruyin observed her momentary despondency and gently reassured her. Don't be disheartened, junior sister. Once we return to the sect, we can safely refine these cultivation resources. All right, senior sister, Zhou Qingmin replied with a nod. Subsequently, the two women settled into a cross-legged position, commencing their healing meditation. Chapter 88. A mere elder of the Heavenly Sword sect deep within the ancient ruins. Beneath a dim sky, Chen Yang was soaring northward alongside several female elders from the White Lotus sect. Zhao Yumei had somehow arrived at his side, her expression betraying a hint of concern as she gazed at Chen Yang's profile. After a moment's hesitation, she could no longer suppress her urge to speak. Elder Chen, she began cautiously, the demon sect has dispatched a revered one to eradicate all of us from the 10 major sections. It is said that this revered one possesses the strength of the transformation realm. Are you confident you can contend with him? Zhao Yumi scrutinized Chen Yang's countenance, recalling the formidable power he had displayed when rescuing them. Yet, he was merely an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, while the demon sect had sent forth a revered one. Throughout the southern wilderness, it was common knowledge that the demon sect boasted 12 revered ones, each possessing terrifying might. Could a mere elder of the Heavenly Sword sect truly stand as an equal to such a revered one? A transformation realm revered one. At that, upon hearing her words, Chen Yang turned to Zhao Yumei, a slight frown creasing his brow. He certainly remembered that the demon sect had 12 revered ones. In his previous life, after the Heavenly Sword sect was obliterated by the demon sect, he had sought vengeance, resulting in the demise of all 12 revered ones at his hands. However, he now pondered which revered one had been sent this time with the opening of the ancient ruins. Yes, the revered one of the transformation realm is said to be the Qingge revered one among the 12. Zhao Yumei confirmed with a nod, her heart laden with trepidation. After all, the Qingge revered one was indeed of the transformation realm. Could Chen Yang truly withstand him? Would they be able to rescue the elders of the 10 major sects? If they were to fail, what difference would it make if they ventured forth? Would it not be akin to courting death? Qingge revered one. Chen Yang murmured, his brow instantly relaxing as a look of realization dawned on his face. If it were any other revered one, he might harbor some apprehension. But the Qingge revered one was not a concern for him at all. Among the 12 revered ones of the demon sect, Qingge was the weakest. Although he possessed the power of the transformation realm, he had been hindered by early missteps in his cultivation, leading to stagnation and a corresponding decline in strength. Thus, his prowess was significantly inferior to that of an average practitioner of the transformation realm. Having already transcended into the transformation realm and practiced the supreme technique, the 9 dragons devouring heaven, Chen Yang was more than capable of dealing with a mere Qingge. Elder Chen, Zhao Yumei inquired with a hint of unease. Previously, the elders from the Tai Xiandao sect and the Sacred Spirit sect joined forces, but were unable to overcome the Qingge revered one. Do you believe you can prevail against him? At this moment, the other female elders of the White Lotus sect also regarded Chen Yang with anxious expressions. Though they recognized his strength, their hearts were still laden with worry. After all, the Qingge revered one was indeed formidable. The prior failure of the elders from the Tai Xiandao sect and the Sacred Spirit sect to defeat him made them question whether Chen Yang's venture would be tantamount to seeking death. Let's first assess the situation, Chen Yang suggested. Chen Yang turned to Zhao Yumei, a faint smile gracing his face. He refrained from asserting his ability to defeat the Qingge master in her presence, despite his inner confidence. After all, he had never engaged in combat with the Qingge in this lifetime, leaving a degree of uncertainty lingering in the air. Zhao Yumei chose not to press further, though her worry deepened. The other female elders of the White Lotus sect remained silent, their unease palpable. As the group soared through the skies for a quarter of an hour, a gathering of figures clad in black suddenly emerged 1,000 meters ahead. These dark-clad individuals hovered in the air, appearing as a dense, ominous cloud. They exuded a malevolent aura that was almost tangible, sending a chill down Chen Yang's spine even from a distance. At the forefront of these shadowy figures stood a slender man in green attire. His long hair cascading freely, a sinister smile etched across his face. This man was none other than the Qingge master, one of the 12 revered ones of the demon sect. Chen Yang recognized him instantly, for his green garb was unmistakable. Below them, the elders of the 10 major sects, along with various solitary cultivators and individuals from the Great Li dynasty, were assembled. As Chen Yang glanced over the crowd, he spotted many familiar faces, including the elders from the Tianjin sect and the previously encountered Qi Wuji. At that moment, most of the gathered individuals appeared injured, their auras weak and their faces pale, resembling lambs led to slaughter. Look, Zhao Yumei pointed ahead, her voice tinged with excitement. After flying for so long, we finally found the people from the 10 major sections. Let us go. Chen Yang nodded and took the lead, soaring forward. Zhao Yumei and the other female cultivators of the White Lotus sect followed closely behind him. Soon, Chen Yang reached the elders of the 10 major sects and halted, standing firm in the air as he gazed down upon them. Below, the elders, various solitary cultivators, and members of the Great Li dynasty were mostly injured, with some lying on the ground, their fates uncertain. Chen Yang, what brings you here? Qi Wuji exclaimed upon spotting Chen Yang's sudden appearance, his surprise quickly giving way to a furrowed brow and a look of concern. In his eyes, the elders of the 10 major sects were fated to face calamity. Chen Yang should not have come. Although he was aware of Chen Yang's status as a transformation god, the demon sect had dispatched a revered master. Regardless of Chen Yang's strength, he could not possibly contend with such a formidable opponent. Chen Yang, you must leave at once, escape, urged the other elders from the Tianjin sect, their anxiety palpable at his sudden arrival. They were unaware that Chen Yang had already transcended to the transformation god realm. To them, his presence seemed akin to courting death. As fellow elders of the Celestial Sword sect, they were unwilling to let Chen Yang remain and meet his demise. The other sect elders, along with various wandering cultivators and individuals from the Great Li dynasty, initially felt a surge of excitement upon Chen Yang's sudden appearance, believing he had come to their rescue. However, upon learning that he was an elder of the Celestial Sword sect, their hopes were dashed, and they bowed their heads in despair once more. How powerful could an elder of the Celestial Sword sect truly be? Even united in their numbers, they struggled to escape death. What could a solitary Chen Yang possibly change? Alas, ultimately, they were bound to meet their end. Oh look, a few more have come to their doom. How fortuitous! It saves me the trouble of seeking you out individually. At that moment, a disdainful sneer echoed from behind Chen Yang. He turned to find the Qingue Venerable, grinning at him, eyes glinting with a hint of contempt. Chapter 89. Is the elder of the Heavenly Sword sect so powerful? Ah, the Qingue Venerable, you may laugh now, but soon you shall find no reason to smile. Chen Yang regarded the Qingue Venerable before him with an expression of tranquility. In this moment, he recalled a scene from his past life where this very individual knelt before him, pleading for mercy. You, an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, dare to speak to me in such a manner? Do you court death? The expression of the Qingue Venerable instantly grew cold. Merely an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, yet he had the audacity to act so brazenly before him. Truly a fool who does not know his own mortality. In his eyes, Chen Yang was no different from an insignificant insect. To crush him would be simplicity itself. The fact that Chen Yang dared to provoke him was nothing short of reckless. Death? Chen Yang replied with a faint smile. The one who will meet death shortly may not be me. Arrogance. The Qingue Venerable's eyes narrowed sharply, and his countenance darkened instantaneously. At that moment, a formidable pressure emanated from his being, a manifestation of a transformation realm expert's might, enveloping the surrounding 10 miles in an instant. The elders of the 10 great sects, various wandering cultivators, and members of the Dali dynasty all turned pale at this overwhelming force. Under such immense pressure, some bowed their heads, unable to meet the gaze of the Qingue Venerable above. Indeed, a transformation realm expert was terrifying. Yet, Chen Yang remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. Observing this, the Qingue Venerable let out a soft gasp, his face betraying surprise. An elder of the Heavenly Sword sect could withstand the pressure of a transformation realm expert. This was utterly astonishing. It seems you possess some skill, young man. Allow me to see just how strong you truly are, the Qingue Venerable said, intrigued. With a wicked smile, he formed hand seals and plunged downward with incredible speed, arriving before Chen Yang in the blink of an eye. A massive magical seal descended, accompanied by an unparalleled might. It bore down with an overwhelming force. Chen Yang, unparalleled, activated his technique and raised his hand to unleash a stream of golden dragon energy. With a mighty roar, a dragon's cry echoed through the heavens. A resplendent golden dragon surged upward, shattering the immense magical seal, its dazzling light illuminating the entire expanse. Thud! The Qingue Venerable's eyes widened in shock as he involuntarily spat a mouthful of blood. At this moment, his face was a mask of horror, and he found himself somewhat dazed. He had not anticipated that an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect could breach his magical seal. Moreover, he had sustained grave injuries. Is this person truly just an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect? Yet he had no time for further contemplation, for at that instant, Chen Yang's figure had inexplicably appeared before him. Chen Yang unleashed a powerful punch. A colossal fist imprint materialized in midair, swelling to dozens of feet in size. No. The Qingue Venerable felt the terrifying pressure bearing down upon him, and his expression shifted drastically, his very soul trembling in fear. He sensed that this punch was formidable. He would die. In this moment of life and death, he let out a cry of unwillingness. However, it is all too late. A colossal fistprint roared past, exuding a ferocious momentum that crushed everything in its path. In an instant, his body exploded. Blood and flesh scattered in all directions. The next moment, everything fell silent. Chen Yang's figure remained suspended in midair as a gentle breeze swept through, causing his robes to flutter and rustle. Below, the elders of the 10 major sects, various wandering cultivators, and the people of the Great Li dynasty gazed at Chen Yang's silhouette, all rendered speechless. The Qing Gui Venerable had perished? Just like that? Slain by an elder of the Tianjin sect? At this moment, everyone below felt a sense of unreality. They had long since abandoned hope. Yet, Chen Yang had effortlessly vanquished the Qing Gui Venerable before their eyes. The tides of battle had shifted in an instant. Shock reverberated among the onlookers. Undoubtedly, the most astonished were the elders of the Tianjin sect. They belonged to the same sect as Chen Yang, and were quite familiar with one another. Yet now, gazing at Chen Yang's back, they felt an overwhelming strangeness. Yes, strangeness. Utterly unfamiliar. In their memories, Chen Yang's strength had been roughly on par with theirs. But now he had single-handedly slain the Qing Gui Venerable, one of the 12 venerables of the demon sect. Just like that, he was gone. Who could believe it if they had not witnessed it with their own eyes? Zhao Yumei, who had accompanied Chen Yang, along with several other female elders of the Bailian sect, were equally astounded. They had initially worried that Chen Yang would not be a match for the Qing Gui Venerable, having come here seemingly to meet their doom. Yet unexpectedly, the formidable and unpredictable Qing Gui Venerable had proven to be so feeble before Chen Yang. While everyone was still in shock, Chen Yang raised his head, gazing at the group of demon cultivators before him. At this moment, those demon cultivators were also left dumbfounded. Their Qing Gui Venerable had died at the hands of an elder from the Tianjin sect. No, is this person truly an elder of the Tianjin sect? When did the elders of the Tianjin sect become this powerful? With such strength, one could easily mistake him for the leader of the Tai Xiandao sect. And no one would question it. Before they could collect their thoughts, they suddenly felt Chen Yang's gaze upon them. In an instant, all hearts trembled violently. Although Chen Yang appeared calm, every demon cultivator sensed an immense pressure. They also felt the chilling threat of death. After all, the Qing Gui Venerable had already fallen. They, mere minions, were no match for Chen Yang. Chen Yang did not utter a word, merely channeling his energy. The next moment, 5 golden dragon energies manifested behind him, their heads held high, emanating a terrifying aura. Witnessing this scene, all the demon cultivators were paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Some of the more timid ones turned and fled. With a wave of his hand, the 5 golden dragon energies surged forth. Run away. I don't want to die. All the practitioners of the demon sect were instantly struck with terror, their faces paling as they turned to flee. The once formidable group of demon sect cultivators was swiftly reduced to chaos. However, in the end, only a mere handful managed to escape. Wherever the 5 golden dragon auras swept through, the practitioners of the demon sect met with instant obliteration, their bodies bursting apart amidst a shower of blood and flesh. In that moment, the air was filled with anguished cries, reverberating throughout the heavens and the earth. Below, the elders of the 10 major sects, along with various rogue cultivators and individuals from the Great Li dynasty, could only watch as the 5 golden dragon auras roamed and wreaked havoc in the sky, intermittently resonating with thunderous roars. Meanwhile, the practitioners of the demon sect faced death, injuries, or desperate attempts to escape. After a quarter of an hour, tranquility finally returned to the scene. The 5 golden dragon auras gradually dissipated. In midair, only Chen Yang remained, standing alone, his slightly emaciated figure radiating an aura of magnificence at that very moment.